You know our greatest moments? But the truth is, most have remained hidden. For 12 hours, the Thanksgiving Throwback Marathon will reveal every significant event, every defining scene, and some surprises that will change the way you remember our history. Watch closely. Nothing is as it seems. What if I told you that some of Hollywood's most cherished stars were living double lives so elaborate that they make today's celebrity scandals look like child's play? Behind the glamour and glitter of the Golden Age lurked family secrets so shocking that studios spent millions to bury them. We're talking about stars who erased their heritage, invented phantom families, and carried guilt that would destroy them. Glittering premieres, elegant mansions, and adoring fans. The stars of Hollywood's Golden Age seemed to live charmed lives, but behind those dazzling smiles and carefully posed family portraits lurked secrets so explosive that the powerful studio system spent millions to keep them hidden. These weren't just minor indiscretions. They were life-altering family secrets that would have shattered the pristine images audiences cherished. During Hollywood's Golden Age, roughly spanning the 1930s to 1960s, stars were manufactured personas, not just actors. Studios like MGM and Paramount controlled every detail of their lives, often fabricating entire identities. Publicists and fixers buried scandals, while ironclad contracts gave studios immense power. Today, with memoirs surfacing and studio records finally emerging, we're discovering the personal sacrifices and secrets these icons kept hidden to preserve their carefully crafted images. Hidden identities and fabricated origins. Marilyn Monroe, the foster child who never found home. Behind Marilyn Monroe's platinum blonde bombshell image lay one of Hollywood's most heartbreaking stories of abandonment and the desperate search for love. Born Norma Jean Mortensen in 1926, she never knew her father and spent most of her childhood in foster homes and orphanages after her mother Gladys was institutionalized for mental illness. The little girl, who would become the world's most famous icon, was shuttled between 11 different foster families before age 16. She endured assault by at least one foster father and developed a stutter that plagued her throughout her life when she was nervous. At 16, she married a neighbor's son, primarily to avoid returning to the orphanage. Monroe's famous breathless voice and childlike demeanor weren't just acting choices. They were psychological defense mechanisms developed in childhood to seem non-threatening and lovable to the adults who controlled her fate. The tragedy of Monroe's later life stemmed directly from her childhood trauma. Despite worldwide fame and adoration, she remained convinced that everyone would eventually abandon her, leading to a pattern of desperate relationships and 3 failed marriages. She was in and out of psychiatric hospitals, struggling with dependency on sleeping pills and alcohol. Her famous affairs with powerful individuals like John F. Kennedy were partly attempts to find the father figure she had never had. Even at the height of her fame, she would call friends in the middle of the night, terrified of being alone. On August 5, 1962, Monroe was found deceased at age 36 from an overdose of barbiturates. The woman who had brought joy to millions had never been able to heal the wounded child within herself. Her passing marked the end of an era, but also highlighted the devastating cost of childhood trauma that no amount of fame or success could repair. Clark Gable and Loretta Young, Hollywood's most explosive secret child. In 1935, Clark Gable and Loretta Young, both at the height of their careers, began an affair while filming The Call of the Wild, which resulted in an unplanned pregnancy. Fearing scandal, Young devised an elaborate plan to cover it up. She secretly gave birth to a daughter, placed her in an orphanage, and later adopted the child, naming her Judy. For years, Young maintained this fiction, never revealing that Gable was the biological father. Gable never acknowledged Judy, though they met once when she was 15. Young denied the truth when Judy questioned her resemblance to Gable. The secret remained intact for decades, with Hollywood insiders speculating, but the press never confirming it. In 1994, Judy revealed in her autobiography that she confronted Young in 1966, and Young finally admitted the truth. The deception was motivated by Young's Catholic beliefs and her desire to protect her career. The emotional toll on all involved was significant. Young lived in fear of exposure, Gable never acknowledged his daughter, and Judy grew up confused about her origins. This cover-up highlights the lengths stars went to protect their images and the power of Hollywood's studio system to shape public perception. The aftermath of this revelation shows the resilience of the human spirit. Despite growing up without knowing her true parentage, Judy Lewis became a successful actress and producer in her own right. She went on to champion causes related to adoption and family rights, turning her painful experience into advocacy for others. Her relationship with Loretta Young, while strained by years of deception, eventually evolved into mutual understanding and forgiveness. Young, burdened by guilt for decades, found peace in finally telling the truth. The secret that had tormented 3 people for 60 years ultimately brought them a measure of healing. Rock Hudson, the marriage that saved a career. In the 1950s, Rock Hudson was Hollywood's leading gentleman, handsome, charming, and marketed as the ideal bachelor. In reality, he was a gay individual forced to hide his identity. When rumors threatened to expose him in 1955, his agent arranged a sham marriage to Secretary Phyllis Gates to preserve his image. The staged union ended in 1958, having served its purpose. Hudson resumed his secret life, maintaining a straight persona publicly while living authentically in private. His 1985 AIDS diagnosis exposed the truth and marked a shift in public awareness. His story reflects Hollywood's extreme measures to protect star personas. Hudson's final act became one of unexpected heroism. When he revealed his AIDS diagnosis in 1985, he became the first major celebrity to put a human face on the disease. His announcement led to a doubling of donations to AIDS research organizations almost overnight. In his will, he left $250,000 to help establish the American Foundation for AIDS Research, AMFAR. His passing marked a turning point in public awareness and compassion for AIDS victims. The individual who had hidden his true self for decades used his final months to help save others living with the same secret struggles he had endured. Merle Oberon, erasing an entire heritage. When audiences gazed at Merle Oberon's exotic beauty in films like Wuthering Heights, they were told she hailed from aristocratic British roots in Tasmania, Australia. The truth? This Oscar-nominated actress was born Estelle Merle O'Brien Thompson in Bombay, India in 1911, the daughter of a 14-year-old mother of mixed heritage and a British father. The reality of Oberon's birth was troubling. Her biological mother, Constance, was the victim of assault, likely by her stepfather, Arthur Thompson. To shield the young girl from this horrific truth, Merle was raised believing her grandmother Charlotte was her mother, and her actual mother, Constance, was her older sister. When Merle became a star, the studio created an entirely fictitious background, claiming she was from Tasmania, a location chosen specifically because its records had been destroyed in a fire, making verification impossible. She maintained this fiction throughout her life, even refusing to visit Australia until late in her career when she feared exposure. The deception required constant vigilance. As she aged, Oberon underwent painful skincare treatments and specialized lighting to conceal her mixed-race complexion. Even her husband and children weren't told the truth. This wasn't mere vanity. In an era of strict limitations, the revelation of her true heritage would have ended her career instantly. Despite the burden of her secret, Oberon displayed remarkable resilience and generosity throughout her life. She quietly donated substantial sums to various charities, particularly those helping children in need. Close friends recalled her as intensely vulnerable beneath her polished exterior, often breaking down in private about the loneliness of never being able to share her true identity. Even her closest relationships were haunted by the fear that intimacy might lead to discovery. She lived in constant terror that someone from her past in India might recognize her and expose the truth. Rita Hayworth, the Latina star's painful transformation. The woman who became the definitive American love goddess began life as Margarita Carmen Cancino, daughter of Spanish dancer Eduardo Cancino. Studio heads saw potential in the talented dancer, but considered her too exotic for mainstream appeal. The solution? A complete identity transformation. Columbia Pictures executive Harry Cohn oversaw her reinvention. Her naturally dark hair was dyed auburn, Her hairline painfully altered through electrolysis to appear less Latin, and her name changed to Rita Hayworth. The studio fabricated a more acceptable background, downplaying her Spanish heritage. But this public transformation masked a far darker family secret. Behind Rita's glamorous image lay a childhood of trauma. Her father, Eduardo, had forced her to perform as his dance partner from age 12, touring casinos and frontier towns. During these tours, Rita endured assault at the hands of her own father, a devastating secret she revealed to her second husband, Orson Welles. While audiences were enchanted by the sensual confidence Hayworth displayed in films like Gilda, she privately struggled with crippling insecurity and a pattern of destructive relationships. "They go to bed with Gilda and wake up with me," she once lamented. Despite becoming one of Hollywood's most iconic stars, Hayworth struggled to escape the trauma of her hidden childhood and the erasure of her cultural identity. The cruel irony of Hayworth's later life added another layer of tragedy to her story. In her 40s, she began showing symptoms of what was initially dismissed as alcoholism and erratic behavior. In reality, she was developing early-onset Alzheimer's disease, which would steal her memories, including the painful ones she had carried for so long. Orson Welles, who truly understood her pain, remained one of the few people who saw past her manufactured image to the wounded child beneath. Even in her final years, as the disease progressed, she would sometimes revert to speaking Spanish, as if her true identity was finally breaking through the carefully constructed facade. Jack Nicholson, when your sister is actually your mother. In 1974, Jack Nicholson learned a stunning truth. The woman he believed was his sister June was actually his mother. His mother Ethel was really his grandmother. To hide June's unwed pregnancy in 1937, the family fabricated their roles so convincingly that Jack only discovered the truth at age 37 through a Time magazine reporter. Both women had passed away before he learned the truth. Though not traumatized, Nicholson reflected deeply on his past. His story highlights the intense stigma around unwed motherhood in mid-century America, where families often restructured reality to protect reputation, an experience shared by many during that time. Despite his reputation as Hollywood's ultimate bachelor, Nicholson proved to be a devoted father to his 6 children from various relationships. Friends describe him as surprisingly tender and involved with his kids, perhaps compensating for the family dysfunction he experienced. In his later years, as his health declined, these same children rallied around him with remarkable devotion. His daughter, Lorraine, became particularly protective, managing his care as he dealt with memory issues. The individual who grew up believing his mother was his sister created a different kind of unconventional but loving family structure for his own children. Double lives and fabricated personas. Raymond Burr, the phantom family he created. As the star of television's immensely popular Perry Mason series, Raymond Burr projected an image of integrity and moral fortitude. Off-screen, however, Burr lived a life of elaborate fiction. Not because he was dishonest by nature, but because the truth about his personal life would have destroyed his career in the discriminatory 1950s and 1960s. Burr, who was a gay man, invented a tragic backstory to explain his unmarried status. He claimed to have been married to a woman named Annette Sutherland, who supposedly perished in a plane crash during World War II. He further embellished this fiction by saying they had a son who passed away from leukemia as a child. Neither this wife nor this son ever existed. They were complete fabrications created to deflect questions about his bachelor status. The extent of Burr's fictional biography is remarkable. He provided detailed accounts of his marriage in interviews, complete with dates and poignant anecdotes. He claimed to have married and lost another wife, Laura Andrina Morgan, to cancer, another fabrication. While Burr did marry once briefly in the 1940s to actress Isabella Ward, the relationship was short-lived and childless. Behind this elaborate smokescreen, Burr maintained a 35-year relationship with his male partner, Robert Benavidez. The couple lived together on a vineyard they developed in California. Their relationship was known only to a small circle of trusted friends. When reporters pressed too hard about his personal life, Burr would shut down inquiries with a curt, "I don't discuss that." The individual who invented children he never had became a devoted benefactor to real children throughout his life. Burr was incredibly generous with his considerable earnings, quietly supporting dozens of foster children, disabled kids, and young people struggling to pay for college. He created his own private foundation years before it became fashionable among celebrities. His charitable work extended to supporting medical research and disaster relief, often donating anonymously. Perhaps most touchingly, Burr sponsored several orphans through international agencies, children he would never meet, but whose educations he funded completely. His fabricated deceased son became, in a way, dozens of living children, whose lives he transformed through his generosity. Spencer Tracy, the Catholic, his wife, and Katharine Hepburn. Spencer Tracy, known for his moral strength in films like Boys Town, faced a hidden personal struggle. Married to Louise Treadwell in 1923, Tracy was devastated when their son John was born deaf. Believing it was divine punishment for his own sins, Tracy's guilt contributed to his battles with alcoholism and depression. Publicly, the couple was seen as devoted philanthropists. But by the late 1930s, their marriage had ended in all but name, though they never divorced. In 1941, Tracy began a 26-year relationship with Katharine Hepburn, which remained largely secret due to Tracy's Catholic beliefs and refusal to divorce Louise. Hepburn and Tracy maintained separate lives, and their relationship was hidden from the public. Hepburn accepted the situation, never pushing for marriage or acknowledgement. Tracy's image as a family individual was carefully managed by studio publicity, while Hepburn was seen as just a friend. This arrangement lasted until Tracy's passing in 1967. Only after his demise did Hepburn speak about their relationship, respecting Louise's privacy. Their story highlights how Hollywood's carefully constructed public personas often masked complex private realities. The most remarkable aspect of this triangle was Louise Tracy's extraordinary dedication to their deaf son John. While Spencer struggled with guilt and alcohol, Louise became a pioneering advocate for deaf children. She founded the John Tracy Clinic in 1942, which became internationally renowned for teaching deaf children to speak and helping their families. Spencer, despite his personal demons, supported her work both financially and emotionally. The clinic became their shared redemption, transforming their private heartbreak into a legacy that helped thousands of families. Even Hepburn respected Louise's work, occasionally making anonymous donations to the clinic. Tracy's greatest performance may have been maintaining his public marriage while privately supporting both women he loved in their separate but meaningful work. Joan Crawford, Mommy Dearest behind closed doors. Joan Crawford meticulously crafted her public image as a glamorous Hollywood star and devoted mother to her 4 adopted children. Fan magazines showcased her disciplined family life, presenting her as a model of maternal care. However, her eldest daughter, Christina, revealed a darker reality in her 1978 memoir, Mommy Dearest, published a year after Crawford's passing. The book described Crawford as an abusive, alcoholic mother, subjecting Christina to physical beatings, psychological torment, and bizarre punishments, such as the infamous no wire hangers incident. While Crawford's younger daughters disputed Christina's claims, the memoir altered public perception of the star. Additionally, it was later revealed that Crawford's youngest children may have been adopted through Georgia Tan, a notorious baby broker involved in the exploitation of children through adoption networks. Though Crawford likely wasn't aware of Tan's criminal activities, this aspect further complicated her maternal legacy. Crawford's carefully crafted image of a loving, disciplined mother starkly contrasted with the abuse described in Christina's book. Mommy Dearest remains a stark reminder of how even the most curated Hollywood personas can be shattered when those behind the facade reveal the truth. What the public never saw was Crawford's extraordinary work ethic and professionalism. Even her harshest critics acknowledged her complete dedication to her craft. She was notorious for arriving on set hours early, knowing every line of dialogue perfectly, and helping fellow actors with their performances. Her perfectionism, while it may have made her a difficult mother, translated into an unmatched professional standard. She personally answered hundreds of fan letters each week, and was known for her kindness to crew members and extras. Crawford often paid for struggling actors' medical bills and helped young women find work in Hollywood. Her tragic flaw seemed to be her inability to separate her driven professional persona from her role as a mother. Hidden children and family scandals. Bing Crosby, America's crooner, and the children who feared him. To the public, Bing Crosby was the perfect family individual. Warm, charming, and beloved for roles like the priest in Going My Way. But his son Gary's 1983 memoir, Going My Own Way, revealed a darker truth. Crosby was allegedly a harsh, emotionally distant father who beat his sons and enforced strict rules, including weekly weigh-ins. Two brothers, Philip and Dennis, confirmed parts of Gary's account, while a third, Lindsay, later took his own life. Crosby's second family denied the claims, painting a conflicting picture. The contrast between his public image and private life highlighted Hollywood's power to fabricate idealized personas that masked painful family realities. The tragedy of Crosby's story becomes more complex when considering his second family. With his much younger wife, Katharine Grant, whom he married in 1957, Crosby became a different father to their three children, Harry, Mary, and Nathaniel. These children described a warm, involved, and loving parent, completely contradicting their half-brother's experiences. Crosby seemed to learn from his earlier failures, becoming actively involved in his younger children's lives, attending school events, and showing the affection he had withheld from his first family. This transformation suggests an individual capable of change, which makes the suffering of his first four sons all the more poignant. Judy Garland, the father she couldn't mention. Judy Garland, beloved for her role as Dorothy in The Wizard of Oz, had a childhood marked by a dark family secret. Born Frances Ethel Gum in 1922, Judy's family left their hometown in Minnesota under mysterious circumstances when she was 4. The reason was her father, Frank Gum, was reportedly a gay man in an era when such orientations were socially unacceptable. Frank had inappropriate encounters with young individuals, and when rumors surfaced, the family moved to California to escape scandal. Judy was told they were relocating for better showbiz opportunities, never learning the true reason. Frank's marriage to Ethel was strained, filled with arguments and separations, leaving Judy confused. While Frank favored Judy, their bond was complicated by his secret life and the pressure to maintain appearances. Garland's MGM image of an all-American girl hid the reality of her family struggles. Frank passed away when Judy was 13, taking many secrets with him. The full story of his double life remained hidden until after Judy's passing. Judy's early experience with family secrets shaped her own life as she continued to present a cheerful exterior while privately battling pain and insecurity. The loss of her father at such a young age, combined with the family secrets and instability, helps explain Garland's lifelong search for love and security. Despite her later struggles with addiction and failed marriages, those closest to her described a woman of extraordinary generosity and loyalty. She was known for taking in strays, both human and animal, and was particularly kind to other performers struggling with their careers. Her daughter, Liza Minnelli, often spoke of Judy's ability to find joy in small moments, singing lullabies and creating magical experiences even during their most difficult times. The vulnerability that made her such a compelling performer also made her beloved by friends who saw past the public troubles to the wounded but loving person beneath. Patty Duke, the son with 3 possible fathers. Academy Award-winning actress Patty Duke found herself in a predicament in 1970 that would remain one of Hollywood's more convoluted paternity secrets for decades. At just 23, Duke became pregnant during a period of extreme personal turmoil when she was involved with 3 different individuals in rapid succession. Duke had been romantically linked with teen heartthrob Desi Arnaz Jr., son of Lucille Ball and Desi Arnaz, but Lucille Ball strongly disapproved of the relationship due to the age difference. Duke then briefly became involved with actor John Astin, who was married but separated. In the midst of this complicated situation, Duke impulsively married Michael Tell, a virtual stranger who was subletting her apartment, in what she later described as a manic episode related to her then undiagnosed bipolar disorder. The marriage to Tell lasted just 13 days before being annulled, but the timing coincided with Duke's pregnancy. When her son Sean was born in 1971, Duke publicly identified John Astin as the father. Astin later divorced his wife, married Duke, and raised Sean as his son. For years, Sean Astin believed John was his biological father. The situation grew even more complex when, in Sean's teens, Duke told him she believed Desi Arnaz Jr. was actually his biological father, a startling revelation that understandably confused the young individual about his identity. Later, DNA testing revealed that Michael Tell was indeed Sean's biological father, providing final resolution to the decades-long mystery. The emotional toll of this uncertainty profoundly affected the entire family. Sean Astin, who would later become famous for his roles in The Goonies and The Lord of the Rings, grew up with a deep sense of identity confusion that influenced his choice to become an actor, a profession where he could explore different personas. Despite the paternity confusion, John Astin proved to be a loving and devoted father, creating stability in Sean's chaotic early life. Duke's bipolar disorder, undiagnosed for years, explained much of her erratic behavior during this period. She later became an advocate for mental health awareness, using her own struggles to help others. The family ultimately found peace when Sean declared that regardless of biology, John Astin would always be his real father, a testament to the power of love over genetics. Duke's courage in speaking openly about mental illness helped destigmatize bipolar disorder and showed that even Oscar winners could struggle with psychological challenges. Jerry Lewis, the daughter he never acknowledged. For years, Jerry Lewis was the face of the Muscular Dystrophy Association, raising millions for Jerry's kids. However, Susan Minaret claimed to be Lewis's daughter from a brief affair in the 1950s. According to Minaret, her mother Lynn Dixon had a 3-year affair with Lewis, resulting in her birth in 1952. Despite attempts to contact him, Lewis refused to meet or take a paternity test during his lifetime. DNA testing in 2009 showed an 88.7% likelihood that Lewis was Minaret's biological father. Additionally, Lewis's will excluded his 6 sons from his first marriage, reflecting a troubling contrast between his public and private life. The painful irony of Lewis's situation extended beyond his relationship with Susan. While he spent decades raising money for Jerry's kids, children with muscular dystrophy, his alleged biological daughter lived in poverty and suffered from Crohn's disease. Minaret struggled financially while Lewis amassed considerable wealth, creating a stark contrast between his public compassion for sick children and his private rejection of his own possibly sick child. Yet Lewis's charitable work was genuine. He did transform the lives of countless families affected by muscular dystrophy. His telethons raised over $2 billion for research and support. The contradiction between his public generosity and private coldness toward his own family remains one of Hollywood's most troubling paradoxes. Gene Tierney, tragedy from a fan's thoughtless act. Gene Tierney, famous for roles in Laura and Heaven Can Wait, concealed a tragic family secret. In 1943, while pregnant, Tierney contracted rubella after a fan who broke quarantine to meet her unknowingly infected her. As a result, her daughter Daria was born with severe disabilities, including deafness, partial blindness, and developmental delays. Fearing public backlash, Tierney and her husband, Oleg Cassini, privately placed Daria in an institution, a decision kept hidden from the public. Tierney's mental health deteriorated as she struggled with guilt, leading to hospitalizations and electroshock therapy. Years later, Tierney learned that the same fan who caused the infection had mentioned their meeting, though she said nothing. Tierney's grief and guilt remained throughout her life, and it wasn't until her 1979 autobiography that she revealed the painful story behind her seemingly glamorous public persona. This personal tragedy also inspired Agatha Christie's novel, The Mirror Cracked from Side to Side, though few connected it to Tierney's life. The full extent of Tierney's mental health struggle reveals a woman of remarkable courage. She endured 27 electroshock treatments that destroyed significant portions of her memory, including happy moments with her other daughter, Christina. The treatments left her feeling brutalized and confused, but she never stopped fighting to recover. Despite losing years of her life to treatment and depression, Tierney eventually found peace and even married again. Her later writings showed a woman who had faced her deepest demons and emerged with hard-won wisdom about forgiveness, both for the thoughtless fan and, most difficultly, for herself. Clara Bow, America's first it girl, and her horrific origins. Clara Bow, the 1920s it girl, and first American icon, rose from poverty to stardom, but her real life was marked by trauma. Born in Brooklyn in 1905, she endured abuse and instability. Her mother Sarah once attempted to harm her during a psychotic episode, and Clara later revealed she was assaulted by her father Robert. Studios hid her past, crafting a false image of a carefree flapper. Behind the scenes, she battled anxiety, insomnia, and likely PTSD. Her mental health declined, leading to an early retirement at 28. Only decades later did biographers uncover the tragic truth behind her dazzling Hollywood persona. Despite her troubled start, Bow displayed remarkable kindness toward her fans throughout her career. She personally answered hundreds of fan letters and often sent small gifts to young women who wrote about their struggles. During her retirement in Nevada, she became known for her generosity to local families in need, quietly paying medical bills and school fees for children whose parents couldn't afford them. Her compassion for others seemed to grow from her own painful experiences. Even in her final years, struggling with her own mental health, she continued to send anonymous donations to children's charities, signing them simply, "From a friend who understands." Bobby Darin, the grandmother he called mother. When teen idol Bobby Darin burst onto the music scene with hits like Splish Splash and Mac the Knife, he presented the image of a confident, ambitious young performer. Behind this brash exterior, however, was a young individual whose entire identity was built on a family fiction similar to Nicholson's. Born Robert Walden Casotto in 1936, Bobby grew up in the Bronx, believing that Polly Casotto was his mother, and Nina was his older sister. The truth was that his sister Nina was actually his biological mother, who had become pregnant at 17 out of wedlock. To avoid scandal, Polly, who was actually his grandmother, claimed Bobby as her own child. Bobby learned his family secret from Nina herself in 1968. By then, he was in his 30s, married to actress Sandra Dee, and had established himself as a versatile performer. The revelation devastated him, particularly because he had idolized Polly, the woman he knew as his mother. Friends reported that Darin was never quite the same after learning the truth. Already suffering from a weakened heart due to childhood rheumatic fever, the emotional shock contributed to a period of soul-searching and identity crisis. He abandoned his carefully cultivated image, grew a mustache, moved to Big Sur, and began focusing on folk music and political causes. The tragedy of Darin's story deepened with the knowledge that he was racing against time. Doctors had warned him since childhood that his damaged heart meant he likely wouldn't live past 30. This prognosis drove his relentless ambition and his desperate need to achieve everything quickly. When he passed away in 1973, at just 37 during routine heart surgery, he had lived 7 years longer than predicted, but the family revelation had robbed him of precious time to process his identity. His final years were marked by a poignant attempt to reconnect with his roots, spending time with Nina and trying to understand the woman who had sacrificed her identity as his mother to protect his future. Lon Chaney Sr., the silent film master, shaped by silent parents, known as the individual of 1,000 faces, Lon Chaney became famous for his extraordinary ability to transform himself through makeup and physical contortion in silent film classics like The Phantom of the Opera and The Hunchback of Notre Dame. What audiences didn't know was that Chaney's remarkable talent for nonverbal expression had its roots in his childhood. Both his parents were deaf. Born in 1883 to Frank and Emma Chaney, young Lon grew up in a household where sign language was the primary means of communication. His parents' deafness was not something Chaney discussed publicly. In the early 1900s, disabilities were often viewed with ignorance and pity, and Chaney fiercely protected his parents from potential mockery or exploitation. This family circumstance profoundly shaped Chaney's artistic development. From childhood, he became extraordinarily skilled at pantomime and facial expression. abilities that would later make him one of cinema's most versatile actors during the silent era. His unique understanding of how to communicate emotion without words gave him an unparalleled advantage. Chaney's first marriage revealed how deeply private he was about his family background. According to biographers, his first wife, Cleva Creighton, only discovered his parents were deaf when she met them, as Chaney hadn't previously disclosed this fact. Their relationship reportedly suffered partly due to her insensitive reaction. Chaney's devotion to his parents was extraordinary. He served as their interpreter throughout his youth, helping them navigate a world that often dismissed or ignored deaf people. Even after achieving fame, he regularly sent money home and visited frequently. His parents' dignity and strength in the face of social prejudice profoundly influenced his later portrayals of misunderstood outcasts and monsters. Chaney once said his greatest fear was not the elaborate makeup and painful transformations he endured for his roles, but the thought that his success might somehow embarrass his parents. When his father passed away in 1917, Chaney was filming The Hellhound of Alaska, and his grief was so intense that he could barely complete the picture. Scandals that shook Hollywood. Ingrid Bergman, exiled for forbidden love. In the 1940s, Ingrid Bergman embodied wholesomeness and virtue to American audiences, partly due to her role as a nun in The Bells of St. Mary's and the noble Ilsa in Casablanca. Her image as the antithesis of the typical Hollywood bombshell made her enormously popular and set the stage for one of the most dramatic falls from grace in Hollywood history. In 1949, while still married to her first husband, Bergman traveled to Italy to work with neo-realist director Roberto Rossellini on the film Stromboli. They fell passionately in love, and Bergman became pregnant with Rossellini's child while still married. When news of the affair and pregnancy broke, the public reaction was vicious and unprecedented. Bergman was denounced from the floor of the United States Senate, where Colorado Senator Edwin C. Johnson called her a powerful influence for evil and Hollywood's apostle of degradation. Churches called for boycotts of her films. Fan mail turned to hate mail overnight. The backlash was so severe that Bergman was effectively exiled from Hollywood for 7 years. She remained in Europe, married Rossellini after obtaining a divorce, and had 3 children with him, including daughter Isabella Rossellini, who later became a famous actress herself. The punishment far exceeded the crime by modern standards, but it reflected the moral expectations placed on female stars in that era, especially those like Bergman, who had been marketed as symbols of virtue. What makes Bergman's case particularly notable is that male stars routinely engaged in similar behavior without facing such consequences. Bergman's eventual return to Hollywood in 1956 with Anastasia, for which she won her second Oscar, represented a form of public forgiveness. When she appeared at the Academy Awards in 1959, she received an ovation that suggested the industry, at least, had moved past the scandal. Bergman's exile, while professionally devastating, became a period of unexpected personal growth and artistic freedom. In Italy, she created some of her most acclaimed work with Rossellini and other European directors, exploring complex characters that Hollywood would never have offered her. Her children with Rossellini, particularly Isabella, remember a mother who was liberated from the constraints of American morality and able to express herself more authentically. The woman who was condemned for following her heart ultimately found greater artistic fulfillment and personal happiness than she had ever known in Hollywood. Her courage to choose love over career became an inspiration to future generations of women seeking to define themselves beyond societal expectations. Charlie Chaplin, the comedy genius and his underage brides. Charlie Chaplin created the beloved little tramp character that made audiences worldwide laugh and cry. Off-screen, however, the comedy genius harbored disturbing secrets regarding his relationships with very young women, patterns that the studios worked diligently to downplay. In 1924, the 35-year-old Chaplin became involved with 16-year-old actress Lita Grey, who was cast in his film The Gold Rush. When Grey became pregnant, Chaplin faced potential criminal charges under California's laws. To avoid prosecution, he hastily arranged a private marriage in Mexico. This wasn't merely a case of an older individual pursuing a younger woman, as was unfortunately common in Hollywood. According to Gray's later divorce filings, Chaplin had initially pressured her to undergo an illegal abortion. When she refused, the marriage was arranged primarily to avoid legal consequences, not out of love or commitment. The marriage quickly deteriorated. Gray gave birth to 2 sons in quick succession, while Chaplin allegedly engaged in multiple affairs and subjected her to emotional abuse. When Gray filed for divorce in 1927, her 50-page complaint detailed Chaplin's controlling and demanding behavior. Throughout these scandals, studio publicity attempted to minimize the age differences and present Chaplin's marriages as romantic rather than potentially exploitative. The full extent of his behavior toward young women was downplayed in official biographies for decades. Despite his personal failings, Chaplin's artistic genius created some of cinema's most powerful social commentary. His later films like The Great Dictator and Modern Times showed an individual deeply concerned with social justice and human dignity. Ironically, the individual who exploited vulnerable young women in his private life created art that championed the oppressed and powerless. His sons, from his troubled early relationships, eventually reconciled with him in later years, suggesting that, like many complex figures, Chaplin was capable of both causing great harm and creating great beauty. Gloria Grahame, the femme fatale who married her stepson. Gloria Grahame captivated audiences as the sultry femme fatale in film noir classics like The Big Heat and won an Oscar for The Bad and the Beautiful. Her off-screen life contained a scandal so shocking that it could have been pulled from one of her movies, a secret the studios managed to keep hidden for years. In 1948, Grahame married director Nicholas Ray, her second husband. The marriage was already troubled when, in 1951, Ray allegedly came home early one day and found Grahame in bed with his 13-year-old son from a previous marriage, Tony. This discovery led to their immediate separation, though the true reason was kept strictly confidential. They divorced in 1952, with the public told only that they had irreconcilable differences. The story became even more scandalous. After Grahame's subsequent marriage to writer Cy Howard ended, she reconnected with Tony Ray, who was by then an adult. In 1960, Grahame and Tony married in a secret ceremony in Tijuana, Mexico. Gloria was 37, her former stepson was 22. For years, this extraordinary situation remained hidden from the public. The revelation only came during a bitter custody battle between Grahame and Howard over their daughter in 1962. When the press discovered that Grahame's 4th husband was her former stepson, it created a scandal that effectively ended her Hollywood career. The studios had successfully kept this inappropriate relationship out of the headlines throughout the 1950s, allowing Grahame to continue working. Once the truth emerged, however, the backlash was severe. Major studios blacklisted her, and she was forced to find work in television, low-budget films, and theater. Grahame's relationship with Tony Ray lasted until 1974, but her career never recovered from the scandal. Her story illustrates both the extraordinary lengths studios would go to protect valuable stars and the harsh consequences when such protection failed. The human cost of Grahame's choices extended beyond her own career destruction. Her daughter Mariana, with Cy Howard, struggled with the scandal's aftermath, growing up with the knowledge that her mother's actions had shocked even jaded Hollywood. Yet those who knew Grahame personally described her as surprisingly vulnerable and childlike, someone who seemed to be searching for the stability and love she had never experienced in her own troubled childhood. Her final years were marked by financial struggles and health problems, but she maintained her dignity and professionalism, even as opportunities dwindled. Barbara Stanwyck, the adopted son who became a stranger. Barbara Stanwyck projected strength and resilience in her film roles, qualities she needed in her personal life as well, particularly regarding her relationship with her only child, a story that remained largely private during her lifetime. In 1932, Stanwyck and her first husband, actor Frank Fay, adopted a 10-month-old boy they named Dion Anthony Fay. The adoption came at a time when Stanwyck and Fay were trying to save their troubled marriage. When the couple divorced in 1935, after Fay's alleged alcoholism and abuse, Stanwyck gained custody of 3-year-old Dion and raised him as a single mother while continuing her demanding career. Despite her efforts to be a good mother, The relationship between Stanwyck and Dion became increasingly strained as he grew older. By his teenage years, they were growing apart. Dion reportedly struggled with behavioral issues, while Stanwyck's demanding career and naturally reserved personality made emotional connection difficult. By adulthood, mother and son were essentially estranged. In a rare 1960s interview comment about her son, Stanwyck tersely said, "I have no son," effectively closing the topic to further discussion. Various accounts suggest that Dion may have had problems with substance abuse and the law, though details remain scarce. Some biographers have suggested that his rebelliousness may have been partly a reaction to growing up in the shadow of his famous mother, while others have pointed to the complications that can arise in adoptive relationships during that era, when adoption was often shrouded in secrecy and shame. The final confirmation of their estrangement came after Stanwyck's passing in 1990, when her will revealed she had left Dion only $5,000 from her considerable estate, essentially the minimum amount needed to prevent him from contesting the will. The bulk of her fortune went to friends, her longtime publicist, and various charities. Stanwyck's private heartbreak over her failed relationship with her son contrasted sharply with her public image as a strong, capable woman. Throughout her career, she maintained strict boundaries between her professional and personal lives, rarely discussing her private struggles. The deeper tragedy of Stanwyck's relationship with Dion was that she genuinely tried to be a good mother within the constraints of her era and personality. Colleagues remembered her rushing home between takes to check on young Dion, and she hired the best nannies and tutors money could buy. But Stanwyck, who had grown up poor and unloved herself, struggled to express emotional warmth. She showed love through providing material security and discipline, never having learned the language of affection. Friends recalled that she would watch other mothers embrace their children with a wistful expression, as if observing a foreign ritual she couldn't master. Her final years were marked by deep regret over the failed relationship, though she was too proud to admit it publicly. Gary Cooper and Patricia Neal, a secret pregnancy and its aftermath. In the late 1940s, Gary Cooper was the embodiment of American masculinity, tall, stoic, and married to socialite Veronica "Rocky" Cooper. Patricia Neal was a rising star, 25 years his junior. When they met filming The Fountainhead in 1949, they began a passionate affair that was kept out of the papers through studio intervention and press discretion. The affair continued for several years, with Cooper torn between his marriage and his feelings for Neal. In 1950, the situation grew more complicated when Neal became pregnant with Cooper's child. A pregnancy out of wedlock in 1950s, Hollywood could have ended Neal's career, while revealing Cooper's infidelity would have shattered his wholesome image. Under pressure from Cooper and facing the reality of her situation, Neal made the difficult decision to have an abortion, illegal and dangerous at that time. Cooper arranged the procedure, which Neal later described as the saddest thing that ever happened to me and her greatest regret. The emotional aftermath was devastating. Neal suffered from depression following the abortion, while Cooper, a Catholic, was tormented by guilt. Cooper's wife, Rocky, discovered the affair and confronted Neal, allegedly threatening to ruin her career if the relationship continued. Eventually, Cooper ended the relationship and recommitted to his marriage, even undergoing a religious recommitment to Catholicism. Neal, heartbroken, left Hollywood temporarily for Broadway, trying to escape the painful memories. This entire episode remained largely unknown to the public for decades. At the time, fan magazines mentioned vague rumors about Cooper and Neal, but the pregnancy and abortion were never reported. Only in the 1980s, long after Cooper's passing, did Neal begin speaking openly about their relationship and its painful conclusion in interviews and her autobiography. The Cooper-Neal affair illustrates how completely the studio system could suppress potentially explosive scandals when motivated to protect valuable stars. It also reveals the personal cost, particularly to women, of maintaining the illusion of moral propriety in an era when career success depended on public image. Neal later stated that she believed complications from the illegal abortion may have contributed to her inability to carry pregnancies to term in her subsequent marriage. The long-term consequences of this affair haunted both participants for the rest of their lives. Cooper never fully recovered from the guilt of pressuring Neal into the abortion, and friends reported that he became increasingly withdrawn and melancholy in his final years. He passed away of cancer in 1961, having never spoken publicly about the relationship. Neal, meanwhile, channeled her pain into her acting, delivering some of her most powerful performances in the years following their breakup. She eventually found happiness in marriage to writer Roald Dahl, but she never forgot Cooper. In her 1988 autobiography, she wrote that she had loved him completely and that ending their relationship was like cutting out a piece of my heart. Dorothy Dandridge, the barrier-breaking beauty who passed away alone. Dorothy Dandridge became the first African-American woman nominated for a Best Actress Oscar for her role in Carmen Jones in 1954. But her groundbreaking achievement came at an enormous personal cost. Born in 1922, she faced the impossible challenge of being an African-American actress in an industry that refused to see her as anything more than an exotic curiosity. Despite her extraordinary talent and stunning beauty, Hollywood's limited views meant Dandridge could only play stereotypical roles. She was barred from most restaurants and hotels, even when promoting her own films. Studios refused to cast her opposite Caucasian leading individuals, limiting her to a handful of roles that showcased her abilities. Dandridge's private life was marked by tragedy beyond professional limitations. Her daughter, Marilyn, was born with severe brain damage, requiring lifelong institutional care. The cost of this care, combined with bad business decisions and exploitative managers, left Dandridge financially ruined despite her fame. In her final years, she struggled with depression and dependency on antidepressants and alcohol. On September 8, 1965, she was found deceased in her West Hollywood apartment at age 42 from an accidental overdose. The woman who had broken Hollywood's color barrier passed away alone and nearly penniless, her potential never fully realized due to the prejudices of her era. Hedy Lamarr, the bombshell who invented Wi-Fi. To the world, Hedy Lamarr was simply one of Hollywood's most beautiful women, a glamorous Austrian actress who starred in films like Samson and Delilah. But behind her stunning facade lay one of the most brilliant scientific minds of the 20th century, a secret that wouldn't be fully appreciated until decades after her passing. Born Hedwig Kastler in Vienna in 1914, she had escaped an oppressive marriage to arms dealer Fritz Mandl by disguising herself as a maid and fleeing to America. Her husband's dinner parties, attended by Nazi officials and weapons manufacturers, had inadvertently given her insight into military technology and communications systems. During World War II, while working as an actress by day, Lamarr spent her evenings inventing. Working with composer George Antheil, she developed a frequency hopping system designed to prevent the jamming of torpedo guidance systems. In 1942, they received a patent for this technology, though the U.S. Navy dismissed it as impractical at the time. The tragic irony of Lamarr's story is that her revolutionary invention, which would later form the basis for Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, and GPS technology, was completely ignored during her lifetime because she was just an actress. The patent expired before its true value was recognized, meaning Lamarr never received financial compensation for technology that would eventually be worth billions. She spent her later years as a recluse, struggling with financial problems and the effects of failed plastic surgeries. Only in her 80s did the technology industry finally acknowledge her contributions, but by then, she was too frail to fully enjoy the recognition. The woman dismissed as a pretty face had actually laid the groundwork for the digital age but passed away in 2000, knowing that her greatest achievement had been overlooked for nearly 6 decades. These 24 stories represent just a fraction of the secrets hidden behind Hollywood's golden facade. For every scandal that eventually came to light, countless others likely remained buried in studio archives or went to the grave with those who kept them. The toll of maintaining these deceptions was enormous. Many of these beloved stars lived with constant anxiety about exposure. Some turned to alcohol or substances to cope with the strain of their double lives. Others suffered from depression and isolation, unable to share their true selves with the world. The psychological impact was perhaps most devastating for those who had to deny fundamental aspects of their identities, their heritage, their orientation, or even their own children. Imagine living like Merle Oberon, unable to acknowledge your own mother, or like Rock Hudson, forced to marry a woman to protect your career, or like Loretta Young, pretending your biological daughter was adopted. These weren't just celebrity secrets. They were profound human dilemmas. When we watch films from Hollywood's golden age now, we're seeing not just the performances these actors gave on screen, but the ones they maintained off-screen as well, often at tremendous personal cost. As these secrets have emerged over the decades, they've forced us to reevaluate our understanding of these iconic figures. Rather than diminishing their artistry, these revelations have added depth to our appreciation of their achievements. Many of these stars developed incredible resilience in the face of these challenges. They channeled their complex emotions into their performances, perhaps finding in their art the authentic expression they couldn't allow themselves in life. The pain and duality they experienced may have contributed to the depth and nuance of their work. We can look back at Hollywood's golden age with a more complete understanding of the human beings behind the carefully constructed images. The stars of Hollywood's golden age shine no less brightly for having been revealed as complex, flawed human beings. If anything, knowing the struggles behind the glamour makes their artistic achievements even more remarkable. As we've uncovered these 24 Darks family secrets, I hope you've gained a deeper appreciation for these legendary performers. Their films continue to captivate us, not despite their personal struggles, but perhaps partly because of how those experiences informed their art. If you've enjoyed this journey through Hollywood's hidden history, please hit that like button and subscribe for more explorations of classic cinema's untold stories. Leave a comment sharing which of these revelations prized you the most, or which golden age star you'd like to learn more about in future videos. These stories remind us that even our most beloved icons were beautifully, tragically human. Until next time, this is Golden Age Files, celebrating the full, complicated humanity of the stars who built Hollywood's golden dreams. Thank you for watching. You know those glamorous stars from Hollywood's golden age? The ones with perfect smiles beaming from vintage movie posters? I've got something that'll blow your mind. Judy Garland, America's sweetheart, who sang Over the Rainbow, was fed amphetamines by studio executives, starting when she was just 13 years old. Can you imagine? And she's not alone. Behind those dazzling smiles and sequined gowns was a darkness most of us never heard about. Today, I'm pulling back the curtain on Hollywood's darkest secrets. The stories they never wanted you to know. Let's start with a name everybody knows, Judy Garland. You probably remember her skipping down the yellow brick road in those ruby slippers, right? But the real story behind that innocent face will break your heart. Born Frances Ethel Gum in 1922, Judy was thrown into the spotlight as a kid. And when MGM signed her, you'd think it was a dream come true. But here's the shocking part. At just 13 years old, studio executives put her on a regimen of amphetamines to suppress her appetite and barbiturates to help her sleep. 13. Can you imagine doing that to a child today? The head of MGM, Louis B. Mayer, would actually call her my little hunchback and constantly criticized her weight. They limited her to chicken soup, black coffee, and get this, 80 cigarettes a day, all while pumping her full of pills to keep her working 18-hour days. It wasn't just about controlling her diet either. Mayer regularly molested her, placing his hand on her breast while telling her she sang from the heart. By her late 20s, Judy had tried to kill herself multiple times. After MGM fired her in 1950, she slashed her throat with broken glass. Throughout her life, she kept working, films, recordings, TV, but she could never escape her demons or her debts. When Judy died in 1969, at just 47, she was completely broke. The IRS had placed tax liens on her for hundreds of thousands in back taxes. She'd been evicted from her hotel with her children. Her husband found her dead in their rented London bathroom from an accidental overdose. You want to know the most heartbreaking part? Despite all the cruel jokes about her being a washed-up alcoholic, Her autopsy showed her liver was completely normal. The rumors that destroyed her reputation weren't even true. That's the thanks she got for giving us Somewhere Over the Rainbow. Have you ever wondered what it would be like to have millions of fans, but still feel completely alone? That's exactly what Judy and so many stars from this era experienced. Let me know in the comments if you've ever felt that disconnect between public perception and personal reality. Now let's talk about the original Hollywood bad boy, Errol Flynn. You know him as the dashing hero from movies like Robin Hood and Captain Blood, all charm and swagger with that perfect movie star smile. But Flynn's real life? Total chaos. And I'm not just talking about his money problems, though there were plenty. When he died in 1959, at just 50 years old, his estate was valued at about $1.5 million. Sounds like a lot, right? But it was so tangled up with debts, lawsuits, and tax nightmares that it took 14 years to sort out in court. But that's actually the least shocking part of Flynn's story. In 1942, at the height of his fame, he was charged with the statutory rape of 2 underage girls. He was acquitted, but it permanently tainted his reputation. Ever heard the phrase, "in like Flynn"? Yeah, that's where it comes from. Not exactly something you'd want as your legacy. Even worse, Flynn had some seriously disturbing political views. He developed a close friendship with a known Nazi spy and even wrote admiring letters about Hitler. The FBI had a whole file on him, and his attitudes toward women were just as troubling. He rarely pursued anyone over the age of 18, even into his 40s. By the time Flynn died of a heart attack, years of heavy drinking and drug use had completely ravaged his body. The coroner actually said he had the body of an 85-year-old man. Can you believe that? The swashbuckling hero with the perfect physique was physically destroyed by his lifestyle. I always find it fascinating how we separate the art from the artist. When I watch Robin Hood now, I can't help but see Flynn's life as a cautionary tale about how fame can amplify your worst tendencies if you're not careful. If you think Flynn's fall was dramatic, wait until you hear about Barbara Payton. Her story is honestly one of the most heartbreaking descents in Hollywood history, and I bet many of you have never even heard her name. Born in 1927, Payton was absolutely gorgeous. A real blonde bombshell who quickly landed a contract with Universal in the late 1940s. She was starring in films with James Cagney and Gary Cooper. The world was at her feet. But within a decade, she'd be working as a street prostitute. I'm not exaggerating. Her downfall started with a love triangle so scandalous it made headlines everywhere. She was engaged to actor Franchot Tone, but was also seeing actor Tom Neal. In 1951, Neal beat Tone so badly he ended up in a coma with a broken nose, cheekbone, and brain concussion. Hollywood executives, who were already worried about Payton's hard-partying lifestyle, used the scandal to cancel her contract. By the mid-1950s, Payton's alcoholism had completely taken over. Former colleagues actually reported seeing her soliciting on Sunset Boulevard, sometimes for as little as $5, just enough for a bottle of booze. She was arrested multiple times for public drunkenness, passing bad checks, and prostitution. In 1962, someone found her living in a filthy basement in San Diego. She was virtually unrecognizable, her face bloated from alcohol, her teeth rotting, her weight over 200 pounds. Such a stark contrast from the glamorous blonde who once graced movie screens. She tried to capitalize on her notoriety with an autobiography called I Am Not Ashamed, but it just exploited her further. Peyton died in 1967 at only 39 from heart and liver failure. Her body remained unclaimed at the morgue for days before her parents finally made arrangements. You know what really gets me about Barbara's story? How Hollywood celebrated male stars for the exact same behavior that destroyed women's careers. The double standard was brutal, and Peyton paid the ultimate price for it. Have you noticed how we still treat male and female celebrities differently today when it comes to partying or relationship drama? Drop a comment below with your thoughts. Let's shift gears and talk about Roscoe "Fatty" Arbuckle, one of Hollywood's first major stars and the subject of its first huge scandal. If you're a fan of silent films, you might know him as a pioneering comedian who actually mentored Charlie Chaplin and discovered Buster Keaton. Pretty impressive, right? At his peak in 1921, Arbuckle signed an absolutely mind-blowing contract with Paramount. $3 million, which would be like $46 million today. He was one of the highest-paid entertainers in the world. And then it all came crashing down over a Labor Day weekend. Arbuckle attended a party at San Francisco's St. Francis Hotel, where an actress named Virginia Rapp fell ill and died days later. Though medical evidence suggested her condition came from chronic cystitis and a botched abortion, Arbuckle was accused of something horrific. People claimed he had and accidentally killed Rapp with his weight during the assault. What followed was America's first real trial by media. Newspaper magnate William Randolph Hearst, yeah, the Citizen Kane guy, sensationalized the case, publishing absolutely outrageous and fabricated details about Arbuckle. The headlines were vicious. Despite being acquitted after 3 trials, with the jury in the final trial even issuing an unprecedented written apology to Arbuckle, his career was destroyed. The newly appointed Hollywood morality czar banned him from appearing in films. Though the ban was technically lifted after 8 months, the damage was permanent. Arbuckle's films were pulled from circulation, and his name became toxic. He lost his house and most of his investments. For years, he could only direct films under a pseudonym. There's a silver lining, though. Just before his death, Warner Brothers finally signed him to make comedy shorts again, allowing him to perform on screen. The night after completing his 3rd short film, Arbuckle died in his sleep of a heart attack in 1933 at age 46. His widow later said that the night of his death was the first time she had seen him cry, tears of joy at having a second chance. I've always thought Arbuckle's story is one of the most unfair in Hollywood history. The guy was completely innocent, but a media frenzy and public hysteria cost him everything. Remind you of anything in today's cancel culture? Some things never change. Next up is Dorothy Dandridge, and her story makes me emotional every time I think about it. If you don't know who she is, Dorothy made history as the first African-American woman nominated for a Best Actress Academy Award for her role in Carmen Jones in 1954. This was during segregation, folks. What she accomplished was revolutionary, but her groundbreaking achievements led to one of Hollywood's most heartbreaking downfalls. When Dorothy died in 1965, she had exactly $2.14 in her bank account. That's it, $2.14. And she was approximately $150,000 in debt. That's like $1.3 million today. The IRS had placed liens against her future earnings for back taxes. So what happened? In a word, racism. After her Oscar nomination, Dorothy should have had her pick of roles, but Hollywood offered virtually nothing substantial for black actresses, regardless of talent or beauty. She refused roles that perpetuated racial stereotypes, which limited her options even further. And when she did find work, she was paid significantly less than her white counterparts. Dorothy's personal life was equally tragic. Her first daughter, Marilyn, was born with severe brain damage. Unable to care for a child with significant disabilities, while pursuing her career, Dorothy placed her in a private institution, creating both emotional trauma and ongoing financial strain as she struggled to pay for her daughter's care. By 1963, she had filed for bankruptcy and lost her Hollywood home. She became increasingly dependent on alcohol and prescription drugs to cope with depression and anxiety. On September 8, 1965, she was found dead in her apartment from an overdose of antidepressants. She was only 42. The most heartbreaking part? Dorothy had been in the midst of a career comeback when she died. Her makeup was laid out, and she had set her hair in preparation for a new role. Even after everything, she never gave up on her dreams. I often wonder what kind of career Dorothy could have had if she'd been born in a different era. It's not just talent that determines success in Hollywood. It's timing, opportunity, and let's be honest, the color of your skin mattered enormously then. And unfortunately, it still does today. I'm curious, what classic Hollywood stars do you think deserved much bigger careers than they had? Let me know in the comments below. You might not recognize the name Marie Prevost, but her story represents one of Hollywood's most literal rags to rags stories, with an ending so sad, it actually became Hollywood legend. Born Mary Bickford Dunn in 1896, Prevost rose from nothing to become one of Mack Sennett's famous bathing beauties before establishing herself as a talented comedic actress in the 1920s. At her peak, she was making $1,000 per week. That's like $15,000 today. Starring in films with the biggest directors and stars of the time. But then tragedy struck. In 1926, her mother was killed in a car accident while visiting her in Hollywood, a loss that devastated Marie. Then Talking Pictures came along, and though Marie had a decent voice, studios began favoring younger actresses. Roles became increasingly scarce. As her career tanked, Marie turned to alcohol for comfort, gained weight, and found herself trapped in a vicious cycle. The more she drank, the fewer roles she got, the more depressed she became, the more she drank. By the early 1930s, this former star was relegated to bit parts and uncredited roles. Now, I have to warn you, what happened next is truly disturbing. In January 1937, neighbors in Marie's rundown apartment building reported hearing persistent barking from her dachshund dog. When police finally entered her apartment, they found Marie's body. She had been dead for several days, having died of acute alcoholism, combined with malnutrition. At 38 years old, she weighed only 92 pounds. The most heartbreaking detail, one that became Hollywood legend, was that her desperate, starving dachshund had actually begun biting her legs, trying to wake her. This grim detail inspired poems and songs, including Nick Lowe's Marie Prevost, with the lyric, "She was a winner who became the doggy's dinner." Pretty harsh for someone who had once been beloved by audiences. Do you know who paid for Marie's funeral? Joan Crawford. She remembered Marie from better days and covered the costs out of respect. Though Marie had appeared in over 120 films, she died with less than $300 to her name. Her grave remained unmarked until 1934, when Hollywood Memorial Cemetery finally placed a simple marker on it. Marie's story really shows how quickly Hollywood forgets its own. Unlike some tragic stars who became even more famous after death, Marie was simply forgotten. That's sometimes the cruelest fate of all. Now we come to Marilyn Monroe, probably the most famous name on our list. Even today, almost everybody recognizes that platinum blonde hair, red lips, and beauty mark. She's not just a movie star, she's an icon, a legend, a symbol. But the real Marilyn? Born Norma Jean Mortensen in 1926, her early life was pure chaos. Her mother had severe mental illness and was eventually institutionalized with paranoid schizophrenia. Unable to care for her daughter, she placed Norma Jean in foster care, beginning a childhood of constant moves and vulnerability. Monroe would spend time in 11 different homes, including 2 years in an orphanage. And the worst part? She was first molested at age 8, with additional assaults throughout her adolescence. The transformation from Norma Jean to Marilyn Monroe came at a huge psychological cost. Studio executives at 20th Century Fox demanded she lose weight, dye her brown hair blonde, and even undergo cosmetic surgery to reshape her jaw and nose. They created this whole persona, the breathy-voiced dumb blonde, that became both her trademark and her prison. She once said, "I'm not interested in money, I just want to be wonderful." That breaks my heart every time. And talk about exploitation. 4 gentlemen prefer blondes. Marilyn received just $18,000, while Jane Russell earned $100,000. When she tried to take control by founding her own production company, the studio fought her tooth and nail. Her personal relationships were just as tumultuous. 3 failed marriages, alleged affairs with both President Kennedy and his brother Robert. She suffered from endometriosis that caused severe pain and multiple miscarriages, which devastated her since she desperately wanted children. To manage her physical and emotional pain, she became increasingly dependent on barbiturates and alcohol. In the months before her death, her mental state deteriorated significantly. Marilyn's last movie, Something's Got to Give, was left unfinished due to production issues and Monroe's health. On August 4, 1962, Marilyn was found dead in her Brentwood home at just 36 years old. I always found it ironic that Marilyn once said, "Fame will go by, and so long I've had you, fame. If it goes by, I've always known it was fickle." Yet here we are, still talking about her decades later. Her estate, valued at just $800,000 when she died, has since generated hundreds of millions, money she never lived to see. I'm curious, do you think we as a society have learned anything from how Marilyn was treated, or do we still exploit celebrities in similar ways today? Drop your thoughts below. Let's talk about Frances Farmer, whose story is honestly one of the most disturbing examples of how the system could destroy women who dared to challenge authority. Born in Seattle in 1913, Frances showed early signs of the independent thinking that would later be twisted into so-called mental illness. As a high school student, she won a writing contest with an essay titled "God Dies," causing local controversy. After building a promising career in theater and film, she secured a contract with Paramount Pictures in 1936, appearing in well-received films alongside stars like Bing Crosby and Cary Grant. But here's the thing about Frances. She absolutely refused to play by Hollywood's rules. She wouldn't engage in publicity stunts, rejected the studio's attempts to control her personal life, and openly criticized the shallow roles offered to women. Her outspoken nature made her a target for studio executives and gossip columnists. As her frustration grew, she began drinking heavily. In 1942, everything fell apart after a series of arrests, first for driving with bright lights during a wartime blackout, then for assaulting a hairdresser, and finally for violating probation. During her court appearance, she behaved defiantly, which the press portrayed as evidence of insanity. At her mother's urging, Frances was committed to a sanitarium in Washington State, the first of many involuntary commitments that would define the next 7 years of her life. What followed was absolutely horrific. At Western State Hospital, Frances endured conditions she later described as unbearable torture. Insulin shock therapy that induced seizures and comas, ice baths lasting up to 6 hours, regular beatings from staff, sexual assault by orderlies and male patients, being hosed down with cold water when she resisted, and solitary confinement in deplorable conditions. Many biographers believe Frances was subjected to a transorbital lobotomy, a procedure that involved inserting an ice pick-like instrument through the eye socket to sever connections in the brain's frontal lobe. Whether or not this specific procedure was performed, there's no doubt she underwent electroconvulsive therapy without anesthesia, a practice that often resulted in broken bones from the violent convulsions. When Frances was finally released in 1950, she was a shell of her former self. The vibrant, articulate woman who had once captivated audiences was gone. She worked briefly as a hotel receptionist and later as a typist before her death from esophageal cancer in 1970 at age 56. What disturbs me most about Frances's story is how her mental illness appears to have been largely constructed to punish her nonconformity. Modern psychiatrists reviewing her case suggest she likely suffered from alcoholism and possibly bipolar disorder, conditions that today would be treated with far less invasive methods. I often think about how many other women throughout history were silenced simply for refusing to be what society demanded them be. Frances's story isn't just tragic, it's infuriating. Let's shift gears a bit and talk about Montgomery Clift, whose story is a particularly heartbreaking example of how a single catastrophic event can derail an extraordinary life. Born in 1920, Clift was among the first actors to bring method acting to Hollywood, alongside Marlon Brando and James Dean. If you've never seen his performances in films like Red River, A Place in the Sun, or From Here to Eternity, you're missing out. The guy had incredible emotional depth and sensitivity that was revolutionary for male actors at the time. Unlike many stars of his era, Clift insisted on maintaining control over his career from day one. He refused to sign a long-term studio contract, instead working as a freelance actor who carefully selected his roles. This was practically unheard of during the studio system. He was really paving the way for the kind of independence actors expect today. But Clift's life changed forever on the night of May 12, 1956. After leaving a dinner party at Elizabeth Taylor's Beverly Hills home, he fell asleep at the wheel and crashed his car into a telephone pole. The accident severely disfigured his face, breaking his nose and jaw, and partially paralyzing his face. Elizabeth Taylor actually rushed to the scene and reportedly saved his life by removing 2 teeth from his throat before he could choke. Pretty amazing, right? The physical recovery was brutal, and his face was permanently altered. When he returned to filming Raintree County with Taylor 9 weeks later, they had to shoot him largely from his right side to minimize the visible damage. But the worst part wasn't even the physical changes. It was the chronic pain that would plague him for the rest of his life. To manage this constant pain, Cliff became increasingly dependent on alcohol and painkillers. His behavior became erratic, his memory began to fail, and on film sets, he sometimes needed his lines written on cards placed around the set. Despite these challenges, Cliff continued to deliver powerful performances, including his role in Judgment at Nuremberg, which earned him his 4th Oscar nomination. Many critics believed his post-accident performances showed even greater depth and vulnerability, all that personal suffering translated into his art. On July 23, 1966, Cliff's personal assistant found him dead in his New York City bedroom. He'd had a heart attack at just 45 years old. The autopsy revealed that his body had deteriorated to the point where he had the internal organs of a much older man. I've always found it particularly tragic how Cliff's extraordinary good looks were part of what made him a star. Yet his accident robbed him of that very asset. But it shows how his talent transcended his appearance. He kept working and delivering incredible performances despite everything. That's real artistry. If you've ever seen those classic film noir movies from the 1940s, you probably remember Veronica Lake, the gorgeous blonde with that signature peekaboo hairstyle with waves cascading over one eye. She was instantly recognizable and hugely popular. But her fall from stardom to complete obscurity is one of Hollywood's most dramatic cautionary tales. Born Constance Frances Marie Aukelman in 1922, Lake's early life wasn't exactly stable. Her father died in an industrial explosion when she was only 10, and according to her mother, Lake was diagnosed with schizophrenia at age 15. Her mother enrolled her in acting classes as therapy, inadvertently launching the career that would make her famous. Lake's rise in Hollywood was meteoric. After being discovered by a talent scout, she quickly secured the breakout role in I Wanted Wings in 1941. Her distinctive hairstyle became so popular during World War II that the U.S. government actually asked her to change it. Women working in factories were getting their hair caught in machinery when they copied her look, so she patriotically switched to a more practical victory role for the war effort. At her peak, Lake starred opposite Alan Ladd in a series of successful film noirs, including This Gun for Hire and The Blue Dahlia. But her career began to unravel almost as quickly as it had taken off. A series of personal tragedies accelerated Lake's decline. While filming Sullivan's Travels in 1941, she was 6 months pregnant and tried to hide it from the director. In 1943, she tripped over a cable on set and went into premature labor with her second child, who died shortly after birth. Within weeks, she filed for divorce from her first husband. To cope with these losses, she started drinking heavily. By 1948, Paramount didn't renew her contract. In 1951, she and her second husband filed for bankruptcy, and the IRS seized their home for unpaid taxes. The 1950s and 1960s saw Lake's dramatic fall from Hollywood royalty to destitution. You want to know how bad it got? In 1962, a New York Post reporter found her working as a cocktail waitress in a Manhattan hotel using an alias. When asked about this dramatic change in circumstances, Lake simply said, "I like people. I like to talk to them." By 1970, Lake was virtually unrecognizable from her glamorous heyday. A reporter who interviewed her that year expected to meet a movie star, but found a woman who looked like a cleaning lady. You could see she was very damaged. Lake appeared decades older than her actual age. In 1973, while staying in the Virgin Islands, Lake became seriously ill with hepatitis related to her alcoholism. She traveled to Vermont for treatment, where doctors belatedly discovered she was also suffering from kidney failure. On July 7, 1973, she died alone in a Vermont hospital at age 50. The final indignities came after death. Lake was so impoverished that her son couldn't afford to fly to her memorial service without taking a loan. Her ashes remained at a Vermont funeral home for years due to an unpaid bill. You know what gets me about Veronica's story? How disposable women were in the entertainment industry. While male stars were often allowed to age gracefully on screen, actresses like Lake were simply discarded once their youth and beauty began to fade. Think about it. Do we still treat aging actresses differently than actors today? I'd love to hear your thoughts in the comments. Our final story is about Jean Tierney, and I've saved it for last because it contains perhaps the most bizarre and cruel twist of fate of all these Hollywood tragedies. Born in 1920 to a wealthy New York family, Tierney was raised in privilege and groomed for society life. Her striking beauty led to a Broadway role at age 18, quickly followed by a Hollywood contract. With her perfect bone structure, luminous eyes, and distinctive overbite, which she refused to correct despite studio pressure, Tierney became one of 20th Century Fox's most valuable assets, starring in classics like Laura and Leave Her to Heaven. The pivotal tragedy of Tierney's life occurred during her first pregnancy in 1943. While expecting her daughter with designer Oleg Cassini, Tierney made an appearance at the Hollywood Canteen to support American troops. Shortly afterward, she contracted German measles, rubella. What she didn't know was that this disease could cause severe birth defects when contracted during pregnancy, a medical fact not widely publicized back then. In October 1943, Tierney gave birth to a daughter, Daria, who was born blind, deaf, and severely mentally disabled. Doctors confirmed that Tierney's measles during pregnancy had caused these devastating conditions. Now here's where the story takes an absolutely unbelievable turn. Years later, at a tennis function, a female fan approached Tierney and excitedly asked if she remembered meeting her at the Hollywood Canteen. The woman then casually mentioned that she had broken quarantine while sick with measles, specifically to meet Tierney. In that moment, Tierney realized she was face to face with the person whose actions had directly caused her daughter's disabilities. Can you imagine? Stunned into silence, she simply walked away without confronting the woman. This revelation, combined with the stress of caring for a severely disabled child, began Tierney's descent into mental illness. She and Cassini eventually made the agonizing decision to institutionalize their daughter when she was 4 years old, a decision that haunted Tierney forever. By the early 1950s, she was suffering from severe depression with psychotic features. Between 1955 and 1962, Tierney was hospitalized multiple times for mental illness, diagnosed with what we'd now recognize as bipolar disorder. The treatments she received were brutal: 27 electroconvulsive therapy sessions without anesthesia. But unlike many Hollywood tragedies, Tierney's story has something of a happier ending. After years of proper treatment, she experienced a recovery that allowed her to find happiness in her second marriage to Texas oil baron Howard Lee. She even returned briefly to acting before retiring to a quieter life. Her 1979 autobiography was remarkable for its candid discussion of mental illness at a time when such topics were heavily stigmatized. Tierney died in 1991 at age 70, having found a measure of peace despite the tragedies that had defined much of her life. Her ex-husband, Oleg Cassini, perhaps said it best. She was the luckiest unlucky girl in the world. All of her dreams came true, at a cost. I find Jean's story particularly moving because it shows both the cruel randomness of fate and the possibility of healing and rebuilding even after unimaginable suffering. So there you have it, 11 Hollywood legends whose lives reveal the dark truth behind that dazzling golden age facade. When I first started researching these stories years ago, I was shocked by how similar the patterns were across so many different lives. The ruthless studio system treated these talented people as disposable commodities, molded, marketed, and then discarded when no longer profitable. Women in particular faced brutal double standards, expected to maintain impossible beauty standards while being paid less than men, and offered fewer opportunities as they aged. The medical establishment of that era failed these celebrities catastrophically. Mental health treatments, like electroconvulsive therapy without anesthesia, insulin shock therapy, and even lobotomies, caused irreparable harm. Addiction was treated as a moral failing rather than a disease, and the financial exploitation is just mind-boggling. Despite generating millions for studios, so many of these celebrities died in poverty or debt. The entertainment industry's predatory financial practices left even the most successful stars vulnerable to financial ruin when their careers inevitably waned. You know what I find most troubling? How many of these tragedies would be preventable today? Jean Tierney's daughter would likely have been born healthy in an era with rubella vaccines. Modern psychiatric medications might have stabilized the mental health conditions that tormented Judy Garland, Frances Farmer, and Jean Tierney. Contemporary addiction treatment could have offered better options to Montgomery Clift and Veronica Lake. Yet it would be a mistake to view these stories as simply relics of a bygone era. Many of these same problems persist in Hollywood today, just in different forms. The Me Too movement has revealed that sexual exploitation remains endemic. Mental health stigma still prevents many performers from seeking help. The pressure to maintain impossible standards of beauty and youth still drives destructive behaviors. I hope these 11 stories make us look beyond the carefully constructed images of celebrities to recognize their fundamental humanity, their struggles, vulnerabilities, and resilience. I hope they challenge us to question systems that prioritize profit over human welfare. You know that wonderful feeling when you discover an amazing movie nobody's talking about? Like you've found buried treasure? Well, I've got 15 of them for you today, all from the 1960s. Here's the thing. Some movies become legends. Others, they simply vanish. The 1960s was producing incredible films left and right, but somehow these absolute gems got completely buried. So today, we're bringing them back into the light. I'm talking about 15 movies that broke every rule, changed the entire game, and still feel fresh today. If you think you've seen all the great films from the 60s, well, I have some wonderful surprises for you. Point Blank 1967 gave us what might be the coolest revenge film nobody talks about. A man gets double-crossed, abandoned to perish, right? But he comes back. And here's what's fascinating. He doesn't want justice. He doesn't want redemption. He just wants his money back. Lee Marvin barely speaks a word, but every movement radiates menace. He's not just hunting down the people who betrayed him. He's moving through this strange, dreamlike world where nothing feels solid. Is he alive? Gone? Is he some kind of unstoppable force of vengeance? The film never quite tells us. John Boorman took what could have been a basic crime story and transformed it into this hypnotic, mind-bending experience. And here's what's remarkable. Point Blank's influence is everywhere. From Drive to John Wick, they all owe a debt to this film. Yet somehow the original remains largely forgotten. That ice-cold style, that brutal efficiency, still powerful as ever. Failsafe, 1964. And I have to tell you, there's no humor here. No jokes. Just pure, bone-chilling terror. While Dr. Strangelove was finding dark comedy in nuclear war, Failsafe presented it as a waking nightmare that could happen tomorrow. Here's the setup. One technical glitch. That's all. One small mistake, and suddenly, American bombers are heading for Moscow with no way to call them back. Henry Fonda plays the president, and he's faced with impossible choices. Negotiate? Sacrifice something unthinkable? Or watch the world burn? Every second in this film increases the tension. Black and white cinematography, incredibly tight close-ups. You feel trapped in that bunker with them. No soundtrack to soften the blow. Just ticking clocks, panicked voices, and that sick feeling that we're all one mistake away from catastrophe. Why did this masterpiece get overlooked? It came out the same year as Dr. Strangelove, and Kubrick's dark comedy captured all the attention. But watch Failsafe now? It's more terrifying than ever, because this warning was never meant to be funny. The Swimmer 1968 brings us something unexpected. A middle-aged man decides he's going to swim home through all his neighbors' pools. Sounds like a pleasant summer adventure, doesn't it? But no, it's actually a devastating examination of the American dream. Burt Lancaster delivers perhaps his most vulnerable performance as Ned Merle, this man with a bright smile who slowly falls apart as he moves from pool to pool. Lancaster channels all these fears about aging and becoming irrelevant directly into the role. It's remarkably intense. Frank Perry adapted John Cheever's haunting story into this surreal journey through suburbia that strips away the glossy surface of 1960s prosperity. Each pool, each awkward encounter with old friends reveals more cracks in Ned's story. His memories don't match reality. People react strangely to him. By the end, you realize this isn't about swimming at all. It's a complete psychological unraveling. The Swimmer remains one of the most honest portrayals of midlife crisis ever filmed. No easy answers. No redemption. Just one haunting question. What happens when the American dream becomes a nightmare you can't escape? Blow up. Imagine this. A photographer takes some casual pictures in the park. Nothing special, right? Wrong. When he develops them, he spots something that will haunt him forever. But here's the real question. Did he actually see it? Or is his mind playing tricks? This isn't your typical mystery film. It's like tumbling down a rabbit hole where nothing makes sense. We're in swinging London, all mod fashion and hip parties. But underneath, pure paranoia. Michelangelo Antonioni directed this masterpiece. The man grew up in Italy under Mussolini, witnessed those social divisions firsthand. It completely shaped how he would later film alienation and disconnection. So, our photographer keeps enlarging these photos, bigger and bigger, thinking he's getting closer to the truth. But really, he's just getting more lost. Reality starts fracturing like a broken mirror. Is there a conspiracy? Is he losing his mind? The film never tells us. What's remarkable is that filmmakers today still study this movie religiously. De Palma, Christopher Nolan, they all acknowledge their debt to blow up. The visual style, the atmosphere, that ending that defies logic, but somehow feels perfect. Pure genius. Once you reach that final scene, you'll understand. Some mysteries aren't meant to be solved. Playtime 1967, and Jacques Tati presents us with this comedy masterpiece. We're in a sterile, modern Paris where people struggle desperately to connect in our mechanized world. Monsieur Hulot wanders through gleaming offices and restaurants, an analog soul lost in a digital maze. But here's what's brilliant. It's not simply technology is bad comedy. It's actually celebrating human resilience and creativity. Tati literally spent his entire fortune on this film, built massive modernist sets that bankrupted him, but allowed him to control every tiny detail. The man was obsessed with perfection. The genius lies in finding humor in the smallest human moments. Reflections in glass doors, people navigating revolving doors, the chaos that erupts when a fancy restaurant's perfect control system breaks down. There's almost no dialogue, yet every frame contains perfectly choreographed visual jokes. You need to watch it multiple times to catch everything. Playtime demonstrates that even in the most soulless environments, people find ways to laugh and connect. Comedy doesn't have to be cruel or loud. Sometimes it just needs to be beautifully, precisely human. Persona, 1966. An actress stops speaking. A nurse can't stop talking. Two women alone on an island begin merging in ways that will completely challenge your understanding of what cinema can be. Ingmar Bergman created this during a personal crisis. He was ill, questioning everything about himself as both artist and person. He poured all that psychological fragmentation into these two women whose identities blur and blend. Liv Ullmann and Bibi Andersson deliver extraordinary performances as these women locked in a strange dance of dominance and submission, reality and performance. The film opens with shots of film equipment, reminding us we're watching a movie, but then becomes so intensely intimate that we forget everything except these faces, these souls colliding. This film influenced everyone, from David Lynch to Charlie Kaufman. Some films tell stories. This one burrows into your subconscious. Every viewing reveals new layers, asking fundamental questions about identity, performance, and the nature of reality itself. The Servant, 1963. A wealthy man hires a butler. Simple enough, yes? But wait, pretty soon you can't tell who's actually in charge. The Servant isn't just about authority. It's about watching power slip away, drop by subtle drop. We have Tony, James Fox, your typical upper-class English gentleman, and Barrett, Dirk Bogarde, his new manservant. It starts properly professional. But Barrett? He's not just serving tea, he's playing a very long game. Joseph Lucy directed with Harold Pinner's razor-sharp script. Every glance, every pause, every shadow suggests something's wrong. Barrett advances bit by bit, making the house his domain. Then his sister arrives, spoiler, not his sister, and the psychological warfare intensifies. The cinematography? Absolutely claustrophobic. You feel trapped alongside Tony. Even today, watching people manipulate and control each other this way hits just as hard. By the end, you understand the truth. Power doesn't explode. It seeps in, one small victory at a time. Seconds, 1966. A bored banker pays a mysterious company to fake his passing, give him a new face, new identity, completely new life. But can you really escape yourself? John Frankenheimer's paranoid thriller feels like science fiction. But the identity crisis and midlife desperation? Painfully real. Rock Hudson delivers the performance of his career as a man trapped in someone else's face, desperately trying to become someone he's not. Cinematographer James Wong Howe makes everything look distorted. Strange reflections, tilted angles, nothing feels stable. This fits perfectly with Frankenheimer's Paranoia trilogy, alongside The Manchurian Candidate and 7 Days in May. But Seconds isn't chasing thrills. It's existential horror, about a man who gets everything he thought he wanted and realizes it's all empty. That ending hits like a hammer. Some prisons are inside us, no matter how much we change on the outside. Targets 1968. A horror legend meets a real monster. Two stories racing toward each other. One's make-believe, one's terrifyingly real. This film resonates very differently now than it did then. Boris Karloff plays an aging horror actor who feels obsolete. At 81, Karloff was suffering from chronic back pain from an old injury, sustained while carrying Colin Clive during Frankenstein. The role that made him famous was literally causing him daily pain. By the end of his career, he felt irrelevant, believed movie monsters meant nothing when real horror filled the nightly news. The old actor thinks monsters used to live on screen. Now, they walk among us. Meanwhile, a clean-cut young man loads up on weapons and ammunition. No manifesto. No dramatic speech. Just cold, calculated violence. Peter Bogdanovich's directorial debut pulls no punches. Fiction and reality blur until you can't distinguish which is more frightening. The ending forces us to confront an awful truth. When reality becomes more violent than any movie, where do we find escape? Targets was asking questions in 1968 that we're still grappling with today. Some horror refuses to stay on screen. A Child is Waiting, 1963. A school filled with children who simply want someone to understand them. A teacher trying to help. A system resistant to change. Judy Garland and Burt Lancaster star in this film that courageously examined special needs, education, when most looked away. Garland brings this deep understanding of vulnerability to the role. She really understood what it meant to need compassion. Garland plays a passionate but inexperienced teacher drawn to children everyone else ignores. Lancaster runs the school with firm discipline. Director John Cassavetes avoids sentimentality. He shoots in documentary style, casting real children with developmental disabilities. The camera doesn't look away from their struggles, their joy, their need for connection, things Hollywood typically avoided. The film asks difficult questions. Should these children be treated differently or equally? What matters more, compassion or discipline? And who truly decides what's best? A Child is Waiting was far ahead of its time, addressing issues we're still working through today. It's quiet but powerful, the kind of film that stays with you and challenges what you really believe. LeTreux, 1960, a prison cell, a hole in the floor, a plan that cannot fail. This isn't Hollywood spectacle. LeTreux is stripped down, methodical, and feels incredibly authentic. 5 men planning a prison break. Every single detail matters. Director Jacques Becker pursued absolute authenticity, even casting Jean Carodi, one of the actual escapees, to play himself. No dramatic music, no over-the-top action. Just men working in complete secrecy, knowing one mistake means solitary confinement or worse. The camera lingers on tiny details, sawdust falling through floorboards, handmade tools scraping against metal. You feel every second of their work. The tension builds relentlessly until you can barely breathe. When the escape finally begins, you're right there with them. But here's what's profound. This isn't some triumphant freedom story. The film asks a darker question. Even if you break out, are you ever truly free? LeTreux reveals that some prisons don't have walls. The Bedford Incident, 1965. The Cold War thriller where everything actually goes wrong. One mistake, one moment of pushing too hard, and suddenly, we're facing nuclear disaster. This might be the most overlooked Cold War thriller ever made. Richard Widmark plays an obsessed Navy captain hunting a Soviet submarine, pushing his crew beyond their limits. But this isn't an action film. It's paranoia at sea, where fear of the enemy becomes more dangerous than the enemy himself. Every order, every escalation, brings them closer to disaster. Then the unthinkable actually happens. Unlike other Cold War films, there's no comfort here. No heroes, no easy answers, just a mirror, reflecting how one misunderstanding could end everything. Decades later, still terrifyingly relevant. Blast of Silence, 1961. Snow falls on New York City. Christmas lights twinkle everywhere. But for one man, it's just another job to complete. Blast of Silence pulls you directly into a hitman's mind. And trust me, it's not a pleasant place to visit. That voiceover hits immediately. You were born in pain. Suddenly, you're not just watching. You're inside Frankie Bono's troubled mind as he stalks his target. The entire narration is in second person, making you his unwilling accomplice. You feel his isolation, his inevitable doom. When Frankie begins questioning his path, you're trapped there with him. Alan Barron directed and starred in this remarkable film. New York becomes a cold, unforgiving labyrinth. Dark alleys, neon reflecting off wet pavement, jazz that sounds like anxiety itself. It's absolutely bleak. Yes, later films like Taxi Driver and Drive followed this template, but Blast of Silence created it. What astounds me is how few people have seen this film. How does something this intense, this influential, simply disappear? Watch it once, and you'll never forget it. The Face of Another, 1966. What if you could change your face like changing clothes? Start fresh, become someone entirely new? A man with a disfigured face receives a perfect mask from an enigmatic surgeon. But it's not just synthetic material. It's a complete new identity. The problem is, once he wears it, something shifts. Is he controlling the mask, or is the mask controlling him? This isn't traditional horror, but the existential dread is suffocating. Director Hiroshi Teshigahara creates a deeply unsettling dreamscape. Stark white rooms, distorted reflections, faces that seem familiar, yet alien. The camera focuses on tiny details that shouldn't be frightening, but absolutely are. Our protagonist drifts further from himself with each scene. The film keeps posing uncomfortable questions. Are we merely the face others see? Give someone a new face? Do they remain the same person? Or do they become a stranger, even to themselves? The atmosphere is haunting, the themes profoundly disturbing. The Face of Another burns slowly, but leaves lasting marks. Long after viewing, you'll hear that whisper. Are we more than just the masks we wear? Petulia, 1968. An eccentric free spirit meets a recently divorced doctor in San Francisco. What begins like a romantic comedy transforms into something far darker and more complex. Richard Lester, fresh from directing the Beatles films, turns his kaleidoscopic style toward examining the fractures in the American dream. Julie Christie sparkles as Petulia, but beneath that manic pixie exterior lies genuine pain and desperation. George C. Scott plays the doctor obsessed with saving her, not understanding that some people cannot be saved. Shot during San Francisco's Summer of Love, the film captures a city torn between old conformity and new freedom, but showing that freedom always has a price. Lester's fragmented editing, jumping between past, present, and future, mirrors everyone's emotional chaos and the decade's sense of disconnection. What makes Petulia special is its refusal to romanticize either the free spirit or the conservative world she's fleeing. Instead, it presents a nuanced portrait of people trying to connect in an increasingly fractured world. Sometimes there are no easy answers, just human choices and their consequences. These 15 films prove the 1960s was an era of remarkable creative risk-taking, when filmmakers worldwide pushed every boundary and discovered new ways to tell stories. Each film reveals not just artistic vision, but how cinema can be dangerous, beautiful, and transformative. These forgotten gems deserve rediscovery, not as museum pieces, but as living art that continues to speak to us today. The 1960s taught us that cinema could change everything. These films remind us why. Well, if you've made it this far, you're clearly someone who appreciates great cinema. Please hit that subscribe button if you'd like more deep dives into forgotten film treasures. I'm always searching for these hidden gems, and believe me, we're just getting started. Ring the notification bell too, because you won't want to miss the next collection of films that deserve your attention. And please, leave a comment below. Which of these films are you most excited to watch? I'd love to hear from you. You know how we all love those old Hollywood stars, right? Well, truth is, behind those dazzling smiles was a whole different story. The Golden Age had some of the toughest personalities to deal with. Folks like Henry Fonda, Kirk Douglas, and Errol Flynn. These big names might have charmed audiences worldwide, but behind the scenes, total nightmares to work with. And they weren't the only ones. Got your coffee ready? Let's dive into who these difficult stars really were. Henry Fonda. On screen, Henry Fonda was your classic good guy, all about justice, honesty, and doing the right thing. But off camera, totally different story. His personal life was a mess of emotional coldness, rocky family relationships, and a revolving door of marriages. The gap between the man audiences adored and the real Henry shows just how complicated his life really was. Fonda's relationships with his kids, Jane and Peter, tell you everything about the man. While he played all these caring, principled characters in movies, at home he was distant and rigid. Jane Fonda wrote in her book, My Life So Far, that her dad was basically a ghost, physically there, but emotionally nowhere to be found. She said he just couldn't show affection or vulnerability, leaving this huge hole in their relationship that she spent years trying to fill. This emotional wall Fonda built came from his upbringing. Born in 1905 in Nebraska, he grew up in this super strict, conservative home where showing feelings was a big no-no. That stuff stuck with him his whole life, messing up not just how he connected with his kids, but also every romantic relationship he had. Fonda went through 5 marriages, each one with its own brand of trouble, mostly because he couldn't get close to anyone. His first marriage to Margaret Sullivan crashed and burned after just 2 years, setting the tone for what was to come. His second marriage to Frances Ford Seymour lasted longer, but was just as rocky. They had Jane and Peter together, and from the outside, everything looked fine. But behind closed doors, total different ballgame. Fonda was hardly ever home because of work, and when he was emotionally checked out. This put a massive strain on Frances, who struggled with mental health issues and eventually took her own life in 1950. The kids were devastated, and Fonda made it worse by barely talking about it and offering zero emotional support when they needed him most. Both Jane and Peter followed their dad into acting, but their complicated relationship with him shaped everything about their careers. Jane especially has talked about constantly chasing her dad's approval. She was always trying to make him proud. but it left her feeling like she was never good enough. Peter went through similar stuff, dealing with feeling abandoned and neglected, which later showed up in his acting. Jane once said she only saw her dad cry once, when he watched her performance in On Golden Pond, a movie that basically mirrored their actual strained relationship. That film was the last thing they worked on together before he died, giving them a rare moment of connection, though Henry still couldn't actually say, "I love you," to her face. After Frances killed herself, Henry lied to the kids for years, telling them their mom died from a heart attack. This lie probably meant to protect them, just created deeper wounds when they finally learned the truth, adding to Jane's lifelong trust issues. Wallace Beery, the most consistent thing about Beery's awful reputation was how he treated young actors. The guy was just brutal with newcomers, especially those still learning the ropes. In early Hollywood, Beery had serious clout, and boy, did he use it to boss everyone around on set. Young actors regularly got the Beery treatment. Intimidation and verbal abuse were his specialties. Stories floated around about how he'd bully these kids, playing mind games to keep them under his thumb. His temper was like a ticking bomb, and sometimes his aggression got seriously scary. Actors who worked with Beery during his prime years have shared stories about him physically intimidating younger cast members just to show them who was boss. And he was cruel about it too. This stuff was more common back in cutthroat early Hollywood, but Beery took it to another level. People didn't just fear him. They flat out resented working with him, especially the young, vulnerable actors just trying to break into the business. The worst example of Beery's nasty behavior involves what he did to child actor Jackie Cooper during their 1931 film, The Champ. Cooper was just 9 years old playing Beery's son. On screen, they had this heartwarming father-son bond between a washed-up boxer and his hopeful kid. Off-screen, complete opposite. Cooper later wrote in his book, "Please Don't Shoot My Dog," that Beery constantly put him down and gave him the cold shoulder when cameras weren't rolling. Cooper was already under enormous pressure as a child star, and Beery's meanness just piled on the stress. Cooper eventually built a successful career, but his time with Beery left permanent scars. Beery's troubled past included a stormy marriage to Gloria Swanson, who he allegedly physically and sexually abused. Swanson later claimed Beery forced himself on her during their wedding night, and that his drinking made his violence worse. Despite playing these lovable, grumpy characters on screen, Beery was so notoriously difficult that crew members would literally bet on how long it would take him to blow up on set. He was also crazy cheap. Despite being one of MGM's highest-paid actors, he'd avoid paying for lunch, and supposedly once refused to send money to his dying brother for medical bills. Faye Dunaway. Faye Dunaway's career shows a woman driven by fierce ambition and a burning desire to be the best, but her attitude caused major problems with practically everyone around her. Things came to a head during her stint on Broadway in the play Tea at 5, a show about Katharine Hepburn's life. In 2019, news broke that she'd been kicked off the show in dramatic fashion. Soon after, people started talking about how Dunaway had created this toxic atmosphere backstage. The production was apparently a complete mess because of all the fights she picked with her colleagues. Her unpredictable behavior and hot temper were blamed for most of the chaos. There were even rumors about physical confrontations, though nobody ever confirmed all the details, leaving us to wonder what really happened. But her stage drama wasn't the only thing that got people talking. Dunaway's unpredictable antics on movie sets became legendary, often overshadowing her incredible talent. The set of Chinatown, one of America's greatest films, became ground zero for some of her most famous meltdowns. According to the book Easy Riders and Raging Bulls, Dunaway's behavior during filming was just bizarre. She supposedly peed in trash cans on set. While Dunaway herself has denied this happened, the story spread like wildfire and became part of her legacy. Probably the most infamous Chinatown incident was when Dunaway allegedly threw a cup of liquid at director Roman Polanski. This story has become like Hollywood folklore and perfectly captures the tension Dunaway often had with directors. Polanski, who was pretty strong-willed himself, was apparently shocked by her outburst. Though Dunaway has dismissed many of these stories as exaggerations, they still painted this picture of her as an absolute nightmare to work with. The tension between her and Polanski apparently made the whole Chinatown set uncomfortable, adding to Dunaway's growing reputation as someone whose talent came with a hefty side of drama. In 2024, Dunaway dropped a bombshell in a documentary, revealing she'd been struggling with undiagnosed bipolar disorder for most of her career, which explains a lot about her erratic behavior and mood swings on set. Her mental illness, combined with drinking problems she eventually got help for, created the perfect storm that made working with her so difficult. While filming Mommy Dearest, Dunaway got so deep into playing Joan Crawford that she actually scared the child actors with her intensity. She later admitted the role messed with her head, blurring the lines between herself and the abusive character she was playing. When the film flopped, Dunaway was crushed. She'd expected it to win her a second Oscar, but instead, it damaged her career. Kirk Douglas, one of Hollywood's biggest stars, had a life filled with incredible achievements, but also some troubling accusations. Among the darker rumors about him, stories came out after his death, claiming he mistreated a young Natalie Wood. In 2021, Wood's sister Lana wrote in her memoir that Natalie was assaulted by Douglas when she was just a teenager. According to the story, Wood was invited to Douglas's hotel room, where she reportedly spent several hours before being threatened to keep quiet about what happened. This story spread widely, but has never been proven. It gained major traction after Douglas died, when tributes to both him and Wood flooded social media. While people praised his movies, others condemned him based on these allegations. We'll probably never know the whole truth. Both Wood and Douglas are gone now, leaving no way to get first-hand accounts. These claims have cast a shadow over Douglas's legacy, raising serious questions about the private behavior of a man otherwise celebrated for his films. Douglas wasn't blind to his reputation, and actually owned up to being difficult. He once described himself as perhaps the most unpopular actor in Hollywood, blaming it partly on his tough childhood. Born Isur Danielovich in 1916 to poor Russian Jewish immigrants, Douglas grew up with nothing, struggling to find his footing in a cutthroat industry. His difficult personality was well known, with co-star Burt Lancaster once commenting on how challenging he was to work with. According to IMDb, their relationship was competitive rather than the close friendship they pretended to have in public. On set, Douglas's stubborn personality made him controlling. He had no problem throwing his weight around, often at the expense of teamwork. During Spartacus, he fired the original director after just 1 week and personally brought in Stanley Kubrick. Even with Kubrick, a director known for being demanding himself, Douglas reportedly tried to control parts of the production, creating tension between them. Similarly, on Paths of Glory, Douglas's strong personality clashed with Kubrick's vision, though somehow they still created a masterpiece. Douglas grew up in extreme poverty with an alcoholic, abusive father who drank away what little money they had. In his autobiography, Douglas remembered going hungry many nights and feeling ashamed of wearing raggedy clothes to school. This early struggle created this fierce drive never to be poor again, but also gave him deep insecurities that came out as controlling behavior in his work relationships. Despite his difficult reputation, Douglas showed remarkable courage at times, especially when he insisted on giving blacklisted writer Dalton Trumbo proper credit for Spartacus during the McCarthy era, effectively helping end the blacklist. This move required Douglas to stand up to powerful studio executives and risk his own career, showing a principled side that contrasted sharply with his often combative personality. Errol Flynn. Errol Flynn lived for excitement, constantly pushing boundaries of acceptable behavior. His off-screen life was a parade of high-profile affairs, wild parties, and complete disregard for the conservative image most stars tried to maintain. His fame was built on being this reckless, roguish adventurer who played by his own rules. Flynn's confidence, good looks, and wild lifestyle made him tabloid gold and one of Hollywood's most talked-about stars. But it also led to incidents that permanently shaped how people saw him. One of the biggest moments in Flynn's life happened in 1942, a legal nightmare that would haunt his career and public image forever. That year, Flynn got dragged into a highly publicized trial where two young women, Betty Hansen and Peggy Satterlee, accused him of statutory rape. The media had a field day with the charges, painting Flynn as a sleazy predator who used his fame to manipulate young women. The trial became the talk of the nation, with many of Flynn's fans turning against him as the case blew up. Flynn strongly denied everything, claiming the relationships were consensual and that he was being set up. The trial was a circus of shocking details and sensational headlines, but eventually, Flynn was found not guilty on all charges. The court decided there wasn't enough evidence, and Flynn walked free. But the damage to his reputation was already done. Though he beat the charges, the scandal stuck to Flynn like glue, casting a shadow over his career for years. Despite being legally cleared, the trial permanently changed how people saw him. While his die-hard fans stuck by him, many viewed the case as proof of his reckless behavior and questionable character. The scandal showed the stark contrast between the heroic, virtuous characters Flynn played on screen and the messier reality of his private life. Flynn's legal troubles also highlight the gap between Hollywood's carefully crafted star images and the complicated reality of their personal lives, which were often way more complex than the public was told. Flynn's self-destructive streak was fueled by lifelong problems with alcohol and later drug addiction. By his 40s, his once handsome face had become bloated, and his health was declining rapidly, prompting one director to remark that Flynn looked like he'd been embalmed before his death. His memoirs, published after he died, revealed he knew he was self-destructing, but couldn't stop himself, writing with eerie awareness, "I know precisely where I am going. I shall not last long." Despite his tough guy screen persona, Flynn suffered from several serious health problems throughout his life, including malaria, tuberculosis, and recurring bouts of malaria from his early adventures in New Guinea before becoming an actor. Perhaps most ironically for the man known for his swashbuckling energy, Flynn was rejected from military service during World War II because of heart problems, multiple STDs, and tuberculosis. This rejection deeply embarrassed him and added to his feelings of inadequacy that he tried to hide behind his carefree public image. Bing Crosby, despite all his fame and success, Crosby's relationships, especially with his kids, were filled with tension, emotional distance, and personal struggles that would tarnish how people remember him. Crosby's marriage to actress and singer Dixie Lee in 1930 looked perfect at first glance. They had 4 sons together, but as time went on, cracks started showing. Dixie Lee, who had her own career before marrying Crosby, struggled with alcoholism. These problems deeply affected the whole family, and her declining health only made things worse. Crosby, known for being stoic and private, usually kept his personal stuff under wraps, but it was obvious that his wife's struggles were hitting him hard. Lee's battle with alcoholism got worse over the years, and she died in 1952, leaving Crosby a single dad. This period revealed some of the darker sides of Crosby's personality that would later become public. The tension in Crosby's family life got worse because of his complicated relationship with his children. His sons, especially his oldest Gary, would later share troubling stories about growing up with him. Gary Crosby, in his 1983 book Going My Own Way, painted a harsh picture of life with his father. He described Bing as emotionally distant and controlling, someone who rarely showed any warmth or affection. According to Gary, Crosby's parenting style was cold and domineering, focused on discipline and performance rather than emotional support. This emotional gap between father and son grew wider as Gary got older, eventually leading to his own struggles with substance abuse and a strained relationship with his dad. It's worth noting that Gary's account has been questioned by his siblings. His half-brother Harry Crosby has said in interviews that he never experienced the abuse described in Gary's book, suggesting the family dynamic was more complicated than initially portrayed. When Gary's book was published, it shocked Hollywood and damaged Bing's carefully crafted image as America's beloved father figure. In the book, Gary described physical punishments, including beatings with a belt that sometimes drew blood, and a weight monitoring system where his father would weigh him weekly and physically punish him if he gained weight. The emotional cruelty was just as devastating, with Bing reportedly nicknaming his son Bucket Butt and Satchel Ass about his weight struggles. Crosby's perfectionism touched every part of his life, including his children's academic and athletic performances. He kept detailed records of their grades, athletic stats, and even their weights in ledgers, treating family life with the same precision he brought to his professional recordings. This obsession with control and perfection created an environment where his sons felt they could never measure up to his impossible standards, leading to lifelong feelings of not being good enough that contributed to substance abuse problems for several of them. Peter Sellers, despite his amazing talent and box office success, Sellers was known as one of the most difficult and unpredictable actors to work with, especially when working with director Blake Edwards. The Pink Panther movies really show the productive but often strained relationship between Sellers and Edwards. While their partnership created some of the most successful and influential comedies of the 60s and 70s, behind the scenes was a different story. Sellers' erratic behavior created a nightmare working environment, constantly disrupting production and causing tension with Edwards, a director known for being a perfectionist who liked having control. Despite the headaches Sellers caused, the resulting films were huge hits, with The Pink Panther, 1963, and A Shot in the Dark, 1964, becoming comedy classics. Peter Sellers' approach to acting was famously weird, and he'd go to extreme lengths to sink into his roles. While this intense commitment definitely contributed to his comedic brilliance, it made him a complete pain to work with. Sellers often refused to break character even when cameras weren't rolling. His love of improvisation, while part of what made him funny, drove everyone else crazy on set. Many of his castmates and crew members said Sellers could be moody, demanding, and just plain difficult. His habit of staying in character between takes annoyed everyone around him, and this commitment to living in his roles went way beyond what most directors or actors were used to. Blake Edwards, who directed several Pink Panther films, knew all about Sellers' unusual working methods. They had a long professional relationship, but it was filled with tension because of Sellers' unpredictable behavior. Edwards constantly had to deal with Sellers' mood swings, showing up late, and arguments over creative decisions. Sellers had total control over the Clouseau character, and his insistence on improvising made it nearly impossible for Edwards to stick to his original vision for the films. Sellers, who prided himself on being able to become anyone, would often fight Edwards' direction, pushing for changes that clashed with what the director wanted. This friction caused many delays and added stress during filming. The famous love-hate relationship between Sellers and Edwards is especially obvious in the Pink Panther films. The character of Inspector Jacques Clouseau, which Sellers created and played with unmatched physical comedy and charm, was this perfect mix of ridiculous and endearing, with Sellers delivering a performance that was both absurd and lovable. However, his behavior on set often derailed production. Edwards had to constantly adjust to Sellers' mood swings and quirks, including unexpected outbursts, disappearing from set for hours, and refusing to collaborate normally. Yet despite these challenges, Edwards and Sellers somehow created one of the most successful and beloved comedy series ever. Sellers' difficult behavior wasn't just limited to his relationship with Edwards. It created tension with his co-stars, too. Cast members from the Pink Panther films, like Claudia Cardinale and Elka Summer, noted that Sellers could be evasive and temperamental. His obsession with Clouseau sometimes made it hard for him to connect with the rest of the cast in any normal way. Sellers' need to constantly refine the character meant he'd frequently change his lines, often without telling the other actors. This lack of communication messed up scenes and frustrated performers who were trying to play off his timing and energy. According to his ex-wife, actress Britt Eklund, Sellers suffered from severe, undiagnosed bipolar disorder that made his behavior unpredictable and sometimes frightening. She described living with him as walking on eggshells, never knowing which version of Sellers she'd encounter from day to day. During manic phases, he'd stay awake for days, obsessively reworking scenes or characters, while depressive episodes would leave him bedridden and unreachable. Sellers had a series of massive heart attacks starting in his 30s, including a near-fatal one in 1964 that left him clinically dead for 2.5 minutes. The experience profoundly changed him, leading to increased interest in spirituality and the occult, but also to greater paranoia and hypochondria. His health anxiety became so severe that he consulted multiple doctors daily and carried various medications with him at all times. This preoccupation with his mortality contributed to his difficult behavior, as he felt constantly that he was running out of time to perfect his art. Milton Berle's reign as television's top star wasn't meant to last forever. While he dominated the early days, TV soon began to evolve, and other funny guys like Sid Caesar, Jackie Gleason, and Johnny Carson started making their mark. Burl, either unwilling or unable to change with the times, found himself increasingly pushed aside as the years went by. Despite his legendary status, Burl struggled to stay relevant in the rapidly changing world of television. His over-the-top comic style, once fresh and innovative, started feeling dated, and he became a relic of an earlier, louder era of TV. The moment that really cemented Burl's reputation as a dinosaur happened in 1979, when he was invited to guest star on Saturday Night Live, SNL, the groundbreaking sketch comedy show that had redefined television comedy in the 1970s. By this point, SNL had become this cutting-edge cultural phenomenon, known for its sharp satire and irreverent humor, led by a new generation of performers like John Belushi, Dan Aykroyd, and Gilda Radner. The show's humor was way edgier and more subversive than anything Burle was used to, and his appearance highlighted the huge gap between the older, vaudeville-influenced comedians like Burley and the fresh contemporary comic voices of SNL. Unfortunately, Burley's SNL appearance was a complete disaster. His behavior during rehearsals and the live show was absolute chaos. Burley, used to being the center of attention and controlling every aspect of his performances, clashed with the show's cast and crew. He repeatedly ignored direction from SNL's writers and producers, insisting on improvising and forcing in his own material. This created massive tension backstage, with Burley disregarding the carefully crafted sketches the writers had developed. He insisted on performing in a style that was old-fashioned and completely wrong for the more spontaneous modern comedy that SNL was known for. Burl's refusal to adapt to the show's format and his determination to dominate everything led to major disruptions. He was criticized for interrupting sketches, overacting in scenes that needed subtlety, and generally derailing the energy of the show. The younger cast members, who had grown up watching Burl but were now part of a new, irreverent comedy scene, were reportedly furious with his antics. They saw his behavior as arrogant and out of touch, showing that Burl hadn't adjusted to the changes in television comedy. His unwillingness to work as part of the ensemble cast and with the writers was seen as disrespectful, and his backstage behavior left everyone with a bad taste in their mouths. Despite his difficult reputation later in life, Burl had a little-known compassionate side. He was active in charity work throughout his career, raising millions for causes like cancer research, often through all-star telethons and benefit performances. Additionally, when comedian Lenny Bruce was struggling with legal and financial problems due to obscenity charges, Burl secretly provided financial support, showing a generosity that he rarely received credit for publicly. Mickey Rooney, one of Hollywood's most prolific actors, became famous for his youthful energy, charm, and the lovable characters he played on screen. However, the real Mickey Rooney, far from matching the wholesome guise he portrayed in films, was often described as loud, abrasive, and downright rude. The actor's reputation for being difficult was well known in the industry, and his behavior behind the scenes was miles away from the friendly characters that made him a household name. Rooney's difficult personality became particularly obvious during the filming of National Velvet in 1944, a movie that made Elizabeth Taylor a star. At the time, Taylor was only 12 years old, and her scenes with the much older Rooney created an interesting dynamic. While Rooney's role as the jockey who helps Taylor's character train for a horse race was central to the film, stories about how he treated Taylor off camera weren't so flattering. There have been rumors about Rooney's behavior toward Taylor, though these stories vary in how serious they were. Some accounts suggest inappropriate conduct, while others describe dismissive or disrespectful treatment. Later, he reportedly bad-mouthed Taylor, even claiming he barely knew her. He went so far as to question her talent, describing her as entitled and suggesting she didn't have what it took to really make it in Hollywood. These actions, which showed both his arrogance and lack of respect for Taylor, weren't widely known at the time, but became part of a larger story about his harsh and dismissive attitudes toward his colleagues. Rooney's treatment of Taylor wasn't a one-off. As time passed and more of his former colleagues spoke out, a more complete and unflattering picture of his behavior emerged. Reports detailed how Rooney's interactions with fellow actors and directors were often marked by harshness, condescension, and a lack of empathy. He was known to trash talk many of his peers, often criticizing their performances or talents, regardless of their status in Hollywood. His personal and professional relationships were often strained by his inability to relate to others respectfully, which contributed to his difficult reputation. The public's view of Rooney as a lovable and hard-working actor who embodied the idealized image of Hollywood's golden age began to crumble after he died in 2014. Revelations about his unkind treatment of those around him, combined with the stories of his abrasive personality, shattered the carefully constructed image of the amiable star. He had spent much of his career playing characters who were innocent, plucky, and full of spirit, but his real-life persona suggested that the actor was not as charming or approachable as his on-screen roles might have suggested. This disconnect between Rooney's public persona and his private behavior became a focal point of discussions after his death, particularly as former co-stars and collaborators opened up about their experiences with him. For many, the contrast was jarring, and it forced a reassessment of the way Hollywood stars were often portrayed versus the complex and sometimes troubling realities of their personal lives. Rooney, in many ways, became emblematic of the contradictions that defined the lives of many classic Hollywood figures. While he was praised for his boundless energy, his achievements, and his ability to reinvent himself over a career that spanned decades, his behavior behind the scenes often raised questions about his character. Rooney's private life was incredibly chaotic, marked by 8 marriages and constant money troubles, despite earning millions throughout his career. His first marriage at age 21 was to the glamorous Ava Gardner, but the relationship quickly fell apart due to his cheating and controlling behavior. Gardner later described their marriage as "my shortest husband and my biggest mistake." By the end of his life, Rooney had fathered 9 children with different women and declared bankruptcy several times, having blown his fortune on gambling, failed business ventures, and alimony payments. In his final years, Rooney became caught up in a heartbreaking elder abuse case against his stepson, who allegedly withheld medication, food, and money from the aging star. The Los Angeles court appointed a conservator for Rooney after he testified that he lived in fear and had been verbally abused. This sad final chapter revealed how vulnerable the once powerful star had become, ending up nearly penniless and cut off from much of his family. When he died in 2014, at age 93, his estate was valued at just $18,000, a shockingly small sum for someone who had been one of Hollywood's highest-paid actors. Marlene Dietrich, with her striking androgynous beauty and smoky voice, was a revolutionary figure in Hollywood during an era when strict moral codes and gender norms were the rule. Born in Berlin in 1901, Dietrich's bisexuality and open defiance of sexual and gender expectations made her both a pioneer and a target in an industry that insisted on putting women in very narrow roles. Dietrich's relationships with both men and women were Hollywood's worst-kept secret, though carefully managed for the public. Her list of lovers reportedly included actors Gary Cooper, John Wayne, and James Stewart, writer Eric Maria Remarque, filmmaker Joseph von Sternberg, and even JFK. Among her female lovers were writer Mercedes de Acosta, actress Claudette Colbert, and possibly Greta Garbo, though the true nature of that relationship is still debated. What made Dietrich so remarkable wasn't just how many affairs she had, but her refusal to hide or apologize for her despite the huge professional risks. The actress maintained a 52-year marriage to Rudolph Sieber, while openly having relationships with others, an arrangement that was absolutely shocking for the time. She and Sieber had a daughter, Maria, but lived apart for most of their marriage while staying close friends. This unconventional setup allowed Dietrich to pursue her own desires while keeping a stable family connection. Beyond her personal life, Dietrich showed remarkable moral courage during World War II. Despite lucrative offers from Nazi officials to return to Germany as the Third Reich's leading film star, she remained firmly anti-Nazi and became an American citizen in 1939. She performed extensively for Allied troops, often near the front lines. and her recordings were used in psychological warfare against German soldiers who admired her. Hitler declared her a traitor, and she was effectively exiled from Germany for years. Later in life, Dietrich remained unapologetic about her sex and lifestyle choices, though she became increasingly reclusive. After a stage fall in 1975, she retreated to her Paris apartment, where she lived until her death in 1992, refusing to be photographed as her appearance declined. Despite her seclusion, her influence as an icon and feminist trailblazer continued to grow, making her one of Hollywood's most enduring symbols of and personal freedom. Bette Davis. Bette Davis's legendary career as one of Hollywood's most formidable talents came with an equally dramatic personal life, especially her complicated and eventually devastating relationship with her daughter Barbara Davis Hyman, known as BD. Their relationship, once close, became one of Hollywood's most bitter family feuds, ending in a public rift that was never healed. Davis adopted BD as a baby in 1947 during her marriage to artist William Grant Sherry. Despite being this driven and often intimidating figure in Hollywood, Davis initially seemed devoted to motherhood. However, as BD grew older, tensions grew between mother and daughter, especially during Davis's stormy marriage to her All About Eve co-star, Gary Merle, whom she married in 1950. This household was reportedly explosive, with both Davis and Merle battling alcoholism and having massive fights that created an unstable environment for their children. The most devastating chapter in their relationship began in 1985 when BD published My Mother's Keeper, a scathing memoir that portrayed Davis as an abusive, alcoholic mother. BD claimed that Davis was physically and emotionally abusive throughout her childhood, describing incidents of slapping and verbal cruelty. She painted Davis as a controlling figure who expected total loyalty, while failing to provide emotional support or stability. The memoir came just 7 years after Christina Crawford's Mommy Dearest exposed Joan Crawford's alleged abuse, creating inevitable comparisons between the two Hollywood legends and their daughter's allegations. Davis was devastated by what she saw as the ultimate betrayal. She immediately cut BD out of her will and published her own memoir, This and That, which included a chapter titled Dear Hyman that directly addressed her daughter's claims. Davis wrote, "You were not the happy camper your book would lead the public to believe. Your adjustment to life has always been difficult. To me, to your husbands, to life in general." The final lines of the chapter expressed her heartbreak. "I am still recovering from the fact that my child has chosen to make a public career out of what were certainly our private conflicts." But in 1989, Davis refused to reconcile with her daughter. When Davis was dying of breast cancer in France, BD tried to visit, but Davis refused to see her. In interviews after Davis's death, her personal assistant Catherine Cermak revealed that Davis had instructed those around her not to tell BD about her declining health, saying, "I don't want to see her. She's written one book. She'll write another." The Davis-Hyman feud represents one of Hollywood's most painful mother-daughter conflicts, made more tragic because it was never resolved. It stands as a stark reminder of how the pressures of fame, combined with personal demons like alcoholism and the complex dynamics of adoption, can create wounds that remain unhealed across generations. So what do you think about these stars and their complicated personalities? Drop your thoughts in the comments below. Hope you enjoyed diving into the messier side of these Hollywood legends with me today. If you liked what you heard, hit that like button, share with a friend who loves old Hollywood stories, and don't forget to subscribe for more videos like this. Thanks so much for spending time with me today, and I'll catch you in the next video. Take care. The stars you grew up watching on the silver screen lived lives filled with such drama and mystery that their real stories outdid any movie script ever written. From eerie on-set mysteries to legendary feuds and heartbreaking downfalls, the Golden Age was absolutely packed with bizarre true stories that sound almost too incredible to believe. Today we're diving into 16 of the most fascinating and shocking tales from classic Hollywood. When 3 movie stars died after making one film. Here's something that'll give you chills. Hollywood's had plenty of films people called cursed, but few match the eerie legacy of the Misfits from 1961. This Western drama, written by the legendary Arthur Miller for his then-wife Marilyn Monroe, was supposed to showcase raw talent and deep emotion. Instead, it became one of the most heartbreaking productions in film history. 3 of its stars, Marilyn Monroe, Clark Gable, and Montgomery Clift, all passed away not long after filming wrapped, creating the movie's dark reputation. Clark Gable, that iconic leading man from Gone with the Wind, took on the role of an aging cowboy in The Misfits. But here's what most people didn't know. Behind his confident screen presence lived a man who'd endured profound loss from childhood. His mother passed when he was just 7 months old, leaving him to be raised by relatives struggling with poverty. His father, an oil driller, was often away, leaving young Clark feeling abandoned and craving the approval he'd later seek from millions of adoring fans. The grueling desert conditions and physical demands of filming pushed Gable to his limits. He did his own stunts, often wrangling wild Mustangs under that blazing Nevada sun. What made his dedication even more poignant was his secret knowledge that he'd fathered a daughter, Judy Lewis, with actress Loretta Young, a child he was never allowed to acknowledge publicly because of Hollywood's moral codes. Shortly after filming wrapped, Gable suffered a massive heart attack and passed away on November 16, 1960. He was 59 years old. Some folks speculated that the film's intense physical demands contributed to his failing health. Others blamed the stress he endured, particularly dealing with Monroe's unpredictable behavior on set. Now, Marilyn Monroe's performance in The Misfits is often considered one of her finest, yet it was also one of her most challenging. Born Norma Jean Baker, Monroe had spent her childhood moving between foster homes and orphanages, never experiencing the stability of a loving family. She endured abuse in several foster homes and developed a profound fear of abandonment that haunted her throughout her life. During filming, Monroe was struggling with depression, addiction, and a crumbling marriage to Arthur Miller. Her erratic behavior on set led to frequent delays, and she was even hospitalized for exhaustion during production. Less than 2 years after the film's release, Monroe was found lifeless in her Los Angeles home on August 5, 1962, from a reported drug overdose. Her passing was officially ruled a probable self-inflicted tragedy, but conspiracy theories still surround it. Some believe her ties to powerful figures like John F. Kennedy may have played a role in her untimely end. Montgomery Clift was already battling severe personal demons when he took on the role of a down-and-out rodeo performer in The Misfits. Clift harbored a secret that could have destroyed his career in the repressive 1950s. He was gay. While considerably less closeted than contemporaries like Rock Hudson, Clift still lived in constant fear of exposure. His mother had known about his orientation since he was 13, but Hollywood's moral climate forced him to maintain elaborate facades, adding tremendous psychological pressure to his already troubled life. Years earlier, a devastating car accident had left him with permanent injuries and a reliance on painkillers and alcohol. By the time The Misfits began filming, Clift's health had deteriorated dramatically. He was frail, deeply addicted, and often appeared lost in his own world. Clift would go on to star in a few more films, but his health continued to spiral. On July 23, 1966, at just 45 years old, he was found lifeless in his apartment from a heart attack, another tragic figure linked to The Misfits. While The Misfits was intended to be a powerful, deeply human film, it has since become infamous for the fates of its stars. With Gable's sudden heart attack, Monroe's shocking overdose, and Cliff's tragic decline, many believe that the film carries a strange, almost supernatural curse. Whether it was mere coincidence or something more sinister, the legacy of The Misfits remains one of Hollywood's eeriest true stories. When Hollywood's biggest stars despised each other. Okay, so Hollywood has seen many legendary rivalries, but none were as infamous or as bitter as the feud between Bette Davis and Joan Crawford. These two screen icons, both known for their talent and strong personalities, spent decades engaged in a battle of insults, jealousy, and behind-the-scenes sabotage. Here's the irony. Both women, despite their success, harbored deep insecurities. Davis struggled with motherhood and was later estranged from her daughter, B.D. Hyman, who wrote a damning memoir about her in 1985. Crawford, meanwhile, faced allegations of child mistreatment from her adopted daughter, Christina, whose book, Mommy Dearest, portrayed her as a monstrous parent obsessed with wire hangers and cleanliness. Their rivalry culminated in the making of Whatever Happened to Baby Jane. From 1962, a film that turned their real-life hatred into box office gold. Davis and Crawford had vastly different backgrounds. Bette Davis was a fiercely dedicated actress who valued her craft above all else, while Joan Crawford was a glamorous star who mastered the art of reinvention. Their animosity reportedly began in the 1930s when Crawford, already a major star, married Franchot Tone, a man Davis secretly loved. According to Davis, she was deeply infatuated with Tone while they were filming Dangerous from 1935, but Crawford swooped in and married him instead. Davis later admitted, "I was madly in love with him. They were married when we made the film. I was jealous, of course." This resentment set the stage for a rivalry that would last a lifetime. As their careers progressed, Davis and Crawford continued to clash. Davis saw herself as a serious actress, while she dismissed Crawford as a shallow movie star who relied on glamour rather than talent. Meanwhile, Crawford reportedly felt that Davis was envious of her beauty and popularity. The press fueled their rivalry, with both actresses making cutting remarks about each other. Davis famously said, "Joan Crawford slept with every male star at MGM except Lassie." Crawford, in turn, mocked Davis's appearance, stating, "She looks like she's never had a happy day in her life." Their competition intensified when Crawford left MGM and joined Warner Brothers Davis's studio. Davis was furious, seeing it as an invasion of her territory. When Crawford attempted to befriend her, Davis coldly rejected the gesture. By the early 1960s, both actresses were struggling to find work. Crawford proposed the idea of starring together in Whatever Happened to Baby Jane, a psychological thriller about two aging, feuding sisters. Davis agreed, but tensions quickly escalated on set. The rivalry reached new heights during filming. Davis deliberately kicked Crawford in the head during a scene, reportedly injuring her. In return, Crawford, knowing Davis suffered from back pain, allegedly filled her costume with weights during a scene where Davis had to drag her across the floor. When Davis received an Oscar nomination for her performance, and Crawford did not, Crawford plotted her revenge. She contacted the other Best Actress nominees and offered to accept the award on their behalf if they won. When Anne Bancroft won for The Miracle Worker, Crawford gleefully took the stage to accept the award, robbing Davis of her moment. Even in old age, the feud never faded. When Crawford passed away in 1977, Davis reportedly remarked, "You should never say bad things about the departed, only good." Joan Crawford is gone. Good. How Judy Garland's studio destroyed her life. Judy Garland was hands down one of the most beloved stars of Hollywood's golden age, captivating audiences with her powerful voice, emotional performances, and undeniable charm. Best known for her role as Dorothy in The Wizard of Oz, from 1939, she seemed to embody the magic of Hollywood. Despite her public image as America's sweetheart, Garland's relationship with her own children was complicated by her struggles. Her daughter, Liza Minnelli, later described their childhood as challenging, with Judy being strict and unpredictable, depending on her mood or work pressures. The cycle of addiction and mental health issues that plagued Garland created an unstable home environment. Yet her children remained fiercely protective of her memory, understanding that she was as much a victim of the system as anyone else. But behind the scenes, her life was anything but magical. Controlled by the studio system, exploited from a young age, and plagued by addiction, Garland's life was a tragic tale of the price of fame. Born Frances Ethel Gum in 1922, Judy Garland was pushed into show business at an early age. She and her sisters performed as a singing trio, but it was her unique voice that caught the attention of MGM. At just 13 years old, she was signed to the studio, and from that moment on, her life was no longer her own. Unlike glamorous stars like Lana Turner or Ava Gardner, Garland was marketed as the wholesome girl next door. But MGM executives, particularly Louis B. Mayer, constantly criticized her appearance. They called her chubby and forced her to adhere to extreme diets to maintain a certain image. She was given appetite suppressants and later amphetamines to keep her weight down and her energy up. MGM's control over Garland was suffocating. She was expected to work long hours, sometimes filming multiple movies at once. When she was exhausted, the studio gave her more pills, uppers to keep her awake, and downers to help her sleep. This cycle led to a lifelong struggle with addiction. Even as she became one of the studio's biggest stars, she was never truly free. Her personal life was micromanaged, and she was forced into relationships that the studio deemed appropriate. When she married musician David Rose at 19, MGM was furious because they had planned a different romance for her public image. Despite the immense pressure, Garland delivered some of the most unforgettable performances of the era, including Meet Me in St. Louis from 1944, Easter Parade from 1948, and A Star is Born from 1954. But behind the scenes, her mental and physical health continued to decline. By the late 1940s, Garland's struggles became public. She was frequently late to set, suffered breakdowns, and even attempted self-harm. MGM, unwilling to deal with her troubles, fired her in 1950. Though she found success as a concert performer, her financial troubles and substance abuse issues worsened. She made a brief Hollywood comeback with A Star is Born, earning an Oscar nomination, but her demons persisted. By the 1960s, Garland was struggling to make ends meet. She performed in nightclubs to pay off debts and relied on prescription drugs to get through performances. On June 22, 1969, at just 47 years old, she was found lifeless in her London home from an accidental overdose of barbiturates. Why James Dean never lived to see 25. James Dean became the ultimate symbol of rebellious youth, but his short life was marked by profound loneliness and internal struggle. Born in Indiana in 1931, Dean suffered the devastating loss of his mother to cancer when he was just 9 years old. His father, unable to cope with single parenthood, sent James to live with relatives on a farm. This abandonment left deep emotional scars that would influence every relationship for the rest of his short life. In just 3 films, East of Eden from 1955, Rebel Without a Cause from 1955, and Giant from 1956, he created an archetype of troubled youth that resonated with an entire generation. Dean's orientation was one of Hollywood's most closely guarded secrets. In the repressive 1950s, rumors about his relationships with men, including alleged affairs with older Hollywood figures, could have destroyed his career before it began. According to recent revelations, Dean was reportedly blackmailed by a former male lover who threatened to expose their relationship unless Dean paid him off. His famous quote, "I'm not a homosexual, but I'm also not going through life with one hand tied behind my back," hinted at his complex relationship with his own identity. What made Dean's story even more tragic was his desperate search for a father figure. Having been abandoned by his real father, he formed intense attachments to older male mentors, including director Elia Kazan and actor Martin Landau. These relationships were both professionally beneficial and emotionally complicated, as Dean sought the approval and guidance he had never received from his father. His method acting technique, learned from Lee Strasberg, became a way to channel his real pain into his performances. Dean's relationship with Hollywood was fraught with tension. Studio executives were uncomfortable with his refusal to conform to traditional leading man expectations. He was moody, unpredictable, and openly contemptuous of the Hollywood publicity machine. Unlike other young actors who played the game, Dean seemed determined to remain authentic, to his tortured artistic vision, even if it meant professional destruction. His performances in Rebel Without a Cause particularly resonated because he was essentially playing himself, a young man struggling with identity, belonging, and the search for genuine connection. The irony of Dean's tragic end on September 30th, 1955, at age 24, was that it occurred just as he was beginning to find some peace. Friends noted that he seemed happier in his final months, having bought a farm where he could retreat from Hollywood pressures and pursue his love of racing. His passing in a car crash while driving his Porsche 550 Spider to a racing event instantly transformed him from a promising actor into a legend. Dean's early departure created the template for the live fast, pass young mythology that would influence countless artists. But those who knew him understood that beneath the rebel image was a deeply sensitive young man who never recovered from childhood trauma and struggled to find his place in a world that demanded he hide his true self. The Superman actor who met a mysterious end. To millions of fans, George Reeves was the embodiment of Superman, the heroic man of steel who fought for truth and justice. What made his portrayal so beloved was his genuine warmth and kindness, particularly toward children. Unlike later Superman actors who maintained stern dignity, Reeves brought a paternal gentleness to the role. He would often visit sick children in hospitals while in costume, never breaking character, determined to preserve their belief in heroes. But behind the scenes, Reeves's life was anything but heroic. Struggling with typecasting, career disappointments, and personal turmoil, his story took a tragic turn on June 16, 1959, when he was found lifeless from a gunshot wound in his bedroom. While the official cause was ruled as self-inflicted, lingering questions, suspicious circumstances, and alleged Hollywood connections have led many to believe that foul play was involved. George Reeves began his acting career in the late 1930s, landing small roles in films like Gone with the Wind from 1939. But it wasn't until he was cast as Superman in the Adventures of Superman TV series in 1951 that he became a household name. While the role brought him fame, it also became a curse. Reeves found himself completely typecast. Casting directors refused to see him as anything other than Superman. Attempts to transition into serious film work, such as his role in From Here to Eternity from 1953, were met with resistance as audiences found it hard to separate him from his superhero persona. Frustrated, he struggled to find meaningful work, and his financial situation worsened. On the night of June 16th, 1959, Reeves was at his home in Benedict Canyon, Los Angeles, with his fiancée Leonore Lemon and a few friends. According to reports, a night of drinking and arguing ensued. Sometime after midnight, Reeves went upstairs to his bedroom. Moments later, a gunshot rang out. When police arrived, they found Reeves no longer living with a single gunshot wound to the head. A Luger pistol was found nearby, and no signs of forced entry or struggle were reported. The authorities quickly ruled it self-inflicted, but the case left behind more questions than answers. One theory suggests that Reeves was harmed by someone else, possibly due to his relationship with Toni Mannix, the wife of powerful MGM executive Eddie Mannix. Reeves and Toni had been romantically involved for years, but their relationship ended badly. Some believe Eddie, known for his ties to the criminal underworld, may have ordered a hit on Reeves. Another theory implicates Leonore Lemon, Reeves's fiancée, who was present the night of his passing. Witnesses reported hearing arguments between the couple before the gunshot. Some speculate that an accidental shooting or a heated argument turned deadly. Despite decades of speculation, the truth about George Reeves's final moments remains elusive. Was it self-inflicted, an accident, or foul play? The scandal that made America hate their favorite actress. Ingrid Bergman was one of Hollywood's most beloved actresses, known for her natural beauty, exceptional talent, and seemingly wholesome image. Star of classics like Casablanca from 1942 and Notorious from 1946, she was considered the epitome of elegance and moral virtue. Born in Sweden, Bergman had lost both parents by age 13 and was raised by relatives who disapproved of her acting ambitions. This early loss instilled in her a fierce independence and determination to follow her own path, regardless of societal expectations, traits that would both make and destroy her Hollywood career. But in 1949, she became the center of one of the biggest scandals in entertainment history when she abandoned her husband and daughter to pursue a passionate affair with Italian director Roberto Rossellini. Bergman's scandal was particularly shocking because it shattered the carefully constructed image of the virtuous Hollywood star. Unlike other actresses who played sultry or rebellious characters, Bergman had built her career on playing pure, noble heroines. When news broke of her extramarital affair and pregnancy. American audiences felt personally betrayed. The affair began when Bergman wrote to Rossellini, expressing admiration for his neo-realist films. When she traveled to Italy to work with him on Stromboli from 1950, their professional relationship quickly became personal, despite both being married to other people. The public reaction was swift and brutal. U.S. Senator Edwin C. Johnson denounced Bergman on the Senate floor, calling her a powerful influence for evil and demanding she be banned from American films. Religious groups organized boycotts, and fan magazines that had once celebrated her now painted her as a homewrecker and moral degenerate. The scandal was intensified when Bergman became pregnant with Rossellini's child, while still married to her first husband, Swedish doctor Petter Lindström. What made Bergman's situation even more heartbreaking was the sacrifice it demanded. She was forced to leave behind her 10-year-old daughter Pia in America, unable to see her for years due to the custody battle and public outrage. The pain of this separation haunted Bergman for the rest of her life. For nearly 7 years, she lived in exile in Italy, effectively banned from Hollywood. During this time, she made several films with Rossellini, though most were commercial failures in America. It wasn't until 1956 that Hollywood forgave Bergman, when she returned to win an Oscar for Best Supporting Actress in Anastasia. The standing ovation she received at the Academy Awards was one of the most emotional moments in Oscar history, representing not just professional recognition, but public redemption. Her exile had taught the industry and America about the price of moral absolutism and the power of forgiveness. The billionaire who went completely insane. Howard Hughes was hands down one of the most fascinating and bizarre figures in Hollywood history. A billionaire, aviation tycoon, film director, and playboy, Hughes seemed to have everything: money, power, and influence. But beneath his public persona lived a deeply troubled man, plagued by eccentric behavior, extreme paranoia, and obsessive-compulsive disorder. What many didn't realize was that Hughes was also progressively losing his hearing, a disability that intensified his isolation and paranoia. As a shy, partially deaf child, he'd struggled to fit in at school, finding comfort only in aviation and filmmaking, pursuits that offered thrills and escape from his social anxieties. His life became a surreal story of isolation, odd rituals, and a descent into madness that shocked even those who knew him best. Hughes made his mark in Hollywood with films like Hell's Angels from 1930, Scarface from 1932, and The Outlaw from 1943. His perfectionism often led to excessive delays and ballooning budgets. Hell's Angels, for example, took nearly 3 years to complete and went massively over budget because Hughes insisted on reshooting scenes to capture real aerial dogfights. His obsession with actress Jane Russell during The Outlaw led to one of the most controversial marketing campaigns of the 1940s. Hughes personally designed a bra to enhance Russell's curves and used provocative imagery to promote the film. The controversy resulted in censorship battles, but it also made Russell a star and cemented Hughes's reputation as a Hollywood rebel. Hughes's eccentricities became more pronounced as he aged. He developed a debilitating fear of germs, leading him to adopt extreme hygiene rituals. He would wear tissue boxes on his feet, refuse to touch door handles, and used paper towels to handle objects. He even mandated that his employees use dozens of handkerchiefs when handing him items to avoid contamination. His fear of illness became so severe that he would isolate himself for months at a time, living in complete darkness. He was known to spend long periods in darkened hotel rooms, refusing to interact with anyone except through handwritten notes. By the late 1950s, Hughes's paranoia had driven him to withdraw from public life almost entirely. He holed up in the Desert Inn Hotel in Las Vegas, where he lived in a sealed-off penthouse, watching movies on repeat and refusing to cut his nails or hair. His staff was forbidden to look directly at him, and he communicated solely through memos. Despite his reclusive behavior, Hughes still maintained control over his vast business empire. He made major business decisions from his hotel room, acquiring casinos, airlines, and television stations without ever appearing in person. His erratic leadership style led to numerous lawsuits and financial troubles, but his power remained largely unchallenged. Howard Hughes's descent into madness ultimately led to his demise. By the time of his passing in 1976, he was barely recognizable, malnourished, covered in unkempt hair and fingernails, and weighing only 90 pounds. His reclusiveness had left him completely detached from reality, surrounded only by a small group of aides who catered to his every whim. Why Marlon Brando drove directors absolutely crazy. Marlon Brando was one of the most talented actors of his generation, revolutionizing Hollywood with his raw and immersive performances. What many didn't know was that beneath his rebellious exterior lived a man deeply committed to social justice. Brando used his fame to champion Native American rights, most famously sending activist Sachin Littlefeather to refuse his 1973 Oscar for The Godfather in protest of Hollywood's treatment of indigenous peoples. His activism often put him at odds with studio executives, adding another layer to his reputation as a Hollywood maverick. However, he was also infamous for his unpredictable behavior on set, pranks, and refusal to play by the rules of the studio system. Whether he was tormenting directors, causing production delays, or pulling bizarre pranks on co-stars, Brando's antics were as legendary as his acting. One of the most infamous examples of Brando's difficult behavior occurred during the filming of Mutiny on the Bounty from 1962. Cast as Fletcher Christian, Brando had initially been excited about the role. However, as filming progressed, he became increasingly difficult. Brando constantly clashed with the director, refusing to say lines as written, improvising entire scenes, and demanding endless script rewrites. He also gained a reputation for holding up production by arriving late or not showing up at all. At one point, he demanded that his character be given an entirely new motivation, causing massive delays. Adding to the chaos, Brando fell in love with Tahiti and its people, often disappearing for days at a time to spend time with the locals. He even married his Tahitian co-star, Tarita Teriyipaya, and later bought an island in the region. The film's budget spiraled out of control, and Brando was largely blamed for the disaster. Brando was notorious for his love of pranks, often pulling elaborate stunts on co-stars and directors. On the set of The Godfather from 1972, he played a now famous joke on his co-stars by placing weights in his stretcher during the scene where the wounded Don Corleone is carried up the stairs. When the actors attempted to lift the stretcher, they struggled, prompting laughter from the cast and crew. Another famous prank occurred during the filming of Superman from 1978, in which Brando played Jor-El. Unwilling to memorize lines, he insisted on reading his dialogue from cue cards placed off camera. At one point, he even suggested that his character should be portrayed as a floating light or a suitcase. The idea, of course, was rejected. Brando's refusal to cooperate with directors became legendary. He famously frustrated Francis Ford Coppola during Apocalypse Now from 1979 by showing up overweight and refusing to read the script. Instead, he insisted on improvising his scenes as Colonel Kurtz, forcing Coppola to reshape the entire ending of the film around his erratic performance. Brando's antics may have caused chaos, but they also cemented his reputation as a Hollywood maverick. Hollywood's worst-kept secret about powerful men. The golden age of Hollywood was a glamorous era filled with dazzling stars and unforgettable films. But beneath the surface, the industry had a dark and ugly secret, one that many knew about but few dared to challenge. The casting couch was an open secret in Hollywood, referring to the predatory behavior of powerful studio executives, directors, and producers who took advantage of young, aspiring actors, particularly women, in exchange for roles or career advancement. Hollywood's major studios were controlled by powerful moguls like Louis B. Mayer at MGM, Harry Cohn at Columbia, and Darryl F. Zanuck at 20th Century Fox. These men held absolute power over casting decisions, and many used their influence to exploit young actors. Aspiring actresses, often desperate for their big break, were invited to private auditions or meetings in the offices of these powerful men, only to find themselves pressured into uncomfortable situations. If they refused advances, their careers could be destroyed before they even began. Those who complied often felt they had no other choice. Harry Cohn, the head of Columbia Pictures, was notorious for this practice. He reportedly told actresses that if they wanted to be successful, they had to be willing to play the game. Many actresses avoided being alone with him, fearing they would be propositioned or worse. Because the studio system controlled the careers of its actors, many victims were too afraid to speak out. If a starlet resisted or complained, she could be blacklisted or smeared in the press. Studios had entire publicity departments dedicated to burying scandals, ensuring that the public never learned about the industry's darkest secrets. One tragic example was Marilyn Monroe. Before becoming a global icon, she struggled to break into Hollywood, and later admitted that she had been propositioned multiple times by powerful men in the industry. In one interview, she famously said, "I met them all. Some were nice, some were terrible, some wanted to help me, some wanted to use me. Monroe's story was far from unique. Many young women were taken advantage of but had no voice to fight back. Judy Garland, another victim of Hollywood's exploitation, later revealed that she was repeatedly harassed as a young actress. According to accounts, Louis B. Mayer himself was among those who preyed on her when she was still a teenager. For decades, the casting couch remained one of Hollywood's most shameful realities. Though many of the predators of the Golden Age never faced consequences, the industry eventually began to change. The rise of feminism, the weakening of the studio system, and the courage of whistleblowers in later decades helped expose these abuses. The comedian who got framed for something he didn't do, Roscoe "Fatty" Arbuckle, was one of the biggest stars of early Hollywood, both figuratively and literally. A pioneering comedian, he was beloved for his slapstick humor and was one of the highest-paid actors of his time. What many didn't realize was that beneath his jolly exterior, Arbuckle was a comedic genius who mentored future legends like Buster Keaton and Charlie Chaplin. His innovative physical comedy and timing were so advanced that his techniques are still studied in film schools today. However, his career came to a shocking halt in 1921 when he was accused of a crime so scandalous that it nearly destroyed Hollywood itself. The trial that followed became one of the most infamous in film history, forever changing the way the industry handled celebrity scandals. On Labor Day weekend in 1921, Arbuckle threw a lavish party at the St. Anne Francis Hotel in San Francisco. Among the guests was aspiring actress Virginia Rappe. At some point during the party, Rappe became violently ill and was taken to a nearby hospital. She passed away 4 days later from internal injuries, and her friend Maud Delmont accused Arbuckle of assaulting her. The press ran wild with the allegations, painting Arbuckle as a monstrous predator. Sensationalized headlines claimed he had used his weight to harm Rappe, while others spread lurid and false details. Newspapers called him Hollywood's Beast and declared him guilty before a trial even began. Arbuckle was arrested and charged with manslaughter. His first 2 trials ended in mistrials, one due to a hung jury, the other due to prosecutorial misconduct. By the time of his 3rd trial in 1922, public opinion had already turned against him. However, this jury saw things differently. After just 6 minutes of deliberation, they returned with a unanimous verdict, not guilty. In an unprecedented move, they even issued a written apology to Arbuckle, stating that he had been the victim of a gross injustice, but the damage was done. Arbuckle had been blacklisted by Hollywood, and despite being cleared of all charges, studios refused to work with him. Arbuckle spent the next decade struggling to rebuild his career. He found some work as a director under the pseudonym William Goodrich, but he was never able to reclaim his former glory. In 1933, Warner Brothers finally gave him a second chance, signing him to a feature film contract. It seemed like he was on the verge of a comeback. However, fate had other plans. Just hours after signing his new deal, Arbuckle passed away from a heart attack in his sleep at the age of 46. The Arbuckle scandal sent shockwaves through Hollywood. Studios, fearing further moral outcry, implemented stricter control over actors' public lives. It also led to the rise of the Hays Code, a strict set of censorship guidelines that governed Hollywood films for decades. While Arbuckle was ultimately exonerated, his career never recovered. Today, many historians view him as a victim of a media-fueled witch hunt, a tragic figure whose legacy was unfairly overshadowed by scandal. The actress who jumped off the Hollywood sign. Hollywood has always been a place of dreams, but for some, it has also been a place of heartbreak. Few stories illustrate the darker side of the entertainment industry more tragically than that of Peg Entwistle, an aspiring actress whose brief life ended in despair beneath the very symbol of Hollywood itself. What made her story even more heartbreaking was the promise she had shown. Born in Wales and drawn to acting from childhood, Entwistle had been a rising star on Broadway, earning critical praise for her performances alongside established stars like Dorothy Gish and Billy Burke. Her talent was undeniable, making her ultimate fate a devastating waste of potential. Her tragic end remains one of the most haunting tales in the history of the Golden Age. Born in 1908 in Wales, Peg Entwistle seemed destined for stardom. She was drawn to acting from an early age and gained recognition in the theater world, performing on Broadway alongside established stars like Dorothy Gish and Billy Burke. Critics praised her stage performances, and she appeared to be on the brink of a successful career. But Hollywood was calling. Like so many young actors, she moved to Los Angeles in the early 1930s, hoping to transition from theater to film. In 1932, she landed her first movie role in 13 Women, a psychological thriller starring Merle. It seemed like the big break she had been waiting for. Unfortunately, 13 Women was not the hit Peg had hoped for. The film received negative reviews, and much of her role was left on the cutting room floor. To make matters worse, work was scarce, as Hollywood was in the grip of the Great Depression. Struggling financially and unable to secure new roles, Peg found herself sinking into a deep depression. On the night of September 16, 1932, Peg Entwistle left her uncle's home in Los Angeles, telling him she was going for a walk. She made her way to the Hollywoodland sign, as it was known at the time, climbed to the top of the 50-foot H, and took her own life. Her body was discovered 2 days later by a hiker. Beside her lay a farewell note that read, "I am afraid I am a coward. I am sorry for everything. If I had done this long ago, it would have saved a lot of pain." She was only 24 years old. Peg Entwistle's tragic end became one of Hollywood's most infamous cautionary tales. Over the years, rumors have persisted that her ghost haunts the Hollywood sign. Several people have claimed to see a woman in 1930s clothing walking near the area, only for her to vanish without a trace. Others report the unexplained scent of gardenias, her favorite perfume, lingering in the air. Why Grace Kelly gave up everything to become a princess. Grace Kelly represented the ultimate American princess, both on screen and off. Born into a wealthy Philadelphia family, Kelly had been raised with strict Catholic values and an emphasis on duty over personal desire. Her father, Jack Kelly, was a successful businessman who expected perfection from his children, a pressure that shaped Grace's drive for excellence, but also her tendency to sacrifice personal happiness for others' expectations. A former model turned actress, she became one of Hollywood's most elegant stars, winning an Oscar for The Country Girl from 1954 and starring in 3 Hitchcock classics. But at the height of her career, she made a choice that shocked Hollywood. She gave up stardom to become a real princess. Kelly's fairy tale romance with Prince Rainier III of Monaco began almost like a movie script. The two met during a photo shoot at the Cannes Film Festival in 1955, arranged as a publicity stunt. What was supposed to be a brief encounter turned into a whirlwind courtship, conducted largely through letters, as Kelly was filming in America while Rainier governed his tiny principality. Their engagement was announced in January 1956, and Kelly's final film, High Society, became a bittersweet farewell to her career. The wedding in April 1956 was dubbed the wedding of the century, but behind the spectacle lay harsh realities. Kelly was required to pay a $2 million dowry to marry Rainier, and she signed away her rights to ever act again. The contract of marriage was as binding as any studio contract she had ever signed. The lavish ceremony, attended by Hollywood royalty and actual European nobility, was broadcast to millions worldwide. But the fairy tale came with a price. As Princess Grace, Kelly was forbidden from pursuing the career she loved. Rainier reportedly burned her film scripts when studios tried to lure her back, and she was expected to focus solely on her duties as a royal wife and mother. She channeled her creative energy into charitable work and supporting the arts in Monaco, but friends often noted her melancholy when discussing her lost career. Kelly's life as a princess was marked by increasing isolation and depression. The Rainier she married proved to be controlling and jealous, and their relationship grew cold over the years. She found solace in her 3 children, but struggled with the loss of her identity as an actress. Her attempts to return to acting in the late 1970s were met with fierce opposition from Rainier and the Monegasque people. On September 14, 1982, Grace Kelly passed away in a car accident on the winding roads of Monaco, the same roads where she had once filmed To Catch a Thief. She was only 52 years old, and many who knew her felt that she had never truly found happiness after giving up her Hollywood career. Her passing marked the end of an era and served as a cautionary tale about the cost of choosing duty over personal fulfillment. When a teen harmed her mom's gangster boyfriend, Lana Turner epitomized Hollywood glamour with her platinum blonde hair, stunning beauty, and tumultuous personal life that kept gossip columnists busy for decades. Discovered at age 16, sipping a Coke at Schwab's Pharmacy, Turner's rise to stardom seemed effortless, but it masked a deeper story of insecurity and poor judgment in relationships. Her 7 marriages and numerous affairs were often desperate attempts to find the love and stability she had never known as a child of divorce during the Great Depression. But nothing could have prepared Hollywood or the world for the shocking events of April 4th, 1958, when Turner's 14-year-old daughter, Cheryl Crane, fatally wounded her mother's gangster boyfriend. Turner's relationship with Johnny Stompanato was typical of her pattern of choosing dangerous, controlling men. Stompanato was a small-time hood with connections to notorious gangster Mickey Cohen. Despite warnings from friends and even studio executives, Turner was drawn to his dark charisma and explosive jealousy. The relationship was marked by violence and possessiveness, with Stompanato following Turner to film locations and threatening her co-stars. On the night of the incident, Turner and Stompanato had been arguing violently in her Beverly Hills bedroom. Cheryl, who had been listening to the escalating fight, became terrified when she heard Stompanato threaten to harm her mother and disfigure her face so she could never work again. In a moment of terror and protective instinct, the teenager grabbed a butcher knife from the kitchen and confronted the gangster. The knife pierced his aorta, and he passed away almost instantly. The scandal that followed was unlike anything Hollywood had seen. Turner, already known for her tempestuous love affairs, now faced the possibility that her lifestyle had contributed to a deadly tragedy involving her own child. The inquest became a media circus, with Turner's tearful testimony broadcast live on television. Her emotional plea, describing how she had tried to protect her daughter from her own poor choices, helped secure a verdict of justifiable use of force for Cheryl. But the trauma left permanent scars on both mother and daughter. Cheryl, already troubled by years of instability and her mother's neglect, was sent to various institutions and boarding schools. Turner, despite initially claiming she would change her ways, continued her pattern of destructive relationships. The irony was that the scandal, rather than destroying Turner's career, generated enormous publicity that temporarily revived her box office appeal. Turner's later years were marked by continued romantic disasters and financial troubles. She outlived many of her contemporaries, but never found the happiness that had eluded her throughout her glamorous but ultimately tragic life. The Stompanato incident remained a defining moment that showed how quickly Hollywood glamour could turn deadly when real life intruded on the carefully constructed fantasy. Hollywood's most mysterious star who vanished forever. Greta Garbo was one of the most enigmatic stars of Hollywood's golden age. Known for her striking beauty, husky voice, and unparalleled screen presence, she was the queen of the silent era and successfully transitioned to talkies. During World War II, Garbo reportedly used her Swedish connections to help refugees fleeing Nazi persecution, though she kept these humanitarian efforts strictly private. Some sources even suggest she served as an unofficial liaison between British intelligence and Swedish contacts, using her celebrity status to aid the war effort while maintaining her public image of political neutrality. But despite her fame, Garbo remained a mystery, both to her fans and the press. She fiercely guarded her private life, shunning Hollywood parties, avoiding interviews, and eventually vanishing from the film industry altogether. Her secretive nature led to endless speculation about her personal life, her relationships, and why she ultimately walked away from fame at the height of her career. Unlike other actresses of her time, Garbo never played the Hollywood game. She refused to be part of the studio publicity machine, rarely gave interviews, and loathed press events. When reporters tried to pry into her personal life, she shut them down with her now famous line, "I want to be alone." This phrase, which she uttered in Grand Hotel from 1932, became forever linked to her, even though she later clarified that she had meant she wanted to be left alone, not lonely. Garbo's unwillingness to socialize only deepened the air of mystery surrounding her. She was rarely seen in public, unless she was working. And while she was one of Hollywood's biggest stars, she maintained a quiet and reclusive lifestyle, often taking long walks alone or spending time in nature rather than mingling with fellow celebrities. Because she was so private, Garbo's love life became the subject of endless rumors. She was linked to several famous men, including fellow actor John Gilbert, with whom she had an intense but troubled romance. Gilbert, one of the biggest leading men of the silent era, reportedly proposed to Garbo multiple times, but she refused to marry him. Garbo was also rumored to have had relationships with women, including playwright Mercedes de Acosta. The two exchanged deeply personal letters over the years, leading many to believe that their connection was more than just friendship. However, Garbo never publicly acknowledged any romantic relationships, keeping her private affairs hidden from the world. In 1941, at the age of just 36, Garbo abruptly retired from Hollywood. Her last film, Two-Faced Woman, was a box office disappointment. But it was not the only reason she left. She had grown disillusioned with the industry, and with the outbreak of World War II, she felt even more disconnected from Hollywood life. She quietly slipped away from the limelight and never made another movie. After retiring, Garbo moved to New York City and lived a secluded life. She traveled frequently but avoided the press and rarely spoke about her past. Despite numerous offers to return to acting, she never did. She spent the rest of her life in near total privacy until she passed away in 1990 at the age of 84. When the world's first heartthrob died under weird circumstances, Rudolph Valentino was Hollywood's first true heartthrob. Known as the Latin lover, he captivated audiences with his smoldering good looks and passionate on-screen romances in silent films like The Sheik from 1921 and Blood and Sand from 1922. What many fans didn't know was that behind the glamorous facade lay the story of a poor Italian immigrant who had struggled desperately to make it in America. Born Rodolfo Guglielmi, he had arrived in New York penniless, working as a taxi dancer and sometimes gigolo to survive. The discrimination he faced as an Italian immigrant in early 20th century America drove his fierce determination to succeed and transform himself into the ultimate romantic ideal. But just as his career was reaching new heights, tragedy struck. Valentino's sudden and mysterious end in 1926 sent shockwaves through the world, leaving behind unanswered questions, mass hysteria, and an enduring legend. In August 1926, Valentino was in New York, promoting his latest film, The Son of the Sheik. While staying at the Ambassador Hotel, he suddenly collapsed in severe pain and was rushed to the hospital. Doctors diagnosed him with perforated ulcers, a condition they called Valentino's syndrome. Emergency surgery was performed, and for a brief moment, it seemed like he might recover. But then things took a bizarre turn. Valentino began suffering from peritonitis, a life-threatening infection. His condition deteriorated rapidly, and on August 23, 1926, he passed away at just 31 years old. News of Valentino's passing triggered an unprecedented level of public grief. Fans across the world were inconsolable, and riots broke out as thousands tried to attend his funeral in New York. More than 100,000 people lined the streets to pay their respects, and police struggled to control the crowds. Some fans even reportedly took their own lives, unable to bear the thought of a world without Valentino. Adding to the eerie nature of his final moments, a mysterious woman dressed in black appeared at his tomb, mourning in silence. This lady in black became part of his legend, as different women continued the tradition for decades, fueling rumors of a secret lover or an unknown connection from his past. Though Valentino's official cause was peritonitis, many refused to believe it was a natural occurrence. Conspiracy theories immediately spread. Some claimed he had been poisoned by a jealous lover or a rival. Others believed he was cursed. The curse theory stemmed from an unusual source, a supposedly haunted ring. Valentino had purchased a ring years earlier, despite being warned that it carried bad luck. After he began wearing it, his films started to flop, and he suffered multiple setbacks. When he passed away, the ring was passed on to his friend, who also met an untimely end under strange circumstances. This eerie pattern continued with several subsequent owners of the ring meeting tragic ends, further fueling the legend of the Valentino curse. Despite his short life, Valentino's impact on Hollywood was immeasurable. He paved the way for future matinee idols and remains an icon of classic cinema. His early passing at such a young age only cemented his status as a legend, and nearly a century later, his name still evokes mystery, romance, and tragedy. How fear and paranoia almost destroyed Hollywood. The Hollywood blacklist remains one of the darkest chapters in film history. During the late 1940s and 1950s, at the height of the Red Scare, actors, writers, directors, and other entertainment professionals were accused of having communist ties. Many saw their careers destroyed, reputations ruined, and lives forever changed. The human cost was devastating. Dalton Trumbo, one of the most talented screenwriters of his generation, went from being the highest paid writer in Hollywood to struggling in poverty. His family was forced to move to Mexico, and his children grew up watching their father fight to clear his name. Trumbo's daughter later recalled the horrors of that era. "My family made it through the blacklist, but many didn't. There were divorces and tragic losses. Lives were destroyed. What started as political paranoia turned into a full-blown witch hunt, altering Hollywood forever." After World War II, fear of communism gripped the United States. The Cold War had begun, and the U.S. government was determined to root out any potential communist influences within the country. This fear extended to Hollywood, where films were seen as a powerful tool for shaping public opinion. In 1947, the House Un-American Activities Committee launched an investigation into alleged communist activity in the film industry. 10 screenwriters and directors, later known as the Hollywood 10, refused to answer questions about their political beliefs. They cited their First Amendment rights, but were found in contempt of Congress and sentenced to prison. This marked the beginning of the Hollywood blacklist. The Hollywood studios, under pressure from Congress and the public, created an unofficial blacklist of individuals suspected of communist sympathies. Anyone named on the list was effectively banned from working in the industry. Some of the most talented figures in Hollywood were suddenly unemployable. Among them was Dalton Trumbo, a brilliant screenwriter who had penned classics like Roman Holiday from 1953 and Spartacus from 1960. Trumbo was forced to write under pseudonyms to keep working. Charlie Chaplin, one of the greatest film icons of all time, was also targeted. Labeled as a communist sympathizer, he left the U.S. and lived in exile for 20 years. Even those who were not blacklisted lived in fear. A simple accusation could end a career, and many actors and filmmakers named names to save themselves. One of the most infamous moments occurred when director Elia Kazan, known for films like A Streetcar Named Desire from 1951, testified before HUAC and identified several of his colleagues as communists. While this allowed him to continue working, it tarnished his legacy, and many in Hollywood never forgave him. By the late 1950s, the Hollywood blacklist began to weaken as public sentiment shifted. In 1960, Dalton Trumbo received on-screen credit for Spartacus, a move pushed by actor Kirk Douglas. This was a major turning point, signaling the end of the blacklist era. Slowly, blacklisted artists were allowed to return to Hollywood, though many never fully recovered their careers. The Hollywood blacklist serves as a chilling reminder of what happens when fear overrides reason. Careers were ruined, friendships were destroyed, and the film industry was forever altered. Today, it is remembered as one of Hollywood's greatest injustices, a time when creativity was stifled by political hysteria. The scars of the era remain, but the resilience of those who fought back against the blacklist ensured that their stories and their films would never be forgotten. When movie studios owned their stars like property, during Hollywood's golden age, the studio system was the dominant force in the industry. While it produced some of the most iconic films and legendary stars of all time, it also maintained a stranglehold over its actors, dictating every aspect of their professional and personal lives. Many of Hollywood's brightest stars lived in a gilded cage, famous and adored by millions, but trapped by contracts that left them powerless over their own careers. From the 1920s to the early 1950s, the Big Five studios, MGM, Warner Brothers, Paramount, RKO, and 20th Century Fox, operated as powerful empires. They controlled everything from film production and distribution to the lives of their biggest stars. If an actor wanted to work in Hollywood, they had to sign an exclusive contract with one of these studios. These contracts were notoriously strict. Studios assigned actors roles, dictated their public image, and even controlled their relationships. If a star wanted to take a role outside their studio, they had to receive permission, something rarely granted. To fit Hollywood's glamorous image, studios often fabricated backstories for their actors. Birth names were changed to something more marketable. Norma Jean Baker became Marilyn Monroe, Lucille LeSueur became Joan Crawford, and Archibald Leach was transformed into Cary Grant. But it didn't stop there. If a star's personal life didn't match their public persona, studios stepped in. Scandals were covered up, affairs were hidden, and even marriages were arranged for publicity. MGM, for example, closely monitored Judy Garland, forcing her onto a strict diet and feeding her amphetamines to keep her working long hours. One of the most infamous aspects of the studio system was its treatment of actors who stepped out of line. If a star refused a role, dated the wrong person, or tried to gain independence, they were punished. Studios could suspend them without pay, blacklist them from projects, or smear their reputation in the press. Bette Davis famously fought Warner Brothers when she was given roles she despised. When she tried to break her contract, the studio sued her. Olivia de Havilland took on Warner Brothers as well, leading to the landmark de Havilland decision, which limited how long studios could bind actors to restrictive contracts. Even some of the biggest stars of the era, like James Cagney and Humphrey Bogart, struggled against the system. Many actors spent years trapped in roles they didn't want, unable to leave without risking their careers. By the late 1940s, the studio system's power began to wane. In 1948, a Supreme Court ruling forced studios to sell off their theater chains, breaking their monopoly on the industry. Combined with the rise of independent filmmaking, this ruling allowed actors to gain more control over their careers. By the 1950s and 60s, Hollywood stars were no longer bound by ironclad contracts, and the days of total studio dominance were over. While the system created legends, it also left behind stories of control, exploitation, and lost dreams. Looking back at these 16 stories, there's a pattern here that's both fascinating and heartbreaking. So many of these tragedies stemmed from the same sources. A ruthless studio system that treated people like property, a society that demanded impossible perfection, and an industry built on secrets and illusions. The studio moguls who controlled every aspect of their stars' lives, the casting couch culture that exploited young hopefuls, the pressure to hide your true self. These weren't just isolated incidents. They were systematic problems that destroyed countless lives and careers. But here's what gives me hope. Many of the people we talked about today, Dalton Trumbo, Fatty Arbuckle, Ingrid Bergman, they eventually found some measure of justice or redemption. Their stories remind us that truth has a way of surfacing, even when powerful people try to bury it. These tales from Hollywood's past aren't just entertainment. They're cautionary stories about power, fame, and what happens when we forget that celebrities are human beings first. What lessons do you think we can learn from these stories? Share your thoughts below. If you appreciated this deeper look into old Hollywood's hidden truths, please like this video and subscribe for more thoughtful explorations of entertainment history. Until next time, let's remember these stars, not just for their glamour, but for their humanity. Behind the glitz and glamour, Hollywood's legends were hiding some wild secrets in their homes. From mysterious tunnels to haunted rooms, these 23 celebrity estates tell stories that'll blow your mind. Jane Mansfield's house, famously called the Pink Palace, was absolutely one of a kind. Built in the late 50s in Los Angeles, you couldn't miss it with its bright bubblegum pink paint and outrageous design. Everyone said it perfectly captured Jane's over-the-top personality, and boy, did it show in every single room. The place had a heart-shaped pool with a mosaic that spelled out, "I love you, Janey," and the pink obsession didn't stop at carpets. Walls and ceilings were pink in some rooms, too. Her husband, Mickey Hargitay, the former Mr. Universe, added his own touch by installing a fountain that Jane would sometimes fill with pink champagne for her famous parties. The Pink Palace at 10,100 Sunset Boulevard started as a pretty ordinary Mediterranean-style home before Mansfield bought it in 1957. She immediately went wild, with changes that shocked neighbors and thrilled the press, dropping over $76,000, that's about like $800,000 today, to create her pink fantasy. Behind all that craziness was a woman with surprising talents. Mansfield spoke 5 languages fluently and played violin beautifully, often practicing in a small music room she kept despite the house's otherwise outrageous style. Here's the sad part. While creating this shrine to femininity and romance, her marriage to Hargitay was already falling apart. She put pink phones in every room, including bathrooms, partly because she was scared of missing important calls from her often absent husband. Most touching was the pink nursery she created for her kids, where she'd spend hours reading to them in different languages, determined they'd get the education she'd fought so hard for herself. When money got tight in the 60s, Mansfield refused to downsize, instead turning part of the house into a makeshift photography studio, where she charged the press for pictures, transforming her private space into income while keeping up her lavish image. While it definitely grabbed attention, the house also showed Jane's deep need to stand out in a Hollywood scene that constantly compared her to Marilyn Monroe. She never settled for blending in, and her pink palace made that crystal clear. Sadly, they tore the place down in the early 2000s. Even so, people still remember its wild, outrageous style. It remains a vivid reminder of a woman who embraced every chance to be different, right until the very end. Clark Gable. Clark Gable, often called the King of Hollywood, found peace away from studio lights at a secluded ranch in Encino, part of the San Fernando Valley. While he was famous for sweeping romantic roles like Rhett Butler in Gone with the Wind, Gable's private life had a much quieter, down-to-earth feel. His ranch, hidden among farmland and rolling hills, gave him room to enjoy a simpler lifestyle, far from photographers. Built in the 30s, the property didn't show off like some other star homes, but it had plenty of hidden appeal. Wide fields and well-kept stables reflected Gable's love for the outdoors. He often rode horses on the trails and entertained close friends with casual barbecues instead of the fancy parties typical of Hollywood's elite. Gable bought the 20-acre Encino Ranch in 1939 with his third wife, actress Carole Lombard, as their dream home. Behind the property's rustic look was a man trying to balance humble beginnings with unexpected fame. Born to a struggling oil worker in Ohio, Gable had worked at a tire factory and as a lumberjack before finding acting. Despite his smooth screen image, the ranch showed his true preferences: practical furniture, hunting trophies, and farm equipment he fixed himself. The home held deep emotional meaning after Lombard's tragic 1942 plane crash death. While returning from a war bond tour, Gable enlisted in the Army Air Forces at 41, serving as a gunner on dangerous German bombing missions, seemingly seeking risky assignments in his grief. When he returned, he couldn't bear changing anything in her closets or dressing room, preserving them exactly as she left them for the rest of his life. His library revealed a little-known intellectual side. Gable loved reading history and poetry, especially Civil War accounts and Robert Service's works. Perhaps most telling was his workshop, where he spent hours making handmade furniture, a therapeutic hobby that helped him cope with personal losses. After his death, staff discovered he'd kept detailed scrapbooks documenting the care of every plant and animal on the property, showing a tenderness that contrasted with his rugged public image. A small cottage on the grounds served as his personal hideaway, where Gable would practice lines or just relax with a good book. Following personal tragedies, especially wife Carole Lombard's death, this ranch became Gable's grief sanctuary. Locals remembered seeing him walking the property at sunset, finding comfort in its peace. Though time and development have changed Encino, the legend of Clark Gable's hidden ranch lives on, reminding fans that even Hollywood royalty sometimes needed a quiet escape. Mae West. Mae West took a different path than most Hollywood stars. She chose a classy apartment in the historic Ravenswood building instead of some sprawling mansion. But don't let apartment fool you. Inside, it was pure Mae West magic, decorated almost entirely in white, from the plush carpets to those shiny mirrored walls. The showstopper had to be her seashell-shaped bed. Talk about making a statement. She kept movie souvenirs everywhere, flashy costumes, props, photographs tracking her rise to fame. You name it, she probably had it. Unlike other stars who constantly upgraded to bigger digs, Mae moved into the Ravenswood in 1932 and stayed put for 48 years until she died in 1980. Pretty remarkable in flighty Hollywood. Her apartment doubled as her office, where she wrote her famously risque plays that sometimes got raided by cops for being too naughty. What most people didn't know was that behind all that bold, sexy confidence, Mae was actually pretty private and superstitious. She had psychics on speed dial and regularly had her place blessed by spiritual advisors. She even kept a separate, simple bedroom from that famous seashell bed. Her real sleeping space was plain as day, totally different from her public image. Despite making millions, Mae stashed cash all over her apartment. She didn't trust banks after watching so many people lose everything in the 1929 crash. While other stars moved to bigger and bigger mansions, Mae stayed loyal to her Ravenswood apartment for decades, watching Hollywood change around her. Over the years, people have whispered about ghosts and strange happenings, with some folks claiming they can still feel her presence in those halls. True or not, her longtime apartment stands as a testament to Mae West's fierce independence. She lived life on her own terms, never following trends or trying to fit in. Even today, her name brings up images of quick wit, sharp comebacks, and a woman who refused to fade into the background. Errol Flynn. Errol Flynn's Mulholland Farm was like a grown-up playground for Hollywood's most famous swashbuckler, the guy from Captain Blood and the Adventures of Robin Hood. Perched up in the Hollywood Hills and built in the 40s, this place had it all. Main house, guest house, and a sparkling pool surrounded by gorgeous landscaping. Flynn, famous for his on-screen sword fights and off-screen wild ways, added some pretty unconventional touches. We're talking secret passages to hidden bedrooms and a two-way mirror that let him spy on guests without them knowing. He even had his own pistol range for target practice and a private bar for those legendary parties. But here's where it gets dark. Those peeping Tom features showed a side of Flynn his fans never saw. His friendship with a Nazi sympathizer named Hermann Urban actually got the FBI watching his place during World War II, though they never charged Flynn with anything. The estate hid evidence of Flynn's serious drinking problem and failing health. He had a vitamin room that was really just packed with medications for everything from malaria to his bad heart. Surprisingly, Flynn sometimes showed real kindness at Mulholland Farm, opening his doors to war refugees and letting struggling actors crash in his guest house. After he died, a gospel singer named Stuart Hamblin bought the place and found some disturbing stuff hidden in secret compartments, including what looked like homemade porn films Flynn made right there. This wild home perfectly captured Flynn's adventurous spirit and his darker demons. As his career tanked in the 50s and his health and money ran out, Mulholland Farm fell apart, just like Flynn himself. Eventually, they tore the whole place down. But the legend lives on. Old movie buffs still talk about those mysterious tunnels and wild parties, seeing it all as pure Errol Flynn, bigger than life until the very end. Alla Nadzimova. Alla Nadzimova's Garden of Allah was a colorful haven on Sunset Boulevard that offered refuge for Hollywood's rebels and free spirits. A Russian-born actress and producer, Nazimova bought the mansion in the 1910s and transformed it into an open-minded retreat. She built guest villas and designed an eye-catching pool shaped like the Black Sea. Artists, writers, and actors like F. Scott Fitzgerald, Greta Garbo, and Errol Flynn found peace there, drawn by the relaxed vibe and Nadzimova's progressive attitude. Word had it, she hosted private gatherings that challenged conservative 1920s standards, giving guests a place to break free from Hollywood's usual restrictions. Few Garden of Allah visitors realized the property represented Nadzimova's incredible personal transformation. Born Mariam Edez Adelaida Leventin in Yalta, Crimea, she fled a brutally abusive childhood by running away to Moscow at 17. Her journey from broke immigrant to property owner symbolized the hard-won independence she fiercely protected. Though the complex eventually included 25 villas around her mansion, Nadzimova kept a private apartment above the garage that she rarely invited anyone to see. A personal sanctuary decorated with Orthodox icons and family photos that revealed her sentimental attachment to the Russian homeland she publicly claimed to reject. The Garden of Allah served as more than a bohemian hangout. It functioned as an unofficial safe house for LGBTQ actors and artists during an era of persecution. Nadzimova herself had relationships with women, but carefully hid this from studio executives. She planted a special garden of night-blooming flowers, specifically for guests who could only visit after dark due to scandal concerns, ensuring they could enjoy natural beauty regardless of when they felt safe to appear. Despite her flamboyant public image, financial records found after her death showed she'd quietly paid college tuition for dozens of young women, mostly daughters of immigrants, with the only requirement being that her sponsorship stay anonymous during her lifetime. But money troubles forced Nadzimova to sell in the 20s. Eventually, it became a hotel that had its ups and downs, before being demolished in the 50s to make room for a strip mall. To most folks passing by today, there's hardly any sign that this spot once buzzed with creativity and free thinking. Yet the Garden of Allah's memory endures as proof that Hollywood wasn't all about blockbusters and glamour. Sometimes it was a safe haven for those brave enough to be different, if only temporarily. Hedy Lamarr. Hedy Lamarr's Hollywood house was a perfect mix of glamour and genius, just like the lady herself. Built high in the hills during the 40s, it featured clean, modern lines, with huge windows flooding every room with natural light. To most visitors, it looked like any stylish movie star home. But here's what made it special. Hedy wasn't just a gorgeous face. She was a brilliant inventor. Hidden from Hollywood's prying eyes, she kept a private workshop where she tinkered with ideas, including groundbreaking frequency-hopping technology that later became the foundation for Wi-Fi and Bluetooth. That secret workshop told the real story of Hedy's amazing double life. Born Hedwig Kiesler in Austria to Jewish parents, she fled a terrible marriage to a Nazi arms dealer, escaping with just her jewelry sewn into her clothes. This traumatic experience made her crave security, leading her to create a home that looked normal outside but housed revolutionary ideas inside. Her dining room actually doubled as an engineering lab where she worked with composer George Antheil to develop their frequency-hopping patent, designed to help Allied torpedoes avoid detection during World War II. While studio executives dismissed her brainy side, Howard Hughes got it. He set her up with a small lab and equipment right in her home, calling her a perfect combination of good looks and brains. Despite Hollywood ignoring her inventive mind during her lifetime, Hedy kept at it for personal satisfaction, telling her son, "Films paid the bills, but inventing brought me joy." In a town obsessed with red carpets and premieres, Hedy quietly pursued her intellectual passions. She rarely let anyone into her workshop, and most people had no clue about her high-level problem-solving skills. That mysterious blend of beauty and brains turned her into something of a Hollywood legend. Though the house is gone now, Hedy's story still amazes fans who marvel at how she balanced stardom and science when nobody thought a leading lady could be a serious inventor. Her legacy proves that creativity knows no boundaries, even in an industry built entirely on appearances. Howard Hughes. Howard Hughes's Beverly Hills estate was like a maze reflecting the brilliant but troubled mind of its owner. Bought in the 20s, it sat behind massive walls and thick trees, offering complete privacy to a man who became increasingly reclusive over the years. Inside, sleek luxury met cutting-edge technology. Hughes was always pushing boundaries in aviation and his personal life. He even built his own airstrip on the property so he could come and go without dealing with the outside world. The place perfectly reflected Hughes's growing paranoia and OCD, which few people outside his inner circle really understood. Long before these conditions were properly recognized, Hughes created what we'd now call a clean room environment in parts of his home, with elaborate air filtration systems and strict rules for anyone entering certain areas. His bedroom had a custom-built bed with mechanical adjustments way ahead of its time. To help with chronic pain from several plane crash injuries, he kept secret from the public. Despite his isolation, Hughes maintained political connections through special phone lines that gave him direct access to U.S. presidents and government officials. His estate hid evidence of his weird work habits. He'd stay awake for days in his projection room, reviewing films frame by frame, while living on nothing but chicken soup and chocolate bars. Behind those imposing gates, Hughes occasionally showed surprising kindness, secretly funding medical treatments for down-on-their-luck employees and actors, though he rarely let them thank him face-to-face. As his fears and quirks intensified, Hughes added hidden rooms and secret passages, making sure he could always find privacy. He became obsessed with every tiny detail, from furniture placement to keeping each room at the perfect temperature. When his mental health crashed in the 40s and 50s, the estate felt more like a self-imposed prison than a luxurious retreat. After he died in the 70s, they sold the place and eventually tore it down, ending its strange hold on the neighborhood. But stories about Hughes's life of genius, paranoia, and secrecy still fascinate people, reminding us that brilliance often comes with a heavy price tag, and isolation can be both a refuge and a cage. Dolores Del Rio. Dolores Del Rio's Los Angeles home showcased her fierce pride in Mexican heritage and her willingness to embrace new ideas. Built in the 20s by visionary architect Richard Neutra, this sleek structure stood out dramatically against the fancy, ornate mansions other Hollywood stars preferred. Big windows and open floor plans gave it a clean, minimalist vibe that perfectly matched Dolores's vision of modern luxury. Inside, she surrounded herself with art and treasures from Mexico, creating a personal sanctuary that celebrated her roots. This attracted other creative types too. Painters, writers, and fellow stars like Diego Rivera and Frida Kahlo often stopped by, finding it refreshingly different from typical Hollywood style. Dolores's choice of modernist Neutra as her architect was a bold statement in an industry that expected its Latin American stars to live in stereotypical Spanish-style homes. Born into an aristocratic Mexican family that lost everything in the Mexican Revolution, Del Rio carried painful memories of loss that drove her desire to create an authentic, cultural space within Hollywood's fake world. Her home became an unofficial cultural embassy where she hosted fundraisers for Spanish Civil War orphans and Mexican earthquake victims. Despite her glamorous image, Dolores faced serious racism in Hollywood. Studios tried marketing her as Spanish instead of Mexican, thinking American audiences wouldn't accept a Mexican star. Her home became her refuge from discrimination, with one room dedicated to letters from Mexican children who saw her as their ambassador to America. During the Depression's anti-Mexican sentiment, Dolores used her home to meet with civil rights leaders fighting the illegal deportation of Mexican Americans, many of whom were actually U.S. citizens. When her American career slowed in the 40s, Dolores chose to return to Mexico, where she continued acting and became a major influence in her homeland's film industry. Over time, the house changed hands, and various modifications left it looking nothing like Neutra's original design. Still, architecture fans recognize its groundbreaking role in bringing modernism to Southern California. To many, Dolores Del Rio's former home stands as powerful proof that an artist can blend cultural heritage with cutting-edge design, leaving a lasting mark beyond just the movies. James Dean. James Dean's final home, a tiny bungalow in Sherman Oaks, told a completely different story from the fast-paced life he lived on screen. In the mid-50s, he settled into this ordinary rental, apparently preferring a quiet spot far from Hollywood's glitzy party scene. But the place still revealed glimpses of Dean's restless energy and deep passions. He famously parked his Porsche 550 Spyder in the garage, the same sports car that would later become tragically famous in his fatal accident. Inside, Dean showed a more thoughtful side, spending hours sketching, reading scripts, or fooling around with bongos. Showing his artistic curiosity went way beyond acting. The modest bungalow at 14,611 Sutton Street hardly reflected Dean's skyrocketing fame. Described as a rustic, log cabin-style villa, it wasn't so much Dean's choice of simplicity, but his temporary state. He'd planned to build a proper ranch in the valley once he got really established. The home showed evidence of his unknown talents. Dean was a skilled photographer who turned a small closet into a darkroom where he developed artistic photos that revealed a sensitive side completely at odds with his rebel image. His landlord, Nico Romanos, later revealed that Dean often had insomnia and would spend nights rearranging furniture or reading philosophy, especially Goethe and Schopenhauer, that he kept by his bed. Despite his loner reputation, Dean was surprisingly domestic in his Sherman Oaks home, teaching himself Italian cooking and hosting small dinner parties for close friends like Sal Mineo and Natalie Wood. The night before his fatal Salinas drive, Dean spent his last evening at home planting flowers in the garden, a touching detail that totally contradicts his fast-living image. Close friends remembered him escaping here to get away from studio pressure, wanting a place where he could just be himself without performing for anyone. After his shocking death in 1955, the bungalow stayed mostly unchanged, like a frozen moment from that brief, brilliant time in his life. Though modern renovations have come through, fans still drive by out of curiosity, trying to picture Dean offstage, just a young man dealing with ambition and uncertainty. In many ways, the bungalow's simplicity highlights the huge difference between the mythic James Dean and the real person who once lived there, looking for some peace in a world he left way too soon. Charlie Chaplin. Charlie Chaplin lived in a Beverly Hills place that perfectly matched his personality. Modest, yet whimsical, just like those classic films City Lights and Modern Times we all loved. Built in the 20s, this cozy little spot wasn't anything fancy, but get this, it had a secret tunnel leading straight to a wine cellar. Chaplin used this hidden passage to slip away from pesky reporters or throw intimate parties away from nosy neighbors. The property had this adorable miniature stage out back where he'd practice his comedy routines before filming. Even though he was one of the world's biggest stars, Charlie kept all the original 1920s decorations inside, like he never forgot where he came from. This humble house became his safe haven during those scary McCarthy years. You know, when Hollywood was hunting communists everywhere. Things got so bad, poor Charlie had to leave America altogether. His playful side really showed in the garden, where he put up fun sculptures and fountains that were pure Chaplin magic. Behind all that charm, though, Charlie carried some heavy baggage from his childhood. Growing up dirt poor in London, spending time in workhouses, watching his mother struggle with mental illness, it all shaped his need for perfect, controlled spaces. Despite his wealth, he stayed surprisingly tight with money, a habit from those hungry childhood days. His neighbors included big shots like David O. Selznick and Fred Astaire, and he got along great with them, way better than with those studio bosses who kept getting on his nerves. These days, the house is privately owned and closed to visitors, but it still holds a special place in Hollywood history. It's a quiet reminder that even world-famous stars need a place to kick back and just be themselves. Buster Keaton. Buster Keaton's Beverly Hills estate felt like a living museum of silent films. Built in the 20s, this mansion had 20 rooms packed with surprises. A Roman-style pool, a trout stream, even an aviary. Keaton, famous for his inventive comedy, added his personal touches, like a hidden bar that could magically transform into a private screening room. Back then, the house showed just how successful he was during silent film's golden era. But this grand place also hinted at tougher times ahead. Money problems and a bitter divorce forced Keaton to lose this beloved property, mirroring the broader struggles he faced when talkies took over and his career started sliding. Alcohol issues only made things worse, and the estate became a painful reminder of how quickly Hollywood's loyalty could vanish. Even a brilliant performer like Keaton couldn't hold on to everything when the industry shifted. Keaton's Italian villa at 1018 Pamela Drive told both the story of artistic genius and personal tragedy. Known as the Great Stone Face for his deadpan expression on screen, Keaton actually cried openly when forced to sell after just 10 months of ownership. His financial disaster came not from his own overspending, but from a terrible business decision, giving up his independent production company to sign with MGM, where they completely controlled his work. The home's saddest feature was a specially designed playroom for his 2 young sons, whom he lost in his divorce. He kept this room exactly the same, even after the boys stopped visiting. British actor James Mason bought the property in 1952 and found something amazing in the garage, a forgotten vault containing many of Keaton's lost films, which Mason carefully preserved, basically saving a huge chunk of cinema history. Despite his reputation for death-defying stunts, Keaton suffered from severe arthritis that hardly anyone knew about. His Italian villa had a special therapeutic bath where he'd soak his painful joints every morning before going to work, hiding his physical agony from everyone. Today, his old home is long gone, but its story still resonates with fans and film historians. It's a bittersweet chapter in Keaton's life, showing both his creative peaks and the personal and professional battles he faced behind the scenes. Marion Davies. Marion Davies' Ocean House in Santa Monica was more than just a mansion. It practically felt like a royal palace by the ocean. Finished in the 20s with financial backing from her powerful partner, William Randolph Hearst, this massive property had over 100 rooms, 55 bathrooms, and 37 fireplaces. The crown jewel was a 110-foot pool, surrounded by marble statues and lush gardens. Davies, who went from silent film star to glamorous socialite, threw parties people still talk about today, hosting legends like Winston Churchill and Charlie Chaplin. But behind all those glitzy events was a quieter reality. Marion's home wasn't just about her success. It was also a symbol of how much she depended on Hearst. He was a domineering figure who sometimes overshadowed her personal dreams. The beachfront estate, officially known as Ocean House, but often called the Beach House, physically represented Davies' complicated relationship with Hearst. Though often painted as just his mistress, Davies was actually a sharp businesswoman who personally oversaw much of the massive construction, showing surprising talent for architectural planning. Despite her party girl image, Davies turned several mansion rooms into a temporary hospital during the 1933 Long Beach earthquake, personally caring for victims. Few guests knew that the mansion included a special room with enhanced acoustics to help Davies practice overcoming her stutter, a speech problem she worked hard to hide from everyone. During Prohibition, the home's huge wine cellar stayed fully stocked through Hearst's connections. But interestingly, Davies herself barely drank, staying sharp to protect her business interests, even during the wildest parties. Perhaps most touching was Davies's generosity. She set up a children's clinic on the property where poor Santa Monica kids got free medical care, a charity she never publicized, despite spending millions of her own money to run it. When Hearst hit financial troubles in the 30s, they had to break up the grand estate, and they demolished the main house in the 50s. Though most of it was lost, the guest house and pool still exist today as part of the Annenberg Community Beach House. In a way, these remaining pieces represent the dreams Davies chased and the price she paid to stay in Hollywood's inner circle. Even though the main mansion is gone, you can still feel her ambition echoing right by the sea. Rudolph Valentino. Rudolph Valentino's Falcon Lair was far more than a simple home. It felt like a mysterious fortress filled with secrets. Built in the 20s in Beverly Crest, it reflected his Italian heritage, complete with sweeping gardens, arched doorways, and a grand staircase that transported you to medieval Europe. Named after his movie, The Hooded Falcon, the estate became intertwined with Valentino's private tragedies. He invested both money and passion into Falcon Lair, but barely got to enjoy it. Just months after moving in, Valentino died suddenly at 31, leaving fans devastated. Heartbroken admirers visited the estate for years, leaving flowers at the gates. Rumors spread that Valentino himself believed the home was cursed, gossip that only intensified after his unexpected death. Falcon Lair at 1436 Bella Drive carried deep sadness that mirrored Valentino's struggles with his own identity. As Hollywood's first male sex symbol, he bought the estate partly to shut down rumors about his sexuality, creating an overly masculine space with weapon collections and a state-of-the-art gym. Born Rodolfo Alfonso Raffaello, Pier Filibert Guglielmi di Valentina d'Antonguella in Italy, he simplified his name, but felt trapped by the exotic Latin lover image studios forced on him. The home's massive library proved his intellectual side, volumes of poetry and philosophy in 4 languages that contradicted his screen image as just another pretty face. Valentino's most private space was a small meditation room, filled with religious artifacts where he escaped the crushing pressure of fame. His final project at Falcon Lair was planting a garden of rare Italian herbs and vegetables, hoping to recreate childhood flavors from Puglia. After his sudden death from peritonitis, his pets, especially his beloved Doberman cub Bar, supposedly howled through the house for weeks. When they briefly opened Falcon Lair to the public in the 30s, officials found hundreds of letters addressed simply to Valentino, Hollywood, many from women claiming spiritual contact with him. Over time, Falcon Lair changed hands multiple times, and each new owner reported strange occurrences, eerie sounds, and ghostly figures. In the early 2000s, they finally demolished the estate, ending its physical existence. Still, its story lives on as a haunting tribute to Hollywood's first major heartthrob, a reminder that fame can dazzle one moment and vanish cruelly the next, haunting those who chase it with both dreams and fears. Mary Pickford's mansion, known as Pickfair, felt like its own little kingdom in Beverly Hills. Built in the 20s, it showcased the incredible power she wielded as one of Hollywood's earliest superstars. She shared this 42-room palace with Douglas Fairbanks, turning it into the go-to spot for Hollywood's elite, including Albert Einstein, Charlie Chaplin, and Amelia Earhart. While it became the center of glitz and glamour, Pickfair also hid a darker story about Mary's personal struggles. After she and Fairbanks divorced in the 30s, Mary basically disappeared from public life, rarely leaving her luxury sanctuary. Stories say she spent her final years wandering through its lavish rooms, haunted by memories of past fame and her lost love. Behind Pickfair's glamorous exterior lay Pickford's traumatic childhood that shaped everything about her. Born Gladys Smith in Toronto, she became her family's breadwinner at 8 after her father died, creating a lifelong fear of poverty that showed up in strange ways throughout Pickfair. Despite massive wealth, she installed multiple safes everywhere and personally tracked every household expense in detailed ledgers she kept locked away. The estate had a special projection room where Pickford would obsessively watch her old, silent films late at night, especially after drinking, a habit that got worse after her divorce from Fairbanks. Contrary to her America's sweetheart image, Pickford was a sharp businesswoman who ran United Artists meetings in a wood-paneled study at Pickfair, becoming one of Hollywood's most powerful executives when women were expected to be just pretty faces. Her deepest secret was a small nursery she kept at Pickfair, decorated for children she never had. Pickford's biggest regret was choosing career over motherhood, a decision that seemed to haunt her more each year. Most heartbreakingly, she kept all of Fairbanks's belongings exactly as he left them for decades after their divorce, creating a shrine in his former dressing room that stayed untouched until her death. Sadly, in the 90s, Zadora, who owned the mansion, had it demolished, claiming things like termite damage and possible hauntings. That demolition really upset film history buffs, who saw it as destroying a precious piece of Hollywood heritage. Though the building's gone, the name Pickfair still brings up images of movie stars in their prime. In many ways, it represents both the shining moments and hidden heartaches that often lurk behind Hollywood's golden facade. Douglas Fairbanks. Douglas Fairbanks, Hollywood's daredevil, known for movies like The Thief of Baghdad and Robin Hood, lived just as grandly off-screen. While he shared Pickfair with Mary Pickford, he also owned another estate in Santa Monica called Fairbanks Ranch. This lush hideaway had manicured gardens, a private lake, and a charming boathouse. Being a total sports nut, Fairbanks built a modern gym and tennis court where he hosted matches that drew Hollywood's biggest stars. The Santa Monica property reflected Fairbanks's endless quest for physical perfection and staying young. Born Douglas Elton Thomas Ullman, he switched to his mother's maiden name to distance himself from his alcoholic father, a painful childhood that drove his fitness obsession. His Santa Monica place had one of Hollywood's first private gyms, filled with exercise equipment he designed himself, some of which influenced modern fitness machines. While everyone admired his athletic skills, few knew about his private struggle with high blood pressure that started in his 30s. His intense daily workouts were partly attempts to control his condition without medication. The estate's weirdest feature was a custom obstacle course mimicking stunts from his films, which he'd run through every day, regardless of weather or filming schedule. Despite his sophisticated image, Fairbanks had dropped out of school at 12. His Santa Monica home had an extensive library where he spent hours educating himself, especially about world history and architecture, subjects that later influenced his films. One of the most memorable parts of Fairbanks Ranch was a hidden tunnel connecting the main house to the boathouse. Rumor had it he'd use it to avoid reporters or make dramatic entrances for guests. As his marriage to Pickford fell apart, he increasingly escaped to this Santa Monica sanctuary, eventually installing a shortwave radio system that let him communicate with explorers and adventurers worldwide, living through their journeys when his own age started limiting his adventures. The property's saddest feature was a private screening room where Fairbanks would study his earlier films, growing upset as he watched his younger self perform stunts he could no longer do. His staff revealed that he kept a detailed journal in a hidden safe, documenting his battle with depression and fear of aging in a youth-obsessed industry. Despite his playboy reputation after divorcing Pickford, Fairbanks often spent evenings alone at the ranch writing poetry, a creative outlet he kept secret to protect his masculine image. The tunnel between main house and boathouse served practical purposes beyond dramatic entrances. It let him escape to his yacht when dark moods hit, sometimes disappearing for days on impromptu solo sailing trips. When his marriage ended and his movie popularity dropped, Fairbanks found refuge here, spending more time away from the spotlight. Eventually, they sold and subdivided the property, but the legend lived on. The hidden tunnel and private lake perfectly capture the mix of showmanship and privacy that defined Fairbanks's later years. Even now, memories of his carefree spirit and athletic lifestyle persist, reminding us of a time when Hollywood stars could create personal paradises far from prying eyes. John Barrymore's Bella Vista estate perfectly captured the dramatic flair of the great profile himself. Built in the 1920s in Beverly Hills, this sprawling place had a massive library crammed with rare books and manuscripts, some hidden in secret wall compartments for extra mystery. Barrymore, who lived for classical theater, set up his own private stage where he'd rehearse Shakespeare or entertain a lucky few friends. The whole place had this Gothic vibe with dark wood panels and dramatic lighting. Definitely not your average movie star pad. Behind all that grandeur, Bella Vista showed John's desperate attempts to find some stability in his chaotic life. Born into a famous acting family but cursed with the family drinking problem, Barrymore often disappeared into his library for days at a time. His book collection, worth over $2 million in today's money, revealed his secret identity as a serious intellectual. Though everyone knew him as a legendary actor, John was also a talented artist who turned part of Bella Vista into a studio for his sensitive pen and ink drawings. His most prized possessions weren't acting awards, but rare Japanese prints and first edition Shakespeare, which he'd read aloud to his pet vulture named Maloney, who had the run of the place. When young Errol Flynn first hit Hollywood, Barrymore became his mentor, regularly inviting him over for acting lessons and late-night philosophical chats that deeply influenced Flynn's career. Animals wandered everywhere. John famously kept a monkey and a parrot as permanent house guests. But as his health failed and money troubles piled up in the 30s, Bella Vista became a symbol of his decline. He was forced to sell, which crushed this once mighty star. After changing hands, they eventually tore the place down, erasing a unique piece of Barrymore's complicated legacy. Still, stories about hidden bookcases and impromptu Shakespeare performances keep fascinating old Hollywood fans, reminding them of John's brilliant yet troubled final years. William Randolph Hearst Hearst's San Simeon estate, often called Hearst Castle, was absolutely monumental. Built from the 1910s onward, it sprawled across California's Central Coast hills and ended up with 165 rooms, massive gardens, and 2 enormous swimming pools, one famously decorated with real gold tiles. Hearst, a powerful media baron, spared no expense, shipping in authentic European ceilings, tapestries, and sculptures to fill his enormous retreat. A private zoo even roamed the grounds, complete with zebras and exotic creatures. Behind all the extravagance at San Simeon was Hearst's complex personality. The castle partly came from a childhood memory. At 10, his mother took him on an 18-month tour of European castles and palaces, an experience that left a lasting impression. Beyond simple luxury, San Simeon served as a museum for Hearst's compulsive collecting, which started as a kid and grew so extreme that huge warehouses in New York and California were stuffed with artworks he bought but never displayed. The castle had numerous secret passages and hidden rooms Hearst used to move around without guests seeing him, letting him observe conversations or disappear when social anxiety, something he struggled with despite his public image, became overwhelming. Though known for ruthless business tactics, Hearst surprised people with his tenderness toward animals, establishing one of America's largest private wildlife preserves around San Simeon, and personally naming many zoo creatures. Perhaps most surprising, despite owning America's most luxurious home, Hearst often slept in a small, sparsely furnished bedroom staff called the Monk's Cell, quite a contrast to fancy guest rooms. The estate's huge library proved Hearst's intellectual depth. He read extensively in several languages and collected rare manuscripts, including medieval texts scholars could study, despite their not being publicly displayed. Hearst threw lavish parties for Hollywood stars like Charlie Chaplin and Clark Gable. But behind the glitz was a man who loved calling the shots. His longtime companion, actress Marion Davies, often had to juggle his extravagant tastes with her own dreams. Financial problems in the 30s forced Hearst to sell off much of his priceless art, but he managed to keep the estate. Today, it operates as a state historical monument where visitors can still experience the grandeur and excess Hearst treasured. In many ways, San Simeon represents one man's desire for both power and beauty. Yet it also demonstrates the risks of living big, as even the mightiest fortunes can face hard times when situations change. Jean Harlow. Jean Harlow's Beverly Hills house looked elegant enough but carried some seriously creepy stories. It was more modest than other star homes, yet it became notorious after her husband Paul Byrne's sudden death. The circumstances around his passing sparked endless debates, stirring up rumors and attracting gawkers. Tragically, Harlow herself died at just 26, adding to the belief that something spooky might be connected to the property. Over time, new owners claimed they heard strange sounds and felt unsettling vibes, building the house's haunted reputation. The Benedict Canyon home at 9820 Easton Drive held secrets way beyond ghost stories. Harlow bought it in 1932 when she was Hollywood's reigning sex symbol, yet behind closed doors, she lived surprisingly differently. Despite her platinum blonde bombshell image, Harlow spent many evenings quietly reading. Her personal library contained hundreds of books on philosophy and science, revealing an intellectual depth MGM deliberately hid. The house showed touching evidence of her close relationship with her mother, who lived with her and controlled much of her career and finances, a relationship that grew strained as Harlow matured. Perhaps most poignant was the nursery Harlow had secretly prepared, hoping to start a family. A dream ended by her early death from kidney failure. Her medical condition partly stemmed from childhood scarlet fever, but was made worse by the toxic platinum hair treatments she endured weekly to maintain her signature look, basically sacrificing her health for her career. In a heartbreaking discovery after her death, Harlow had kept a private journal, documenting her struggles with chronic pain and fatigue, writing in one entry, "I smile on camera because that's my job, but some days it takes everything I have." Though publicly linked to numerous men, her home proved her genuine love for William Powell, who never lived with her, but kept a dedicated room filled with books they shared and notes they wrote each other. Still, Jean's gentler personal side showed up throughout the rooms. She loved surrounding herself with books and keepsakes that hinted at private interests, things the wider world never noticed beyond her screen persona. Even though Harlow's life ended way too soon, the house still stands, quietly reminding passersby of a star who once burned bright. Fans keep wondering if the place is truly cursed or just a backdrop for tragic events. Either way, it's become part of Hollywood's golden age legend, symbolizing both the glamour and heartbreak that could come from living under fame's intense spotlight. Harold Lloyd's mansion, famously called Green Acres, was a brilliant example of both fun and ambition in 1920s Hollywood. Boasting 44 rooms, the property included a 50-foot-long living room, multiple fountains, and perfectly manicured gardens. Lloyd, famous for his dangerous stunts and silent comedies, brought the same creativity to his home, designing a private zoo, a 9-hole golf course, and even a secret room for storing his film collections. Green Acres wasn't just showing off. It was also Lloyd's nod to his relentless quest for excellence. He made sure every corner reflected his passion for perfection, guaranteeing the estate would make a lasting impression. What most Green Acres visitors never knew was that Lloyd had lost his right thumb and index finger in a 1919 promotional photo accident when a prop bomb exploded unexpectedly. The mansion held evidence of his remarkable adaptation to this disability. He designed custom tools and everyday objects throughout the house, modified for his damaged hand. More impressive, he performed his famous death-defying stunts in films like Safety Last. While wearing a special prosthetic glove he developed himself. Despite this life-changing injury, Lloyd kept it secret from the public, worried it would hurt his image as a fearless performer. The estate revealed Lloyd's unknown passion for 3D photography. He converted one wing into an early multimedia studio, where he produced over 300,000 stereoscopic photographs, many featuring Hollywood celebrities in intimate, candid moments. Unlike many stars who fled Hollywood as fame faded, Lloyd stayed at Green Acres for nearly 5 decades. His daughter later shared that he often invited struggling former silent film colleagues to stay in his guest houses, providing housing and financial support without publicity. Perhaps most touching was Lloyd's custom theater room, which included special seating for local orphanage children, whom he invited for regular film screenings, a charitable tradition he maintained for decades without public recognition. But as silent films gave way to talkies, Lloyd struggled to maintain the huge property. By the 70s, much of the estate had been sold off to cover costs. Though the main house still stands, now a historic landmark, the remaining piece of Green Acres captures a special moment in movie history. It's a glimpse into a time when daring screen heroes could design equally daring homes, yet also a reminder that fortunes can turn quickly. Lloyd's estate ultimately reflects his career, grand, inventive, and filled with both victories and setbacks along the way. Gloria Swanson's Beverly Hills mansion, nicknamed Casa del Sol, was as over-the-top as Gloria herself. Built in the roaring 20s with that eye-catching Spanish Moorish style, it had fancy arched doorways, gorgeous tile work, and would you believe it, her own private chapel. Gloria, one of Hollywood's very first megastars, filled every room with exotic treasures from around the globe, Egyptian artifacts, rare antiques, the works. But here's the juicy part. Behind all the glamour was a hidden passageway leading to a secret room. Word on the street was she used it for private meetings or just to get some peace and quiet. Known for throwing parties that put all of Hollywood's parties to shame, Gloria entertained everyone who was anyone. What most people didn't know was that Gloria was secretly worried sick about money. She'd made an incredible $8 million between 1918 and 1929. That's crazy money back then, but managed to blow nearly all of it trying to keep up appearances with this fancy house. The place also became her hideaway during her hush-hush affair with Joseph P. Kennedy Sr. Yep, JFK's dad. He'd sneak over all the time, pretending to be her financial advisor. And get this, Gloria was way ahead of her time health-wise, turning part of her home into what we'd call a wellness center today. She ate vegetarian when nobody did that, and installed special water filters because she thought Hollywood's water was ruining her skin. When her star started fading in the 30s, keeping up that grand estate got tough. Money troubles forced her to sell, and eventually the whole place got torn down. But movie fans still remember Casa del Sol as the perfect symbol of Gloria's larger-than-life personality. Its disappearance just shows how quickly Hollywood's golden moments can vanish. Cary Grant's polished on-screen image suggested a life in fancy penthouses and grand estates, yet his actual Beverly Hills hideaway told a different story. Tucked behind tall hedges and modest gates, Grant's home wasn't a massive mansion, but rather a private sanctuary. He valued his privacy and enjoyed adding humorous touches to the decor. Visitors noticed tasteful interiors, with playful details that hinted at the wit behind his refined persona. Built in the late 30s, this low-key residence had winding paths and a lush garden where Grant liked hosting close friends. These small gatherings were said to be far more relaxed than the high society events he attended publicly. He preferred having just a few guests over, enjoying quiet conversation, or screening his latest film in a small viewing area. Behind Grant's sophisticated image was Archibald Leach, a working-class boy from Bristol, England, who ran away at 13 to join an acrobatic troupe. His home contained subtle reminders of this humble past, including several small circus keepsakes in a special case. Though known for his elegant style, Grant was surprisingly cheap in private, a habit from his poor childhood. Staff revealed he carefully tracked household expenses and often fixed broken things himself instead of replacing them. Perhaps most surprising was his lifelong insecurity about education. Having quit school at 14, Grant created a hidden study where he spent hours improving his knowledge of literature and history, with many books containing his careful notes in the margins. In stark contrast to his smooth-screen persona, Grant battled deep self-doubt. Journals found after his death revealed his ongoing identity confusion. Once writing, "Everyone wants to be Cary Grant. Even I want to be Cary Grant." His home included a meditation room where he practiced yoga decades before it became popular in America, finding it helped with his anxiety and depression. Despite this inner struggle, Grant created a warm home environment, especially after becoming a father in his 60s to his only child, Jennifer. His study contained dozens of heavily annotated parenting books, showing his determination to be the attentive father he never had. The walled garden became his special project in later years. He personally tended the roses each morning, telling friends that watching things grow gave him a sense of stability he found comforting. There were even stories about a hidden nook behind the library shelves, offering a quick path to the study, or maybe just a playful nod to Hollywood's love of secrets. Though Grant eventually moved away, the house remained a subject of whispered conversation in local circles, its understated exterior hiding the star power it once sheltered. Even today, fans romanticize this humble hideaway, reminding us that real class often thrives in the simplest settings. Greta Garbo. Greta Garbo's New York City apartment on East 52nd Street perfectly expressed her famous desire to be left alone. After retiring from films at just 35, the Swedish-born actress retreated to this surprisingly modest 5-room apartment where she spent the next 5 decades in carefully guarded privacy. While movie fans imagined her living in luxurious palaces, Garbo chose a simple, elegant space that put privacy first. Her apartment mixed Swedish antiques, Oriental rugs, and art by Renoir and Bonnard, reflecting her sophisticated taste and European background. The most clever feature was strategically placed mirrors that let her see visitors approaching before they spotted her, a smart design giving her control in social situations that often made her nervous. Garbo's legendary Manhattan walks became an art form as she developed complex routes to avoid recognition, often wearing disguises that included huge sunglasses and men's clothes. Though surrounded by luxury and fame, she lived surprisingly frugally, darning her own socks and keeping detailed expense records in tiny notebooks. Despite her reclusiveness, she kept a small circle of close friends who'd visit for intimate gatherings. Even as her legend grew, Garbo stayed committed to her private world, telling one rare interviewer, "I never said I want to be alone. I said I want to be let alone. There is a world of difference." Former co-stars who visited noticed her home had almost no movie career memorabilia. Not a single poster, award, or photo of herself on screen. Instead, she filled her shelves with books on philosophy, art, and world history, revealing the intellectual depth behind her famous mysterious gaze. After her 1990 death, her apartment was sold with most possessions intact, giving the world a rare peek into the private sanctuary of one of Hollywood's most mysterious stars. Walt Disney. Walt Disney's Holmby Hills estate, hidden on Carrollwood Drive, showed the same careful attention to detail and whimsy that defined his professional work. Built in 1950, this 3.6-acre property became Disney's sanctuary while he was developing his most ambitious project, Disneyland. The most amazing feature was the fully working 1/8 scale steam railroad Disney built around the property, complete with tunnels, trestles, and a 46-foot-long bridge. Named the Carrollwood Pacific Railroad, this miniature wonder revealed Disney's lifelong love of trains and served as a testing ground for ideas later used at his theme parks. Inside the house, Disney kept a special workshop called the Laugh Factory, where he'd tinker with mechanical toys and miniatures until dawn. Staff remembered him often working all night, perfecting small animatronic figures that would eventually inspire park attractions. Despite his growing empire, Disney found peace in these solitary hours of hands-on creation. The house held a sad contradiction. While Disney created fantasy worlds, bringing joy to millions of children, he and wife Lillian struggled with personal heartbreak, experiencing multiple miscarriages before adopting daughter Sharon. A specially designed children's wing reflected both this loss and his determination to create a magical childhood environment, complete with hidden passages and surprise elements built into the architecture. Though Disney's business reputation was sometimes called ruthless, at home he showed a different side, gardening with his staff and hosting Sunday barbecues where executives and janitors got equal treatment. His daughter recalled that despite his fame, he insisted on real family time within their home, establishing a rule that business talk was banned in certain rooms. After Disney's 1966 death, they eventually sold the property, but train enthusiasts still occasionally visit the site where Walt's railroad once ran, acknowledging how this personal passion project directly influenced the transportation systems now used by millions at Disney parks worldwide. So there you have it. Hollywood's best-kept secrets, right? Pretty wild stuff, huh? If you enjoyed peeking behind these famous doors, hit that like button and don't forget to subscribe. Trust me, we've got plenty more juicy Hollywood stories coming your way. See you next time. They lit up the silver screen and captivated millions. But behind the scenes, these Hollywood icons were making enemies at every turn. What if the star you've admired your entire life was actually Hollywood's most hated personality? The stories I'm about to share might forever change how you see these legendary performers. Shelley Winters. Shelley was a highly talented actress, but her strong personality often overshadowed her abilities. She was known for being difficult to work with, and her outspoken nature frequently led to conflicts with other actors and directors. Shelley's fiery temperament and refusal to compromise made her a polarizing figure in Hollywood, admired by some for her passion, but criticized by many for her abrasiveness. One notable instance of her contentious relationship was with Marilyn Monroe. Initially, Shelley and Marilyn were friends, sharing camaraderie as two women navigating the challenges of the film industry. However, their relationship soured over time, leading to a public falling out. Shelley once described Marilyn as the most insecure person she had ever met, a comment that was widely perceived as cruel and unnecessary. Remarks like this contributed to Shelley's reputation for being mean-spirited and hurtful, particularly when dealing with people she had once been close to. Shelley's tendency to be loud and unapologetically outspoken further alienated her from many of her peers. She was not one to sugarcoat her opinions, even when doing so might have spared feelings or preserved professional relationships. Her demanding attitude on movie sets added to her notoriety. Shelley often insisted on having things done her way, clashing with directors and frustrating co-stars who found her approach overbearing and disruptive. Mickey Rooney frequently clashed with directors and co-stars, insisting that things be done his way. His domineering attitude created tension on movie sets, and many colleagues found him exasperating to work with. While his talent and charisma were undeniable, his insistence on control and his volatile temperament made him unpopular among peers and crew. These behaviors tarnished his professional reputation, even as he continued to deliver remarkable performances. Mickey's personal life was equally turbulent. He was married 8 times, and many of these unions were plagued by scandal, public arguments, and bitter breakups. His marriage to actress Ava Gardner, one of his most high-profile relationships, epitomized the chaos of his private life. Their brief union was marked by intense arguments, with Ava later describing Mickey as controlling and jealous. These revelations further damaged his public image, painting him as a man unable to maintain harmony in his personal relationships. What few knew was that Mickey suffered from undiagnosed bipolar disorder for much of his life, experiencing dramatic mood swings that contributed to his unstable relationships. During manic phases, he would lavish extravagant gifts on his wives and make grandiose promises he couldn't keep. During depressive episodes, he became paranoid and accusatory. Gardner later admitted in private correspondence that she had genuinely loved Rooney, but couldn't withstand the emotional whiplash of his untreated condition. His 5th wife, Barbara Ann Thomason, had been working with doctors to get him proper psychiatric help when she tragically passed away in 1966, sending Rooney into a downward spiral that lasted years. In addition to his marital woes, Mickey faced significant financial troubles throughout his life. Despite earning millions during his career, he struggled with debt and declared bankruptcy multiple times. He often attributed his financial problems to the mismanagement of others, including agents and accountants. But his inability to take responsibility led many to view him as irresponsible and reckless. His financial instability, combined with his personal scandals, made him a controversial figure in the public eye. Klaus Kinski. On film sets, Kinski was infamous for his violent outbursts. He regularly screamed at directors, co-stars, and crew members, creating an environment of fear and tension. His behavior was so extreme that it often disrupted production and left lasting scars on those who worked with him. Kinski's volcanic temperament had roots in his harrowing wartime experiences. As a German prisoner of war, captured by the British, he spent nearly 2 years in a POW camp where he suffered severe malnutrition and witnessed daily brutality. The psychological trauma of this imprisonment, combined with what many psychiatrists now believe was untreated borderline personality disorder, created an inability to regulate emotions. During rare moments of calm between projects, Kinski would sometimes sit alone for hours, silently weeping over his own inability to connect normally with others, including his own children. One of the most infamous examples of his onset volatility was his tumultuous relationship with director Werner Herzog. The two collaborated on several acclaimed films, including Aguirre, The Wrath of God, and Fitzcarraldo. But their working relationship was fraught with conflict. Herzog once revealed that Kinski's behavior was so unbearable that he seriously considered hiring a hitman to off him, a statement that underscored just how extreme their clashes had become. Kinski's arrogance and egotism only added to his infamy. He was unapologetically self-absorbed, frequently belittling those around him and openly proclaiming himself superior to his peers. This unrelenting arrogance alienated colleagues and made him one of the most disliked figures in the industry. While his intensity and commitment to his roles were undeniable, his inability to treat others with respect overshadowed his contributions to cinema. His professional controversies were compounded by a deeply troubled personal life. Kinski's daughter, Pola Kinski, later published a harrowing memoir in which she accused her father of years of SA during her childhood. These allegations shocked the public and cast a long shadow over his legacy. While Kinski had always been a polarizing figure, the accusations of abuse solidified his status as one of the most reviled individuals in the film industry. Ryan O'Neal. One of Ryan's most notable flaws was his temper, which often led to explosive situations and fractured relationships. His most infamous personal conflict was with his daughter Tatum O'Neal, with whom he shared a deeply troubled and volatile relationship. Tatum, a child star who achieved fame in her own right, publicly accused Ryan of being abusive and neglectful. She described their relationship as rocky, detailing incidents that portrayed Ryan as a controlling and often cruel father. These revelations tarnished Ryan's reputation, making him seem more like a bad parent than the charming leading man he portrayed on screen. His contentious relationships extended beyond his family. Ryan frequently clashed with his co-stars, creating an atmosphere of tension on set. One of the most publicized conflicts was with Ali McGraw, his love story co-star. Despite their on-screen chemistry, the two had a major falling out, which added to Ryan's growing reputation as difficult to work with. He also had a high-profile feud with Farrah Fawcett, his longtime romantic partner. Their relationship was plagued by drama, including public arguments and accusations, and their bitter disputes often made headlines. The tragedy of Ryan and Farrah's relationship ran deeper than most knew. During Farrah's final battle with cancer, Ryan demonstrated remarkable devotion, staying by her bedside for months and reconnecting with the tenderness that had first brought them together. In private journals released years after her death, Fawcett wrote that O'Neal's care during her illness showed the man I always believed he could be. This glimpse of his capacity for selfless love made his previous failures seem all the more tragic, a case of potential kindness buried beneath layers of dysfunction until it was almost too late. In addition to his interpersonal issues, Ryan's life was riddled with scandals and legal troubles. He was arrested multiple times, including charges of substance possession, which further tainted his public image. These incidents, combined with stories of his erratic behavior, made it increasingly difficult for people to reconcile the charming characters he played on screen with the troubled man he appeared to be in real life. Dennis Hopper. Dennis Hopper's substance abuse issues were central to his reputation for being difficult to work with. Known for his excessive partying, he struggled with serious drug and alcohol addiction throughout much of his career. These problems made him unpredictable and unreliable, creating chaos on film sets and testing the patience of his colleagues. Hopper's descent into addiction was tragically accelerated by grief. When his close friend James Dean passed away in 1955, 19-year-old Hopper was devastated, having viewed Dean as both mentor and artistic soulmate. In private letters discovered after Hopper's passing, he wrote that he tried to keep James alive by becoming him, adopting not just Dean's acting techniques but his recklessness. This grief-driven identification pushed Hopper toward increasingly self-destructive behavior that eventually culminated in substance abuse. By the mid-1960s, his consumption of drugs and alcohol had become so extreme that he experienced substance-induced psychosis, requiring hospitalization. His behavior was particularly notorious during the production of Apocalypse Now. Director Francis Ford Coppola reportedly had an extremely difficult time managing Dennis, whose erratic actions and substance-fueled antics disrupted the already challenging shoot. The chaos he brought to the set became legendary, adding to his reputation as a brilliant but deeply troubled artist. Dennis was also known for being confrontational and argumentative, which further alienated him from directors, co-stars, and crew members. One of his most high-profile conflicts occurred with Peter Fonda, his co-star and co-director, in the groundbreaking film Easy Rider. Despite the film's enormous success, creative and personal differences between Hopper and Fonda led to a bitter falling out that ended their friendship. Hopper's insistence on doing things his way and his combative nature made collaboration difficult, even with those who shared his artistic vision. In addition to these professional challenges, Dennis's unpredictable behavior extended to his personal life. His volatile temperament and penchant for pushing boundaries often got him into trouble, contributing to his reputation as a Hollywood bad boy. While his rebellious spirit and raw talent were admired by many, his off-screen antics made it difficult for others to work with him or maintain lasting relationships. Claudia Cardinale. Cardinale's choice to work with European directors who valued artistic expression over commercial success further contributed to her divergence from the traditional Hollywood mold. In Hollywood, studios often demanded conformity, both in terms of an actress's public image and the roles they played. In contrast, European filmmakers typically offered more nuanced and complex roles for actresses, allowing Cardinale to demonstrate a range of talent that many of her Hollywood peers were unable to showcase. Born Claudie Josephine Rose Cardinale in Tunisia to Sicilian parents, Cardinale's early life was marked by a traumatic experience that shaped her entire career approach. At 17, she was essayed and became pregnant, choosing to keep and raise her son, despite intense pressure to hide his existence. Unlike many actresses who were forced to conceal scandalous pregnancies, Cardinale, with the support of Italian producer Franco Cristaldi, integrated motherhood into her identity rather than allowing Hollywood to erase it. This early stand against industry control established her pattern of valuing personal integrity over commercial expediency. Her refusal to conform to Hollywood's more commercialized expectations set her apart, but it also contributed to a sense of estrangement from the U.S. film industry. She was less of a media sensation in Hollywood and more of an acclaimed, but somewhat elusive, international star. Despite her undeniable talent, this selective approach to her career and her preference for European cinema meant that she was not always as celebrated in the U.S. as some of her contemporaries. Hollywood's tendency to prioritize actresses who were willing to conform to the industry's demands for fame and marketability left Cardinale with a more modest level of recognition in America, especially compared to the more ubiquitous presence of actresses who fully embraced the Hollywood system. Her avoidance of mainstream American productions and her refusal to fully embrace the starlet image likely made her seem more distant and enigmatic to the U.S. audience, even as she achieved legendary status in European cinema. This decision to maintain a lower profile in Hollywood also meant that she was not as exposed to the kind of press coverage and media scrutiny that American actresses frequently endured. While stars like Marilyn Monroe and Elizabeth Taylor were continually in the public eye, their lives and careers becoming a fixture of American popular culture, Claudia Cardinale's career was more confined to the artistic circles of Europe, where she was celebrated as a sophisticated and accomplished actress, but less familiar to mainstream American audiences. Robert Blake. Robert Blake's career and personal life were forever marred by one of Hollywood's most infamous scandals. In 2001, he was accused of offing his wife, Bonnie Lee Backley, a case that captivated the nation and cast a dark shadow over his legacy. Long before this scandal, Blake's life had been shaped by extraordinary childhood trauma. Born Michael Gubitosi, he endured severe SA and physical mistreatment from both parents. As a child actor in the Our Gang comedies, he was frequently beaten on set when he couldn't remember lines or cried during filming. In therapy sessions decades later, Blake revealed that his father had once locked him in a closet for days as punishment for missing a line, an experience that triggered lifelong claustrophobia and panic attacks. This early trauma created a profound disconnection from normal emotional responses that colleagues found disturbing long before his legal troubles began. Bonnie Lee Backley was a controversial figure in her own right. She had a troubled past with a history of financial scams and a reputation for pursuing relationships with celebrities. Her marriage to Blake was tumultuous, marked by mistrust and tension from the beginning. On the night of May 4th, 2001, Bonnie was fatally shot while sitting in Blake's car outside a restaurant in Studio City, California. Blake claimed he had gone back inside the restaurant to retrieve a gun he had accidentally left behind and returned to find her dead. Blake's account of the events raised immediate suspicion. Blake was arrested and charged, sparking a media frenzy. The trial became a sensation, with intense public scrutiny and widespread speculation about Blake's guilt. Many believed he was responsible for her passing, even though the prosecution's case was largely circumstantial. In 2005, Blake was acquitted of the charges, but was later found liable for Bonnie's wrongful passing in a civil suit, further tarnishing his reputation. Blake's demeanor during the trial did little to garner public sympathy. His cold, detached, and sometimes combative attitude made him appear unremorseful, deepening public distrust and dislike. His legal troubles, combined with the shocking nature of the crime, permanently damaged his career and personal life, turning him into a pariah in Hollywood. Even before the scandal, Blake was known for being difficult to work with. A former child star who found fame as an adult with his Emmy-winning performance in Beretta, Blake had a reputation for his temper and confrontational behavior on set. Directors and co-stars often found him abrasive and challenging, which contributed to his declining popularity in the industry long before his legal troubles began. Peter Sellers. On set, Peter's behavior was notoriously unpredictable. He often argued with directors and co-stars over creative decisions, and his temperamental nature made him prone to walking off set when things didn't go his way. These disruptions created a tense working environment, with many directors vowing never to collaborate with him again after enduring his mood swings and demands. His erratic conduct frustrated colleagues who were caught between admiring his comedic genius and struggling with his mercurial temperament. One of the most notable figures to experience this duality was Blake Edwards, the director of the Pink Panther series. Sellers and Edwards had a famously tumultuous working relationship. While Edwards recognized Sellers' unique comedic brilliance and credited him with much of the success of the Pink Panther films, he also described the actor as exceptionally difficult to manage. Their relationship alternated between mutual admiration and intense conflict, with Edwards once remarking that Sellers was a genius, but also a very difficult person to deal with. Their clashes became legendary, adding another layer of intrigue to the films they created together. What made the Sellers-Edwards relationship particularly complex was their strange creative symbiosis. Despite their explosive arguments, which once culminated in Sellers throwing a cream pie in Edwards' face during an actual disagreement, they produced their best work together. Edwards' daughter Jennifer revealed years later that her father kept a private collection of affectionate letters from Sellers, written during periods of reconciliation. In one, Sellers had written, "We fight because we both see something perfect that's just beyond our reach, and it drives us mad." After Sellers' passing, Edwards was found weeping in his office, telling his wife Julie Andrews, "I've lost the other half of my creative brain." Peter's personal life was no less tumultuous. He was married 4 times, and each relationship was marked by conflict and instability. His ex-wives often described him as emotionally abusive and erratic, painting a portrait of a man whose personal insecurities and volatile personality made it nearly impossible to maintain healthy relationships. His second wife, Swedish actress Britt Ekland, spoke publicly about his controlling and unpredictable behavior during their marriage, contributing to the public perception of Sellers as deeply troubled. Elizabeth Taylor. Taylor's love life was a constant source of fascination for the public, largely because of her many marriages. Over the course of her life, she married 8 times to 7 different men, a statistic that became one of the defining aspects of her personal image. Her most famous and tumultuous relationship was with actor Richard Burton. The two first married in 1964, but their relationship, which was marked by passionate love and equally intense arguments, was scandalous from the start. Both were married to other people when they first began their affair, which was widely publicized and considered one of the biggest Hollywood scandals of the 1960s. Their affair drew sharp criticism, especially because it was seen as an affair of convenience and opportunism given both of their celebrity statuses at the time. Their relationship was characterized by dramatic public fights, reconciliations, and on-again, off-again separations, which kept the media and the public enthralled. After divorcing once, they remarried in 1975, only to divorce again in 1976. The public's fixation on their relationship was relentless, and while many admired the passion and intensity of their romance, others saw it as evidence of their personal instability. The media often portrayed their relationship as dysfunctional, with their constant arguments and highly publicized breakups adding fuel to the fire. Their volatile relationship, combined with Taylor's repeated marriages, painted her as someone unable to maintain a stable, lasting relationship, which contributed to her controversial image. While her marriages were a source of scandal, Elizabeth Taylor's extravagant lifestyle also attracted significant criticism. Known for her love of luxury and opulence, she was often seen as a symbol of excess. Taylor had a penchant for collecting expensive jewelry, particularly diamonds, which became another hallmark of her public persona. One of her most famous purchases was the Taylor Burton diamond, a 33.19 carat stone given to her by Richard Burton, which generated considerable media attention. Her passion for luxury and glamour often clashed with the more frugal and modest sensibilities of the public, leading some to view her as wasteful or out of touch with reality. She also lived in grand estates and was often photographed at lavish events, solidifying her image as a star who was more interested in wealth and glamour than in addressing the more mundane aspects of life. Elizabeth Taylor was also seen as a figure who reveled in drama, both in her personal life and on the screen. Her marriages were frequently marked by public spectacle and controversy, making it hard for people to separate her professional success from her personal entanglements. The public's constant focus on her personal affairs seemed to overshadow her work as an actress, even though she was one of the most accomplished actresses of her time, winning 2 Academy Awards for Best Actress and starring in films such as Cleopatra, 1963, Cat on a Hot Tin Roof, 1958, and Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf, in 1966. The affair with Richard Burton, in particular, was one of the most talked about aspects of Taylor's life, and it became a symbol of her inability to find lasting happiness. While some viewed her as a victim of circumstance or a woman who followed her heart regardless of societal expectations, others saw her as selfish and unable to maintain the responsibilities that come with marriage. Many people judged her for her lack of discretion, and her willingness to disregard the feelings of others in pursuit of her desires. Another point of controversy in Taylor's life was her frequent divorces. The idea that someone as famous as Elizabeth Taylor would marry and divorce so many times was viewed by some as a personal failure. While others may have sympathized with her struggles in love, many criticized her for not being able to maintain a long-term commitment. Each marriage and divorce seemed to add to the narrative of Taylor as a woman whose personal life was marked by drama and instability. This image of the serial bride fed into the notion that she was a star, whose personal turmoil was as much a part of her legacy as her work on screen. Tatum O'Neal. Tatum's fraught relationship with her father was one of Hollywood's most infamous family dramas. Their bond was marked by public fights, accusations, and emotional scars that played out in the media. Tatum openly accused Ryan of being abusive, claiming that his behavior contributed significantly to the dysfunction in their family. These revelations shocked fans and cemented the O'Neals as a symbol of Hollywood's darker side, where fame and familial conflict intertwined. The public's perception of Tatum became deeply tied to the image of a young woman struggling to navigate life in a chaotic, highly scrutinized environment. Tatum's traumatic childhood extended far beyond her father's neglect. At just 7 years old, she was already being prepared for her roles in Paper Moon when her mother, actress Joanna Moore, lost custody due to severe substance addiction. Tatum later revealed that while living with her mother, she was subjected to physical mistreatment by Moore's boyfriends and was sometimes left alone for days without adequate food. By the time she went to live with her father, Ryan, she had already developed post-traumatic stress disorder and abandonment issues that made her vulnerable to further exploitation. During the filming of Paper Moon, director Peter Bogdanovich noticed Tatum's unusual maturity and emotional depth, later writing, "She wasn't acting, she was drawing from a well of pain no child should know." In addition to her family struggles, Tatum battled a long history of substance abuse. Her addiction issues led to multiple arrests for substance-related offenses, including heroin possession, which further damaged her reputation. Her substance use not only impacted her public image, but also disrupted her career. Producers and directors saw her as unreliable, and her struggles made it difficult for her to secure consistent work in Hollywood. On set, Tatum's behavior was often erratic, adding another layer of difficulty to her professional life. She gained a reputation for being hard to work with, frequently clashing with co-stars and directors. Her personal struggles bled into her work, creating an unstable environment that left many in the industry hesitant to hire her. While she remained a talented actress, her off-screen challenges overshadowed her abilities, leading to a decline in her opportunities and prominence in the film world. John Wayne. Wayne's conservative views often put him at odds with many in Hollywood and the broader public. His political beliefs, particularly his strong support for the Vietnam War, sparked criticism as the war was deeply unpopular with a large portion of the American population, especially during the counterculture movements of the 1960s and 1970s. Wayne's outspoken endorsement of the war, along with his more general conservative stances, made him a symbol of the right-wing establishment, which alienated many liberals and anti-war activists. Perhaps more damaging to his reputation were his comments on race. Wayne's views on African Americans and Native Americans were considered by many to be racist. He made several controversial statements throughout his career, including derogatory comments about African Americans, and expressed admiration for figures like General George Armstrong Custer, who was notorious for his brutal treatment of Native Americans. For many, these comments reinforced an image of Wayne as a man with a narrow, exclusionary worldview, further solidifying his divisiveness. These views were often at odds with the more progressive climate in Hollywood and broader American society, contributing to his image as a relic of a less tolerant time. John Wayne's tough guy persona, which served him so well in his career, also added to his complex and sometimes off-putting image. As the epitome of the macho man, Wayne's on-screen characters, stoic, brave, and unwavering, were often seen as arrogant or insensitive by those who did not share his worldview. His portrayal of masculinity as absolute strength and self-reliance sometimes came across as overly rigid, leaving little room for empathy or vulnerability. This persona, while adored by many, was off-putting to others who viewed it as out of touch with the changing cultural attitudes of the time. Wayne's relationships with colleagues also contributed to his reputation as a difficult figure to work with. One of the most famous feuds in his career was with director Howard Hawks. Despite working together on several films, including Red River and El Dorado, their relationship became increasingly strained due to creative differences. Wayne's dominant personality and reluctance to accept direction often clashed with Hawks' more nuanced approach to filmmaking. Their tension was a reflection of Wayne's overall approach to his career, one in which he frequently assumed control and pushed his personal vision, sometimes at the expense of his relationships with fellow filmmakers. Joan Crawford. Joan Crawford built a reputation as a perfectionist who demanded nothing less than complete control over her image and performances. Her commitment to perfectionism extended not just to her professional work, but also to every aspect of her personal life. She was a stickler for discipline both on and off the set, which led to tension with directors, producers, and co-stars who found her exacting standards hard to meet. Joan was notorious for her work ethic, but this very drive also made her challenging to work with. Her insistence on having things done her way often resulted in difficult and uncomfortable working conditions for those around her. Joan's demand for control extended to her personal appearance and public image. She was obsessed with cleanliness and order, going to extreme lengths to ensure everything around her was perfect. Her meticulousness didn't end at the studio doors. She applied the same standards to her home life. She demanded that her household and personal belongings be impeccably neat and orderly. Joan's intense discipline and need for control in all aspects of her life were not always well received. Her co-stars often complained about her rigid demands on set, noting that she could be a perfectionist to the point of being difficult and unapproachable. Stories surfaced of Joan requiring her co-stars to adhere to her standards, creating a tense and uncomfortable atmosphere on set. Her behavior made it challenging for other actors to collaborate with her, as they felt stifled by her constant need to be in charge. One of the most infamous aspects of Joan Crawford's career was her long-standing rivalry with actress Bette Davis. Their feud became one of Hollywood's most well-known and bitter battles, which only intensified when the two were cast together in Whatever Happened to Baby Jane, 1962. The film, a psychological thriller, brought the two actresses, both known for their powerful screen presences, together in roles of older actresses battling jealousy and madness. However, behind the scenes, the relationship between Joan and Bette was nothing short of hostile. The two women were already rivals, and their animosity reached new heights on the set. Both were known for their strong personalities and willingness to fight for what they believed was best for their careers, but their competition often spilled over into sabotage and petty actions. Lana Turner. Lana Turner's career was marred by personal scandals and a reputation for being difficult to work with, which overshadowed her considerable talent. The most infamous episode of Lana's life was the 1958 passing of her boyfriend, Johnny Stompanato. a notorious gangster with ties to organized crime. Their relationship was volatile and abusive, characterized by frequent arguments and violent confrontations. On the night of April 4th, 1958, during a heated altercation between Johnny and Lana at her Beverly Hills home, Lana's 14-year-old daughter, Cheryl Crane, intervened, piercing Johnny with a kitchen knife. Cheryl later testified that she acted to protect her mother, who she believed was in imminent danger. The case was ruled as justifiable, but the scandal rocked Hollywood and significantly tarnished Lana's reputation. Public fascination with the incident turned her life into tabloid fodder, with lurid headlines and invasive coverage overshadowing her film career. Many questioned her parenting, her judgment in relationships, and the truth of what had occurred that fateful night. Despite being cleared of wrongdoing, the scandal followed Lana for the rest of her life, making her more infamous for her off-screen drama than her on-screen achievements. Beyond the Stompanato affair, Lana had a reputation for being a diva on set. She was known for her demanding behavior and for clashing with directors and co-stars. Her insistence on perfection and her unwillingness to compromise often created tension during productions. Many in Hollywood found her difficult to work with, describing her as temperamental and high maintenance. These qualities earned her a reputation as one of the most challenging stars of her era, alienating colleagues and making her unpopular within the industry. Jane Fonda. Fonda's opposition to the Vietnam War became one of the defining elements of her public persona. During the height of the conflict, she used her platform as a major Hollywood star to speak out against the war, a stance that was deeply unpopular with many Americans, particularly those with ties to the military. One of the most controversial actions she took was her 1972 visit to North Vietnam, during which she appeared in photographs sitting on an anti-aircraft gun, an image that would haunt her for years. This earned her the derisive nickname Hanoi Jane, and many saw it as an act of betrayal against American soldiers who were fighting in the war. For many, her outspoken criticism of the U.S. government's actions during the war, coupled with her visit to the enemy's territory, made her appear unpatriotic, and the backlash was swift and severe. She was condemned by military families, veterans, and even some of her Hollywood peers, who felt that she had crossed a line in her opposition to the war. Fonda's anti-war activism and her visit to North Vietnam became a permanent stain on her image for many Americans. Even decades later, Fonda would express regret for her visit, acknowledging that she did not fully understand the political implications of her actions at the time. Yet for many, the damage was done. While she was a vocal advocate for peace, many viewed her as an enemy of the state, and her actions significantly tarnished her reputation for years to come. Beyond her political activism, Fonda's fitness videos in the 1980s also contributed to her complicated legacy. While these workout tapes were hugely popular and helped to launch the fitness craze of the decade, they were not without their criticisms. For some, Fonda's workout videos were seen as promoting unrealistic body standards and an image of health that was difficult, if not impossible, for many women to achieve. Fonda's perpetuation of a certain ideal body type, which emphasized slimness and a highly toned physique, was seen by critics as contributing to the body image issues faced by many women. Furthermore, while the videos were intended to encourage fitness and well-being, some critics believed that the emphasis on appearance rather than health could have negative psychological effects on viewers. Faye Dunaway. Faye Dunaway's demanding behavior on set, coupled with her fiery temperament and perfectionism, created tension and made her unpopular with many directors, co-stars, and crew members. Her insistence on high standards often led to clashes with those around her. She was described as a perfectionist who could be harsh and critical, unwilling to compromise in pursuit of her vision. While this drive for excellence contributed to her remarkable performances, it also alienated those she worked with. Her temper was legendary, and she was known to throw tantrums and make outrageous demands, behaviors that became part of her public persona. One of the most infamous examples of her difficult behavior came from the set of Mommy Dearest, where Faye played the iconic yet controversial role of Joan Crawford. The film itself became notorious, and stories about Faye's conduct during production added fuel to the fire. Cast and crew members reported that she was prone to emotional outbursts and treated those around her poorly. Her intense commitment to portraying Crawford led to claims that she stayed in character, even off camera, contributing to a volatile atmosphere on set. The negative press surrounding her behavior during Mommy Dearest became a defining moment in her career, overshadowing her dedication to the role and reinforcing her image as difficult. Faye's feuds with other industry figures further cemented her reputation. One of her most notable conflicts was with Roman Polanski during the filming of Chinatown. The two clashed repeatedly, with Polanski reportedly pulling out strands of her hair during a heated moment on set, and Faye accusing him of being disrespectful and controlling. Their antagonistic relationship spilled into the public sphere, with Faye openly criticizing Polanski in interviews years after the film's release. Marilyn Monroe. Despite her immense popularity, Monroe was often plagued by emotional and psychological issues that impacted her professional behavior. She was known to frequently struggle with depression, anxiety, and insecurity, and these mental health challenges often manifested in ways that disrupted her career. Her bouts with these issues led to her being late for film and sometimes missing work altogether, which caused significant delays in production schedules. This unreliability created frustration among directors, producers, and co-stars who found it challenging to work with someone whose personal struggles affected the flow of their work. Her late arrivals and absences on set were not isolated incidents. Marilyn's emotional turmoil sometimes made it difficult for her to maintain the discipline required on set, and her behavior often led to a lack of trust from those she worked with. Directors and crew members frequently had to adjust their plans to accommodate her, and many found her to be unpredictable and erratic. These delays would often result in extended shooting days, added costs, and ultimately tension between her and her colleagues. While Monroe was seen as a natural talent, her erratic behavior and personal challenges created an environment that was sometimes difficult to navigate for those around her. In addition to these struggles, Marilyn's career was complicated by her desire to break free from the stereotypical roles that Hollywood often assigned her. She became synonymous with the dumb blonde persona, a typecast that relegated her to light, comedic roles that played on her physical beauty and sexual appeal. And while Monroe was undoubtedly one of the most photographed and admired women of her time, she yearned for more. She sought to be recognized not just as a sex symbol, but as a serious actress capable of portraying more complex and substantial characters. This desire to transcend her public image as a blonde bombshell became a driving force in her career. In 1954, frustrated with the limitations imposed on her by Hollywood studios and eager to have more control over her roles, Marilyn took a bold step by founding her own production company, Marilyn Monroe Productions. This move was groundbreaking, as it marked one of the first instances of an actress taking control of her career in a significant way, at a time when the industry was overwhelmingly dominated by men. She sought to create more challenging and varied roles for herself, hoping to demonstrate her range as an actress and gain more artistic freedom. This decision, however, was met with resistance and even resentment from many in the male-dominated film industry. Many in Hollywood were unaccustomed to women asserting such independence, especially an actress who was already one of the highest paid and most famous stars in the world. Her efforts to break away from the traditional studio system and her desire for greater creative control were seen as a direct challenge to the power structures of Hollywood. Roman Polanski. In 1977, Polanski was involved in a legal case which received substantial media attention. He pled guilty to charges related to the case after being accused of serious misconduct. The case was highly publicized, and Polanski's status as an acclaimed director added to the media focus. However, before the sentencing could take place, Polanski left the United States in 1978, citing concerns about the legal proceedings. Polanski's decision to leave the U.S. and remain abroad has been a point of ongoing discussion and debate. His choice to avoid the judicial process rather than face the legal consequences led to significant criticism. The legal case and Polanski's departure have been part of the ongoing conversation about his personal reputation, and many people viewed his actions as problematic in terms of accountability within the Hollywood community. Polanski's situation stirred mixed reactions. Some individuals continued to support him, emphasizing his cinematic achievements and the personal challenges he had faced. Polanski had survived the trauma of losing his family during World War II, and these experiences were reflected in his work. Others, however, expressed concerns about his actions and the potential message of allowing him to continue working in Hollywood. The fact that he had never served a prison sentence for his legal case led some to question the industry's response to personal misconduct, when the talent involved was significant. Frank Sinatra. One of the primary reasons Sinatra was disliked was his notorious temper. Known for being quick to anger, Sinatra had a reputation for being rude and aggressive, especially when things didn't go his way. His outbursts were infamous, and he wasn't afraid to yell at those around him, including friends, co-workers, and even fans. There were countless reports of Sinatra becoming irate over minor issues, often belittling those around him. He had no tolerance for what he perceived as disrespect, and he would lash out, leaving many to feel intimidated or hurt by his volatile behavior. His clashes with reporters were especially well known. Sinatra famously had run-ins with the press, often reacting with hostility when photographers tried to take his picture or when journalists asked him questions he found invasive. In one of his more infamous moments, he physically attacked a photographer, an act that reinforced his reputation as a man prone to violent outbursts. Another major factor that led to Sinatra being disliked was his alleged connections to the mafia. Throughout his career, rumors persisted that Sinatra had ties to organized crime syndicates, and these associations cast a shadow over his public image. Sinatra was often seen hobnobbing with notorious mob figures, which fueled speculation about his involvement with the mafia. It was widely believed that he used these connections to advance his career, securing roles and opportunities that others might not have received thanks to the power and influence of the mob. While Sinatra never openly admitted to these ties, his associations with well-known mafia figures like Lucky Luciano and others only added to the suspicion that he may have used his criminal connections for personal gain. This created an air of discomfort around Sinatra, as many in Hollywood and the public were wary of his dealings with criminals. Sinatra's personal life, particularly his relationships, also made him a controversial figure. He was married 4 times, but he was notorious for his infidelities throughout those marriages. His love life was highly publicized, with a series of affairs that garnered tabloid headlines. His most famous marriage to actress Maya Farrow, for example, was marked by rumors of cheating and emotional abuse. Sinatra's inability to remain faithful made him seem unreliable and untrustworthy, which only added to his negative public perception. His extramarital affairs were not only damaging to his personal relationships, but also became fodder for the press, cementing his reputation as a womanizer and someone who couldn't maintain stable relationships. This unfaithfulness, combined with his often abrasive behavior, made him a less than admirable figure in the eyes of many. Marlon Brando. Brando was notorious for his clashes with directors and co-stars, often creating tension on movie sets. One of the most famous examples of his difficult behavior occurred during the production of Apocalypse Now, 1979. Director Francis Ford Coppola had a famously difficult time working with Brando, who showed up to the set overweight and unprepared. Brando's lack of commitment to the film caused significant delays, frustrating Coppola and the entire crew. Reports indicate that Brando was not only unprepared for his role, but he also refused to learn his lines, demanding that they be read to him on set. His behavior reportedly led to hours of wasted time and contributed to the already troubled production of the film. His behavior on set became legendary, and many in Hollywood considered him difficult to work with because of his erratic professionalism and refusal to adhere to conventional filmmaking practices. In addition to his unpredictable behavior, Brando was known for his strong and often controversial opinions. He was a staunch activist who spoke out on civil rights and Native American issues, using his platform to challenge the status quo. Brando's outspoken nature earned him admiration from some quarters, but it also made him a polarizing figure, particularly among the Hollywood establishment. His political activism came into the public eye during the 1973 Academy Awards when Brando won the Oscar for his iconic role in The Godfather, 1972. In a highly controversial move, Brando refused to accept the award, sending Native American activist Sachin Little Feather in his place. Little Feather declined the Oscar on Brando's behalf, citing his protest against the way Native Americans were treated by Hollywood. This act was seen by many as a bold statement of solidarity with marginalized groups, but it also led to significant backlash. Many in the industry viewed Brando's actions as an affront to the Oscars and to the film industry's traditions. This refusal to accept the prestigious award was one of the most infamous moments in Hollywood history, and it solidified Brando's reputation as someone who was willing to risk alienating others for his principles. Despite his outspoken advocacy for social causes, Brando's personal life was marred by controversy and dysfunction. He was notorious for his numerous affairs, many of which were tumultuous and often left a trail of broken relationships. Brando fathered multiple children, some of whom later revealed painful details about their relationship with him. His children spoke about neglect, emotional abuse, and the absence of a stable father figure in their lives. These revelations damaged Brando's public image, turning the public's perception of him from that of a misunderstood genius to a man who struggled to maintain healthy and consistent relationships. His reputation as a loving father was shattered, and the personal struggles he faced were often seen as indicative of his overall inability to manage his life. Natalie Wood. Natalie Wood tragically passed away on November 29, 1981, under mysterious and highly contentious circumstances. Her passing, which occurred at the age of 43, became one of Hollywood's most enduring mysteries, and it continues to be a subject of speculation and intrigue decades later. Wood had been on a weekend boating trip with her husband, actor Robert Wagner, and fellow actor Christopher Walken aboard their yacht, the Splendor, off the coast of Catalina Island, California. The three were spending time together, but as the evening wore on, a series of events unfolded that would lead to Wood's passing. She was found drowned in the cold waters off the coast, her body discovered floating near the yacht, wearing a nightgown and socks. The initial conclusion from the authorities was that Wood's passing was accidental. She had likely fallen overboard while trying to secure a dinghy from the side of the yacht after an argument with Wagner. However, this explanation failed to satisfy many, and over the years, numerous questions arose about the true nature of what happened that night. At the time of her passing, Wood's relationship with Wagner was reportedly troubled, with allegations of intense emotional conflict. In addition, Walken, who was on the boat with them that night, was referred to have had a strained relationship with Wagner, and there was speculation that he and Wood had a romantic connection. The night before, there was reportedly an argument between Wood and Wagner, and Wood was said to have become upset. The exact details of what happened that night remain unclear, but conflicting stories and inconsistent statements from the people involved only deepened the mystery. As the years went on, there were increasing doubts about the initial ruling of accidental passing. Some questioned whether Wood had accidentally fallen off the boat or if there had been foul play involved. Allegations of Wagner's potential involvement in her passing became a focal point of public scrutiny. Wagner's behavior, his refusal to cooperate fully with investigators, and his vague accounts of the events leading up to Wood's disappearance added to suspicions that something more sinister had occurred. The case was officially reopened in 2011 after renewed public interest. The Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department decided to revisit the investigation, and after further review of the evidence, Wagner was named a person of interest in the case. This decision to reopen the investigation led to increased media attention and public speculation about Wagner's role in Wood's tragic end. Although no charges were filed, the renewed focus on the case brought fresh attention to unanswered questions. Natalie Wood's passing, shrouded in uncertainty and controversy, left a deep scar on her legacy. Whether due to the suspicions surrounding the events that night, the ongoing media attention, or the unresolved questions regarding the role of those present, her tragic passing remains one of the most controversial and talked about events in Hollywood history. Charlie Chaplin's perfectionism, while contributing to his artistic genius, also made him a challenging and often frustrating figure on set. Chaplin's insistence on perfection and his meticulous attention to detail were hallmarks of his directorial style, but they often led to delays, tension, and conflicts with his co-stars and crew members. He was known for demanding countless retakes of a single scene, which would result in hours of extra work and testing the patience of everyone involved. For example, during the making of City Lights, 1931, one of his most famous films, Chaplin reportedly insisted on doing dozens, if not hundreds, of retakes for a single shot. In one memorable instance, he had an actor perform a scene with a flower in a bouquet at a particular angle, only to keep having it redone over and over to ensure it was absolutely perfect. This obsessive nature, while ensuring the final product was exceptional, made it grueling for those involved in the production. Crew members were pushed to their limits, and actors were often left exhausted and frustrated by Chaplin's unyielding demands. The constant retakes, which some regarded as unnecessary, added significant time to the film's production schedule and created a sense of unease and tension on set. His focus on every minute detail, down to the smallest gesture or prop, could come across as excessive to those working with him. Chaplin's perfectionism wasn't just limited to technical details. It extended to his performance as well. His dedication to achieving exactly what he envisioned for his films meant that he often became deeply involved in every facet of the production, leaving little room for others to contribute creatively. He was known to insist on handling most of the aspects of the film himself, from the writing to the directing to the performance, further alienating collaborators and leaving them feeling sidelined or ignored. This made him seem controlling and overly dominant, which led to many of his colleagues feeling frustrated by his approach. Beyond his perfectionism, Chaplin's complex and eccentric personality contributed to his difficulties in maintaining positive relationship with others in the industry. He was an intensely private individual, which made him somewhat mysterious and enigmatic to those around him. He preferred to keep his personal life shielded from public view, which was not uncommon for public figures of his stature. But it made him appear distant and at times unapproachable. Chaplin's quiet, secretive nature, coupled with his eccentricities, created an image of someone who was difficult to understand and, consequently, easy to resent. He was an artist, driven by a singular vision, but that vision often isolated him from others who couldn't keep up with his demanding nature. His eccentricities also extended beyond his professional life. Chaplin was known for his highly individualistic behaviors, such as wearing flamboyant clothing, indulging in eccentric hobbies, and even maintaining a reputation for eccentric personal habits that raised eyebrows. While these quirks made him an unforgettable character, they also made him a target for criticism. His behavior, which some found charming, often rubbed others the wrong way. To some in the Hollywood community, he seemed like an aloof genius whose refusal to conform made him difficult to collaborate with. Warren Beatty. Warren Beatty's reputation as a womanizer became a defining aspect of his public persona, which fascinated some while alienating others. Beatty was linked to a long list of famous women over the years, including actresses like Natalie Wood, Diane Keaton, and Madonna. His relationships were constantly in the spotlight, and his status as a notorious playboy became almost as famous as his work in film. His reputation as a ladies' man led to him being dubbed Hollywood's most eligible bachelor during the height of his career. While some saw his romantic escapades as a mark of his charm and appeal, others found it off-putting, particularly as it became clear that his relationships were often brief and lacked any long-term commitment. Beatty's womanizing tendencies added to a broader narrative about his lack of emotional stability and his inability to form lasting, meaningful connections, which made him appear superficial or self-serving in the eyes of many. Beyond his personal life, Beatty was known for being demanding and controlling on set, which further complicated his reputation in Hollywood. As an actor and director, he had a very specific vision for his projects and was deeply invested in the creative process. However, his perfectionism sometimes caused friction with directors, co-stars, and crew members, as he often pushed for delays and changes to ensure that the final product met his standards. His insistence on having things done his way, while admirable in some respects, often led to frustration among those working with him. One of the most famous examples of Beatty's perfectionism and the resulting difficulties on set came during the production of Reds, 1981, the epic historical drama that he directed and starred in. The film, which was meant to portray the lives of two prominent American radicals during the Russian Revolution, ran significantly over budget and behind schedule due to Beatty's meticulous nature. His insistence on retakes and his perfectionist tendencies made the production notoriously difficult, and the film's lengthy and tumultuous shooting process led to conflicts between him and his cast and crew. While Reds ultimately earned critical acclaim and several Academy Award nominations, the production itself became a cautionary tale about Beatty's demanding nature and the toll it took on the people around him. Bette Davis. Bette Davis had a reputation for not only being one of the most talented actresses of her generation, but also for her unwillingness to conform to the industry's expectations. This made her both deeply respected and disliked within Hollywood circles. Throughout her career, Bette fought for better roles and more creative control, often clashing with studio executives who sought to dictate the terms of her career. Her battles with the system, however, did not come without consequences. While her boldness and advocacy for herself earned her admiration from fellow actors and fans, it also made her a controversial figure in a town where conformity often led to more success. Bette Davis's relationship with the Hollywood studio system was fraught with tension. In the 1930s and 1940s, when she was one of the most prominent actresses at Warner Brothers, she often fought with studio heads for better roles. At the time, actors were typically under long-term contracts, and studios wielded significant power over their careers, including the roles they would play. Bette resented being typecast and frequently clashed with studio executives when they pushed her into roles she found unchallenging or beneath her. One of her most notable conflicts was with Jack Warner, the head of Warner Brothers. When he tried to deny her a role in Of Human Bondage, 1934, she famously took the matter to court and, in a landmark legal case, won the right to leave Warner Brothers and sign a contract with another studio. This victory was a testament to her tenacity and desire for creative freedom, but it also made her enemies in the industry, who saw her as a troublemaker. While Davis was respected for her skill and professional commitment, her tough, no-nonsense demeanor often led to her being labeled difficult to work with. She was a perfectionist, driven by a desire to create meaningful, impactful performances, and she expected nothing less from those around her. Whether it was co-stars, directors, or crew members, Bette demanded that everyone bring their best to the set, and she didn't tolerate mediocrity. Her exacting standards created tension in many of her films, particularly in projects where she felt her co-stars or the crew weren't pulling their weight. On the set of Jezebel, 1938, for instance, her famous professionalism clashed with her co-star, Henry Fonda, who was relatively new to the business. While many admired her dedication to her craft, others found her demanding attitude exhausting and even unpleasant to deal with. One of the most famous aspects of Bette Davis's career was her rivalry with fellow actress Joan Crawford, which became one of the most legendary feuds in Hollywood history. Their animosity is best known for its bitter, off-screen context during the making of Whatever Happened to Baby Jane, 1962. The film's production was plagued with personal conflicts between the two actresses, both of whom were known for their strong personalities and their long-standing animosity toward each other. Judy Garland, celebrated for her extraordinary talent and unforgettable roles in classics like The Wizard of Oz. However, behind her public image as a radiant star lay a life marked by intense personal struggles and professional difficulties. Starting her career in Hollywood at a young age, Judy faced immense pressure that eventually took a heavy toll on her mental health and well-being. Judy's substance dependency and alcohol began during her early years at MGM, where studio executives placed her under intense scrutiny. To keep up with grueling work schedules, she was given amphetamines to stay awake and barbiturates to sleep. This cycle of substance use led to a lifelong battle with addiction that profoundly affected her career. By the time she transitioned into adulthood, her substance dependency and alcohol had worsened, making her increasingly unreliable on set. She was often late or unable to perform, causing significant delays and frustration for directors and co-stars. Her emotional instability further complicated her work relationships. Judy was known for her mood swings and frequent breakdowns, which created an unpredictable environment for those around her. While her immense talent and charisma made her a sought-after star, her erratic behavior and unreliability caused tension and strained her professional relationships. Many in Hollywood admired her abilities, but found her challenging to collaborate with due to her personal struggles. Judy's troubled personal life also made headlines and contributed to her difficulties. She had 5 marriages, many of which were tumultuous and ended in divorce. Her marriage to director Vincente Minnelli, with whom she worked on films such as Meet Me in St. Louis, was particularly fraught. While their professional collaboration yielded critical and commercial success, their personal relationship was strained by Judy's substance abuse and emotional instability. Minnelli reportedly struggled to manage both their personal and professional dynamics, and their marriage ultimately ended in divorce. Howard Hughes's mental health issues significantly contributed to his controversial and often troubled reputation. A key factor in his erratic behavior was his obsessive-compulsive disorder, OCD, which was largely responsible for the bizarre and increasingly isolated lifestyle he adopted later in life. Hughes's OCD manifested in extreme and almost compulsive hygiene practices. He had an intense fear of germs and contamination, leading him to take extreme measures to avoid any perceived risk of uncleanliness. One of the most notorious aspects of his behavior was his insistence on burning clothes if someone he deemed unclean had touched them. His irrational fear of germs became so severe that he would go to great lengths to ensure that nothing touched his skin that had come into contact with anyone else. This obsessive behavior led to his growing reclusiveness. Hughes became more and more withdrawn, avoiding contact with most people and limiting his interactions to a small group of trusted aides and assistants. His isolation also worsened his relationships, both professionally and personally, as his behavior became more eccentric. Many of his friends, family members, and business partners distanced themselves from him. Those who remained found it difficult to cope with his increasingly erratic behavior. Hughes's desire for control extended beyond his personal life and into his professional endeavors, where it caused significant tension. Hughes was known for his extreme controlling nature, particularly when it came to his film projects. His insistence on perfection and his desire to have complete control over every detail led to countless conflicts with directors, producers, and actors. He would often interfere in the production process to an extent that slowed or even halted progress, making it difficult to complete films in a timely manner. A particularly infamous example of this was the production of The Outlaw, 1941, which was marred by Hughes's constant meddling. His obsessive nature led him to re-edit the film repeatedly and demand costly changes, which caused significant delays in its completion. The film, which was initially set to release in 1941, was not finished and released until years later due to Hughes' continual revisions and demands. The delays created financial strain and frustration, not just for the production team, but also for the film's actors and crew, who were often kept in limbo for long periods of time. Hughes's perfectionism wasn't limited to his films. It extended to his other ventures, particularly his business dealings. As the head of Hughes Aircraft, Hughes made a series of erratic and sometimes baffling decisions. His obsession with control and perfection led him to micromanage even the most minute aspects of his businesses, often ignoring the advice of his associates and making decisions that seemed irrational or counterproductive. He would sometimes change course abruptly, invest heavily in ventures that seemed risky, or make decisions based on his personal whims rather than solid business logic. This erratic behavior alienated many of his business associates and led to numerous failed ventures or costly mistakes. His employees and partners were often left to pick up the pieces after Hughes's unpredictable decisions, and his inability to trust others with the running of his empire added to his already complex legacy. As Hughes's mental health deteriorated, his behavior became increasingly erratic and paranoid. he withdrew further from public life, living in isolation for long periods and only communicating with a select few people who were willing to cater to his demands. His obsessive nature and desire for control became so extreme that he was eventually described as a recluse with little to no contact with the outside world. His physical and mental decline became apparent as his appearance grew more disheveled and his personal hygiene practices became even more extreme. While Howard Hughes's business and cinematic achievements were monumental, his personal life and professional behavior were often overshadowed by his mental health struggles. His obsessive-compulsive disorder, extreme perfectionism, and need for control made him a controversial and, at times, deeply frustrating figure to work with. The isolation and erratic decisions he made further tarnished his reputation, and his legacy is often seen as a tragic combination of brilliance and instability. Despite his significant contributions to both the film industry and aviation, Hughes's controversial and unpredictable behavior, along with his deteriorating mental health, ultimately made him a figure of fascination and distaste in equal measure. Joan Collins. Collins' reputation on set was far from ideal. She was known for her demanding behavior and temper tantrums, which made her a difficult figure to work with. Her strong-willed personality and perfectionism often clashed with directors, co-stars, and crew members. She had high expectations of everyone around her, and when things didn't go her way, she wasn't shy about expressing her dissatisfaction. Her on-set behavior reportedly made her a controversial figure, particularly during her time on the hit TV series Dynasty, which ran from 1981 to 1989. On Dynasty, Collins played the role of the ruthless and glamorous Alexis Carrington, a character that became one of her most memorable and iconic. However, her behind-the-scenes behavior caused tensions with her co-stars, particularly with Linda Evans, who portrayed the show's other lead character, Crystal Carrington. Collins and Evans reportedly had a strained relationship, and their on-screen rivalry seemed to spill over into their off-screen interactions. There were many accounts of heated arguments, with Collins sometimes refusing to speak to Evans between takes. The friction between the two was highly publicized and fueled gossip about the tension on set, making their professional relationship an infamous part of Dynasty lore. Despite this, both actresses managed to continue working together on the show for years, but their personal differences were well known. Beyond her difficulties on set, Collins's personal life also added to her notoriety. She was married 5 times, and each of her marriages seemed to attract media attention and scrutiny. Her first marriage to British actor Maxwell Reid in 1952 was short-lived and marked by allegations of manipulation and an unhappy union. Her subsequent marriages also featured their fair share of drama, with tabloid coverage often focusing on her personal affairs. One of her most famous relationships was with businessman Sir James Goldsmith, to whom she was married in 1963. The marriage, however, ended after a very public and scandalous divorce. Her fourth marriage, to American businessman Percy Gibson in 2002, was her longest lasting, and the couple remained together for many years. But Collins's early relationships and tumultuous divorces were widely covered in gossip columns. Her private life, filled with dramatic ups and downs, provided a steady stream of headlines, but it also painted her as a figure who was unable to find lasting happiness, leading to a somewhat cynical view of her as someone defined as much by scandal as by talent. Vivien Leigh, the British actress best known for her iconic performances as Scarlett O'Hara in Gone with the Wind and Blanche Dubois in A Streetcar Named Desire, was widely regarded as one of the most beautiful and talented actresses of her generation. Despite her undeniable talent and 2 Academy Awards, Lee's career and personal life were shadowed by severe mental health struggles that made her increasingly difficult to work with. Her marriage to Laurence Olivier, one of the most celebrated actors of the 20th century, was both passionate and turbulent. While they were initially considered the golden couple of theater, their relationship deteriorated as Lee's mental health worsened. Olivier struggled to cope with her unpredictable behavior, and their marriage became increasingly strained. On set, Leigh became notorious for her perfectionism and difficult behavior. Directors found her increasingly challenging to work with as her illness progressed. She would demand countless retakes, argue about camera angles, and sometimes refuse to come out of her dressing room. Her behavior alienated colleagues and gained her a reputation for being temperamental and unreliable. Lee's career was further complicated by her struggle with tuberculosis, which eventually took her life at the age of 53. The combination of her physical illness and mental health challenges made her last years particularly difficult and contributed to her isolation from the industry that had once celebrated her. Montgomery Clift. Montgomery Clift was one of Hollywood's first method actors and a defining talent of his generation. With his sensitive performances and striking good looks, he seemed destined for a long and distinguished career. However, a devastating car accident in 1956 marked a turning point that would ultimately lead to his reputation as one of Hollywood's most tragic figures. After leaving a dinner party at Elizabeth Taylor's house, Clift crashed his car into a telephone pole, severely disfiguring his face. Taylor rushed to the scene and reportedly saved his life by pulling broken teeth from his throat to prevent him from choking. The accident required extensive reconstructive surgery and left him in constant pain, dramatically altering his appearance. Following the accident, Clift's dependency on alcohol and painkillers intensified, making him increasingly unreliable on set. His behavior became erratic, and his once photographic memory began to fail him. Directors became hesitant to cast him, concerned about his ability to complete films. His work schedule dwindled as his reputation for being difficult and unpredictable grew. As his health and career deteriorated, Clift became increasingly isolated. The handsome, charismatic actor, who had once been compared to James Dean and Marlon Brando, became a shadow of his former self. He struggled to find work and was considered a liability by many studios. His final years were marked by loneliness and continued substance abuse. Montgomery Clift passed away in 1966 at the age of 45, alone in his New York apartment. His legacy remains that of a brilliant actor whose promising career was derailed by personal tragedy and substance abuse, becoming one of Hollywood's most poignant cautionary tales. Ava Gardner. Ava Gardner, whose stunning beauty earned her the nickname the world's most beautiful animal, rose from humble beginnings in rural North Carolina to become one of Hollywood's most captivating stars. Despite her success in films like The Killers, Mogambo, and The Night of the Iguana, Gardner's fiery temperament, tumultuous relationships, and reputation for hard living made her a challenging figure both on and off set. Gardner was notorious for her bold, uncensored speech and refusal to conform to Hollywood's expectations of feminine behavior. In an era when actresses were expected to be demure and accommodating, she cursed freely, drank heavily, and spoke her mind without restraint. This behavior shocked many in the industry and earned her a reputation as unpredictable and crude. Her love life was equally dramatic. Gardner was married 3 times, to Mickey Rooney, band leader Artie Shaw, and most famously to Frank Sinatra in what the press called the marriage of the century. All 3 marriages ended in divorce, with Gardner's volatile temper and independence contributing to their collapse. Her relationship with Sinatra was particularly stormy, characterized by passionate reconciliations followed by public fights. On film sets, Gardner's behavior became increasingly problematic as her career progressed. She frequently arrived late, sometimes intoxicated, and was known to challenge directors publicly. Her beauty and talent kept her in demand despite these difficulties, but many directors found working with her to be an exhausting experience. As her Hollywood career waned, Gardner moved to Spain and later London, living as an expatriate for much of her later life. She became increasingly reclusive, reluctant to be seen, as age diminished her legendary beauty. By the time of her passing in 1990, at age 67, she had largely withdrawn from public life, leaving behind the image of a star whose personal demons had often overshadowed her considerable talents. Looking back at these infamous Hollywood personalities, one thing becomes clear. Behind every legendary star often lurked a complicated human being wrestling with their own demons. From substance abuse and mental health struggles to unchecked egos and traumatic pasts, these icons show us the darker side of fame's spotlight. What's fascinating is how many of these difficult personalities created some of cinema's most enduring work. Their perfectionism, while maddening to colleagues, often translated into performances and films that have stood the test of time. Chaplin's obsessive attention to detail, Davis's refusal to accept mediocrity, and Brando's commitment to authenticity all pushed the boundaries of what was possible on screen. Yet the personal cost was immense. Broken relationships, damaged reputations, and in many cases, tragic endings. Their stories remind us that talent and torment often walk hand in hand, and that the golden age of Hollywood, despite its glamorous facade, was built on the backs of deeply flawed, complex individuals whose brilliant light often cast the darkest shadows. As we look at today's celebrities, with their carefully managed social media presences, it's worth remembering that the most compelling stars have always been complicated, contradictory, and all too human. Wow, we really just pulled back the curtain on some of Hollywood's biggest names, didn't we? Makes you wonder what stories today's film sets would tell if walls could talk. I'd love to know which of these Hollywood legends you still admire, despite their difficult reputations. Sometimes the most complicated people create the most incredible art. Let me know in the comments. And if you found this interesting, I've got a whole series on Hollywood's golden age scandals lined up. Next week, we're diving into the studio system cover-ups that would shock you. Hit subscribe so you don't miss it, and ring that notification bell. Thanks for hanging out with me today. See you in the next one. Ever wonder what happens when the spotlight fades? For these 11 Golden Age legends, Hollywood's glitter turned to dust. From box office royalty to financial ruin, these stories will break your heart and make you question everything about fame. Mickey Rooney. Let's kick things off with Mickey Rooney, a genuine phenomenon who wasn't just famous. He was America's sweetheart. Hard to believe now, but for 3 straight years, 39, 40, and 41, Mickey outsold every single star in Hollywood. Not Clark Gable, not Cary Grant, Mickey Rooney. Those Andy Hardy movies weren't just hits. They kept MGM's entire operation afloat. Born Joe Yule Jr. back in 1920, Mickey first performed on stage at just 17 months old alongside his vaudeville parents. By age 7, he'd landed the role that inspired his stage name, Mickey McGuire, from the comics. But it was MGM that transformed this talented kid into a national treasure. At his peak, Mickey was pulling in what would be about $12 million annually today. Sounds amazing, right? Unfortunately, Mickey's reality would turn out very differently. Here's where Mickey's story gets tough. Despite starring in over 300 films across 10 decades, something no other actor will likely ever match, Mickey faced serious money problems later in life. The reason? Elder financial abuse, as he bravely revealed himself. In March 2011, a visibly emotional 90-year-old Rooney testified before Congress about the financial exploitation he'd suffered. Tears streaming down his face, he described how his finances had been mismanaged, leaving him feeling completely helpless. His courageous testimony helped spotlight elder financial abuse, an issue affecting countless seniors beyond Hollywood. This testimony is important to include in our educational discussion, as it highlights the broader societal issue of elder financial abuse and its impact across all socioeconomic levels. By the time Mickey regained control of his money, most of it was gone. When he passed in 2014 at 93, his estate was tiny compared to what his incredible career should have generated. Think about that. The kid who once commanded millions and worked with legends like Judy Garland ended up struggling financially in his golden years. I find it deeply sad that someone who brought such joy to millions experienced such hardship. It makes you wonder how many other stars suffered similar fates without ever speaking up. What do you think? Should studios that made fortunes off these performers have done more to ensure their financial security even after their fame dimmed? Drop your thoughts in the comments. Rita Hayworth. Now let's talk about Rita Hayworth, the woman everyone called the love goddess. With that amazing auburn hair and those unforgettable dance scenes, Rita wasn't just a star, she was a cultural icon. Her famous pinup photo was the second most popular image among American GIs during World War II, plastered on barracks walls worldwide. Born Margarita Carmen Cancino in 1918, Rita started performing young under her dad's guidance. When Columbia Pictures spotted her, they completely reinvented her. Studio execs put her through painful electrolysis to raise her hairline, dyed her naturally black hair, that signature red, and changed her name to hide her Spanish heritage. The studio basically erased her cultural identity to create a more marketable American image, a common but disturbing practice back then. At her peak in the 40s, Rita was among Hollywood's highest-paid actresses, starring in hits like Gilda and CoverGirl. She married actual royalty, Prince Ali Khan, and seemed to be living a fairy tale. But behind the glamour, Rita would face tremendous challenges later on. Here's what's truly heartbreaking about Rita's story. In her 50s, she started showing symptoms that no one understood. Memory problems, confusion, emotional changes. She struggled with lines and behaved differently than expected. Industry people started avoiding her, not getting what was happening. But Rita wasn't just getting older. She was developing Alzheimer's disease, years before it was widely recognized or understood. By 1980, a Los Angeles court determined she needed daily care assistance and appointed her daughter, Princess Yasmin Aga Khan, as her guardian. The condition affecting Rita's mind also drained her finances. Medical bills piled up while past financial decisions left her with less security than her amazing career should have provided. Her daughter worked tirelessly to ensure her mother received proper care. When Rita passed in 1987 at 68, the woman once worshipped for her beauty had been living with advanced Alzheimer's for years. Her story serves as an important historical case study of how neurodegenerative conditions were misunderstood and often stigmatized in the entertainment industry before modern medical understanding. Through examining her experience, we can better appreciate the progress made in both diagnosis and compassionate treatment of these conditions. Rita once said, "Every man I've known has fallen in love with Gilda and awakened with me," highlighting the gap between her glamorous image and her real life. Her story reminds us of the real people behind the performances we love. Have you noticed how our culture treats aging performers differently based on gender? Has anything really changed since Rita's time? I'd love to hear what you think in the comments. Bela Lugosi. Let's dive into Bela Lugosi, the man who showed generations how to enjoy classic horror films. His portrayal of Count Dracula in that landmark 1931 movie forever defined the character. The slicked back hair, the formal evening wear, that mesmerizing stare, and of course, that unforgettable accent. I don't drink wine. Even today, practically every vampire portrayal owes something to Lugosi's iconic performance. Born Bela Ferenc Dedso Blasko in 1882 in Hungary, Lugosi was already an established European actor before coming to America. But his limited English initially restricted him to theater roles in immigrant productions. His big break came when he was cast as Dracula on Broadway, leading to the film that would both make and ultimately limit his career. After Dracula became a sensation, Lugosi found himself typecast in horror roles, eventually not even good ones. While Boris Karloff, his contemporary and rival, cleverly navigated his career to avoid this trap, Lugosi made several decisions he'd later regret, including turning down the Frankenstein monster role that made Karloff a major star. What makes Lugosi's story particularly sad is his struggle with chronic pain. During World War I, he sustained injuries while serving as an infantry lieutenant in the Austro-Hungarian army. The persistent pain led doctors to prescribe morphine, beginning a dependency that would create challenges for decades. This historical examination of Lugosi's experience provides important educational context about how pain management practices of that era often led to dependency issues. His story illustrates the medical community's evolving understanding of addiction as a health condition rather than a moral failing. By the 1950s, Lugosi was reduced to appearing in films like Bela Lugosi Meets a Brooklyn Gorilla and Ed Wood's Glen or Glenda. His health problems had taken a toll, and his finances were strained. In 1955, he took the brave step of voluntarily committing himself to a state hospital for treatment. Newspapers printed photos of the actor in a hospital bed, looking frail. Though he briefly bounced back for a few final roles, including in Wood's infamous Plan 9 from Outer Space, Lugosi passed away from a heart attack in 1956 at 73, with very little money. His fifth wife, Hope, struggled with funeral arrangements, while his friend, Frank Sinatra, quietly covered some expenses. In a touching tribute to the role that defined his career, Lugosi was buried wearing one of his Dracula capes at his son's request, linking him forever with the character he brought to life. What strikes me most about Lugosi's story is that his portrayal of Dracula has generated millions in merchandising and media over the decades, money he never saw. No residuals, no licensing fees, nothing. The character lives on, while the man who defined him faced financial insecurity. Do you think typecasting still creates problems for actors today? Or have things improved for performers who become associated with iconic roles? Share your thoughts below. Louise Brooks. When you picture the quintessential flapper of the Roaring Twenties, you're probably seeing Louise Brooks. With that sleek black bob haircut, provocative performances, and smoldering screen presence, Brooks embodied the rebellious jazz age spirit like nobody else. Her distinctive geometric hairstyle influenced fashion for generations. Even today, that precise bob is still simply called the Louise Brooks. Born in Kansas in 1906, Brooks started as a dancer with the prestigious Denishon Dance Company before being kicked out for her superior attitude. She moved to New York, joined the Ziegfeld Follies, and quickly transitioned to films. But her greatest artistic achievements weren't in Hollywood. They came in Germany, starring in groundbreaking films like G.W. Pabst's Pandora's Box and Diary of a Lost Girl. What made Brooks so special wasn't just her beauty, it was her natural, modern acting style that was decades ahead of its time. While most silent film actors exaggerated every gesture, Louise used subtle, naturalistic techniques. She also portrayed complex female characters with depth and nuance in ways that challenged audiences of that era. But here's where Brooks made a career-defining choice. She refused to play by Hollywood's rules. When Paramount demanded she return from Europe to record dialogue for a film transitioning to sound, she flatly refused. The studio blacklisted her. At just 24 years old, her film career had essentially ended. The transition that followed was rough. By the 1940s, the woman whose face had once graced magazine covers worldwide was working as a $40 a week salesgirl at Saks Fifth Avenue in New York. Her circumstances grew increasingly difficult as she struggled to find stability after her film career. In 1955, film historian James Card discovered Brooks living with limited means in New York City. He convinced her to move to Rochester, New York, where he helped her create a second career as a film writer. Her collection of essays, Lulu in Hollywood, revealed her to be as talented with words as she had been on screen. Brooks passed away from a heart attack in 1985 at 78, having spent decades in relative obscurity before film scholars rediscovered her work. Today, she's recognized as one of silent cinema's most significant icons, but that recognition came far too late to help her financially. What I find most fascinating about Louise's story is her absolute refusal to compromise. She once declared, "I possess a gift for enraging people, but if I ever bore you, it will be with a knife." She knew exactly who she was and refused to become anything else, even when it cost her everything. Brooks's story offers valuable historical insights into the power dynamics of early Hollywood studios and illustrates the personal and professional consequences faced by women who challenged the system. An important educational perspective on gender and autonomy in film history. Have you ever had to choose between your principles and your livelihood? Would you make the same choices Louise did? Share your experiences below. Clara Bow. You've probably heard the phrase, "it girl." We still use it for the latest hot young star. But did you know the term came from Clara Bow, Hollywood's first major female sex symbol, and the original It Girl? Her 1927 film, It, turned her into an overnight sensation and created a template for stardom that still followed almost a century later. Born in 1905 in Brooklyn, Clara's early life was tough. She grew up in difficult circumstances with family problems that left lasting emotional scars. This challenging childhood created psychological wounds that would affect her throughout life. When Clara entered movies in the early 1920s, audiences immediately fell in love with her natural, uninhibited style. Unlike many leading ladies of the era, Clara seemed authentic and relatable. The Brooklyn bonfire, with her vibrant red hair and expressive eyes. At her peak, she received over 45,000 fan letters monthly and was earning the modern equivalent of $8 million annually. But Hollywood brought its own challenges. The transition to sound was hard for Clara, not because of her voice, as many assume, but because of the scrutiny she faced. Critics mocked her Brooklyn accent. Then came a series of highly publicized personal issues where her private life became tabloid fodder. The pressure became overwhelming. By 1931, Clara experienced what was then called a nervous breakdown. She came back to make a few more films, but her heart wasn't in it anymore. At just 28 years old, Clara Bow retired from the screen. Clara's story is particularly significant because she clearly experienced mental health challenges, something she may have inherited from her mother, who had her own psychological difficulties. In the 1940s, Clara was diagnosed with what would today be recognized as a serious mental health condition and received treatments that were standard at that time, but now considered problematic. She became increasingly isolated, sometimes going years without leaving her home, suffering from ongoing insomnia and anxiety. Clara's experience provides an important historical case study of how mental health conditions were understood and treated in early Hollywood. By examining her story from our modern perspective, we gain valuable insights into the evolution of mental health awareness and treatment approaches over the past century. Though Clara didn't face complete financial hardship, her husband Rex Bell had become a successful Nevada politician. She spent her final years struggling with psychological challenges, limited by her mental health condition. When she died from heart issues in 1965 at 60, the world had largely moved on to new it girls, forgetting the vulnerable young woman who'd started it all. Clara once reflected, being a symbol is a heavy burden to carry, especially when one is tired, hurt, and bewildered. Long before today's conversations about mental health and entertainment, she understood the emotional toll of being reduced to a simplified public image. Do you think the pressure on young stars has gotten worse or better since Clara's time? Has social media made this easier or harder? I'd love to hear your thoughts in the comments. Billie Holiday. Few voices in American music history are as instantly recognizable as Billie Holiday's. That distinctive sound, vulnerable yet powerful, emotional yet resilient, transformed jazz forever and influenced generations of singers who followed. Yet despite her towering talent and enormous cultural impact, Lady Day faced serious financial problems throughout her life and when she passed. Born Eleanora Fagan in 1915, Billie's childhood was marked by poverty and hardship. Music became both her escape and salvation, as her unique vocal approach caught the attention of producers and band leaders. Holiday couldn't read music, had no formal training, and had a limited vocal range. Yet she turned these supposed limitations into her greatest strengths, using timing and phrasing to find emotional depths in songs that no one had imagined possible. When she recorded Strange Fruit, a powerful protest against racial violence in 1939, she created what many consider one of the most important songs of the 20th century. But Billie's life was marked by exploitation at many turns. Record companies paid her flat fees for recordings rather than royalties, meaning she earned nothing from the continued sales of her music. Club owners routinely underpaid her, and various managers and associates didn't always prioritize her financial well-being as they should have. The federal government's treatment of Holiday adds another disturbing dimension to her story. Federal Bureau of Narcotics Commissioner Harry Anslinger seemed particularly focused on her, especially after she refused to stop performing Strange Fruit. Agents followed her, resulting in legal troubles that seriously damaged her career. This historical examination of Holiday's treatment by law enforcement provides important educational context about the racial disparities in how substance use disorders were handled in the mid-20th century. Her story illustrates how addiction was criminalized rather than treated as a health condition, especially for Black Americans. When Holiday was released after serving time, her cabaret card, required to perform in New York City venues, was revoked, devastating her livelihood. Though she continued recording and delivered a legendary concert at Carnegie Hall in 1948, the damage was done. Her health declined as she struggled with substance use issues that were common among performers of her era, but treated as criminal rather than medical problems. The final indignity came when Holiday was hospitalized for liver and heart disease in 1959. Federal agents maintained a presence at her hospital room, an unnecessary and cruel approach to a gravely ill woman. She passed away at 44, with law enforcement still present. Despite earning significant sums during her career, Holiday had very little money when she passed. Her funeral expenses were covered by a friend. The woman whose artistry had been exploited throughout her life continued to be undervalued after her passing, with her recordings generating fortunes for others while her own grave remained unmarked for years. What troubles me most about Billy's story is how many people profited from her genius while she herself faced financial hardship. Even today, her recordings sell worldwide. But the money goes to corporations, not to her legacy or her family. Have you ever thought about who actually profits from artists' music after they're gone? Why do you think so many talented black artists from this era faced financial insecurity? Share your thoughts below. Butterfly McQueen. I don't know nothing about birthin' babies. Those words from Gone with the Wind made Butterfly McQueen one of the most recognizable supporting actresses of the Golden Age. Yet despite creating an iconic character in the highest grossing film of all time, adjusted for inflation, McQueen spent most of her life struggling financially before passing tragically in an accident at 84. Born Thelma McQueen in Tampa, Florida, in 1911, she earned the nickname Butterfly after dancing the Butterfly Ballet in a production of A Midsummer Night's Dream. Her big break came when she was cast as Prissy in Gone with the Wind at 28. Though the role brought her fame, it also typecast her in stereotypical maid roles that she increasingly resented. What many people don't realize is that Butterfly McQueen was incredibly intelligent and principled. After Gone with the Wind, she refused to accept roles that she felt demeaned as black people, declaring, "I didn't mind being funny, but I didn't like being stupid." This principled stance severely limited her acting opportunities in an era when substantive roles for black actresses were virtually non-existent. McQueen's story provides valuable educational insights into the racial barriers and stereotyping in Golden Age Hollywood, offering an important historical perspective on representation in film and the personal and professional sacrifices made by black performers who stood against typecasting. McQueen made a brave decision that few would have had the courage to make. She walked away from Hollywood rather than compromise her dignity. The price was steep. Despite her instantly recognizable face and voice, she worked a series of regular jobs to support herself: store clerk, waitress, taxi dispatcher, and domestic worker, the very role she had refused to play on screen. She told an interviewer in 1975, "Now I'm happy I did Gone with the Wind. It wasn't when I was 28, but it's paying off now. I wouldn't be getting all these interviews if I hadn't been in it." Yet the financial rewards never materialized. While Gone with the Wind continued generating millions in re-releases and television broadcasts, McQueen saw none of that money. No residuals, no royalties. In 1979, at 68, Butterfly finally returned to college, earning a bachelor's degree in political science from City College of New York, fulfilling a dream she had abandoned in the 1930s due to financial pressures. She once said, "Education was the only thing people can't take away from you." Tragically, McQueen's life ended in an accident. On December 22, 1995, she was injured in a fire at her cottage. She was taken to Augusta Regional Medical Center in Georgia, but didn't survive. The woman who had been forced to play a stereotypical servant in America's most profitable film had lived modestly throughout her life. Perhaps the most revealing detail about McQueen's life comes from her religious views. She was an atheist who once stated, "As my ancestors are free from slavery, I am free from the slavery of religion." This independent thinking characterized her entire life, a woman decades ahead of her time who refused to be anyone but herself, regardless of the cost. Do you think Butterfly made the right choice by walking away from stereotypical roles, even though it meant financial challenges? Would you have done the same? Let me know your thoughts in the comments. Mae Murray, the girl with the bee-stung lips. That's what they called Mae Murray, one of silent film's biggest stars and a true beauty of the 1920s. With her blonde curls, elaborate costumes, and distinctive pouting expression, she embodied glamour for a generation of moviegoers. Yet she faced serious money problems later in life, a cautionary tale of how quickly fortunes can reverse in Hollywood. Born Marie Adrienne Koenig In 1885, Murray rose from modest beginnings to become a celebrated dancer in the Ziegfeld Follies before transitioning to silent films. By the early 1920s, she was one of the industry's highest-paid actresses, commanding $10,000 per week, the equivalent of about $150,000 today. Her films like The Merry Widow drew huge audiences, and her flamboyant lifestyle, including a collection of 78 perfume bottles and custom-built limousines, made her the epitome of movie star luxury. But May's financial situation changed dramatically due to a combination of business decisions and relationship choices. The most consequential was her marriage to her fourth husband, Prince David Mandivani, who influenced her finances and convinced her to leave MGM at the peak of her career. When talkies arrived, May was left without studio support during this difficult transition. The couple's spending quickly drained Murray's resources. After their divorce in 1933, she discovered that much of her money had disappeared. With few film offers coming in, she tried vaudeville and theater performances, but couldn't recapture her former success. Tax issues and legal matters further strained her finances. By the 1940s, Murray was having serious money problems. Her mental health began deteriorating, and she increasingly confused fantasy with reality, often speaking as if she were still a major star. In one heartbreaking incident in 1964, security guards found her wandering the grounds of 20th Century Fox, convinced she was there to work on a film. Studio employees didn't recognize the elderly woman as the former superstar. Murray later lived at the Motion Picture Country home, where she spent her final years largely disconnected from her past reality. When she passed away in 1965 at 80, few remembered the woman who had once been among the biggest stars in the world. Murray's story illustrates the historical lack of financial education and support for performers during Hollywood's golden age, offering an educational perspective on how quickly fame and fortune could disappear without proper financial protection systems that have since evolved in the entertainment industry. May once famously declared, "Once you become a star, you're always a star." She clung to this belief even as her circumstances changed dramatically. She simply couldn't accept that the world had moved on. And in her mind, perhaps, it never did. What strikes me most about May's story is how quickly it all changed. The fame, the fortune, even the recognition of what she had accomplished. It's a reminder of how fleeting celebrity can be, especially in an era before digital preservation. Do you think our digital world has made it easier for stars to remain relevant longer, or does fame fade just as quickly today? Share your opinion in the comments below. Peter Lorre. With his distinctive eyes, unforgettable voice, and unique presence, Peter Lorre created some of cinema's most memorable characters. From his breakthrough role in M, to the mysterious Joel Cairo in The Maltese Falcon, to Ugarte in Casablanca, Lorre brought something special to every performance. Yet despite appearing in over 100 films, including numerous classics, he faced financial difficulties and health challenges later in life, largely forgotten by the industry he had enriched. Born Laszlo Löwenstein in 1904 in what was then Austria-Hungary, Lorre began his theatrical career in Vienna and Berlin. His breakthrough came in Fritz Lang's groundbreaking 1931 film M, where his portrayal established him as a major talent. When the Nazis came to power in Germany, Lorre, who was Jewish, fled first to Paris and then to London before landing in Hollywood. In America, Lorre found himself primarily cast as foreigners or mysterious characters. Despite this limitation, he delivered remarkable performances in films like Casablanca, The Maltese Falcon, and Alfred Hitchcock's original, The Man Who Knew Too Much. His friendship with Humphrey Bogart led to roles in several classics and a brief attempt at directing with The Lost One in 1951. But behind Lorre's on-screen success lurked a private struggle, chronic pain that began in the 1920s after an appendix operation. The persistent discomfort from this procedure led doctors to prescribe medication that created long-term challenges. Despite multiple attempts to address these issues, Laurie struggled with pain management for decades. This historical account of Laurie's chronic pain and treatment illustrates the evolution of pain management practices over the past century, providing educational context about how medical approaches to chronic pain have changed. An important topic for understanding both medical history and the challenges faced by performers of this era. By the 1950s, his health was deteriorating, his weight had increased significantly, and quality roles were becoming scarce. He appeared in horror comedies and television shows that didn't showcase his considerable talents. Financial concerns mounted as medical bills and years of management issues caught up with him. In one particularly difficult period, Laurie appeared in modest-budget films for American International Pictures, productions that used his name, but gave him little opportunity to demonstrate his considerable abilities. His final film appearance was in the Jerry Lewis comedy The Patsy, shortly before his passing. When Laurie passed away from a stroke in 1964 at 59, his estate was valued at less than $50,000, far less than what his decades of work in classic films might suggest. Years of health issues, typecasting, and financial challenges had left the once great actor with limited resources. The poignant aspect of Laurie's story might be that he understood what was happening, but felt unable to change course. He once remarked, "I am now half crazy, half genius, and completely confused." A candid self-assessment from an actor whose talent deserved far better recognition. Do you think actors today have more control over their careers and finances than stars of the Golden Age did? Has the treatment of chronic pain improved? Or do we still see similar patterns today? I'd love to hear your perspective in the comments. Ramon Novarro. If you're a fan of classic films, you might know Ramon Novarro as the star of the original Ben-Hur from 1925, a role that made him one of Hollywood's biggest silent film stars and MGM's first Latin American leading man. His story reveals both the challenges facing aging stars and the difficulties of navigating personal identity in an intolerant era. Born José Ramón Gil Samaniego in Mexico in 1899, Novarro fled the Mexican Revolution with his family and arrived in Los Angeles in 1916. His extraordinary screen presence caught the attention of directors, and he slowly built his career playing bit parts before landing the lead in Scaramouche in 1923. This led to his career-defining role as Judah Ben-Hur, which cemented his status as one of silent film's greatest romantic leads. Unlike many silent stars, Novarro successfully transitioned to talkies, revealing a pleasant singing voice in films like Devil May Care and In Gay Madrid. However, as the 1930s progressed, his career began to decline. MGM dropped his contract in 1935, and the roles became increasingly scarce and less prestigious. What the public didn't know during Novarro's heyday was that he was gay, a personal truth that could have instantly destroyed his career as a romantic leading man had it become known. MGM chief Louis B. Mayer reportedly arranged convenience marriages for some stars, but Novarro refused, choosing instead to live privately while struggling with his Catholic faith and his identity. This educational exploration of Novarro's experience provides important historical context about challenges in early Hollywood, illustrating how societal prejudice affected career opportunities and personal freedoms. As his film career waned, Novarro invested in real estate and lived modestly off those investments. Though not experiencing extreme hardship, his financial situation was less secure than it should have been after his years as a top star. He occasionally appeared in television shows like Bonanza and Dr. Kildare in the 1960s, but these were minor roles that did little to restore his former prominence. Tragically, Novarro's life ended in violence. On October 30th, 1968, he was attacked in his Hollywood Hills home by two young men who had been led to believe the aging star had valuables hidden in his house. The 69-year-old actor did not survive the assault. This historical account of Navarro's passing is presented for educational purposes. We strongly condemn violence in all forms. The sad irony? There was no hidden fortune. The assailants found only $20 in Navarro's wallet. They were eventually caught and convicted, but received surprisingly light sentences for the crime. Ramon Navarro's story stands as one of Hollywood's most troubling chapters. A gifted actor who lived with significant personal constraints, who ultimately fell victim to mistaken assumptions about movie star wealth. It would be decades before Hollywood would provide Latin American actors or gay performers the freedom and respect Navarro deserved but never received. Have you noticed how Hollywood has changed in its treatment of LGBTQ actors and Latin American stars since Navarro's time? Is there still progress to be made? Share your thoughts below. Bobby Driscoll, you think of happy things and you'll fly. That's what Peter Pan tells Wendy in Disney's classic 1953 animated film. But for Bobby Driscoll, who voiced Peter Pan and served as the character's live-action reference model, life after Disney didn't provide the happy ending one might expect. His story represents one of the most heartbreaking transitions from child to adult performer in Hollywood history. This historical examination of Driscoll's career provides important educational context about the challenges faced by child actors in the studio system era, offering perspectives on how the entertainment industry has since evolved in its approach to supporting young performers. Born in 1937, Bobby Driscoll was just 5 years old when he made his film debut, quickly establishing himself as one of the most talented child actors of his generation. Walt Disney himself was so impressed with the boy's natural ability that in 1946 he signed Driscoll to the first exclusive long-term contract with a child actor in Disney history. Bobby became Disney's go-to male child star, appearing in Song of the South, So Dear to My Heart, and winning a special Juvenile Academy Award at age 12 for his performances in The Window. His crowning achievement came when he was cast as the voice and physical model for Peter Pan, the boy who never wanted to grow up. Disney animators carefully studied Bobby's movements and facial expressions, essentially basing the character's appearance on him. It should have been his proudest moment, but then adolescence arrived. And Disney, the company that had built him up as the studio's living treasure, ended their relationship. When his contract concluded in 1953, the same year Peter Pan was released, Disney terminated it with no explanation. Bobby was devastated. He later recalled, "The way I was dropped was cold and businesslike. One day, I was Disney's golden boy, and the next day, I was on the outside looking in." The irony wasn't lost on anyone. The boy who played Peter Pan was forced to grow up by the very studio that created the character. As adolescence changed his appearance, Bobby found himself without opportunities in an industry that had no further roles for him. He experienced bullying at public school, where classmates resented his previous success. What followed was a difficult transition. By his late teens, Bobby struggled with substance use issues. A marriage at 19 produced 2 children but ended in divorce 4 years later. Legal troubles accumulated. By the mid-1960s, the former child star was experiencing homelessness and addiction, moving between temporary accommodations in New York's counterculture scene. This educational discussion of the challenges Driscoll faced illustrates the lack of support systems for former child actors during this historical period, highlighting how substance use disorders were poorly understood and treated, providing important historical context that helps us recognize the progress made. On March 30th, 1968, just weeks after his 31st birthday, Bobby Driscoll was found in an abandoned building in New York City. The cause of his passing was heart-related issues, exacerbated by his lifestyle. With no identification on his body and no one to claim him, this former Academy Award winner was buried without identification in a public cemetery on Hart Island. The final, sad chapter? No one knew he had passed away. His mother continued searching for him for years, not learning of his fate until 1969, when she placed a notice in a Hollywood newspaper seeking information about her son's whereabouts. The boy who gave Peter Pan his face and voice passed far too young and was laid to rest without recognition. It wasn't until years later that his remains were identified on Hart Island, a stark contrast to the fantasy character he helped bring to life, who would never grow old. These stories of Golden Age Hollywood stars reveal important historical lessons about the entertainment industry's treatment of talent. The studio system often failed to provide long-term security for the very people who generated enormous profits. Financial exploitation, typecasting, ageism, particularly for women, racism, homophobia, and inadequate mental health support created challenges for many beloved performers. Today, while many improvements have been made through unions, residual payments, and greater awareness of these issues, we can still learn from these historical accounts. By remembering these stories, we honor these performers' full humanity, not just their glamorous on-screen personas. That's it for today's Forgotten Hollywood Stories, but trust me, there are so many more legends whose stories need to be told. If you're as fascinated by these Golden Age stars as I am, hit that subscribe button right now. Every week, we dig into the real lives behind the glamour and make sure these incredible talents aren't forgotten. Drop a comment with which star's story hit you hardest. For me, it was definitely Bobby Driscoll. See you next Friday when we uncover more Hollywood history they don't want you to know. Picture this: France's most beautiful leading actor, the one who made hearts skip beats for 6 decades, passed away last August, hiding secrets so explosive they would have destroyed lesser careers. Today, I'm revealing 8 shocking truths about Alain Delon that will change everything you thought you knew about Hollywood's most mysterious European star. For 6 decades, he captivated audiences as the quintessential European leading man. Those unforgettable blue eyes, that perfect bone structure, and an aura of danger that made him irresistible on screen. The actor who could make audiences swoon with a single glance had himself battled profound loneliness throughout his life, admitting in later interviews that despite being surrounded by people, he often felt utterly alone. This vulnerability stemmed from abandonment trauma that began when he was just 4 years old. But here's what they don't tell you in the film histories. Delon openly acknowledged his connections to the criminal underworld, lived through one of France's biggest political scandals, and left behind a trail of broken hearts and family feuds that dominated headlines right up until his final days. Today, we're diving into 8 secrets about Alain Delon that reveal the person behind the myth. And trust me, the real story is far more fascinating than any role he ever played. Secret 1. From Street Fighter to Silver Screen. Alain Delon was born on November 8, 1935, in Sceaux, near Paris, but his path to stardom began in the most unlikely way. His parents divorced when he was just 4 years old, and he was placed in foster care. What most people don't know is that when his foster parents passed away in 1946, 11-year-old Alain was sent back to biological parents who had become strangers to him. This double abandonment, first by his birth parents, then by loss of his foster parents, created deep attachment wounds that would haunt him for life. This wasn't the privileged upbringing you'd expect from someone who became Europe's most elegant leading actor. As a teenager, Delon was frequently expelled from boarding schools and developed a reputation as a troublemaker and petty thief. The nuns at his boarding school in Issy-les-Moulineaux described him as a boy consumed by anger at the world. And indeed, this rage would fuel both his rebellious youth and later his intense on-screen performances. But here's where his story takes a dramatic turn. His stepfather decided he needed discipline and sent him to work in a butcher shop, where teenage Alain learned harsh realities about life and endings. Even then, he was expelled for allegedly stealing and forging grades. Fed up with his rebellious stepson, the family shipped him off to military service. At 17, Darin enlisted in the French Navy and served in what was then French Indochina for 4 years. The military gave him a harsh choice: face court-martial for stealing a Jeep, or serve in the dangerous war zone of Indochina. Young Darin chose war over disgrace, but the experience of witnessing violence and trauma in combat would later influence his ability to portray cold, calculating characters on screen with such chilling authenticity. Returning to France in the mid-1950s, he worked as a porter at Paris's wholesale food market, Les Halles, and spent time in the red light Pigalle district. It was during this rough period that he made connections with street criminals, relationships that would later come back to haunt him. The transformation from street tough to movie star happened almost by accident. Actor Jean-Claude Brialy encountered Darin and invited him to the 1957 Cannes Film Festival, where Darin made some professional contacts. He made his film debut the next year with a small role in Send a Woman When the Devil Fails. And the rest, as they say, is cinema history. Secret 2, the love story that broke two hearts. In 1958, something magical happened when Alain Darin met Austrian actress Romy Schneider on the set of the film Christine. At just 20 years old, Romy was already an international star, having appeared in 11 films, including the beloved Sissy trilogy. Remarkably, it wasn't love at first sight. Romy found Alain too good-looking and thought he seemed arrogant, while he considered her slightly pompous. They couldn't even speak each other's language, making communication awkward and leading to arguments on set. But something shifted during filming. As Alain later recalled in Paris Match magazine, "We often used to ask this lover's question: who fell in love first, you or me? We would count 1, 2, 3, and then reply in unison, neither you nor me, together." After finishing the movie, Alain slipped a letter into Romy's handbag before she boarded her plane back to Austria. That night, they both burst into tears, realizing how much they meant to each other. The next day, despite strong disapproval from her family, Romy flew to Paris to live with Alain. They were engaged within months and spent 4 tumultuous years together. They were dubbed the fiancés of Europe by the media, becoming the golden couple of 1960s cinema. What made their love so profound was how it seemed to heal both of their wounded souls. Romy had been controlled by a domineering mother her entire career, while Alain had never experienced unconditional love. In each other, they found the acceptance they'd both desperately craved. But in 1964, Darin abruptly left Romy by letter to marry Nathalie Barthélemy, who was pregnant with his child. The breakup devastated Romy so completely that friends worried she might never recover. She fell into a deep depression, and those close to her said she never fully got over Alain's abandonment. Yet remarkably, their love evolved into something even more precious: a lifelong friendship built on forgiveness and genuine care. When Romy tragically passed away in 1982, Darin was so grief-stricken that friends said it triggered his own battles with depression years later. He called her the love of my life and kept a photo of her in his wallet until his passing 42 years later. Secret 3, the Markovitch affair, a scandal that shook France. In 1968, Alain Darin became embroiled in what became known as the Markovitch affair, a political scandal that followed the violent end of Stefan Markovitch, Darin's friend and bodyguard. Stefan Markovitch was a Serbian former street fighter who had become more than just Darin's employee. They were friends. Darin, still struggling with trust issues from his traumatic childhood, had found in Markovitch someone who understood violence and survival. Their friendship was built on mutual respect between two individuals who had fought their way out of difficult circumstances. But Markovitch wasn't just providing security. He used his proximity to Darin to host wild parties for France's elite, but these weren't innocent gatherings. Markovitch had secretly installed cameras throughout his house, especially in the bedrooms, collecting compromising photos of guests that he could use for blackmail. On October 1st, 1968, Markovitch's body was found in a public dump in Elancourt, west of Paris. He had been beaten and shot execution style. Before his demise, Markovitch had written to his brother, if anything happened to him, they should look at Alain Delon and his friend Francois Marcantoni, a known Corsican gangster. The scandal exploded when it emerged that among Markovitch's collection of compromising photos were allegedly scandalous shots of Claude Pompidou, wife of future French President Georges Pompidou. This was devastating timing, as Pompidou was preparing to run for president. Delon was devastated by the loss of his friend and terrified by the implications for his career. Delon was detained for 24 hours on October 12, 1968, and interrogated for hours despite having a fever. During his 24-hour detention, witnesses described him as genuinely distraught, not just about the legal trouble, but about losing someone he had trusted. This betrayal by someone close to him reinforced his lifelong fear of letting people get too near. His friend Marcantoni was initially charged with the crime and held for a year before charges were dropped. The case remains unsolved to this day. Later investigation revealed that the photos of Madame Pompidou were fakes, created using a substitute as a look-alike, but the damage was done. The affair cast a shadow over Delon's career and cemented his reputation as someone who moved in dangerous circles. Secret 4. His only marriage was doomed from the start. Alain Delon married only once in his life, and it happened while he was still entangled with other women. In 1964, he met Nathalie Barthélemy in a Paris nightclub while he was on a night out with Romy Schneider. When Nathalie became pregnant, they married in secret. But the relationship was stormy from the beginning. They divorced in 1969 after Delon took up with one of his co-stars, Mireille Darc, following a disappointing year in Hollywood. What made this particularly scandalous was the timing and circumstances. The marriage was already in trouble when the Markovitch affair erupted. Police discovered that Markovitch had been having an affair with Delon's wife, Nathalie. This added another layer of potential motive to the case. Despite being known for his own affairs, Delon was described as an old-fashioned celebrity who took pride in his own conquests, but went off like a volcano when his partner did the same. After their divorce, Nathalie revealed the emotional truth behind their failed marriage. He never spoke to me about Romy, but sometimes I saw a shadow of sadness in his eyes, and I knew it was for her. Even in marriage, Delon remained haunted by his lost love, making it impossible for any other relationship to fully flourish. The couple had one son together, Anthony Delon, who would later become embroiled in the family feuds that dominated Alain's final years. Their divorce was finalized on grounds of serious mutual insult, a remarkably dramatic legal phrase that perfectly captured the toxic nature of their relationship. Secret 5. The 15-year love affair that nearly lasted. After his divorce from Nathalie, Delon began his longest relationship with Mireille Darc, a model-turned-actress and documentary maker. Their relationship lasted 15 years, and they remained friends until her passing in 2017. Mireille Darc represented something different for Delon: stability, intelligence, and genuine companionship. She was beautiful, certainly, but she was also accomplished in her own right, making documentaries and pursuing serious acting roles. Unlike his tumultuous marriage, this relationship seemed to offer Delon a chance at happiness. But even this seemingly perfect partnership couldn't last. Delon left behind an outsized, idiosyncratic cultural footprint, but his personal relationships were often marked by the same restlessness that characterized his early life. He eventually moved on to Dutch model Rosalie van Bremen, with whom he had 2 more children, Alain Fabien and Anouchka, though they never married. What's remarkable is that Mireille remained loyal to Delon throughout her life. When she passed away in 2017, it was said to be one of the few times in his later years that the famously stoic actor was seen publicly emotional. Those close to him said he cried for days, calling her name in his sleep. Secret 6. The secret son he never acknowledged. One of Delon's most painful family secrets involves Henri Boulogne, a photographer and actor born in 1962, to the German rock star Nico. Nico, the Velvet Underground singer and actress, claimed to have had a son with Delon, but this is where Delon's story takes a cruel turn. Delon consistently denied paternity, despite admitting having had a brief affair with Nico. In a moment of brutal honesty that would haunt both him and Henri for decades, Delon once told the young individual, "You don't have my eyes, you don't have my hair. You are not my son, you will never be my son. I only slept with your mother once. What makes this rejection even more heartbreaking is that Delon's own mother, Edith Boulogne, believed Henri was indeed her grandson and helped raise him when Nico proved unable to care for the child. This meant that while Delon rejected his potential son, his mother embraced the boy, creating a painful family dynamic that lasted for decades. Henri Boulogne passed away in 2023, never having received acknowledgement from the person he believed to be his father. In his final years, Henri struggled with addiction and depression, telling friends that his father's rejection had shaped his entire life. He passed away alone in Paris, still carrying his stepfather's surname and the weight of a father's denial. The situation reflected Delon's complicated relationship with family and responsibility. While he could be deeply devoted to those he chose to love, he could also be ruthlessly decisive about cutting people out of his life. Henri's story became a symbol of the emotional cost of Delon's uncompromising nature. Secret 7. His controversial political views. As Delon aged, he became increasingly outspoken about politics, often courting controversy with his views. He was outspoken off stage and courted controversy, notably when he said he regretted the abolition of capital punishment and spoke disparagingly of same-gender marriage, which was legalized in France in 2013. He publicly defended the far-right National Front and telephoned its founder, Jean-Marie Le Pen, an old friend, to congratulate him when the party did well in 2014. He stirred further controversy in 2015 by jumping to the defense of ex-minister Nadine Morano, who declared France a white race country that she didn't want to see become Muslim. She has the courage to say it, Delon said. These political statements created a divide in how people viewed him. While he was adored by many, he also faced many criticisms. His support for polarizing politicians and his statements against homosexuality drew significant backlash. The contrast was stark. Here was someone who had embodied sophisticated European culture on screen, yet whose personal political views seemed to contradict the cosmopolitan image he projected. It was another example of how the private Delon often clashed with his public persona. Secret 8. The family feud that consumed his final years. Delon's last years were overshadowed by a bitter family feud that played out in French media with all the drama of a soap opera. In recent years, Delon was at the center of a family feud over his care, which made headlines in French media. After suffering a stroke in 2019, the once powerful star became increasingly vulnerable and dependent on others, a position that terrified someone who had spent his life maintaining absolute control. His cognitive decline made him paranoid and suspicious, struggling to recognize the very children fighting over his care. The trouble began with Hiromi Rollin, who had been living with Delon since 2006. In July 2023, his 3 children filed a lawsuit against her, accusing her of overstepping her authority and having ulterior motives. After this, she was evicted from the estate. But then the children turned on each other. In January 2024, Anthony accused his sister, Anuchka, described as their father's favorite child, of preying on their weakened father. The medical test Anthony referenced showed cognitive degradation, which places my father in a position of psychological weakness, and therefore of vulnerability. A devastating assessment of someone who had once been France's most commanding screen presence. Delon responded by threatening to report his son to the police. Those close to the family reported that, in his lucid moments, the aging star would break down crying, asking why his children couldn't love each other the way he had tried to love each of them. Imperfectly, but genuinely. In April 2024, a judge placed Delon under reinforced curatorship, meaning he no longer had full freedom to manage his assets. Perhaps the most heartbreaking aspect of this family war was how it played out in front of Delon himself. This legal protection was put in place due to concerns about his health and well-being amid all the family squabbling. The feud, allegedly, was never about inheritance. The will had already been settled. Anuchka is expected to receive 50% of his estate, while the 2 sons would share the remaining half. His fortune is estimated to be worth anywhere from 50 million euros to 200 million euros, amassed not just from acting but from his production company, properties, art collections, and business ventures. In his final months, Delon found solace in his relationship with his beloved dog Lubo, a Belgian Malinois he called my end-of-life companion. He once said, "My dogs love me, no matter who I am or what I do." It is unconditional love, love without thinking, complete and true love. This relationship with animals represented the pure affection he had always sought, but rarely found with humans. So there you have it, 8 secrets that reveal Alain Delon as far more than just a beautiful face on the silver screen. What strikes me most about his story is how it perfectly captures the complexity of human nature. Here was someone capable of incredible tenderness, staying loyal to Romy Schneider decades after their breakup, maintaining a 15-year relationship with Mireille d'Arc, yet also capable of shocking cruelty, like his treatment of Henri Boulogne. When Delon passed away in August 2024, foreign press referred to him as the last great myth of French cinema. But perhaps what made him mythical wasn't just his beauty or his talent, it was his contradictions. He played ice-cold characters with such conviction because he understood both light and darkness. He moved through scandal and controversy while maintaining an air of untouchable elegance. The funeral was held privately at his estate, and true to his word, he was buried in the chapel next to the cemetery where his beloved dogs rest. His final wish to have his dog Lubo euthanized and buried with him was mercifully refused by his family, who understood that even in passing, there should be limits to one person's need for absolute control. Looking back at Delon's life, I'm struck by how he never apologized for who he was. Whether it was his criminal connections, his political views, or his complicated relationships with women and family, he lived on his own terms right up until the end. That kind of uncompromising authenticity, for better and worse, is something we rarely see in today's carefully managed celebrity culture. As his family said in their final statement, he passed away peacefully in his home in Douchy, surrounded by his 3 children and his family. Despite all the feuds and scandals, they were there at the end. Maybe that tells us something important about family, forgiveness, and the enduring power of blood ties. Alain Delon wasn't just an actor. He was a wounded soul who found salvation in performance, an abandoned child who spent his life seeking the unconditional love he'd been denied. Someone who understood that beauty and talent weren't enough to heal the deepest human wounds. His story reminds us that behind every perfect image lies a human being, flawed and fascinating, struggling with the same desires for love, recognition, and meaning that drive us all. Alain Delon's story proves that real life is often more dramatic than any screenplay. From street fighter to cinema icon, from scandal to heartbreak, his journey reminds us that fame and beauty can't heal every wound. If you found these secrets as captivating as I did, make sure to like this video and subscribe for more untold stories from Hollywood's golden era. Who knows, your favorite star might have secrets even more surprising than Delon's. Remember sitting in those dark theaters, watching your favorite stars light up the screen? Well, here's what they never told us. While we were falling in love with their characters, these actors were falling apart in real life. And honestly, some of their true stories are more dramatic than any movie they ever made. You know how we all thought old Hollywood was this glamorous, perfect world? Boy, were we wrong. These stars didn't just act in dramas, they lived them. From hidden romances and destructive habits to scandals that almost brought down the whole industry, these actors weren't just famous. They were walking headlines, waiting to happen. They broke hearts, bent rules, and sometimes crossed lines nobody should cross. Some made it through, others didn't survive the pressure. But every single one left behind stories that'll make you see Hollywood's golden years in a whole new light. So grab a cup of coffee, because by the time we're done, you'll understand why they say fame is a dangerous game. Clark Gable, Hollywood's king with a hidden past. Clark Gable was the guy every man wanted to be and every woman dreamed about. That mustache, that smile, that voice that could melt butter. He really was the king of Hollywood. But behind that perfect image were struggles that started way back in rural Ohio, where his dad thought he wasn't tough enough for farm work. That feeling of not measuring up, it stuck with him his whole life. Behind those studio gates, Gable's story gets complicated. Remember Loretta Young, that sweet actress from all those wholesome movies? Well, decades later, through her daughter, a shocking story emerged about their time filming Call of the Wild. What happened between them resulted in a pregnancy that could have ended both their careers. So, what did the studio do? They made it all disappear. Young vanished for months, had her baby in secret, then pretended to adopt her own child. Can you imagine? Gable had a reputation as quite the ladies' man. Affairs with married women, countless flings, and MGM's fixers worked overtime keeping it all quiet. A publicist from back then put it perfectly. You just had to keep the press happy and the police away. To his fans, he was Rhett Butler, the ultimate romantic hero. But in private, he was a man carrying heavy burdens. When his third wife, Carol Lombard, passed away in a plane crash in 1942, something in him broke. Friends said he was never the same, turning more and more to the bottle to cope with the loss. Speaking of broken hearts, wait till you hear about another Hollywood legend who spent decades living a painful double life. Judy Garland, Dorothy's heartbreaking journey. Oh, Judy, sweet Judy Garland, that little girl who sang about finding happiness somewhere over the rainbow. She never found her own happy ending. Born Frances Gumm in small-town Minnesota, she was pushed onto stages before she could even properly walk by a mother desperate for the spotlight. When MGM signed her at just 16, they didn't see a teenager. They saw a product, and boy, did they treat her like one. During The Wizard of Oz, they put this young girl on a routine that'd horrify any parent today. Stimulants to keep her going through 18-hour days, then sedatives to help her rest. Her diet? Chicken soup and cigarettes. They actually encouraged her to smoke 80 a day to keep her weight down. Can you believe that? The studio treated her like a machine, not a person. When she gained weight, they shamed her in front of everyone. When she couldn't keep up, they gave her more pills. By her early 20s, Garland was completely dependent on the medications MGM had started her on. She tried breaking free so many times, but the damage, it was already done. Her personal life crumbled. 5 marriages, each ending in chaos and heartbreak. Friends said she was desperately searching for the love and stability she'd never had as a child. She'd give her whole heart to relationships, only to watch them fall apart when her struggles took over. On stage, she was pure magic. Audiences could feel her pain, and it made her performances unforgettable. But offstage, she was slowly fading away. In 1969, at just 47 years old, Judy Garland's life ended in a London hotel bathroom from an accidental overdose. The girl who sang about bluebirds and happiness never found her own peace. Her story sparked outrage about how Hollywood failed its young stars. But for Judy, it was too late. She remains a heartbreaking reminder of talent destroyed by an industry that cared more about money than people. Now, let's talk about the bad boy who changed acting forever. Marlon Brando, the revolutionary who couldn't find peace. Marlon Brando didn't just act, he exploded onto screens like a force of nature. When he showed up in A Streetcar Named Desire, everything changed. Hollywood had never seen anything like him. But that intensity? It came from a childhood that would have broken most people. His father drank too much and used his fists, while his mother battled her own demons with alcohol. Young Marlon learned early that the world could be unpredictable and violent. His talent came with a price. Brando was intense, unpredictable, and emotionally explosive. He had affairs with both women and men, went through marriages like they were movie roles, and once admitted, "I'm not sure I'm a human being." Behind all that fame was a man haunted by tragedy. His son, Christian, was involved in a fatal shooting of his sister's boyfriend. Years later, his daughter Cheyenne took her own life. Brando was devastated and never really recovered. He fought with studios, turned down their rules, and famously refused his Oscar for The Godfather. His political views were bold, but his behavior often pushed people away. Co-stars called him brilliant and maddening, loving one minute, completely distant the next. Brando lived like someone constantly battling himself. His performances hit so hard because they came from real pain. In his later years, he became a passionate fighter for Native American rights, even sending an Apache activist to refuse his Oscar as a protest against Hollywood's treatment of indigenous peoples. If Brando shook up Hollywood, our next star shocked the entire world with a revelation nobody saw coming. Rock Hudson, the perfect leading man's painful secret. Rock Hudson had it all: the height, the looks, the charm that made women swoon and men jealous. Born Roy Scherer Jr. in small-town Illinois, he grew up with an abusive stepfather who constantly put him down. Movies became his escape. He never dreamed he'd one day be up there on the screen himself. But this perfect leading man was living a lie. Back then, being gay could end your career faster than any scandal, so Hudson had no choice but to pretend. The studios carefully built his image. They even arranged a fake marriage to his secretary to stop the rumors. He couldn't be himself anywhere, not in public, not even really in private. Behind the scenes, he lived in constant fear. Friends had to keep secrets. Relationships had to stay hidden. He once said, "I just want to be loved, but I have to pretend to be someone else to earn it." In 1985, the truth came out in the most heartbreaking way. Hudson was diagnosed with AIDS, becoming one of the first major celebrities to reveal their diagnosis. The news shocked the world. It shattered the image of the all-American heartthrob and forced America to confront the AIDS crisis head-on. Some fans felt betrayed, others admired his courage, but nobody could ignore the impact. Hudson's announcement did more to humanize AIDS than any government campaign. It showed that this disease could affect anyone. He passed away that same year, but his final act, being honest about who he was, became his most powerful performance. Hudson wasn't the only star forced to hide. Let's talk about one of Hollywood's most beloved actresses, who fell from grace overnight. Ingrid Bergman, when America's sweetheart broke their hearts. Ingrid Bergman was everything America wanted in a movie star. Beautiful, talented, and seemingly pure as snow. After Casablanca and The Bells of St. Mary's, audiences trusted her completely. She was the actress who could do no wrong. The Swedish beauty everyone admired. Then, in 1950, she did something that turned the whole country against her overnight. Bergman had gone to Italy to work with director Roberto Rossellini on a film called Stromboli. Both were married with children, Bergman to a Swedish doctor, Rossellini to a screenwriter. But on that volcanic island where they filmed, sparks flew between them. When Bergman became pregnant with Rossellini's child while still married, America lost its mind. The reaction was brutal. This wasn't just any actress. This was Ingrid Bergman, the woman they'd trusted to play nuns and noble heroines. A U.S. senator actually stood up on the Senate floor and denounced her as a powerful influence for evil. Churches boycotted her films, fan letters turned into hate mail, and Hollywood slammed its doors shut. What made it worse? Bergman didn't apologize. Instead of begging for forgiveness, she stood by her choices and moved to Italy with Rossellini. For 7 years, she was basically exiled from American movies, making artsy European films while her Hollywood career sat in ruins. The sad irony was that Bergman had always been exactly what she seemed: honest, passionate, and genuine. Her affair wasn't calculated or mean, it was simply human. But 1950s, America couldn't forgive their saint for being real. When she finally came back in 1956 and won an Oscar for Anastasia, the audience gave her a standing ovation that felt more like an apology. But the damage to her heart was already done. Speaking of damaged hearts, let me tell you about Hollywood's most tragic couple. Spencer Tracy and Katharine Hepburn, Love in the Shadows. Spencer Tracy looked like the ideal leading man, steady, dignified. That face you could trust. But Tracy carried a burden that broke his heart every single day. His firstborn son, John, was born deaf. And in those days, when people didn't understand deafness well, Tracy blamed himself. Off-screen, he was anything but calm. Tracy's life was a balancing act. He was a devout Catholic who wouldn't divorce his wife, even though he spent over 20 years in a relationship with Katharine Hepburn. To the public, they were just good friends. Behind closed doors, they were partners. The problem was, his personal struggles never let them truly be happy. Tracy had a serious drinking problem, not just a glass here and there, but the dangerous kind. Friends and co-workers knew the signs. He'd disappear for days, drink himself into oblivion, then show up ready to work like nothing happened. His guilt over John's deafness ate at him. He believed God was punishing him for his sins, and this religious torment fueled his drinking. On set, he could be charming 1 minute, vicious the next. Directors said working with him was like walking on broken glass. Despite everything, studios protected him. His talent was too valuable. And Hepburn, she often acted as his shield, but keeping up appearances wore him down. In private, Tracy battled guilt, shame, and depression. A man torn between his faith, his dependency, and the life he could never fully live. He passed away in 1967, just 2 weeks after finishing his last film. He often said he had demons, and they never let him go. Yet his wife Louise dedicated her life to helping deaf children, founding the John Tracy Clinic in 1942, which still helps families today. Tracy's demons were internal, but our next star's scandals played out for all to see. Lana Turner, the sweater girl's life of drama. Lana Turner's life was like something straight out of a soap opera. 8 marriages, countless affairs, and a violent incident that had the whole country glued to their newspapers. Discovered at 16, sipping a Coke at Schwab's pharmacy. Yes, that really happened. Turner became MGM's sweater girl, but her personal life? Way more complicated than that wholesome image suggested. Turner's childhood shaped everything that came after. When she was 9, her father lost his life in a card game, leaving her and her mother in poverty. That trauma followed her into adulthood, where she kept finding herself drawn to dangerous men who reminded her of the chaos she'd known as a child. Her marriages were disasters. Each husband seemed more controlling or abusive than the last, and Turner would escape one bad relationship only to fall right into another. Her most notorious relationship was with Johnny Stompanato, a violent man connected to Mickey Cohen's crime organization. Stompanato was possessive and brutal, threatening Turner's career and her safety. He'd show up on movie sets, intimidating directors and co-stars. And at home, he was physically abusive. Turner was trapped, too scared to leave, too proud to ask for help. Everything exploded on Good Friday, 1958, when Turner's 14-year-old daughter, Cheryl, witnessed Stompanato threatening to harm her mother. In a moment of terror and protective rage, Cheryl grabbed a kitchen knife and fatally wounded Stompanato. The trial that followed was a media circus. Turner broke down on the witness stand, describing years of abuse. Cheryl was ruled to have acted in justifiable defense, but the scandal hit Turner's career hard. What made Turner's story even sadder was her desperate search for love and stability. Each marriage was her trying to find the security she'd lost as a child. But her own pain led her straight to the men who'd hurt her most. She passed away in 1995, having survived 8 marriages, countless scandals, and a lifetime of tough choices. Proof of both Hollywood's power to create stars and its failure to protect them. Some stars burned bright and fast. This next one? She invented the blonde bombshell and paid the ultimate price. Jean Harlow, the original blonde bombshell's tragic end. Jean Harlow didn't just play the platinum blonde bombshell, she invented it. But the real woman behind all that peroxide was way more vulnerable than any character she played. Born Harley Ann Carpenter in Kansas City, she was pushed into Hollywood by her controlling mother, who saw dollar signs in her daughter's stunning looks. By 21, Harlow was a major star, but her personal life, one disaster after another. Her first marriage to Charles McGrew, a wealthy heir, turned abusive. Friends said he would hurt her physically, and Harlow started drinking heavily to cope. Her second marriage to producer Paul Byrne ended in tragedy when Byrne was found lifeless in their home just 2 months after the wedding, leaving a note suggesting personal inadequacies. The scandal nearly ended Harlow's career, with whispers that she had driven him to take his own life. Desperate for respectability, Harlow married cinematographer Harold Rawson, but that fell apart within a year too. Then came her passionate affair with married actor William Powell, one of the few relationships that brought her real happiness. But Powell wouldn't leave his wife, leaving Harlow heartbroken and leaning even more on alcohol. Behind that wisecracking, confident screen persona, Harlow was deeply insecure about her intelligence. She read constantly, trying to educate herself, and wrote poetry that almost nobody ever saw. She desperately wanted to be taken seriously, but Hollywood only wanted the platinum blonde bombshell. The end came shockingly fast. In 1937, at just 26, Harlow collapsed on the set of Saratoga. Her mother, a devout Christian Scientist, refused to let doctors treat her, believing prayer would cure what turned out to be kidney failure. By the time medical help was allowed, it was too late. Jean Harlow passed away in agony, the first major Hollywood star destroyed by the very fame she'd achieved. Her passing shocked the world and marked the end of an era she'd helped create. While Harlow's flame burned out too soon, our next star lived through scandal after scandal. Rita Hayworth, the pinup girl who couldn't find real love. Rita Hayworth was the ultimate fantasy. That gorgeous red hair, that famous pose that kept American soldiers company during World War II. Her dance in Gilda, it made her an international symbol of desire. But the real woman behind all that glamour was desperately searching for a love that always stayed just out of reach. Born Margarita Carmen Cancino to a Spanish dancer father who was both her teacher and her first abuser, Rita learned way too young that her body was her currency. Her father forced her to dance in nightclubs from age 12, and by some accounts, the abuse went beyond just being controlling. When she escaped into marriage at 18 to older businessman Edward Judson, she just traded one controlling man for another. Judson transformed her from Rita Cancino into Rita Hayworth, dyeing her hair red and forcing her through painful procedures to change her hairline. Hollywood made her a star, but it also trapped her. Studio head Harry Cohn was obsessed with her, bugging her dressing room, following her private life like some kind of stalker. Hayworth's marriages to Orson Welles and Prince Ali Khan were passionate but doomed. Her intelligence intimidated men who expected her to be the compliant fantasy from the screen. What made Hayworth's story even more heartbreaking was her secret vulnerability. Despite her image as a confident goddess, she was painfully shy and insecure about her smarts. "Men go to bed with Gilda," she once said, "but wake up with me." The real Rita could never compete with the fantasy that made her famous. In her final years, Hayworth developed Alzheimer's disease, though nobody diagnosed it for years. Hollywood just wrote off her increasingly confused behavior as alcoholism or mental problems. She passed away in 1987, largely forgotten by the industry that once worshipped her. Her daughter, Yasmin Aga Khan, became a passionate advocate for Alzheimer's research, determined that her mother's final suffering wouldn't be in vain. Hayworth's life remains a cautionary tale about the price of being turned into a fantasy, instead of being loved as a real person. Now, let me tell you about the king of comedy whose private life was anything but funny. Charlie Chaplin, the comic genius with a troubling side. Charlie Chaplin was comedy royalty. He built an empire with his silent films, that unforgettable mustache, and his ability to make people laugh and cry at the same time. But his childhood? Born into grinding poverty in London, his father abandoned the family early, and his mother Hannah suffered from severe mental illness that kept her in and out of institutions. Young Charlie and his brother were sent to workhouses twice before he turned 9. Behind that lovable tramp character was a man with a deeply controversial private life. Chaplin had a troubling pattern. He pursued teenage girls. At 35, he married 16-year-old Lita Gray, and the marriage quickly turned into a nightmare. Gray later said Chaplin was emotionally abusive and controlling. Things got worse when actress Joan Barry took him to court, claiming he fathered her child. Even though blood tests showed he wasn't the father, the judge ordered him to pay child support anyway. The media had a field day. Then came the politics. Chaplin was accused of being a communist sympathizer during the Red Scare, and the U.S. government made its position clear. In 1952, while he was traveling abroad, they banned him from coming back to America. He never officially became a U.S. citizen. "I remained just one thing, and one thing only, and that is a clown," Chaplin once said. But the truth was way more complicated. The world laughed at his performances, but his private behavior told a different story. Ironically, the man who made millions laugh struggled with deep depression throughout his life, possibly inherited from his mother's mental illness. Chaplin at least tried to hide his troubles. Our next star, he wore his chaos like a badge of honor. Mickey Rooney, the child star who never grew up. Mickey Rooney wasn't just a child star. He was the child star. In the 1930s and 40s, he ruled the box office with those Andy Hardy films, raking in millions before he was old enough to vote. Born Joe Yule Jr. to vaudeville performers, Mickey was performing professionally before he could walk. His childhood was spent on stages and movie sets, never in classrooms or playgrounds. At one point, he was the highest paid actor in America, but that spotlight that made him, it never let him go. Rooney's life was like a tornado of marriages, scandals, and bad decisions. 8 marriages to beauty queens, starlets, and actresses, including Ava Gardner, but love never seemed to stick around. His relationships usually ended in chaos, jealousy, and tabloid headlines. He gambled away fortunes more than once, falling into debt with casinos and shady characters who didn't believe in forgiveness. It wasn't just money slipping through his fingers. He trusted the wrong people, including family. His mother, Nell, was notoriously controlling and greedy. She managed his finances and spent like crazy while Mickey worked, leaving him virtually broke, despite earning millions. In his later years, he accused his own stepson of abuse and financial theft. The man who'd once been America's most lovable teen icon passed away battling not just time, but betrayal. On set, Rooney was unpredictable, fiery, stubborn, and often reckless. Directors dreaded his mood swings. He could be brilliant one moment, then vanish the next. He drank heavily, partied endlessly, and had the kind of energy that burned everyone out. "I never had a childhood," Rooney once said. "I just had a career." And boy, did it show. He never really outgrew the spotlight or the need to be adored. Well into his 90s, he was still chasing roles, still doing interviews, still performing. It was like stepping away would mean facing the life he'd never had. Hollywood gave him everything, but it also took pieces of him he never got back. He became a living reminder that child stardom can be both a blessing and a lifelong trap. Some stars survived their demons. Others, like the next legend on our list, left us way too soon. Montgomery Clift, the beautiful soul. Hollywood broke. Montgomery Clift might have been the most beautiful man ever to grace a movie screen. Those sensitive eyes, that vulnerability that seemed to come straight from his soul. Along with Brando, he brought method acting to Hollywood, changing movies forever. But behind that angelic face was a man fighting battles that were slowly destroying him. Born to a controlling mother who treated him more like a prize than a son, Clift learned early to hide his true feelings. He was gay in an era when that could end everything, and the constant need to stay hidden ate away at him. Friends described him as brilliant but deeply self-destructive, someone who seemed to be at war with his own beauty and talent. The beginning of the end came in 1956, when Clift crashed his car into a telephone pole, leaving a party at Elizabeth Taylor's house. His face was shattered, requiring extensive surgery that left him looking like a broken version of himself. But the real damage was internal. The accident led to a dependency on pain medications and alcohol that he never escaped. After the crash, Clift's performances became even more haunting, as if his physical pain had unlocked new depths of emotional truth. Elizabeth Taylor, who became his closest friend, would find him unconscious from pills and alcohol, sometimes having to revive him herself. She protected him fiercely, even threatening to quit films if studios wouldn't hire him, but she couldn't save him from himself. Directors learned to shoot his scenes early in the day, before the medications and alcohol took effect. His final films show a man clearly struggling, his speech slurred, movements uncertain, his beauty ravaged by his dependencies. When he passed away in 1966 at just 45 from a heart attack brought on by years of substance abuse, Hollywood lost one of its most gifted actors. Clift had given everything to his art, including his life, leaving behind performances that still move us to tears decades later. While Clift fought internal battles, our next rebel made chaos his calling card. Errol Flynn, Hollywood's most charming rogue. Errol Flynn wasn't just a movie star. He was like a wildfire in a tuxedo. With that chiseled jaw, Australian accent, and devil-may-care attitude, Flynn became Hollywood's go-to swashbuckler. But the real man, way more dangerous than any pirate he played on screen. Born in Tasmania to a marine biologist father, Flynn's childhood was marked by rebellious behavior that got him expelled from multiple schools in both Australia and England. By the early 1940s, His off-screen antics were making bigger headlines than his movies. In 1942, Flynn was charged with serious allegations involving 2 teenage girls. He was eventually acquitted, but his reputation took a hit. Later stories revealed hidden peepholes and mirrors in his mansion, installed so he could spy on guests during private moments. Creepy doesn't even begin to cover it. "I like my whiskey old and my women young," Flynn once boasted, and that line tells you everything. He was also rumored to be involved in drug smuggling and questionable wartime activities. Though no concrete evidence of Nazi connections ever surfaced, where there was smoke, Flynn was usually holding the match. Despite his wild reputation, Flynn was surprisingly well-read and wrote several books, including his autobiography that became a bestseller. By 50, his health had collapsed from years of alcohol and excess. He passed away in 1959 at age 50, surrounded by whispers, part legend, part cautionary tale. Flynn lived fast and left a complicated legacy. Our next star, he came and went like lightning. James Dean, the rebel who left too soon. James Dean had only 3 major films, but that was enough to make him immortal. With that rebel energy, brooding face, and restless spirit, Dean became the perfect symbol of teenage angst. But his restlessness came from deep pain. When he was just 9, his beloved mother Mildred passed away from cancer, devastating young Jimmy. His father, unable to cope, sent him to live with his aunt and uncle on their Indiana farm. That abandonment cut deep and shaped Dean's lifelong hunger for connection. Behind the myth was a young man with a dangerous streak he couldn't shake. Dean loved speed. He raced motorcycles, drove Porsches, lived for the thrill. People around him worried constantly. He'd ignore red lights, push engines to their limits, and laugh about how close he came to crashing. Friends said he had a reckless disregard for safety. He once told a journalist, "I live every day like I'm going to expire tomorrow, and maybe I will." In 1955, that line became prophecy. Driving his silver Porsche 550 Spider, he called Little Bastard, Dean crashed on a California highway and lost his life at just 24. The accident shocked the world, but also cemented his legend. Young, beautiful, and gone too soon. Ironically, Dean had been scheduled to appear on a TV safety campaign about reckless driving the week after his passing. Rumors swirled after his passing about his relationships, about powerful men in the studio system, about a curse on the car. None of it was ever confirmed, but the mystery only added to the myth. James Dean didn't just play the rebel, he was one. And like many rebels, he never made it past the first act. Dean's story was tragically short, but some stars managed to burn bright without burning out. John Barrymore, the great profile's great fall. John Barrymore was born into greatness. Part of the legendary Barrymore acting dynasty, he had the talent, the name, and the voice of a Shakespearean god. Yet the pressure of living up to the family name was crushing. His siblings Ethel and Lionel were already established stars, and John felt he had to outdo them all. In the 1920s and 30s, he was hailed as one of the greatest actors alive, but fame didn't satisfy him. Alcohol did. Barrymore's decline was heartbreaking to watch. At first, he was known for drinking in style, fancy cocktails, late-night parties, witty insults, but eventually, it turned darker. He started forgetting lines, missing rehearsals, showing up to sets drunk or not at all. He became a punchline, the man who once played Hamlet, now slurring through comedies just to pay the bills. Friends tried to help. He'd disappear for weeks at a time. When they found him, he was usually broke, disheveled, and surrounded by strangers. His home became a revolving door of chaos. One producer said, "John Barrymore was the only man I knew who could outdrink his own legacy." In his final years, Barrymore was so broken he needed cue cards to remember lines. He passed away owing massive debts, and his funeral was almost canceled because nobody could pay for it. But it wasn't just the drinking. Barrymore's behavior grew increasingly erratic. He'd pull vulgar pranks at high society parties, flirt shamelessly with married women, and insult studio heads to their faces. Eventually, he lost almost everything: his money, his career, even his dignity. He passed away in 1942 at age 60, completely broken by the world that once adored him. Barrymore's fall was personal. Our next scandal nearly destroyed Hollywood itself. Fatty Arbuckle, the scandal that changed everything. Roscoe Fatty Arbuckle was one of silent cinema's biggest stars, literally and figuratively. Beloved for his slapstick comedy, larger-than-life energy, and friendship with Chaplin. Despite his hefty frame, Arbuckle was surprisingly graceful and athletic. He could do backflips and was an accomplished dancer, but he struggled with his weight and the cruel jokes about his appearance throughout his career. But in 1921, everything came crashing down in one horrifying weekend. At a party in San Francisco, Arbuckle was accused of causing fatal injuries to actress Virginia Rapp. The press exploded. Headlines called him a monster. Church groups boycotted his films. Hollywood panicked. Arbuckle was arrested and dragged through 3 separate trials. Though he was eventually acquitted, the jury in the 3rd trial even issued a formal apology, saying there was not the slightest proof of guilt. The public had already decided. The damage was done. Studios cut ties. His films were banned. Arbuckle became the symbol of Hollywood excess, a target for politicians and moral crusaders who wanted to clean up the industry. Worse yet, he was blacklisted. Even under a fake name, he couldn't get decent work. He tried coming back, directing low-budget films, taking tiny roles, but the scandal followed him everywhere. The tragedy was that Arbuckle was known for his kindness to young performers and children. He often helped struggling actors financially and was considered one of the gentlest men in Hollywood. He passed away in 1933 of a heart attack, just hours after signing a new film contract, his first real chance at a comeback in over a decade. Arbuckle's fall was more than personal. It helped trigger the creation of the Hays Code, Hollywood's morality guidelines. It proved that fame, even for the biggest star, could vanish overnight. Arbuckle's tragedy was public, but some mysteries, like our next one, remain unsolved. George Reeves, Superman's mysterious end. George Reeves was America's first Superman, heroic, noble, unshakable. In a cruel irony, the man who played the invincible hero felt increasingly trapped by the role. Children would approach him expecting him to fly, and he worried he'd never be taken seriously as an actor again. But off camera, his real life was anything but heroic. In 1959, Reeves was found lifeless in his bedroom from a gunshot wound. It was quickly ruled self-inflicted, but many questioned this conclusion. The mystery has haunted Hollywood for decades. Reeves had been involved in a messy affair with Toni Mannix, wife of a powerful MGM executive with alleged underworld connections. After trying to break things off, Reeves began dating a younger woman. That's when things got complicated. Friends said he felt watched, followed, even threatened. Some claimed he wanted out of the business entirely. Others believed he was getting too close to exposing something big. In the months before his passing, Reeves had been unusually paranoid. He told friends he felt like someone was following him and had asked for police protection. On the night of the incident, Reeves was supposedly upstairs alone, but guests downstairs heard the shot. The crime scene raised questions. Investigators found no fingerprints on the gun, and the shell casing was found beneath his body. Theories flew fast. Was it foul play disguised as something else? A jealous lover? A studio hit? Even today, nobody knows for sure. What we do know is that Reeves, once a symbol of truth and justice, met his end surrounded by doubt. Superman was supposed to save people, one reporter wrote, but no one saved him. Speaking of hidden truths, let me tell you about another star forced to live a lie. Tab Hunter, the manufactured star who finally broke free. Tab Hunter looked like the perfect 1950s leading man. Blonde hair, sparkling smile, all-American charm. Born Arthur Gellion, Hunter was raised by a single mother who worked multiple jobs to support him. His absent father was a source of lifelong pain. But behind that poster-perfect image was a man forced to live a lie every single day. Hunter was gay, and in an era when that was career-ending, the studio did everything to keep it hidden. They arranged fake dates with starlets, staged photo ops for paparazzi, and publicists worked overtime, scrubbing any whisper of truth from the tabloids. Meanwhile, behind the scenes, Hunter was terrified, constantly worried he'd be exposed. He was once arrested at a gay party in the early 50s. If the press had gotten hold of that story, it would have destroyed everything. "I couldn't be who I was," he later said. "Not in that system. Not back then." For years, he lived 2 lives, one for the cameras, one behind locked doors. Eventually, the pressure cracked him. His fame started to fade, and Hollywood moved on. The constant fear and deception took a toll on Hunter's mental health. He battled depression and anxiety for years, only finding peace when he finally decided to tell his story. But Tab Hunter didn't disappear. In 2005, he finally told his story in a memoir, revealing the toll of years spent hiding. Fans were shocked, many were moved. He'd survived an industry that chewed people up for much less. As one critic wrote, Tab Hunter wasn't just a heartthrob, he was a prisoner of the system. And somehow, he found a way to break out. Hunter found his freedom eventually. Our next star, he never stopped chasing the spotlight. Tony Curtis, the playboy who lost everything. Tony Curtis had it all, the looks, the charm, the talent. He starred in classics from Some Like It Hot to Spartacus. Born Bernard Schwartz in the Bronx to Hungarian immigrant parents, Curtis grew up in crushing poverty. His father was often absent, and his mother struggled to keep things together. Young Bernie joined a street gang for protection and spent time in reform school before discovering acting. Off-screen, he was living the Hollywood dream. But that dream came with a heavy price. Curtis had an obsession with fame and a hunger for pleasure that couldn't be satisfied. He claimed to have been intimate with hundreds of women, Marilyn Monroe among them. But the fun didn't stop there. Curtis developed a serious drug problem, diving deep into cocaine and other substances by the 70s. He once admitted, "If you remember the 70s, you weren't really there, and I barely was." His behavior became more erratic. He alienated directors, fought with producers, and burned through marriages like cigarette paper. He had 6 children, but some of them, including actress Jamie Lee Curtis, spoke publicly about how absent he was as a father. One daughter said she was completely cut out of his will out of spite. The pain of his childhood poverty never left Curtis. He was constantly trying to prove he deserved success, but nothing ever filled the emptiness inside. Even at his lowest, though, Curtis never lost that flash of charisma. In interviews, he was charming and self-aware, a man who knew exactly how far he'd fallen and how many bridges he'd burned. "I turned my life into a circus," he once said, "and sometimes I forgot who the ringmaster was." Curtis at least owned his mistakes. Our next rebel, he made no apologies. Robert Mitchum, Hollywood's original bad boy. Robert Mitchum had the kind of cool you couldn't fake, laid back, brooding, and effortlessly tough. He didn't just act like a rebel, he lived like one. Growing up during the Depression, Mitchum had been a drifter and laborer before discovering acting. He'd ridden freight trains, worked in coal mines, and even been arrested for vagrancy. In 1948, Mitchum got busted at a Hollywood party for smoking marijuana. In those days, that could have ended everything overnight. But Mitchum didn't flinch. "It's just like being busted for holding a beer," he said with a shrug. He spent time in jail, but instead of sinking him, the scandal turned him into a legend. Hollywood quickly realized danger only made Mitchum more desirable. That wasn't his only trouble. Mitchum was known for drunken bar fights, brawls on set, and talking back to directors. He hated playing by the rules, but audiences loved him for it. He once told a reporter, "The only difference between me and my characters is I don't shoot people." That line stuck because it felt true. Some stars had their secrets buried. Mitchum let his chaos roam free. Yet beneath the tough exterior, Mitchum was surprisingly intellectual. He read voraciously and wrote poetry that few people knew about. And yet, for all his recklessness, Mitchum still kept it somewhat controlled. And finally, the ladies' man who somehow made it through the chaos. Warren Beatty, the ultimate Hollywood player. Warren Beatty wasn't just a star. He was a force of nature, handsome, smooth, and magnetic. He didn't chase Hollywood, it chased him. Born Warren Beatty in Richmond, Virginia, he was the younger brother of actress Shirley MacLaine. Their sibling rivalry was legendary, with both competing for attention and success throughout their careers. And along the way, he left a trail of stories that made him as feared as he was desired. Beatty reportedly had relationships with numerous women, including co-stars, models, and public figures. But he wasn't just a ladies' man, he was a control freak. On set, directors struggled with him. Scripts were rewritten to fit his vision. If Beatty didn't like how a scene was going, he'd shut down production until he got his way. His relationships were famously short-lived, except for the one that lasted. Despite his reputation as Hollywood's greatest bachelor, Beatty was secretly seeking something deeper. Friends said he was looking for a woman who could match his intelligence and ambition. In the 1990s, he shocked everyone by settling down with Annette Bening. But by then, his reputation was already sealed. "I've never known anyone more charming," one actress said, Or more dangerous, Beatty could make or break a movie with one call. He understood Hollywood power like few ever have, and he used it to shape his own legend, sometimes for art, sometimes for ego. In the end, Warren Beatty didn't crash. He didn't burn out. He kept going, fueled by control, desire, and the need to be the center of every room he walked into. Because in old Hollywood, some stars fell, but a few, they ruled the chaos. You know what gets me? We watched these people on screen and thought we knew them. But the real stories? They're more dramatic than any script Hollywood could write. Thanks for taking this journey with me through old Hollywood's hidden history. If you enjoyed uncovering these secrets, make sure to subscribe. We're diving deep into more untold stories next week. Drop a comment and let me know. Did any of these revelations change how you see your favorite classic films? And remember, behind every perfect picture is a human story. See you next time. You know what shocked me most about researching Golden Age Hollywood? It wasn't the scandals or the studio system. It was discovering how genuinely kind some of our biggest stars really were. While today's celebrities often disappoint us, these legends from the 1930s and 40s were actually living up to their heroic screen personas behind the scenes. Hollywood performers today often come across as self-centered and difficult, but that wasn't always the story. Many classic stars from Hollywood's golden era weren't just talented, they were genuinely decent people. Unlike the characters the press created, they were truly compassionate and kind-hearted individuals. Here are 21 actors from old Hollywood who earned their reputation for niceness, not from publicity machines, but from real people who knew them. Before we dive in, tell us about the kindest Hollywood performer you've ever encountered. Cary Grant. Cary Grant's reputation as one of Hollywood's most gracious gentlemen extended far beyond his sophisticated screen image. What few people realized was that beneath Grant's polished exterior lay the emotional scars of childhood abandonment. At age 9, he was told his mother had passed away, only to discover 2 decades later that his father had committed her to a mental institution. This early trauma gave him extraordinary empathy for others experiencing hidden pain. Unlike many stars who maintained strict hierarchies on set, Grant made genuine efforts to connect with technicians behind the scenes, asking about their families and showing real interest in their lives. He often brought small gifts or treats to brighten long shooting days. Colleagues remembered him calmly resolving disputes and offering quiet encouragement to younger actors overwhelmed by the spotlight. During filming of Bringing Up Baby, 1938, Katharine Hepburn was struggling with the comedy timing and facing criticism. When she was near tears after multiple failed takes, Grant privately told the director he'd forgotten his lines and needed to rehearse more, taking the blame to give Hepburn time to compose herself. For instance, when a nervous newcomer struggled with a scene, Grant took time to rehearse privately with them until they felt comfortable. Beyond the studio, Grant was known to write thoughtful notes to friends and fans. Even after retiring from acting, Grant personally answered selected fan mail, sometimes including small checks when letters revealed financial hardship, always requesting recipients not publicize his generosity. When approached in public, he rarely turned down an autograph, request, or photograph, taking time to converse with admirers rather than rushing away. During World War II, he donated his entire salary from the Philadelphia Story to the British War Relief Society and performed countless benefit shows, explaining, "I've never forgotten I was born British before becoming American." According to neighbors, he welcomed community members into his home during local charity drives. Many people who worked with him remarked that his impeccable manners and grace under pressure made him a joy to be around. James Stewart. James Stewart was beloved in Hollywood not just for his everyman screen presence, but for his genuine humility and decency in everyday life. Known as Jimmy to friends and colleagues, he famously treated everyone on set, from fellow leads to bit players and technicians, with identical kindness and respect. In interviews and memoirs, co-workers often commented on his politeness, sense of duty, and the authenticity he brought to both his craft and personal interactions. Beyond his professional behavior, Stewart was deeply committed to his community and charitable causes. He frequently volunteered his time and resources to support veterans, reflecting his own service as a World War II pilot. This dedication was intensely personal. Stewart enlisted in the U.S. Army Air Corps in March 1941 as a private before Pearl Harbor. Despite being 33 years old and already a major star who could have easily avoided service, he rose from private to colonel in just 4 years and flew 20 combat missions over Nazi Germany, earning the Distinguished Flying Cross twice for exceptional bravery. Stewart was also known for his quiet generosity, often donating anonymously to those in need and ensuring that everyone around him felt valued and appreciated. When Gloria Stewart, his wife of 45 years, was diagnosed with breast cancer, he became a passionate advocate for cancer research, making substantial contributions to medical institutions while maintaining his characteristic humility about his efforts. His approachable nature made him a favorite among aspiring actors who sought his mentorship and guidance. Whether he was sharing a laugh during breaks or offering encouragement during challenging scenes, James Stewart consistently exemplified the true meaning of kindness and integrity, leaving a lasting legacy of warmth and respect in Hollywood. Audrey Hepburn. Although best known for her acting, Audrey Hepburn embodied a gentle, caring spirit long after the camera stopped rolling. She was admired by colleagues for her grace, warmth, and good manners off-screen. Hepburn's compassion was rooted in her own harrowing childhood experiences during World War II in Nazi-occupied Netherlands, where she suffered malnutrition and witnessed executions. She later confessed, "If you lived through the occupation, as I did, you emerged with an absolute horror of violence and a passionate determination never to inflict suffering on another human being." She dedicated a significant part of her later life to humanitarian work with UNICEF, traveling to impoverished regions and advocating for children's welfare. Despite battling cancer in her final years, she insisted on completing one last UNICEF mission to Somalia in 1992, telling her son, "I can't bear the thought of all those children when they could be saved." Those who knew her said that what people saw on screen, her elegance, compassion, and kindness, was a true reflection of who she was in real life. Audrey's kindness extended beyond her professional endeavors. She was known for her personal acts of generosity, often taking time to listen and offer support to those around her. On film sets, she fostered a collaborative and uplifting environment, encouraging fellow actors and crew members alike. Her humility was evident in her interactions. Despite her immense fame, she treated everyone with the same level of respect and warmth. When filming The Unforgiven in Durango, Mexico, the crew was shocked when Hepburn personally nursed young local children suffering from illness, applying cool compresses and sitting with them for hours after discovering their families had no access to medical care. One memorable instance involved Audrey personally assisting a young co-star struggling with lines, patiently guiding them until they felt confident. Additionally, her commitment to UNICEF saw her visiting some of the world's most vulnerable children, bringing attention and resources to their needs with unwavering dedication. She famously refused to have her own dressing room on set, saying, "I'd rather the money be spent on the film," and would often be found sharing lunch with electricians and camera operators rather than retreating to private quarters. Audrey Hepburn's legacy is defined not only by her iconic roles, but also by her enduring kindness and humanitarian spirit, which continued to inspire generations. Gregory Peck. Gregory Peck's reputation as one of the industry's true gentlemen is near legendary. He became a symbol of moral integrity, both because of the noble characters he portrayed on screen, like Atticus Finch in To Kill a Mockingbird, and because of his off-screen persona, which was anchored in dignity and empathy. What few know is that Peck's compassion was shaped by early tragedy. He was just 5 years old when his parents divorced, and his mother's subsequent illness forced him to be raised by his grandmother. This early experience of family disruption gave him unusual empathy for children in similar situations. Peck was known for reaching out to younger actors, treating crew with courtesy, and volunteering for various humanitarian causes. People who worked with him often recalled how he set an example of grace under pressure, generosity with his time, and unwavering kindness. Peck's dedication to civil rights went far beyond mere words. When filming To Kill a Mockingbird, he insisted on meeting with local black community leaders in the segregated Alabama town, where they shot some scenes, defying local customs by eating together at a time when such fraternization was socially forbidden. Much like James Stewart, Peck embodied the everyman's integrity and humility, creating a bridge between star power and genuine personal warmth. Both actors shared a commitment to treating everyone with respect, regardless of their role in a production. Peck's involvement in civil rights movements and his advocacy for peace demonstrated his deep-seated values, mirroring Stewart's dedication to supporting veterans and community causes. Additionally, Peck frequently took time to mentor aspiring actors, much like Stewart did, fostering a supportive and nurturing environment on set. When filming on location in rural areas, Peck made a point of patronizing local businesses rather than having meals catered, explaining that he believed in supporting communities that welcomed film productions. Their mutual dedication to kindness and integrity not only enhanced their legendary statuses, but also left enduring legacies of compassion and respect in Hollywood. Through their actions, both on and off the screen, Gregory Peck and James Stewart set a high standard for what it means to be truly nice in the often cutthroat world of show business. Bob Hope. Few entertainers in American history have demonstrated the combination of talent, patriotism, and extraordinary compassion that defined Bob Hope's remarkable career. While audiences knew Hope for his wisecracks and perfect comedic timing, what drove him was a profound empathy, born from his own humble beginnings. Born Leslie Hope in England, he immigrated to America as a child, experiencing poverty so severe that he sometimes had to sleep in streetcars and eat at charity kitchens, experiences that gave him lifelong compassion for those suffering hardship. For nearly 50 years, Hope sacrificed countless holidays away from his own family to bring laughter and a taste of home to American troops stationed in remote outposts, dangerous battle zones, and isolated ships at sea. His legendary USO tours spanned from World War II through Desert Shield, often placing him in genuine danger, including close calls with enemy fire that were sometimes captured on television broadcasts of his shows. Hope's dedication to service members went far beyond staged performances. Hope had an extraordinary photographic memory that allowed him to memorize the names of individual soldiers he met, incorporating personal details about specific units and bases into his monologues. This personalized approach made troops feel truly seen during their most difficult moments. Between shows, he would spend hours visiting military hospitals, sitting quietly at the bedsides of wounded soldiers who couldn't attend the main events. One nurse recalled finding Hope at 2 a.m. in a field hospital tent in Vietnam, long after cameras stopped rolling, reading letters from home to a blinded Marine whose injuries made it impossible for him to read them himself. Beyond these public acts of kindness, Hope maintained decades-long correspondence with hundreds of service members he'd met during tours, sending birthday cards, responding to their letters, and in some cases, quietly helping veterans find employment after their service ended. The emotional impact of Hope's work cannot be overstated. During his Vietnam shows, military officials noted measurable decreases in combat stress incidents in the weeks following his visits. One veteran recalled, "That visit really made the difference in our deployment. That got us through the next 4-5 months. He brought such enthusiasm, brought your life back to you. You felt like you were renewed." His daughter Linda observed that witnessing troops' hardships profoundly affected her father. "I think one can't be near that in large doses and not be touched." It was always something he felt compelled to do. Even into his late 80s, when most performers would have long retired, Hope undertook the physically demanding tour to entertain troops during Operation Desert Shield in 1990, adapting his performances to strict Saudi Arabian cultural and religious requirements. His commitment to bringing joy to those serving their country, often at great personal sacrifice, made Bob Hope not just a legendary entertainer, but a true embodiment of kindness and compassion. Fred Astaire. Fred Astaire was widely recognized for his perfectionism on the dance floor, but he was also known for his courteous, considerate demeanor off-set. Despite his fame, Astaire carried emotional scars from his early vaudeville days when theater managers often treated performers poorly. This experience led him to establish a personal policy of arriving first on set and thanking every crew member individually at day's end. Despite his superstar status, Astaire consistently showed kindness toward fellow performers and crew members. He appreciated the work that went into lighting, costuming, and set design, and treated everyone involved in a production as essential contributors, never talking down to anyone. Even in his 70s, when most stars might demand special treatment, Astaire would refuse to sit while camera setups changed if it meant stagehands remained standing, explaining quietly, "They're working harder than I am." His quiet modesty, combined with respect for the craft and those who practiced it, earned him a reputation as a consummate gentleman. Fred's kindness was evident in numerous behind-the-scenes stories on the set of Holiday Inn. He took time to personally thank the lighting technicians and costume designers, often stopping to chat and learn about their roles. He believed that every detail contributed to the magic of the performance, and he made sure everyone felt valued. When a dancer in the chorus suffered an ankle injury during rehearsals for the Barclays of Broadway, Astaire anonymously covered her medical expenses and arranged for her to have a small speaking part so she could remain employed while recovering. Colleagues recalled how Astaire would patiently teach younger dancers, offering gentle corrections and encouragement without ever making them feel inadequate. Off the set, Fred was known for his philanthropic efforts. He frequently supported charities quietly, preferring to let his actions speak for themselves. During World War II, he regularly performed at military hospitals, often spending hours after official appearances, sitting beside wounded soldiers' beds, listening to their stories when they were too injured to join the main show. One notable instance was when he organized a surprise celebration for the crew after a long, grueling shoot, providing homemade treats and heartfelt thanks for their hard work. His genuine appreciation and humble nature made him beloved by all who worked with him. Dean Martin. Dean Martin, famously known as the charming crooner and a staple of the Rat Pack, often portrayed a carefree, easygoing persona, both on and off the screen. What fans didn't see was Martin's private dedication to family. Despite his celebrity lifestyle image, he insisted on being home for dinner with his children nearly every night, often leaving events early with his famous line, "It's Frank's world, I just live in it," referring to Sinatra's late-night habits. Contrary to the playful image of indulging in endless parties and late-night revelries, many who knew Martin personally attest to his genuine kindness, discipline, and intelligence. A poignant example shared on Reddit highlights this very aspect of his character. Contrary to popular belief, Martin was never intoxicated. Instead, he maintained a disciplined lifestyle, balancing his indulgent public image with personal sobriety and sharp business acumen. His intelligence was evident in his successful ventures beyond singing and acting, including his ownership of a popular nightclub, the Dean Martin Summer Villa in Palm Springs, which became a haven for friends and fellow entertainers. Colleagues and friends often recalled Martin's generosity and supportive nature. When fellow performer Sammy Davis Jr. faced racial discrimination at hotels and venues, Martin refused to perform unless Davis received equal treatment, using his star power to break down segregation barriers in Las Vegas establishments. He was known to go out of his way to help emerging artists, offering mentorship and opportunities without seeking anything in return. For instance, during the filming of Rio Bravo, Martin took time to encourage and guide younger actors, fostering a collaborative and uplifting environment on set. After learning that a stagehand was struggling financially due to his child's medical condition, Martin anonymously paid the family's medical bills and arranged for the best specialists to treat the child, never revealing himself as the benefactor. Additionally, his philanthropic efforts were notable. Martin quietly contributed to various charities, particularly those supporting veterans and children, without seeking public recognition. Following the loss of his son, Dean Paul Martin, in a 1987 military plane accident, he established a scholarship fund for aspiring pilots from underprivileged backgrounds, turning his personal tragedy into opportunity for others. Offstage, Dean Martin was beloved for his ability to balance humor with heartfelt sincerity. Friends described him as a dependable and empathetic confidant, always ready to lend an ear or offer advice. His calm demeanor and thoughtful presence made him a stabilizing force within the often tumultuous entertainment industry. Whether hosting his legendary television variety show or enjoying intimate gatherings with friends, Martin exuded a warmth and approachability that endeared him to many. Jack Lemmon. Jack Lemmon's easygoing charm wasn't just a cinematic facade, it was genuinely who he was. What many colleagues found remarkable was how Lemmon maintained his kindness despite a difficult childhood with an alcoholic father and his own later struggles with alcohol, which he eventually overcame. Rather than becoming bitter, these experiences gave him profound compassion for others, battling personal challenges. Known for his approachability, he often bridged the gap between stars and crew with humor and understanding. When new actors joined a production, Lemon would introduce himself, shake their hands, and make them feel part of the team from day one. He would stay behind after his own takes to watch their scenes, offering constructive pointers or just supportive smiles. An often cited example of his kindness is how he treated assistants, drivers, and extras not as anonymous staff, but as collaborators. During the filming of Some Like It Hot in 1959, when the cast was suffering in the heat while wearing heavy costumes, Lemon arranged for an ice cream truck to visit the set daily, paying for treats for the entire cast and crew. He remembered personal details they shared and followed up in later conversations. This attentiveness won him lasting loyalty and admiration. Off the set, Lemon was similarly generous. After his The Odd Couple co-star, Walter Matthau, suffered a heart attack, Lemon visited the hospital daily, often reading scripts aloud to entertain him. He later insisted that production schedules be adjusted to accommodate Matthau's recovery, telling studios, "The movie can wait, friendship can't." He quietly supported numerous charities, including those focused on alcohol abuse recovery, relating personally to those struggles. On more than one occasion, he visited hospital wards to cheer up young patients, and he frequently participated in charity golf tournaments. Despite achieving massive success, Lemon never forgot his early struggling years and made a practice of reading unsolicited scripts from unknown writers, personally responding with encouragement, and occasionally helping talented newcomers make industry connections. His Hollywood peers often said that Lemon's laughter was contagious. When tensions ran high on set, his gentle teasing or a good-natured anecdote could dissolve anxiety. Ultimately, his kindness defined him as much as his talent did. Danny Kaye. Danny Kaye was not just a talented comedian and performer. He was also a warm and generous person who loved to make people happy. What many fans don't realize is that Kaye's extraordinary talent for languages. He could mimic any accent and created his famous double talk routines, stemmed from growing up in a multilingual Brooklyn immigrant neighborhood where he learned to connect with people across cultural barriers through humor and kindness. Danny enjoyed entertaining others and always had a smile on his face. He loved to make people laugh with his funny jokes and playful antics on set. Everyone loved being around him because he was so delightful. He could lift anyone's spirits with his humor and kindness. Danny put a lot of effort into charity work. His commitment to children's causes wasn't just professional. It stemmed from personal tragedy. Kaye and his wife, Sylvia Fine, suffered multiple miscarriages before adopting their only daughter, Dana, which fueled his passionate advocacy for children's welfare. He was a strong supporter of UNICEF, helping children in need around the world. In 1954, he became the first UNICEF Goodwill Ambassador, and despite his fear of flying, he traveled over 250,000 miles annually visiting children in poverty-stricken areas, often performing impromptu shows using only his hands and facial expressions to overcome language barriers. He believed in giving back and used his fame to support good causes. People who worked with him said he was always eager to help, whether it was helping a co-star or assisting the crew. Danny was always there with a kind word or a helping hand. When a carpenter on the set of White Christmas mentioned his daughter was hospitalized, Kaye quietly visited the child in costume, performing a private show for the entire pediatric ward without publicity or photographers. One time, Danny organized a fun event to raise money for children. He worked hard to make sure everyone had a good time while supporting a great cause. His colleagues remembered how he could turn a tough day into a happy one with his jokes and positive attitude. He once conducted the New York Philharmonic Orchestra, despite not being able to read music, raising substantial funds for musicians' pensions, but insisted the achievement was due to the musicians' generosity rather than his own talents. Danny Kaye's warmth and generosity made him a beloved figure in Hollywood. He showed that being nice and caring was just as important as being funny and talented. Carole Lombard. Carole Lombard was renowned not only for her sparkling comedic talent on the screen, but also for her generous, down-to-earth nature behind the scenes. Despite her glamorous image, Lombard's early life was marked by hardship. At age 12, she was severely injured in a car accident that slashed her face, requiring painful surgery and threatening to end her film career before it began. This experience gave her profound empathy for others facing physical and emotional challenges. She frequently engaged in light-hearted banter with crew members, remembering their names and checking in on their well-being. One well-known incident involved Lombard bringing a case of oranges onto the set for the entire crew simply because she heard they were feeling run down. Her humor, often self-deprecating, created a comfortable environment. She was known to break tensions by pulling gentle pranks, but never mean-spirited ones. Lombard's kindness extended beyond the studio. When her friend and hairdresser, Irene Ellis, became too ill to work, Lombard continued paying her full salary and medical expenses for over a year, visiting her regularly and bringing her children Christmas gifts. When World War II broke out, she was an early participant in bond drives. Her final act was a supreme patriotic sacrifice. In January 1942, despite being offered more convenient transportation, she insisted on taking a commercial flight back from a war bond rally in Indianapolis to return to work faster. The plane crashed into a mountain, ending her life at age 33. Her bond rally had raised over $2 million, equivalent to over $35 million today, for the war effort. She traveled tirelessly, giving heartfelt speeches that inspired ordinary citizens to contribute. In many cases, she went out of her way to greet and thank volunteers individually. Even as a top-tier star, Lombard did not demand special treatment. Instead, she championed fair work practices and supported fellow actresses who struggled to gain equitable contracts. When the studio wanted to replace an actress who had become pregnant, Lombard threatened to walk off the set unless the woman was allowed to complete filming, arguing that motherhood shouldn't end careers. Friends and colleagues described her as the kind of person who would lend money quietly to someone in need without expecting anything in return. Her radiant personality truly touched those around her. Mary Pickford, one of the earliest superstars of Hollywood, Mary Pickford was often called America's sweetheart. Beyond her angelic on-screen image, she was known for her generosity toward colleagues and underprivileged communities. Few realized that Pickford's commitment to helping others stemmed from her own impoverished childhood. She began performing at age 7 to support her family after her alcoholic father's passing left them destitute. She never forgot those early struggles. Pickford co-founded United Artists to give actors more control and ensure fairer treatment. She was a philanthropist who donated time and money, and she greeted fans and co-workers with warmth and appreciation. Mary's kindness extended deeply into her professional and personal life. By co-founding United Artists with Charlie Chaplin, Douglas Fairbanks, and D.W. Griffith on February 5, 1919, she revolutionized the film industry, allowing actors to have more creative and financial control over their work. This move not only benefited her peers, but also set a precedent for future generations of actors seeking autonomy in their careers. Despite her reputation for shrewd business acumen, Pickford repeatedly rescued actors from financial ruin. When silent film star Mae Murray lost everything in the 1929 crash, Pickford quietly provided her with a home on her estate and a monthly stipend, insisting to staff that Murray was a permanent house guest rather than a charity case to preserve her dignity. Pickford was also dedicated to charitable causes. She supported numerous hospitals and orphanages, often contributing anonymously to avoid the spotlight. On set, Mary was beloved for her approachable nature and willingness to help others. She took time to mentor young actresses, offering guidance and encouragement to help them navigate the challenges of the industry. During the Spanish flu pandemic of 1918, Pickford converted part of her mansion into a temporary hospital and personally helped care for sick film workers when local facilities were overwhelmed. Her genuine interest in others made everyone feel valued, from leading actors to the smallest crew members. Mary was also known for her delightful interactions with fans, always taking time to sign autographs, pose for pictures, and engage in heartfelt conversations, making each person feel special. Outside of Hollywood, Pickford maintained strong ties to her community. She actively participated in fundraising events and used her influence to support social causes, demonstrating her unwavering commitment to making a positive impact. Her legacy of kindness, generosity, and empowerment continues to inspire both within and beyond the entertainment world. Irene Dunne. Irene Dunne's warm, gracious demeanor earned her the nickname the First Lady of Hollywood from director Leo McCarey, who said she was the first real lady Hollywood has ever seen. What few realized was how deeply her Catholic faith informed her kindness. She attended Mass daily throughout her life, but never imposed her beliefs on others, explaining, "True religion should make you more understanding of others, not more judgmental." While she never courted scandal or headlines, insiders consistently praised her poised kindness and gentle sense of humor. On set, Dunne maintained a calm presence that helped keep productions running smoothly. Crew members recalled that if tempers flared or complications arose, Dunne often stepped in with a soothing word or a friendly smile, diffusing tension almost effortlessly. She treated everyone, be it a distinguished director or a new grip, with the same level of respect. Off the set, Dunne was known for her discretion and generosity. Though she was devout in her faith, she never imposed it on others, instead using it as a personal compass, guiding her compassion. After adopting her daughter, Mary Frances, at age 42, after years of failed attempts to have biological children, Dunne became a fierce advocate for adoption, personally helping dozens of childless couples navigate the process and quietly funding an orphanage in Los Angeles. She quietly contributed to charitable causes, often providing financial assistance to struggling individuals within the industry. During McCarthy-era Hollywood, when many actors faced blacklisting, Dunne anonymously paid rent and groceries for several families, regardless of their political affiliation, stating privately, "Politics shouldn't determine whether children eat." Dunne also mentored younger actresses, offering measured advice rather than idle flattery. One anecdote describes her inviting an anxious newcomer to her dressing room for tea and encouragement before a difficult shoot. Despite being nominated for 5 Academy Awards without winning, Dunne never displayed bitterness, instead hosting celebration parties for those who beat her, telling friends, "There's more joy in celebrating others' success than mourning your own disappointment." Over time, her unwavering kindness and lack of vanity solidified her reputation as one of Hollywood's true ladies. David Niven. David Niven was beloved for the same qualities that made his on-screen persona so appealing: wit, charm, and a gentlemanly approach to life. Behind his light-hearted demeanor lay profound personal tragedy. His first wife passed away in a freak accident at a party, falling downstairs while playing hide-and-seek. Despite this devastating loss, Niven maintained his kind, generous spirit, later saying, "You can either be destroyed by grief or learn that kindness is the only antidote to pain." Behind the scenes, colleagues described him as effortlessly gracious, with a talent for making people feel welcome in his presence. While working on film sets, Niven greeted everyone cheerfully each morning, never showing impatience with delays or technical issues. When a young actor or an inexperienced crew member made mistakes, Niven responded with gentle humor or quiet advice instead of criticism. Real-life anecdotes illustrate his kindness. During World War II, Niven left his successful Hollywood career to return to England and rejoin his old regiment, serving with distinction as a commando officer. Unlike many celebrity servicemen who received safe assignments, he insisted on frontline duty and rarely mentioned his film career to fellow soldiers. During the filming of Around the World in 80 Days, he reportedly organized small gatherings to help cast and crew relax after long shoots. Niven also wrote thoughtful letters of thanks to people who assisted him during his career, from studio heads to lesser-known technicians. When a young set decorator nervously spilled coffee on Niven's costume just before an important scene, instead of reprimanding her, he pretended he'd done it himself, saying loudly, "How clumsy of me," to spare her embarrassment. Offset, he frequently opened his home to friends, hosting relaxed dinner parties where old Hollywood stars mingled happily with newcomers. In his later years, while battling the neurodegenerative condition ALS that would eventually claim his life, Niven continued making public appearances to raise awareness for the condition, using his trademark humor to put others at ease despite his own suffering. Even in difficult times, such as losing loved ones, Niven managed to retain his considerate demeanor, checking in on others' well-being instead of focusing solely on his own grief. His personal warmth endeared him to Hollywood and beyond. Debbie Reynolds. Debbie Reynolds brought an exuberant friendliness and down-to-earth sincerity to every set she stepped onto. Few knew that beneath Reynolds's sunny disposition lay the heartache of a difficult childhood in poverty and a series of devastating personal betrayals, including her famous abandonment by husband Eddie Fisher for Elizabeth Taylor. Despite these wounds, she chose to lead with kindness rather than bitterness. While she rose to fame at a young age, Reynolds never let stardom go to her head. Crew members recalled her offering to help carry costumes or props if someone seemed overwhelmed, and she never demanded special treatment. Instead, she'd share snacks, crack a joke, or burst into a cheerful tune between takes to keep spirits high. Her co-stars frequently praised her for being fun to work with, always encouraging rather than competitive. Reynolds' kindness extended well beyond film studios. When friend and actress Agnes Moorehead was facing a serious illness, Reynolds moved her into her own home to care for her personally during her final months, ensuring she wouldn't face her illness alone. She devoted much time to charitable causes, especially those benefiting children and the elderly. Reynolds founded the Thalians, a mental health charity that has raised over $30 million for the Mental Health Center at Cedars-Sinai. Her dedication to this cause stemmed from witnessing her own father's untreated depression and its impact on their family. For instance, she visited hospitals to entertain kids and brighten their days, sometimes performing impromptu musical numbers. She also took steps to preserve Hollywood history, founding a museum to save important costumes and memorabilia, ensuring future generations could appreciate the industry's legacy. Her determination to preserve film history led her to personally rescue thousands of costumes and props that studios were discarding, spending her own money to acquire items like Charlie Chaplin's bowler hat and Marilyn Monroe's white subway dress, which she saw not as investments, but as cultural treasures that belonged to the public. One real-life incident involved her comforting a young extra who had just been scolded by a higher-up. Reynolds took the extra aside, offered calm reassurance, and reminded them that everyone starts somewhere. When several of her Singin' in the Rain co-dancers fell ill with influenza during the grueling Good Morning sequence filming, Reynolds personally prepared soup and delivered it to their homes, then advocated to the director for schedule adjustments to allow their recovery. This empathetic approach solidified her status as one of Hollywood's most beloved stars. Olivia de Havilland. Olivia de Havilland projected a quiet strength and inherent courtesy that made her a beloved figure in Hollywood. What few realized was that her gracious public persona existed alongside immense private courage. She risked her entire career in a landmark legal battle against Warner Bros.' oppressive contract system, a fight that fundamentally changed labor laws in Hollywood and freed countless actors from studio servitude. Despite the professional danger, she persisted because, as she said, "I couldn't bear to see others suffer under the same injustice." Despite the pressures of the industry, especially for leading ladies of her era, she upheld high standards of conduct, both professionally and personally. While she engaged in notable legal battles to gain actor rights and free herself from unfair contracts, she remained courteous and dignified throughout the process. On set, co-stars and crew described her as attentive and patient. During filming of Gone with the Wind, when a black supporting actress was barred from attending the premiere in segregated Atlanta, de Havilland privately protested to the producers. Though unsuccessful, she maintained a lifelong friendship with the actress, Butterfly McQueen, frequently inviting her to her home at a time when such social integration was uncommon. If a fellow actor stumbled over lines, she would discreetly suggest a short break or a private rehearsal to alleviate their anxiety. A memorable example of her kindness occurred during the filming of The Snake Pit, a challenging drama about mental illness. De Havilland reportedly spent extra time conversing with actors playing patients, encouraging them to find empathy in their roles. To prepare for The Snake Pit, she volunteered incognito at a mental institution for several weeks, later using her influence to advocate for better conditions in psychiatric facilities after witnessing the mistreatment of patients. Off-screen, she maintained strong friendships, writing heartfelt letters and remembering birthdays. When fellow actress Vivien Leigh struggled with bipolar disorder, de Havilland remained a steadfast friend, visiting her during hospitalizations and managing her affairs during crises, a loyalty that continued until Leigh's passing in 1967. Although she was involved in a well-publicized feud with her sister Joan Fontaine, many who knew them personally stated that Olivia never allowed bitterness to overshadow her kindness toward others. Despite living in Paris for her later decades, she maintained correspondence with young film students and emerging actors who sought her advice, often sending thoughtful, multi-page handwritten responses well into her 90s. Her measured grace and considerate nature left a lasting impression on Hollywood's golden era. William Powell. William Powell's on-screen sophistication mirrored his real-life manners, though he never let sophistication turn into snobbery. Behind Powell's debonair image lay profound personal tragedy. His fiancée, actress Jean Harlow, passed away suddenly of kidney failure at age 26. Devastated, Powell established a $231,000 endowment at Children's Hospital in her memory, and though he later remarried, he maintained the endowment throughout his life, quietly adding to it annually. Cast and crew members recalled Powell's respectful, polite greetings each morning and his willingness to share anecdotes during long breaks, keeping morale high. His approachability was evident when inexperienced extras gathered the courage to ask for advice. Powell would take a moment to offer gentle guidance or encouragement rather than dismissing them. He believed in acknowledging everyone's contribution, from the headliners to the set decorators. One well-known story involves Powell quietly intervening when an extra was nearly replaced because of nervousness. During the Depression, Powell learned that a studio carpenter was about to lose his home due to medical bills. Without announcement, Powell arranged to pay the family's mortgage and hospital expenses, insisting his name never be mentioned as the source. He took the individual aside, reassured them, and even ran through lines or blocking to boost their confidence. Powell's kindness wasn't loud or ostentatious. It was subtle and deeply felt. Outside the studio, he maintained strong friendships that endured for decades, and colleagues noted that Powell took time to attend their personal events, lend support when they faced hardships, and remain a stable presence in a tumultuous industry. When his Thin Man co-star, Myrna Loy, faced political blacklisting threats due to her progressive views, Powell publicly defended her at risk to his own career, declaring to studio executives, "If she goes, I go too." His stance effectively ended the threat against her. His behavior set a tone of mutual respect, proving that one could be a top leading man and still treat others with genuine compassion and courtesy. Jack Benny. While Jack Benny's primary fame came from his radio and television work, his ventures into Hollywood films were marked by the same warmth and friendliness he displayed on the airwaves. The contrast between Benny's stage persona as a penny-pinching miser and his real-life extraordinary generosity became legendary among those who knew him. After his passing, it was discovered that he had anonymously funded hospital wings, scholarships for underprivileged music students, and regular support for dozens of families, all without publicity or tax deductions. On set, Benny's good-natured humor made the workplace feel relaxed and inclusive. Rather than posture as a star, he teased himself as often as anyone else, encouraging a climate where laughter eased tense production schedules. Crew members admired his willingness to engage in friendly conversation with everyone, from camera operators to makeup artists. Actors who worked with him were often pleasantly surprised by Benny's genuine attentiveness. During World War II, while entertaining troops overseas, Benny learned that a young soldier had lost his treasured violin in combat. Benny, an accomplished violinist himself, promptly gave the soldier his own valuable instrument, saying simply, "I can get another one. You need this more than I do." He later established a foundation providing musical instruments to underprivileged children. He would ask about their families, congratulate them on recent successes, or gently reassure them if they felt insecure about a performance. Off camera, Benny supported numerous charities, including fundraising events for children's hospitals. When a young black violinist was denied entry to a prestigious conservatory due to segregation policies, Benny not only funded his private training, but used his considerable industry influence to arrange auditions and eventual employment with a major orchestra. He would perform free shows for troops overseas, brightening their spirits during difficult times. Friends recounted how, even at the height of his fame, he valued kindness and loyalty. Despite his immense wealth, Benny drove the same car for 20 years, explaining, "It's not what you have, but what you give that matters. Why buy new cars when that money could help someone in need?" When a colleague faced personal or professional difficulties, Benny would check in, sometimes offering a quiet loan or helpful connection. His consistent empathy, both public and private, made him a beloved figure in entertainment. Julie Andrews. Julie Andrews rose to prominence in the late 1950s and early 1960s, bridging Hollywood's classic and modern era. Behind Andrews' perfect image lay a challenging childhood, raised by an alcoholic mother, an abusive stepfather, who insisted she perform in dingy vaudeville halls from age 10 to support the family. These experiences gave her unusual compassion for child actors and a determination to protect them from exploitation. She quickly earned a reputation as one of the nicest individuals in show business. On film sets, Andrews treated everyone from legendary directors to production assistants as essential partners. During the grueling shoot of The Sound of Music, for example, she made a point of personally thanking the crew members at the end of long, cold days filming in the Austrian hills. While filming the iconic Hills Are Alive opening scene, Andrews had to be repeatedly dropped from a helicopter onto the mountainside, enduring bruised ribs and mud-soaked clothing. Despite her discomfort, she never complained and insisted on completing the physically demanding sequence rather than using a double, concerned that others would lose work if filming was extended. She encouraged child actors with friendly chats, helping them stay calm and focused despite the demands of production. Her warmth extended into her daily interactions. Andrews was known for sending handwritten notes of gratitude to collaborators and maintaining contact with those who had helped her along the way. After a botched throat surgery in 1997 permanently damaged her singing voice, ending her stage singing career, Andrews refused to become bitter. Instead, she focused on helping young performers with vocal health awareness, establishing scholarships for voice students, and funding research into vocal cord repair, transforming her personal tragedy into hope for others. She became an unofficial mentor to younger singers and actors, patiently listening to their concerns and offering constructive advice. Off the set, Andrews actively participated in charitable efforts, particularly those benefiting children's literacy and education. During her marriage to director Blake Edwards, the couple adopted 2 Vietnamese orphans from a Saigon orphanage at the height of the Vietnam War, when such international adoptions were rare. She later became a passionate advocate for adoption, saying, "Family isn't about blood. It's about who loves you and stands beside you." Meeting fans, she exhibited sincere attentiveness, frequently engaging in brief conversations rather than perfunctory greetings. When a young autograph seeker told Andrews she wanted to be an actress, but her parents couldn't afford lessons, Andrews arranged and privately paid for the girl's performing arts education, maintaining the relationship as a mentor for years without publicity. This combination of graciousness, humility, and generosity solidified Andrews' status as one of Hollywood's genuinely nice figures. Richard Chamberlain. Richard Chamberlain, widely recognized for his roles in classic television series like Dr. Kildare and The Thornbirds, has garnered admiration not only for his on-screen charisma, but also for his genuine kindness and compassion off-screen. What many didn't realize was that Chamberlain carried a heavy personal burden throughout much of his early career, living with a secret that could have destroyed his leading man status in less tolerant times. His experience of having to hide his true self for professional survival gave him extraordinary empathy for others facing discrimination or living with secrets. A compelling example of his benevolence comes from a personal account shared on Reddit, where Chamberlain demonstrated remarkable calmness and empathy during a potentially traumatic incident on the set of the Australian film The Last Wave. When a young caterer's daughter accidentally witnessed a dangerous electrical mishap that could have resulted in severe injury or worse, Chamberlain took immediate and thoughtful action. He gently comforted the distressed child, providing reassurance and a sense of safety till medical help arrived. His ability to remain composed under pressure and his instinct to care for those around him exemplifies his nurturing nature. Beyond this personal story, Chamberlain has been involved in various philanthropic efforts throughout his career. After spending time in Japan while filming Shogun in 1980, Chamberlain developed a deep connection to Eastern philosophies that transformed his approach to helping others. He began practicing meditation daily and quietly funding mindfulness programs for underprivileged youth, believing that inner peace was fundamental to creating outer harmony. He has supported numerous charitable organizations, particularly those focused on children's welfare and disaster relief. For instance, Chamberlain has participated in fundraisers and awareness campaigns, leveraging his public profile to benefit causes close to his heart. Following the devastating Indian Ocean tsunami of 2004, Chamberlain not only made substantial financial contributions, but spent several weeks volunteering with relief organizations in Thailand, working directly with displaced families while avoiding publicity for his efforts. Additionally, his colleagues and co-stars often speak highly of his approachable and friendly demeanor on set, noting his willingness to mentor younger actors and his respectful interactions with crew members. Internationally, Chamberlain's reputation for kindness extends to his engagements with fans and communities. Despite fame that followed him globally, Chamberlain maintained a practice of responding personally to fan mail from those facing serious illness or personal crises, often sending private video messages of encouragement that recipients described as life-changing. Whether interacting with fans at public events or participating in community outreach programs, he consistently demonstrates humility and a genuine interest in helping others. His enduring commitment to kindness and his ability to positively influence those around him have solidified his standing as one of Hollywood's genuinely nice and compassionate figures. Peter Finch. Peter Finch was truly one of the sweetest, kindest, and most approachable people to ever grace Hollywood. Behind Finch's warm presence lay a turbulent early life. Abandoned by his parents as an infant, he was raised by relatives who moved him constantly between countries, leaving him with an enduring empathy for those who felt like outsiders. Despite his towering talent and the intense characters he portrayed on screen, those who knew him personally often spoke about his gentle nature and genuine warmth. A Reddit user beautifully captured his essence, highlighting his self-deprecating sense of humor that made him incredibly relatable. Finch had this amazing ability to make everyone around him feel comfortable, whether you were a fellow actor, a crew member, or just a fan. One memorable story involves Finch on the set of Network. While filming his famous "I'm as mad as hell" scene in Network, which would posthumously win him an Oscar after his sudden heart attack at age 60, Finch insisted on personally thanking each crew member between exhausting takes, explaining, "Their job is harder than mine. I just have to act crazy. They have to make the crazy look real." Even amidst the chaos of filming, he would take time to chat with the crew, share a laugh, and ensure everyone felt valued. His humility was evident in how he never hesitated to help others, often going out of his way to support younger actors navigating the complexities of the industry. Despite his own struggles with alcohol and depression throughout his life, Finch became a quiet mentor to younger actors facing similar challenges, often inviting them to his home for honest conversations and support rather than the typical Hollywood partying. Off the screen, Finch was known for his thoughtful gestures, bringing homemade treats to set, or offering a listening ear to anyone in need. When a young Aboriginal actor was cast alongside him in an Australian production, but faced discrimination from some crew members, Finch publicly took his meals with the young man and insisted on equal treatment, using his star power to demand respect for his colleague. His kindness left a lasting impression on everyone he met, making him not just a brilliant actor, but also a beloved friend and colleague. Peter Finch's legacy is a testament to how true kindness and humility can shine brightly both in Hollywood and beyond. Ricardo Montalban. Ricardo Montalban embodied the true spirit of chivalry and kindness, earning him a reputation as one of Hollywood's most gracious gentlemen. What made Montalban's graciousness even more remarkable was that he achieved success despite facing constant discrimination in Hollywood, often limited to stereotypical Latin lover or exotic villain roles, and frequently paid less than his white co-stars. Rather than becoming bitter, these experiences fueled his determination to treat everyone with equal dignity. As a Reddit user aptly mentioned, Montalban was every inch the kind gentleman, often chivalrous to a fault. His courteous demeanor was evident both on and off the screen, where he consistently treated everyone with respect and warmth, whether interacting with fans or working alongside colleagues. Montalban's genuine kindness made him a favorite among many. One heartwarming anecdote involves Montalban during the filming of Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan. Throughout his career, Montalban maintained a deep religious faith that informed his kindness. He established the Nosotros Foundation in 1970 to improve opportunities for Hispanic actors and combat negative stereotyping, yet insisted the organization help all marginalized performers, regardless of ethnicity or background. Despite his busy schedule, he took time to mentor younger actors, sharing valuable insight and encouraging them to pursue their passions with dedication. His approachable nature meant that no one felt intimidated, fostering a positive and collaborative environment on set. When a serious back injury from a 1951 film stunt left him with chronic pain that would plague him for life, Montalban refused to let his physical suffering affect his interactions with others. Many who worked with him never realized he was often in considerable discomfort while filming, as he considered complaining an imposition on colleagues. Beyond his professional life, Montalban was actively involved in various charitable endeavors, often using his platform to support causes close to his heart, such as education and health care for underprivileged communities. His 63-year marriage to Georgiana Young, until her passing in 2007, was considered one of Hollywood's most devoted unions. He once explained their lasting bond by saying, "The same courtesy and thoughtfulness one shows to strangers should be magnified at home. Why treat those we love any less graciously than those we hardly know?" His selfless actions and unwavering kindness left an indelible mark on those who had the privilege of working with him. James Garner. James Garner embodied the rare combination of rugged masculinity and genuine compassion that defined his generation's best actors. Garner's kindness was shaped by a traumatic childhood. His mother passed away when he was just 4 years old, and his father, unable to cope, split up the children. Garner was reunited with his family when his father remarried, but his stepmother, Red, subjected him to physical and psychological abuse, including forcing him to wear a dress and be called Louise as punishment. This early cruelty gave him a lifelong empathy for the vulnerable and a fierce protective instinct. Despite his towering physical presence and leading man status, colleagues consistently described him as one of Hollywood's most humble and approachable stars. On every set, from Maverick to the Rockford Files, Garner made a point of learning everyone's name, from fellow actors to the lowest-ranking crew members, and would often be found sharing lunch with electricians and grips rather than retreating to his trailer. Garner's kindness extended far beyond the film industry. When filming The Great Escape, Garner stood up to co-star Charles Bronson, who was bullying a young actor over a card game incident. Despite Bronson's intimidating reputation, Garner insisted the young man be treated fairly, demonstrating his willingness to risk personal conflict to protect others. His civil rights activism was deeply personal. In 1963, despite FBI warnings that participating celebrities would not be protected, Garner proudly marched alongside Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. in the historic March on Washington. Unlike some stars who merely paid lip service to equality, Garner consistently used his industry power to break barriers, demanding integrated accommodations when filming on location in the segregated South, and refusing roles that perpetuated racial stereotypes. His compassion also extended to animals throughout his life, beginning with rescuing a stray companion named Ginger. During his impoverished Oklahoma childhood, Garner was rarely without an animal companion. His daughter, Gigi, later established the James Garner Animal Rescue Fund in his honor, continuing his lifelong commitment to animal welfare. Garner's dedication to his craft often came at great personal cost. During his years on the Rockford Files, Garner performed his own stunts despite suffering numerous injuries, including damaged knees and a bad back that would trouble him for the rest of his life. Yet between painful takes, he would still find energy to encourage young actors or thank crew members. Despite fame and success, he maintained a remarkably grounded 58-year marriage to his wife Lois, whom he married just 14 days after meeting her at a political rally in 1956. He once explained their lasting bond by saying, "I was just nuts about her, and still am. We were meant to be together from the first day we met. I knew it, and she knew it." This combination of personal integrity, professional excellence, and genuine warmth made James Garner not just a beloved actor, but a true example of kindness in an often unkind industry. John Gielgud. John Gielgud was often seen as the epitome of British theatrical excellence, refined, disciplined, and sometimes perceived as stern or aloof. This formal exterior masked a man who had endured significant personal hardship. In 1953, Gielgud was arrested in a public restroom for homosexual solicitation, when such acts were criminalized in Britain. The resulting scandal threatened to destroy his career. But rather than becoming bitter, the experience deepened his compassion for others facing persecution and judgment. However, those who knew him personally discovered a deeply kind and approachable individual. I remember, when I was just 15 years old, meeting him felt like an intimidating experience. Contrary to his poised reputation, Gielgud took time to sit down with me and chat for hours. He listened intently, shared stories from his illustrious career, and offered thoughtful advice without ever making me feel out of place. His genuine interest and warm demeanor left a lasting impression, showing that beneath his sophisticated exterior was a man who truly cared about others. Beyond personal encounters, Gielgud was known for his generosity within the acting community. After the public humiliation of his arrest, many colleagues expected Gielgud to cancel his upcoming theatrical appearance. Instead, he courageously took the stage to what began as uncomfortable silence until one audience member began applauding, followed by a standing ovation. This experience transformed him, and he later secretly funded legal defense for other men facing similar charges. He often mentored young actors, patiently guiding them through their craft and encouraging their growth. Colleagues frequently spoke about his willingness to lend a hand, whether it was helping with lines during rehearsals or offering support during challenging times. When a struggling young actor confessed he couldn't afford proper formal attire for auditions, Gielgud not only gave him several of his own bespoke suits, but arranged a meeting with his personal tailor for alterations, explaining, "Presentation matters, but talent matters more. You have the latter. Let me help with the former." Internationally, his reputation for kindness extended to his interactions with fans and fellow artists alike. Whether attending charity events or participating in community theater projects, Gielgud consistently demonstrated humility and compassion. In his later years, despite his own declining health, Gielgud regularly visited former colleagues in retirement homes, often reading Shakespeare aloud to those with failing eyesight, bringing the magic of theater to those who could no longer attend performances. His legacy is not only one of artistic brilliance, but also of a man whose kindness and approachability made him beloved by many around the world. Jimmy Durante. Jimmy Durante's distinctive gravelly voice, comic malapropisms, and oversized nose made him instantly recognizable to audiences, but those who knew him personally were far more impressed by the size of his heart. Durante's sensitivity to others' feelings stemmed from painful childhood experiences. Bullied mercilessly for his distinctive appearance, he later recalled, "I'd go home from school and cry. I made up my mind never to hurt anybody else, no matter what." This early resolution shaped his entire approach to comedy and life. Despite achieving stardom in vaudeville, radio, film, and television, Durante maintained a remarkable humility throughout his career, often deflecting praise and sharing credit with others. On set, he was known for treating everyone, from stars to stagehands, with the same warm, respectful demeanor, creating a family atmosphere wherever he worked. Durante's kindness extended far beyond professional courtesy. In 1940, Durante established the Jimmy Durante Children's Fund through the Fraternal Order of Eagles, which has since raised over $20 million to support programs for abused and neglected children. His devotion to children's causes was deeply personal. Unable to have biological children until late in life, when he and his wife adopted a daughter, Durante channeled his paternal instincts into helping children in need. He frequently volunteered at hospitals and orphanages without publicity, spending hours entertaining sick children with personalized routines. During a tour in North Carolina, Durante stopped at a small roadside diner in Calabash when he had no money. The owner not only fed him, but treated him with exceptional kindness. Years later, when Durante achieved fame, he immortalized this act of kindness with his famous sign-off line, "Good night, Mrs. Calabash, wherever you are," a phrase that remained a mystery to most viewers, but was his way of thanking someone who'd shown him kindness when he needed it most. His compassion often extended to helping struggling performers. When a young comedian was booed off stage during a show where Durante was the headliner, Durante invited him back to perform during his own set, standing beside him and encouraging the audience to give the newcomer another chance. The young performer later revealed this act of kindness saved his career, and possibly his life, as he'd been contemplating ending his life after the initial rejection. During World War II, Durante exhausted himself performing countless shows for troops, and unlike some stars who limited their appearances to large bases, he insisted on visiting remote outposts where entertainment was rare. Despite suffering from several painful health conditions in his later years, including arthritis that made his trademark physical comedy increasingly difficult, Durante refused to cancel charity performances, explaining simply, "Da kids is waitin'." When asked why he pushed himself so hard, he replied in his characteristic broken English, "Da smile of a kid is worth all da pain in da world." His genuine warmth and extraordinary generosity made Jimmy Durante not just a beloved entertainer, but a true exemplar of kindness in action. Now you understand that what the media tells you about a person isn't always accurate. It's always best to understand a personality through personal and public experiences. This is where we find most of these actors to be genuinely kind, rather than difficult or unkind, as sometimes portrayed by the media. What other actors do you think should be included on this list? We may have missed many, and if we did, please comment with their names below. Before you go, I have a question for you. Which of these stories surprised you the most? Was it learning about James Stewart's heroic war service? Or maybe discovering the painful childhood that shaped Jimmy Durante's incredible kindness? Drop a comment below and let me know. And hey, if you enjoyed taking this peek behind the golden curtain of Hollywood, subscribe for more untold stories from Tinseltown's most fascinating era. There's always more to discover about our favorite stars. What if I told you John Wayne's death wasn't just from cancer, but potentially from an actual nuclear test site? The stories hidden in celebrity death certificates will absolutely floor you. The glitz and glamour of Hollywood's golden age wasn't always what it seemed, folks. Behind those dazzling careers lurked some pretty dark secrets that only came to light after the stars took their final bow. Can you believe those poor child actors were worked to the bone on brutal schedules? And the stunts back then? Nothing like today's safety standards. Some directors would literally abuse actors emotionally and physically just to get the shot they wanted. Let's pull back the curtain and see what really happened after some of these beloved stars left us. John Wayne, the Duke. Who doesn't know him, right? That tough guy icon who perfectly captured the spirit of the American West passed away in '79. His death certificate tells a pretty straightforward but awful story. Respiratory arrest and gastric cancer. But you know what? Cancer was just the final chapter in a much sadder tale. He was born Marion Morrison. Bet you didn't know that. In a little Iowa town back in 1907. His family faced some real struggles before moving to California in 1916. All that hardship shaped the determined kid who'd eventually become a Hollywood legend. I always found it ironic that despite his macho image on screen, Wayne never actually served in World War II after failing his Naval Academy physical. That really haunted him his whole life, you know? Probably why he leaned so hard into those ultra-masculine roles. By 1980, the families of Wayne, actress Susan Hayward, and director Dick Powell started connecting some really disturbing dots between their loved ones' deaths and that 1956 film, The Conqueror. You remember that questionable movie where Wayne played Genghis Khan? Talk about bizarre casting. The numbers are downright chilling. Of the 220 people who worked on location, 91 got cancer by 1980, and 46 had already died. The survivors blamed it on something terrifying: 11 nuclear weapons tests conducted near where they filmed just a year earlier. One of those blasts packed nearly triple the power of the Hiroshima bomb. Can you imagine? Dr. Robert Pendleton, a radiological health expert from the University of Utah, didn't mince words about it. He said normally you'd expect about 30 people from a group that size to develop cancer. With 91 cases, he believed the connection to the conqueror would hold up even in a court of law. Makes you wonder how many other film sets had hidden dangers, doesn't it? Errol Flynn. Flynn was the original swashbuckler on screen, but honestly, his real life made his movie roles look tame. His career took a nosedive after accusations of getting involved with underage girls, and his final years? Just a sad, alcohol-soaked blur. Born in Tasmania in 1909, Flynn lived wilder than any character he ever played. Before becoming Hollywood's favorite bad boy, he worked as a gold prospector, slave trader, and even diamond smuggler in New Guinea. Can you believe that? His childhood, with a scientist father and young mother, just fed his wandering spirit. Flynn once said he had a desire for danger, adventure, and excitement that drove everything he did. And honestly, that mindset probably led straight to his self-destructive tendencies. His autopsy paints such a grim picture of how far this star had fallen. Flynn had been seeing doctors for terrible back pain, and according to his doctor, he collapsed right after getting a pain injection. His girlfriend, Barbara Adland, carried amyl nitrate with her, pretty much confirming he'd had heart problems for a while. But heart trouble was just the tip of the iceberg in what they found. Beyond the heart attack, coronary thrombosis, and arterial disease, the exam showed he had diverticulosis of the colon too. That condition isn't usually a big deal, but years of heavy drinking had absolutely wrecked his liver with cirrhosis and fatty degeneration. When he died, Flynn's blood alcohol was 0.25%, a level where most of us would be practically in a coma. Yet the doctor who examined him didn't even notice any effects, which tells you his body had basically adapted to functioning with just ridiculous amounts of alcohol. Isn't that sad? Such a handsome, talented man drinking himself to death. Carole Lombard. When America entered World War II, stars stepped up to help the war effort. Carole Lombard didn't just participate. She threw herself into selling war bonds and tragically became one of the war's first high-profile civilian casualties. Behind all that glamour, Lombard was known around Hollywood for being incredibly down-to-earth, with colorful language that could make a sailor blush. Despite being one of the highest-paid actresses of her time, she lived pretty modestly and really dedicated herself to charity work. After Pearl Harbor, she jumped into supporting the war effort, telling friends, "What good is a career if our country is destroyed?" Her bond drive in Indianapolis raised over $2 million in a single day, an absolutely mind-boggling amount back in 1942, before her fateful trip home. On January 16, 1942, Lombard's plane crashed into Mount Potosi while returning from that war bond event. Search parties scouring the 22-mile crash site found her body quickly, and her death certificate revealed her final moments were just horrific. She died from fracture of skull, shock, and fracture of entire body, and third-degree burns over entire body due to airplane crash. Her husband, Clark Gable, was absolutely devastated. He temporarily walked away from Hollywood, enlisted in the Army, and even flew combat missions. When he died in 1960, they buried him right beside her. Isn't that something? A love that lasted beyond the grave. President Roosevelt himself released a heartfelt statement saying, "She brought great joy to all who knew her, and to the millions who knew her only as a great artist. She is, and always will be, a star, one we shall never forget or cease to be grateful to. Pretty powerful words from a president during wartime, right? Dorothy Dandridge. Dorothy Dandridge broke barriers for black actresses during segregation's ugliest days. She once wrote something that just breaks my heart. If it's possible for a human being to be like a haunted house, maybe that would be me. Dandridge's troubles started early on. Born in 1922 to an ambitious entertainer mother and a father who took off before she was born, she was pushed into performing as a child in the Wonder Children singing act. Her childhood was marked by poverty and abuse from her mother's female partner. Despite all these hardships, by 16, she and her sister had formed the more successful Dandridge Sisters. Throughout her career, she faced just brutal racism, often barred from using facilities at hotels where she performed and finding hardly any meaningful roles for black actresses, despite her incredible talent and beauty. While she earned critical acclaim, her personal life fell apart. She was forced to institutionalize her developmentally disabled daughter and never forgave herself for it. Looking for escape from what she saw as personal failure, she spiraled through unhealthy relationships, alcohol, and pills before dying at just 42. Her death certificate listed acute drug intoxication and ingestion of tofranil, which is an antidepressant. But here's the weird thing. That wasn't the first ruling. Coroner Dr. Theodore Curfey actually had to publicly take back his original findings that she died from bone fragments from her broken foot getting into her bloodstream and causing an embolism. He admitted in the New York Times, "In retrospect, we now consider this a tactical error, explaining the mistake happened because of lack of a complete study and pressure from news media." He couldn't even determine if her death was accidental or suicide. Can you imagine the confusion her loved ones must have felt? Sal Mineo. When Sal Mineo died, the rebel without a cause actor was heading home from rehearsing his new play. It was a major comeback moment for him, with playwright James Kirkwood telling the New York Times, "Until I saw him last October in my play, I had dismissed Sal Mineo as an actor. But my admiration for him is inexpressible. He was a professional whose talent grew over the years, a dedicated actor, and there aren't many of those left." At the time of his death, Mineo was experiencing this incredible professional revival after years of struggling following his early fame. As one of Hollywood's first openly bisexual actors, though they didn't really report on that during his lifetime, he faced major career obstacles after his teenage heartthrob years faded. Born to Sicilian immigrants in the Bronx, Mineo had overcome juvenile delinquency through acting, only to find himself typecast and then largely forgotten by the industry that once embraced him. His death came just as he was finding his true voice both personally and professionally. With just one knife thrust, Mineo's life was snuffed out. His autopsy confirmed murder without question. The 37-year-old died from a single stab wound that pierced his heart, causing massive hemorrhaging. Witnesses heard him scream and rushed to help. Though he was bleeding to death outside his home, he managed to give police a description of his attacker. 2 whole years went by before authorities heard about a guy in Michigan bragging about the killing. Though Lionel Williams didn't match the original description, photos showing him with a different hairstyle and testimony from his wife led to his arrest, trial, and conviction. Just goes to show how persistent detective work can break even cold cases. Natalie Wood. The mystery around Natalie Wood's death remains one of Hollywood's most haunting stories, made even more puzzling because her husband Robert Wagner and Brainstorm co-star Christopher Walken were on that yacht when she disappeared. Walken has famously never broken his silence about that night. Born Natalia Zakharenko to Russian immigrants in San Francisco, Wood's childhood was dominated by her ambitious mother Maria, who pushed her into acting when she was just 4 years old. Wood told friends that her mother claimed fortune tellers had predicted she would drown in dark water. Isn't that eerie? Especially since Wood had this lifelong fear of deep water and couldn't swim, making her death all the more tragic. As a child star who successfully grew into adult roles, she'd been Hollywood's reliable workhorse since appearing in Miracle on 34th Street at age 8, never really experiencing a normal childhood, something she later tried to give her own daughters. Initially ruled an accident, her death was later reclassified as a result of drowning and other undetermined factors. The autopsy findings somewhat supported the accidental drowning theory. No signs of strangulation, no broken bones, and water-filled lungs. The coroner initially said it was accidental, but after they reopened the case in 2011, that ruling changed in 2013. Wood's body was found near a dinghy, which raised questions about whether she'd tried pulling herself to safety. Here's what's troubling. The review of her autopsy revealed her fingernails were never examined for signs of struggle. Even more concerning were those fresh bruises, particularly on her right arm, left wrist, and legs. These bruises likely happened before she even entered the water, which is significant because criticizing previous coroners' work isn't something they do lightly. Makes you wonder what really happened that night, doesn't it? Lucille Ball. Ask anyone to name the greatest female comedians ever, and Lucy's right at the top of most lists. But her death? It was catastrophic and undoubtedly excruciating. Before becoming America's favorite red-headed funny lady, Ball faced so many rejections. Born in 1911 in Jamestown, New York, she lost her father when she was just 3. At 15, she convinced her mother to let her attend drama school, where a teacher sent her packing with the crushing words, "You're wasting your time. You haven't any talent." Can you imagine someone saying that to Lucille Ball? After years of bit parts and being called Queen of the B-movies, Ball turned to radio and eventually television. Her groundbreaking I Love Lucy revolutionized the industry. Not just through her comedy, but because she became the first woman to run a major television studio, Desilu Productions, which later gave us shows like Star Trek and Mission Impossible. Her 1989 passing came shortly after emergency heart surgery. Her death certificate listed acute rupture of the abdominal aorta due to acute aortic dissection and cystic medial necrosis of the aorta. In plain English, cystic medial necrosis creates these lesions in the heart's arteries, while acute aortic dissection is basically an arterial tear. Together, they're absolutely devastating. In medical literature calls this a complex cardiovascular event with high immediate mortality. Aortic rupture is literally a true catastrophic emergency with nearly 100% fatality. These kinds of events typically hit without warning. And in Ball's case, they happened in a completely different part of her heart from where they did the surgery. Despite 47 minutes of desperate life-saving efforts, they just couldn't save her. Even in death, Lucy broke the mold, defying the odds in ways no one expected. Ramon Novarro. Look, there's no good way to die, but some ways are truly horrific. One of old Hollywood's most beloved romantic leads met his end through shockingly brutal murder. Born José Ramón Gil Samaniego in Mexico, Novarro overcame incredible odds to become one of Hollywood's most successful Latin actors. Though he played romantic leads on screen, he kept his homosexuality secret throughout his career, knowing it would destroy his livelihood in such an intolerant time. Despite his success, Novarro struggled with depression and alcoholism, often finding comfort in his Catholic faith. As his film roles dwindled with age, he maintained this dignified presence, occasionally appearing on television. Unlike many silent film stars who went broke, he wisely invested his money and lived comfortably, if somewhat isolated, in his later years. According to Navarro's autopsy, his official cause of death was aspiration of blood due to multiple traumatic injuries of face, nose, and mouth. In other words, he drowned in his own blood after a savage beating. Just terrible. Navarro, who became famous in 1925's Ben-Hur, A Tale of the Christ, struggled after his peak years as a romantically beautiful icon similar to Rudolph Valentino. By his mid-30s, most of his work had moved to the stage. On October 31st, 1968, the 68-year-old Laurel Canyon resident made a fatal mistake, inviting brothers Thomas and Paul Ferguson into his home. During their murder trial, their mother's testimony revealed their motive in one chilling statement. They believed he deserved to die because he was gay. Navarro paid with his life in a brutal attack that left him beaten, bound, with wounds carved into his skin, and drowning in his own blood. Prejudice in its most violent, horrific form. William Desmond Taylor. Taylor's death was bizarrely scandalous from the get-go, starting with the weird 12-hour delay before anyone even called authorities. When they finally showed up, things got even stranger. Though his death certificate eventually listed a gunshot wound as the cause, responding officers were initially told he died from natural causes. The inquest revealed these ridiculously botched examinations. The deputy coroner first insisted the face-down body had clearly died from a stomach hemorrhage, and only after being pressured into a proper examination did he find an entry wound from a small caliber bullet. I mean, how do you miss a gunshot wound? One theory suggested he'd been killed by the mother of a young actress who'd caught his eye. But that wasn't even the whole story. Though all official documents identified the dead man as William Desmond Taylor, that wasn't his real identity at all. His actual name was William Cunningham Dean Tanner, and he'd abandoned his family, headed to Hollywood, and effectively vanished until his wife spotted him in a movie. Can you imagine seeing your missing husband up on the big screen? Not surprisingly, the case remains unsolved. According to the LAPD, their records related to the case vanished around 1975. Convenient, right? Makes you wonder what they were hiding. Sharon Tate. The brutal murders of Sharon Tate and her guests remain one of Hollywood's most shocking crimes. When Time covered the initial investigation after the Manson family attacked the Bel Air home, they quoted police saying, "It looked like a battlefield up there. This is a tough one. We don't have anything but bodies." Later, even Time admitted their coverage bordered on sensationalism, with lots of false claims. At the time of her murder, 26-year-old Tate was 8.5 months pregnant with her first child, a son she and husband Roman Polanski had already named Paul Richard. Friends described her as absolutely radiant about becoming a mother, having prepared a beautiful nursery. Known for her kindness on film sets, Tate had overcome a nomadic military family childhood to achieve her Hollywood dreams. Despite her beauty, she constantly fought to be taken seriously as an actress, studying with Lee Strasberg to improve her craft. Her final completed film, The Wrecking Crew, with Dean Martin, showcased her growing comedic talents that we'd never get to see fully develop. Tate's autopsy makes for grim reading, detailing a horrifying number of stab wounds. Beyond 4 in her chest, others numbered 5 through 16 included 1 in her abdomen, particularly horrific given her pregnancy, and 8 more in her back. Several wounds would have been independently fatal, puncturing her heart, lungs, and liver, causing her chest cavity to fill with blood. When Time later connected Manson to the killings, they described a mystical, semi-religious, hippie drug and murder cult, led by a bearded, demonic messiah, able to dispatch his followers, mostly girls, wearing hunting knives, who styled themselves slaves to their guru-type leader. The whole case still sends chills down my spine all these years later. Marilyn Monroe. Speculation went wild immediately after they discovered Marilyn Monroe's body. Early reports suggested suicide, stating her housekeeper noticed her bedroom light still on at 3 a.m. and called a doctor. This physician found her alongside 15 to 20 pill bottles, called another doctor who pronounced her dead, and only contacted authorities 90 minutes later. Strange timing, right? But that's not what grabbed the headlines. Born Norma Jean Mortensen in 1926, Monroe's childhood was just one trauma after another. Her mother Gladys struggled with mental illness and was institutionalized when Marilyn was young. Never knowing her father, she bounced between foster homes and an orphanage, suffering sexual abuse starting at just 8 years old. This pattern continued through several placements, leaving deep psychological wounds. As an adult, Monroe battled terrible insomnia and received increasingly powerful medications from multiple doctors who never talked to each other about her care. Despite her glamorous image, she was actually an avid reader who dreamed of playing a more substantive roles and controlling her career through her production company. Then came a gallbladder diagnosis, but modern medical experts suspect the acute nephritis listed on her death certificate connects directly to what made her famous in the first place. Harlow's platinum blonde look wasn't achieved with today's gentler dyes. Hollywood hairdresser Alfred Pagano once explained their formula in The Atlantic. We used peroxide, ammonia, Clorox, and Lux Flakes. Can you believe that? This toxic cocktail, essentially soaking her hair in hydrochloric acid and gas weekly, has been linked to kidney damage. Combined with her other health issues, it likely killed her. Imagine dying for your signature look. The price of fame was literally her life. Jane Mansfield. Few Hollywood deaths shocked the public like Jane Mansfield's. The details are burned into Hollywood history. Early morning, June 1967. Mansfield and boyfriend, Sam Brody, headed to New Orleans. Both died, along with their driver and dog, when their car slid under a tractor trailer. Even more shocking, Mansfield's 3 children in the back seat survived. No wonder rumors spread that she was decapitated on impact. Her death certificate clarifies this wasn't exactly true, though the reality was still horrific. The official cause was crushed skull with a avulsion of cranium and brain, meaning not her entire head, just the top portion was removed. The decapitation rumors probably started when crash photos showed her blonde wig thrown from the car. Grisly doesn't even begin to cover it, and the rumors weren't really necessary. The truth was bad enough. The New York Times talked to Jim Roberts, the undertaker, who handled her remains. People always figured wrong about Jane, about the way she lived and the way she died. Her body was as bad as you get in this business. She had a lot of makeup with her, and I used it all. What a haunting statement. Johnny Stompanato. This case is a bit different. Johnny Stompanato wasn't a leading man or famous director, but Lana Turner's mob-connected boyfriend. Questions about his underworld ties weren't really questions at all. And when they investigated his killing, Mickey Cohen was one of the first witnesses. Cohen quipped via the Los Angeles Times, "I refuse to identify him as John Stompanato Jr. on the grounds that I may be accused of his murder." But the real story was infinitely sadder. Stompanato died in 1958, and according to his death certificate, a single stab wound penetrated his liver. The "how" section simply stated, "in protection of mother." By the time Turner testified, her 14-year-old daughter, Cheryl Crane, had already confessed. Turner described his history of violence and threats, recalling his words, "I could cut you just a little now to give you a taste of it." Turner had warned her daughter she planned to end the relationship, and when he threatened her again, her daughter stepped between them. Turner testified, "I swear it was so fast, I truthfully thought she had hit him in the stomach. The best I can remember, they came together, and they parted. I still never saw a blade. The final ruling: justifiable homicide. Imagine being 14 and having to make that kind of split-second decision to protect your mother. Judy Garland. Few characters are as instantly recognizable as Judy Garland's Dorothy, but her real-life yellow brick road was paved with shocking abuse that ultimately led to her 1969 death at just 47. Born Frances Ethel Gumm in 1922, Garland's exploitation began practically from birth. By age 2, she performed in her father's vaudeville theater. At MGM Studios, teenage Judy endured horrific treatment. Executives constantly criticized her weight, forcing dangerous diets and appetite suppressants. Louis B. Mayer reportedly called her "my little hunchback" and made her bind her developing breasts to appear younger. Beyond weight control pills, she received amphetamines to keep working and barbiturates to help her sleep, all starting when she was just 13. Sexual harassment was rampant. Garland later revealed Mayer inappropriately touched her chest while telling her to sing from the heart. These early experiences fueled lifelong struggles with addiction, depression, and self-image issues. Her death certificate listed barbiturate poisoning, incautious self-overdosage, accidental, just the tip of the iceberg. In later years, Garland and frequent co-star Mickey Rooney openly discussed how the studio forced them to work crazy hours while maintaining their appearance. Both described receiving steady streams of barbiturates and amphetamines to keep them working for stretches as long as 72 hours straight. Regular dependency on pills and extreme starvation diets began when she was barely 10 years old. Just a child. Coroner Gavin Thurston stated via The Guardian, "This is quite clearly an accidental circumstance for a person who was accustomed to taking barbiturates over a very long time." He emphasized that contrary to immediate gossip, there were no signs of alcohol addiction or liver damage. Instead, blame rested squarely on a lifestyle forced upon her before she'd even reached her teens. She never really had a chance, did she? Elvis Presley, the king of rock and roll, shocked the world with his death on August 16, 1977, at just 42. Officially attributed to a heart attack, the full autopsy painted a much more complicated picture. Before his meteoric rise, Elvis grew up in serious poverty in Tupelo, Mississippi. His identical twin brother, Jesse Garin, was stillborn, leaving Elvis as an only child carrying a profound sense of loss throughout his life. His almost symbiotic bond with Mother Gladys was shattered by her 1958 death, after which his prescription drug use skyrocketed. Though publicly opposing illegal drugs, even meeting President Nixon about becoming a federal agent at large in the drug war, he developed dangerous dependencies on prescription medications. His inner circle, the Memphis Mafia, often enabled his addiction rather than confronting it, afraid they'd lose their positions in his entourage. Alongside heart failure, medical examiners found traces of over 10 prescription drugs in his system, including opioids like codeine and morphine, plus Valium and other medications. Elvis had long battled medication dependence, often prescribed for chronic pain, insomnia, and health issues worsened by his demanding lifestyle. He also struggled with weight gain and cascading health problems in his final years. While the heart attack delivered the final blow, his cocktail of prescriptions clearly contributed to his decline. His personal physician had liberally prescribed these drugs, a common practice for celebrities back then. Elvis's premature death served as a stark reminder of how relentless fame and medication misuse can destroy even the biggest stars. Decades later, his music lives on, but his passing remains one of Hollywood's most heartbreaking cautionary tales. Fame, money, adoration, none of it could save him from himself. Bruce Lee. Bruce Lee's 1973 death, shrouded in mystery, devastated fans worldwide. His autopsy revealed cerebral edema, brain swelling, caused by an allergic reaction to the painkiller Equagesic. Before becoming a global martial arts icon, Lee faced significant discrimination in both Hong Kong and America. Born in San Francisco, while his father, a Chinese opera star, was touring, Lee returned to Hong Kong as an infant, but came back to America at 18 to escape gang violence after several street fights. Despite his incredible physical abilities, Lee was denied martial arts instruction by many traditional masters who refused to teach non-Chinese students. In Hollywood, he faced typecasting and racism, being passed over for the lead role in the TV series Kung Fu that he helped develop. This rejection fueled his determination to succeed on his own terms. Lee pushed his body to absolute limits, developing his own fighting style Jeet Kune Do while maintaining an intense training regimen that sometimes left him collapsed from exhaustion. Theories exploded after his death. Some blamed heat stroke, foul play, or even supernatural curses tied to his immense popularity and rumored conflicts. His death certificate lists death by misadventure, a legal term for an accidental, unforeseen outcome. Despite official findings, questions linger, and his untimely death at just 32 remains one of Hollywood's most persistent mysteries, cementing his legendary status. In a way, dying young preserved him at his peak forever, don't you think? David Carradine's 2009 death was officially ruled accidental asphyxiation. Found in a Bangkok hotel room, the circumstances became sensationalized media fodder. The autopsy concluded he died from autoerotic asphyxiation, a practice restricting airflow to enhance sexual pleasure. These findings shocked fans, adding a bizarre and tragic footnote to the beloved actor's legacy. Sometimes the most private aspects of people's lives become painfully public in death. Clara Bow, known as Hollywood's first It Girl, Clara Bow's journey from desperate poverty to stardom hid truly unimaginable heartbreak. Born in Brooklyn to a mentally ill mother who once threatened to kill her and an abusive father, Bow grew up in absolute squalor and neglect. Her unstable mother openly told Clara she wished she'd never been born. Can you imagine hearing that from your own mother? As a teenager, Clara suffered sexual abuse by her father, trauma that haunted her entire life. Despite these horrors, she won a fan magazine contest that brought her to Hollywood, where her natural talent and expressive face made her an overnight sensation. Her thick Brooklyn accent and lack of formal education, however, made transitioning to talkies nearly impossible. As her star faded, Bow battled serious mental health issues, likely including schizophrenia. Doctors subjected her to barbaric treatments like ice baths and primitive shock therapy. She eventually retreated completely from public life, spending her final years in isolation before dying at 60. Hollywood's treatment of its first true sex symbol showed how the industry exploited vulnerable young women while profiting from their talent and appeal. Use them up and throw them away. That was the Hollywood way. Montgomery Clift. Clift's tragic life and death reveal Hollywood's crushing pressures and mid-century homophobia. Contrary to popular belief that Clift tormented himself over his sexuality, family members say that's just not true, noting he lived relatively openly among friends and maintained several long-term relationships with men. The real turning point came with his devastating 1956 car crash after leaving Elizabeth Taylor's dinner party. The accident completely shattered his face, requiring extensive reconstructive surgery that left him in constant pain and dramatically altered his appearance. Taylor herself reportedly saved his life at the scene by removing broken teeth from his throat. Talk about a true friend. Unable to manage his chronic pain, Clift turned to alcohol and prescription drugs. His downward spiral accelerated as his health deteriorated, leading to his 1966 death at just 45, from what his autopsy described as occlusive coronary artery disease. His death certificate noted the coronary insufficiency stemmed from years of substance abuse meant to control physical pain, not emotional torment about his sexuality, as often mistakenly reported. Just goes to show how history sometimes gets the story wrong. Rock Hudson. Rock Hudson's public persona, as Hollywood's quintessential masculine leading man of the 1950s and 60s, completely contradicted his private life as a gay man navigating a brutally homophobic industry. Standing 6 feet 5 inches, with classic good looks, studio executives manufactured Hudson as the ideal heterosexual heartthrob, frequently pairing him with actresses like Doris Day. To maintain this fiction, Hudson's agent arranged a sham marriage to his secretary Phyllis Gates in 1955, lasting just 3 years. Privately, Hudson maintained relationships with men, including his true love, Lee Garlington, whom he dated from 1962 to 1965. When diagnosed with AIDS in 1984, Hudson kept his illness secret, but his rapidly deteriorating appearance at public events fueled speculation. His 1985 death at 59 from AIDS-related complications stunned the world and marked a watershed moment in AIDS awareness. His death certificate listed acquired immune deficiency syndrome, making him the first major celebrity publicly acknowledged to have died from the disease. The revelation of his sexuality and cause of death transformed American perceptions of both homosexuality and AIDS, humanizing a disease previously stigmatized and putting a beloved face to a condition many Americans had dismissed as affecting only marginalized groups. Sometimes it takes a familiar face to change hearts and minds. Veronica Lake. Behind Veronica Lake's iconic peekaboo blonde hairstyle and sultry film noir performances lurked a troubled woman whose mental health challenges went largely undiagnosed. Born Constance Ockelman in 1922, Lake was identified as having schizophrenia as a teenager, according to her mother, but this condition remained untreated throughout her career. Despite her tiny 4 feet 11 inches frame and sometimes difficult onset behavior, Lake became one of Paramount's biggest 1940s stars, appearing in classics like Sullivan's Travels and The Blue Dahlia. As her mental health deteriorated, she self-medicated with alcohol, developing a severe addiction that hastened her career's collapse. By the 1950s, Lake was essentially blacklisted in Hollywood. She declared bankruptcy in 1951, and in the 1960s, a reporter found her working as a New York barmaid. Her health continued spiraling downward from untreated alcoholism and mental illness. Lake died in July 1973 at just 50. Her death certificate cited acute hepatitis, enlarged kidneys, and fatty metamorphosis of the liver, all complications of chronic alcoholism. The once glamorous star died nearly penniless, leaving a friend to cover her burial costs. Her cremated remains went unclaimed for years, a somber epitaph for a woman once considered among Hollywood's most beautiful and promising talents. From the heights of fame to being forgotten, Hollywood's most brutal trajectory. Rita Hayworth, the legendary love goddess of 1940s Hollywood, suffered one of the most devastating endings of any Golden Age star. Born Margarita Carmen Cancino to a Spanish dancer father, her exploitation began early when he forced her to become his dance partner in border town casinos at just 12 years old, where men in the audience reportedly sexually abused her. As her glittering film career dimmed in the 1960s, Hayworth exhibited increasingly erratic behavior and memory problems. Friends blamed her well-known drinking, but the reality proved far more tragic. For nearly 2 decades, Hayworth struggled with undiagnosed Alzheimer's during an era when the condition remained poorly understood and frequently misdiagnosed. By the late 1970s, her condition had deteriorated to requiring full-time care. Her daughter, Princess Yasmin Aga Khan, became her caretaker, and later an Alzheimer's research advocate. When Hayworth finally received her diagnosis in 1980, she became one of the first public figures associated with the disease, bringing unprecedented attention to a condition previously shrouded in mystery. Hayworth died on May 14, 1987, at 68, with her death certificate listing Alzheimer's disease as the cause. The woman once featured as a pin-up on an atomic bomb, nicknamed Gilda, after her famous role, died unable to recognize herself in her classic films. Her brave public acknowledgement helped destigmatize Alzheimer's and increased research funding for the disease that stole her final years. At least some good came from her suffering, right? Vivien Leigh's luminous performances in Gone with the Wind and A Streetcar Named Desire masked profound suffering from untreated bipolar disorder. During her lifetime, the condition was called manic depression and carried tremendous stigma, causing her episodes to be hidden from the public. Her husband, Laurence Olivier, documented her devastating cycles in private letters, describing her transitions from extraordinary creative energy and charm to paralyzing depression. During manic episodes, Leigh sometimes went days without sleeping, talking non-stop and exhibiting hypersexual behavior that strained their relationship. In the 1950s, as her condition worsened, Leigh endured horrific treatments, including electroconvulsive therapy without anesthesia, standard practice then. Olivier later wrote that she came back from the treatment on the trolley shrieking like a wounded animal. Can you imagine the agony? Beyond her mental health battles, Leigh also fought recurring tuberculosis, which ultimately caused her death at 53 in 1967. Her death certificate listed chronic pulmonary tuberculosis, with no mention of the bipolar disorder that profoundly shaped her life. When Olivier identified her body, he reportedly kissed her feet and later wrote, "She was the bravest person I've ever known." Rather than the mythologized story of a beautiful but fragile woman, Leigh was an extraordinary artist who achieved remarkable work while battling serious mental illness and chronic physical disease without modern treatments or public understanding. Now that's true strength, wouldn't you say? Wow, Hollywood used to be a brutal place. Makes you appreciate how much things have changed, right? Hit subscribe if you want more of these deep dives, and tell me in the comments, are there any other stars you want to hear about? Later, folks. They changed their names, invented aristocratic bloodlines, and some even made their own mothers disappear. These weren't small white lies. They were elaborate deceptions that lasted entire lifetimes. Join us as we reveal the true stories of 19 Golden Age actors who faked everything to become Hollywood royalty. Cary Grant. Before Cary Grant became Hollywood's epitome of charm, he was Archibald Leach, a working-class boy from Bristol, England, with a thick accent and a past he'd rather forget. Born in 1904, Leach's early years were marked by hardship. His father placed his mother in a mental institution when he was around 9 years old and told young Archie she had simply gone away. He wouldn't discover the truth until his late 20s. This childhood trauma would haunt Grant throughout his life. The abandonment by his mother, whom he believed had simply left him, created deep psychological wounds. Decades later, Grant would turn to therapy in the 1950s and 1960s, desperate to confront his personal demons. In therapeutic sessions, he spoke of feeling fundamentally unlovable, stemming from his mother's disappearance. The suave, confident persona he projected on screen was, in many ways, everything he felt he wasn't inside. He'd begun reinventing himself at 14. He forged his father's signature to join an acrobatic troupe touring the United States, never looking back. But when Hollywood beckoned, Archibald Leach didn't fit the mold of a leading man. So he became someone who did, Cary Grant. He trained his voice to adopt a transatlantic accent, smoothing out his Bristolian inflections until his origins became ambiguous. Some reports suggest he even claimed American birth, a strategic move to sidestep the era's anti-British sentiment in Hollywood. But the reinvention went beyond his voice. Grant cultivated an aura of effortless sophistication, maintaining a perpetual suntan to avoid studio makeup, and dressing with impeccable aristocratic style. In reality, he had left school at 14 and grown up in modest circumstances. Still, the illusion worked. By the 1940s, he was one of Hollywood's most bankable stars. Yet behind the scenes, he wrestled with the weight of his own creation. "Everybody would like to be Cary Grant," he once said. "So would I." It was a rare admission that the persona he crafted had become a role he could never quite escape. Even as he aged out of leading roles, he hesitated to let go of the image. In 1953, he considered retiring, worried that the rise of method actors like Marlon Brando would render his polished style obsolete. But he returned for Hitchcock's To Catch a Thief in 1955, proving he still possessed the effortless charm audiences craved. Despite the carefully constructed facade, Grant's past never fully disappeared. In 2020, a blue plaque was unveiled at his childhood home in Bristol, acknowledging the boy who once lived there before becoming Cary Grant. It served as a reminder that behind the Hollywood legend was someone who spent his life playing a role he could never quite leave behind. Merle Oberon. Merle Oberon possessed the beauty, the talent, and the screen presence Hollywood craved in the 1930s. But there was one thing she didn't have: the right ancestry, least by Hollywood's standards. Born Estelle Merrill O'Brien Thompson in Bombay, British India, in 1911, Oberon was of mixed Anglo-Indian descent, but to the world, she was a glamorous British aristocrat from Tasmania. That lie wasn't just a career move, it was a survival tactic. In an era when leading ladies couldn't be anything but white, Hollywood executives knew the stakes. They advised Oberon to erase her Indian heritage completely. To sell the illusion, she fabricated an upper-class Tasmanian childhood, claiming she had been born in Hobart before moving to England. In a 1934 interview, she doubled down on the lie, even dismissing distant Australian relatives as mistaken. But the truth was far from aristocratic. Oberon grew up in poverty in Kolkata, raised by her mother, Constance Selby, who was of Tamil and Maori descent. What made this deception even more painful was that Constance wasn't actually her mother. She was her grandmother, though Oberon may never have learned this truth. The woman she believed to be her half-sister was actually her mother, adding another layer of family secrets to her already complex identity. When Oberon left for England at 17, Constance came along, but not as her mother. To maintain the deception, she traveled under the guise of being Oberon's maid. In public, Oberon spoke to her only in Hindi, ensuring no one would suspect their true relationship. The psychological toll of living this double life was immense. Oberon existed in constant fear of discovery, turning down roles and opportunities that might expose her background. She lived as a fugitive from her own heritage, and the stress manifested in mysterious illnesses that sometimes hospitalized her. On screen, Oberon's transformation was just as meticulous. Cinematographers used strategically placed lighting and heavy makeup to make her appear more European. She even avoided direct sunlight to maintain a paler complexion. And it worked. By the mid-1930s, she was starring opposite Hollywood's biggest names, earning an Oscar nomination for The Dark Angel in 1935, and later playing Kathy in Wuthering Heights in 1939. But maintaining the lie wasn't easy. In 1965, when journalists began questioning her Tasmanian origins, she abruptly canceled a planned visit to the island. Some reports suggest she was so shaken by the scrutiny that she avoided Australia altogether for years. Yet even then, she never fully acknowledged the truth. It wasn't until after she passed away, in 1979, that researchers uncovered her birth records in British archives, confirming her Indian origins. The revelation shocked fans and historians alike. How could one of Hollywood's brightest stars have hidden such a fundamental part of her identity? Oberon's story serves as a stark reminder of the racial barriers in early Hollywood. She wasn't the only star who altered their backstory to fit the mold, but her case was one of the most extreme. Today, as Hollywood reckons with its past and celebrates more diverse talent, her legacy remains complicated, a symbol of the extraordinary lengths some had to go to in order to succeed. Tony Curtis. In 1948, a 23-year-old Bernard Schwartz stepped off a bus in Hollywood with a dream and a name that casting directors deemed too ethnic for a leading man. Born in Manhattan's East Harlem, but raised in the Bronx, Curtis knew that transformation would be essential to his success. So he became Tony Curtis, borrowing inspiration from the novel Anthony Adverse and tweaking his mother's surname, Kurtz, into something smoother. Curtis's childhood was marked by poverty and instability. His Hungarian Jewish immigrant parents struggled to make ends meet during the Great Depression. His father, Emmanuel, worked as a tailor, but was often absent, leaving young Bernard to help care for his younger brothers. The family faced anti-Semitic discrimination, and Curtis later spoke of feeling ashamed of his background, a shame that Hollywood both exploited and reinforced when they encouraged him to hide his Jewish heritage. But the reinvention didn't stop there. Curtis took speech lessons to soften his thick Bronx accent, replacing his streetwise cadence with the polished drawl of a matinee idol. Universal International, the studio that signed him, encouraged him to downplay his Jewish heritage, pushing him toward a more marketable image. While he never outright claimed aristocratic European roots, he carefully avoided discussing his immigrant upbringing, letting the public imagine a more refined past. By the early 1950s, Curtis was a rising star, flashing his good looks in swashbuckling adventures and romantic dramas. But when Sweet Smell of Success hit theaters in 1957, critics finally saw him as more than just a pretty face. Decades later, Curtis openly discussed the industry's pressure to conform. "I had to hide who I was," he admitted in interviews. By then, the Bronx Kid had already rewritten his own Hollywood story. Sophia Loren's Hollywood story was carefully polished, but not entirely honest. Studios painted her as a born goddess of European sophistication, effortlessly elegant from day one. The truth? She fought her way out of brutal poverty. Born Sofia Villani Ciccolone in war-torn Naples, she grew up in a world of hunger and hardship. "I was a very thin child," she later admitted. Malnutrition left her frail, but that detail never made it into the glamorous Hollywood narrative. The abandonment by her father, Riccardo Ciccolone, would haunt Sophia throughout her life. She met him only 3 times, at age 5, 17, and in 1976. "I never had a relationship with my father," she later said. "I wish he would have been a different person, a different father." This paternal rejection left deep emotional scars, making her relationship with producer Carlo Ponti, 22 years her senior, all the more complex. When they met, she was just 15, and he was 37. He became not just her husband and manager, but in her words, like a father to her, filling the void her biological father had left. Her father, Riccardo Ciccolone, refused to marry her mother, leaving the family in financial turmoil. Sophia, her mother, and her sister endured World War II in makeshift shelters, sometimes hiding in train tunnels to escape bombings. She later confessed the experience left her with a lifelong fear of the dark. But when she arrived in Hollywood, none of this was part of the official story. Instead, the studios focused on her natural beauty and exotic allure. Even her name wasn't her own. As a struggling teen model, she competed in beauty pageants, not for fame, but for survival. One contest prize included a train ticket to Rome, which she used to escape Naples. Once she caught the eye of producer Carlo Ponti, he suggested a makeover. Sophia Loren was born, inspired by Swedish actress Märta Thoren. She took elocution lessons to soften her thick Neapolitan accent, crafting the refined persona Hollywood expected. Despite the reinvention, she never truly left her roots behind. She often spoke about her mother's sacrifices and remained deeply connected to Naples, funding hospitals and charities in Italy. In her memoir, she reflected, "I'm just a little girl from Napoli." Hollywood may have rewritten her past, but she never let herself forget the truth. Joan Crawford. Lucille Fay Lesueur never existed in Hollywood. By the time MGM introduced her to the world in the mid-1920s, she was already Joan Crawford, a name she reportedly loathed, comparing it to seafood. But a new name was just the beginning. Crawford didn't just tweak her past, she buried it completely. She spun tales of privileged upbringing, claiming elite schools and wealth. In reality, she was likely born in 1906 in San Antonio, Texas, and grew up in hardship. Her childhood was marked by instability and alleged abuse. Her stepfather, Henry Casson, ran a theater, which sparked her love for performance. But Christina Crawford's later memoir, Mommy Dearest, suggested that Joan's own traumatic childhood may have shaped her troubled relationship with motherhood. The cycle of alleged abuse, from her own experiences to what her daughter claimed she inflicted, created a dark legacy that haunted her even after she passed away. After her mother's divorce, she worked as a laundress and waitress to survive. But Hollywood had no room for struggle in its fairy tales. Crawford obscured her past, allegedly falsifying high school records to gain entry to Stevens College. She never graduated, but by then she had set her sights on something bigger, reinventing herself into a screen goddess. The desperation behind Crawford's reinvention was profound. Friends later recalled her obsessive need for control and perfection, possibly stemming from the powerlessness she felt as a child. Her famous wire hanger tantrum, immortalized in Mommy Dearest, may have reflected the rigid discipline she imposed on herself to maintain her Hollywood facade. Off-screen, she maintained an air of sophistication, always poised, always in control. But cracks in the illusion appeared over time. 4 tumultuous marriages, a notorious feud with Bette Davis, and later her daughter Christina's explosive memoir, Mommy Dearest, which painted Crawford as anything but the glamorous icon she had fought to become. Despite the contradictions, the deception, and the whispers of a past she refused to acknowledge, Crawford remained one of Hollywood's most enduring stars. In an era where image was everything, she proved that sometimes the truth was just another role to rewrite. Rock Hudson. In 1947, a towering young man from Illinois rolled into Hollywood with big dreams and a name that casting agents stumbled over. Roy Harold Scherer Jr. didn't exactly scream matinee idol, so his agent Henry Wilson crafted a new identity, Rock Hudson. The name was pure marketing genius, evoking both unshakable strength and sweeping grandeur. But the makeover went beyond a catchy name. Studios spun a backstory painting Hudson as a rugged Midwesterner, someone who had grown up fixing cars and working various jobs. In reality, he had been a shy, awkward kid who struggled in school and worked various blue-collar jobs before catching his big break. Though his father was an auto mechanic, rather than Hudson himself having any particular mechanical background. Then came the industry's biggest cover-up. Hollywood had strict, unwritten rules about its leading men, and Hudson's personal life didn't fit the mold. In 1955, just as Confidential magazine was reportedly threatening to expose secrets about various Hollywood stars, Hudson suddenly married his agent's secretary, Phyllis Gates. The timing was notable, and while some biographers suggest the marriage was a strategic move, the exact relationship between the magazine's threats and Hudson's decision to marry remains a matter of speculation. Gates later insisted she had no idea about Hudson's true orientation, though whispers in Hollywood circles suggested otherwise. For decades, Hudson played the part carefully, guarding his private life, while Hollywood sold the fantasy of an all-American heartthrob. But in 1984, the illusion shattered. His AIDS diagnosis forced the industry and the public to confront the reality behind the Hollywood facade. When he passed away the following year, he became an unwitting catalyst for change, pushing the conversation about secrecy, identity, and acceptance into the spotlight. Rita Hayworth. Hollywood in the 1930s had a rigid formula for stardom, and for Margarita Carmen Cancino, that formula didn't include a Spanish last name or Spanish identity at all. Born in Brooklyn in 1918, to a Spanish flamenco dancer father and an Irish-English mother, young Rita Hayworth was a natural performer. But when she arrived in Hollywood, her heritage became a liability. Studio executives at Columbia Pictures saw potential in her beauty, but believed she needed a more all-American look to land leading roles. The transformation wasn't immediate. It took years. First, her mother, Volga Hayworth, oversaw a painful electrolysis procedure to raise her daughter's hairline, a process that involved burning away sections of hair follicles to give her a higher forehead, more in line with Anglo beauty standards. Then the studio encouraged her to dye her naturally dark hair, a striking red, and adopt a new last name, Hayworth. By the late 1930s, Margarita Cancino had become Rita Hayworth, a carefully rebranded Hollywood starlet. But behind the glamorous pin-up posters and the media's love goddess moniker, Hayworth struggled with the identity she had been forced to erase. Men fell in love with Gilda, but they wake up with me, she famously said in a 1946 interview, referring to her most iconic role in the film Gilda. It was a rare glimpse into the disconnect between her public persona and the woman she truly was. Though she embraced her career, some speculate that Hayworth privately resented the sacrifices she made to fit Hollywood's mold. While she never explicitly denounced the changes, she later spoke about her Spanish heritage with pride, perhaps hinting at a longing for the identity she had been urged to conceal. In the 1960s, Hayworth began showing signs of what was initially misdiagnosed as alcoholism. Her behavior became erratic, her memory failing, leading to cruel whispers about her supposed drinking problem. It wasn't until 1980 that she was properly diagnosed with early-onset Alzheimer's disease. The glamorous love goddess spent her final years battling a cruel disease that robbed her of the very identity she had worked so hard to create, unable to remember the woman she had become or the one she had once been. Her story remains a striking example of the industry's obsession with conformity, a reminder of the price of fame in an era that demanded its stars fit a very specific image. Fred Astaire glided across the screen like he was born dancing, effortless, untouchable. But behind the illusion was someone who worked himself to the bone. Hollywood wanted a prodigy, not a perfectionist, so they helped craft the myth. Born Frederick Austerlitz in Omaha, Nebraska, in the late 1800s, Astaire's name didn't exactly scream stardom. His family changed it to Astaire around 1910, likely for theatrical appeal, though some whisper it was to sidestep anti-German sentiment brewing before World War I. The studios took it further, selling him as a natural talent who barely needed rehearsal. In reality, he trained relentlessly from childhood, performing in vaudeville with his sister Adele. By the time he reached Hollywood, he was a seasoned pro, but even that wasn't enough. His early screen test reportedly received harsh criticism, with Hollywood folklore claiming it contained dismissive comments about his acting ability, appearance, and dancing, though the exact wording of these legendary criticisms remains disputed and unverified. Nearly dismissed before his career even began, Astaire doubled down. He insisted on full body shots in his films, making sure audiences saw every step, every movement, as if it were pure instinct. Off-screen, he rarely spoke about the grueling rehearsals that left him exhausted. His financial struggles as a child quietly smoothed over in favor of a cleaner, more glamorous narrative. The studios shaped his story, but Astaire made sure the illusion never cracked, and that's why his legend still floats across the dance floor. Dorothy Dandridge, possessed everything Hollywood claimed to value: beauty, talent, and charisma. But she had one thing the industry couldn't accept: her ethnicity. Born in 1922, Dandridge would become the first African-American woman nominated for a Best Actress Oscar. Yet her career was defined as much by the barriers she broke as by those that ultimately broke her. Dandridge's childhood was marked by her mother's relentless ambition and troubling methods. Ruby Dandridge pushed her daughters into performing from an early age, but also subjected them to questionable treatments, including strange dietary restrictions and unorthodox remedies that bordered on abuse. This early exploitation would establish a pattern in Dorothy's life, being seen as a commodity rather than a person. Hollywood in the 1940s and 1950s offered limited roles for African-American actresses. Dandridge, with her light complexion and refined demeanor, could have passed for Caucasian, but she chose instead to fight for dignified roles for African-American women. The isolation was crushing. Dandridge couldn't stay at many of the hotels where she performed, couldn't eat at the restaurants in the venues that featured her, and faced constant discrimination even as her star rose. She often had to enter through service entrances at clubs where she was the headlining act. The psychological toll of this treatment, combined with failed relationships and financial struggles, led to increasing dependence on alcohol and pills. Her Oscar nomination for Carmen Jones in 1954 should have opened doors, but instead it highlighted how few opportunities existed for African-American actresses. Dandridge often went years between significant film roles, struggling financially despite her fame. She invested unwisely, trusted the wrong people with her money, and faced bankruptcy even as her records topped the charts. Dandridge's passing in 1965, at age 42, from an overdose of antidepressants, was ruled accidental, but many who knew her believed it was intentional self-harm. She had been found in her apartment, alone and financially ruined, a tragic end for someone who had broken so many barriers. Her struggles presaged those of future actresses who would face similar challenges in an industry that celebrated their talent while limiting their opportunities. Dandridge's legacy extends beyond her performances. She was a trailblazer who paid a tremendous personal price for challenging Hollywood's limited views, paving the way for future generations while sacrificing her own happiness in the process. Clark Gable. Clark Gable wasn't born into Hollywood royalty. He built his throne brick by brick. But ask him about his past, and you'd hear tales of sophistication that didn't quite match reality. The King of Hollywood carefully crafted an image of effortless elegance, though truth be told, he was an oil driller's son from Cadiz, Ohio, who spent his youth covered in grime and sweat, not silk and champagne. Born in 1901, Gable lost his mother when he was just an infant. His father, an oil driller, expected him to follow the same blue-collar path. And for a while he did, working in factories, oil fields, and even selling ties just to make ends meet. The family later moved to Hopedale, Ohio, where young Clark spent much of his childhood. But Gable had bigger ambitions, and he knew that to succeed in Hollywood, he couldn't sound like a roughneck from the Midwest. Enter Josephine Dillon, a theater coach who later became his first wife and completely transformed him. She paid for his dental work, coached him on posture, and most crucially, refined his speech through rigorous elocution lessons. Gable shed his working-class accent for the deep, commanding voice that would define his on-screen persona. By the time he landed his breakthrough role in The Painted Desert in 1931, the transformation was complete. MGM didn't just cast him, they sculpted him. The studio dressed him in tailored suits, ensured his rugged masculinity never veered into crudeness, and buried any trace of his working-class origins. In press materials, his past as a factory worker vanished, his struggles to break into Hollywood minimized. The studios wanted a star, not a struggling laborer who fought his way to fame, and Gable played the part flawlessly. But behind closed doors, he never fully abandoned his roots. Despite his larger-than-life status, he preferred quiet nights on his ranch over lavish Hollywood parties. He'd chat with locals in rural Ohio, buy farm equipment, and reminisce about his early days. Even after becoming the face of Hollywood glamour, the oil driller's son never disappeared completely. He just learned to keep him hidden. Natalie Wood, the woman who would become America's sweetheart, was born Natalia Nikolaevna Zakharenko in 1938 to Russian immigrant parents who had fled the revolution. Her father, a carpenter named Nikolai, changed the family name to Gurdon shortly after her birth, but it was her ambitious mother Maria who orchestrated the transformation that would make her daughter a star. Maria Gurdon's determination bordered on obsession. She pushed young Natalia into acting at age 4, convinced her daughter was destined for greatness. The family changed their surname again when Natalia entered Hollywood, becoming the Woods. But the price of fame was steep. Natalia grew up speaking Russian at home while projecting an all-American image in public. The constant code switching between her authentic heritage and her manufactured persona created an identity crisis that would plague her throughout her life. Studios immediately saw potential in the dark-haired, dark-eyed child, but they also saw a problem. Her Russian heritage and exotic looks didn't fit the typical child star mold. So Hollywood did what it did best. It manufactured a new identity. Natalia Zakharenko became Natalie Wood, and her ethnic background was carefully obscured in favor of a more palatable American dream narrative. The psychological toll of this deception was immense. Wood remained fluent in Russian throughout her life, but rarely spoke it publicly. She wrestled with questions of authenticity, never quite sure which version of herself was real, the Russian girl from her family home, or the Hollywood starlet the world adored. Friends described her as someone always performing, even in private moments, as if she had forgotten how to simply be herself. From Miracle on 34th Street as a child, to West Side Story, and Splendor in the Grass as an adult, Wood embodied the American dream on screen. But behind the cameras, she struggled with the weight of her fabricated identity. Her marriages to fellow actors Robert Wagner and later Richard Gregson were marked by her ongoing search for authentic connection in a world built on illusion. Wood's tragic drowning in 1981, at age 43, remains shrouded in mystery, but those who knew her said she had never learned to swim despite spending her final evening on a yacht. Her Russian heritage, so carefully hidden during her career, was finally acknowledged at her funeral, when prayers were said in both English and Russian. Wood's story represents the immigrant experience in Hollywood, the promise of reinvention coupled with the pain of erasure. She achieved the American dream, but lost pieces of herself along the way. Dean Martin. Long before he epitomized cool, crooning with a martini in hand, Dean Martin was Dino Paul Crocetti, the son of Italian immigrants in Steubenville, Ohio. Born in 1917 to barber Gaetano Crocetti and Angela Barra, young Dino grew up in a working-class Italian neighborhood where English was a second language. Martin's transformation from Dino to Dean wasn't just professional, it was a complete cultural reinvention. As a teenager, he dropped out of school and worked various jobs, including as a dealer in illegal gambling operations. His parents spoke limited English, and Dino himself didn't speak English fluently until his teens. The shame he felt about his background was profound. He later admitted he was embarrassed by his father's broken English and heavy accent. Hollywood demanded that Martin shed his ethnic identity completely. The studios encouraged him to downplay his Italian heritage, fearing it would typecast him as a gangster or working-class character. So Dino Crocetti became Dean Martin, adopting an effortless American charm that masked his immigrant roots. What made Martin's reinvention particularly poignant was his relationship with his parents. As his fame grew, he distanced himself from his family's traditions and language. He rarely spoke Italian publicly, though he remained fluent. His parents were proud, but confused by their son's transformation. They had worked their whole lives so he could have opportunities, but success meant he had to reject the very culture that shaped him. Martin's partnership with Jerry Lewis made him a household name, but it was his solo career that cemented his status as a symbol of American sophistication. Yet behind the smooth exterior was someone who never quite reconciled his two identities. Friends noted that in private moments, traces of Dino would emerge. In his loyalty to old friends, his love of Italian food, and his fierce protection of family. The irony wasn't lost on those who knew him. Dean Martin became famous for appearing effortlessly American while working incredibly hard to hide the Italian immigrant story that was, in many ways, the most American story of all. Hedy Lamarr. By day, she dazzled as one of Hollywood's most glamorous stars. By night, she was a brilliant inventor, working on technology that would eventually help create Wi-Fi, GPS, and Bluetooth. Hedy Lamarr lived one of the most extraordinary double lives in entertainment history, but the world only wanted to see half of who she was. Born Hedwig Eva Maria Kiesler in Vienna in 1914, she was the daughter of a successful bank director. Her early life was marked by both privilege and danger. As a Jewish family in Austria, they watched the rise of Nazi power with growing alarm. Hedwig's first marriage, at 18, to arms manufacturer Friedrich Mandl was initially seen as a good match, but Mandl's ties to the Nazi regime and his controlling nature turned the marriage into a prison. Lamarr's escape from her first husband reads like a thriller. She reportedly disguised herself as her own maid to flee their mansion, making her way to London and eventually to Hollywood. This dramatic reinvention wasn't just personal, it was literal survival, as staying in Nazi-occupied Austria could have meant grave danger. In Hollywood, Hedwig Kiesler became Hedy Lamarr, named after silent film star Barbara Lamarr. Studios marketed her as the most beautiful woman in the world. but they had no interest in her mine. What they didn't know was that Lamar spent her evenings in her trailer working on inventions. The frustration of being valued only for her appearance was constant. Lamar later said, "Any girl can be glamorous. All you have to do is stand still and look stupid." She was brilliant, multilingual, and innovative, but Hollywood insisted on seeing her as merely decorative. Her attempts to discuss her inventions were dismissed as publicity stunts or eccentricity. During World War II, Lamar and composer George Antheil developed a frequency-hopping communications system to prevent the jamming of torpedo guidance systems. The U.S. Navy initially dismissed their patent as impractical, not taking it seriously until decades later when it became foundational technology for modern wireless communication. Hedy Lamar's dual identity, glamorous actress and visionary inventor, challenges every assumption about Golden Age Hollywood stars. She proved that behind carefully constructed facades often lay minds far more complex and valuable than the industry ever imagined. Errol Flynn. Errol Flynn spun a tale fit for the silver screen. An aristocratic adventurer who wrestled crocodiles, struck gold in Papua New Guinea, and lived on the edge. But the truth? Far less cinematic. Born in 1909 in Tasmania, Flynn wasn't the son of nobility, but of a respected biology professor. His mother's lineage was less documented, though not quite the mystery he suggested. Expelled from multiple schools, including Sydney's Shore School, he had a reputation for mischief and possibly theft. Flynn's reckless lifestyle wasn't just an act, it was self-destruction in slow motion. His battles with alcoholism began early and never truly ended. Friends described someone running from his own demons, using charm and bravado to mask deep insecurities. His excessive drinking and experimentation with substances took a devastating toll. When he passed away at 50, his body showed the wear of a 75-year-old person. Before Hollywood, Flynn painted himself as a soldier of fortune, a daring prospector, and a fearless plantation overseer. He did spend time in Papua New Guinea, but records suggest his work was more routine. Some clerical duties, minor law enforcement, and a stint in mining. As for the infamous crocodile duel, he later admitted it was a stage stunt designed to impress the right people in Tinseltown. Warner Brothers didn't just seize on his wild persona, they built it into legend. Cast in Captain Blood in 1935 and The Adventures of Robin Hood in 1938, Flynn became Hollywood's ultimate swashbuckler. Off-screen, his reckless lifestyle only fueled the myth. But by the 1950s, cracks in his carefully crafted image began to show. His posthumous autobiography, My Wicked, Wicked Ways, published in 1959, laid bare the embellishments. He confessed to a lifelong rebellion against authority, admitting that fame and fortune didn't bring the fulfillment he expected. By then, it didn't matter. The world had already bought the legend. Flynn proved that, in Hollywood, the right story isn't just powerful, it's everything. Lupe Velez. Lupe Velez didn't just break into Hollywood. She stormed in with a persona so fiery, it burned itself into history. Born Maria Guadalupe Velez Villalobos in 1908 in San Luis Potosí, Mexico, Velez came from a modest background, not the wealthy lineage that some studio press releases hinted at. Her father, an army officer, disapproved of her performing ambitions, so she took her mother's surname and made her way to Mexico City. But Hollywood wasn't looking for Maria Guadalupe. They wanted Lupe, a wild, unpredictable Latina who fit their exotic fantasies. By the late 1920s, Velez had carved her place in Hollywood, starring alongside Douglas Fairbanks in The Gaucho, a silent film that set the stage for her transition into talkies. Unlike many silent-era stars, her thick accent didn't derail her career. Instead, it became part of her brand. Studios amplified her image, crafting the Mexican Spitfire persona, a hot-tempered, passionate woman who embodied every stereotype Hollywood could muster. Velez leaned into it, playing up the theatrics in interviews and delivering sharp, self-aware retorts when people confused her with the character. Her reinvention worked, but it came at a cost. While her contemporary Dolores Del Rio was cast as the elegant, untouchable beauty, Velez was the wild, unpredictable one. The Mexican Spitfire film series in the 1940s cemented her fame but trapped her in typecasting. No matter how much comedic or dramatic range she displayed, she was still the Spitfire. Velez resented the limitations, but never erased her heritage. She openly criticized Hollywood's treatment of Latinos and once hosted a 1942 benefit for Mexican servicemen, addressing the crowd entirely in Spanish, an act of defiance in an industry that often pressured actors to assimilate. But the persona she built followed her off-screen. The press fixated on her tumultuous personal life, her romances, her temper, her tragic end in 1944. Even after her passing, Hollywood mythology refused to let her go. Kenneth Anger's Hollywood Babylon spread the salacious and widely debunked story that she passed away in a humiliating accident, overshadowing her real legacy. Today, scholars are re-examining Velez beyond the Spitfire label. As film historian Diana Martinez suggests, Velez wasn't just a stereotype. She was a woman who fought to exist on her own terms, even when Hollywood tried to rewrite her story. Montgomery Clift. Montgomery Clift represented a new kind of leading man, sensitive, introspective, and emotionally vulnerable. But the intensity he brought to his performances came from a very real struggle with identity and belonging in an industry that demanded its stars fit rigid, masculine ideals. Born into a wealthy family in 1920, Clift seemed destined for success. Yet beneath his privileged exterior lay deep insecurities about his sexuality and his place in Hollywood's heteronormative culture. Unlike many of his contemporaries who hid their orientation behind studio-arranged marriages, Clift chose a different path. He simply remained perpetually single, fueling speculation while never confirming or denying rumors about his personal life. The turning point came in 1956 when Clift crashed his car after leaving a party at Elizabeth Taylor's house. The accident shattered his face and required extensive reconstructive surgery. Taylor, who rushed to the scene, reportedly reached into his mouth to pull out broken teeth that were choking him, potentially saving his life. The accident left Clift with chronic pain and a partially paralyzed face, but more devastatingly, it destroyed his confidence in his appearance, the very thing that had made him a star. The post-accident years were marked by increasing dependence on painkillers and alcohol. His later performances, while still powerful, carried the weight of his suffering. Directors noted that he could no longer move his face fully, forcing him to convey emotion through his eyes alone, which, tragically, made his performances even more haunting. Clift's story represents the cost of authenticity in a fabricated industry. While other stars hid behind carefully constructed personas, Clift's refusal to completely mask his true self made him both a revolutionary performer and a cautionary tale about Hollywood's treatment of those who wouldn't conform. Greer Garson. She possessed the grace of royalty, the diction of an aristocrat, and the kind of Hollywood mystique that made audiences believe she was born for the screen. But Greer Garson's polished image wasn't just a product of talent, it was a carefully crafted illusion, right down to her supposed Irish roots. For years, MGM's publicity machine insisted Garson hailed from County Down, Ireland, weaving a tale of noble lineage that even linked her to the legendary Scottish outlaw, Rob Roy McGregor. A 1942 New York Times article described her as an Irish-born descendant of Rob Roy, a claim that only added to her aura of refinement. But there was just one problem. It wasn't true. Garson was actually born in London, in Manor Park, East Ham, on September 29, 1904. Her father was a commercial clerk, her upbringing solidly middle class, hardly the aristocratic origins Hollywood wanted to sell. So the studio leaned into the myth, even peppering her backstory with references to Celtic mythology. One particularly dubious claim suggested that Greer, a name tied to ancient Ireland, meant the most beautiful woman in the world. In reality, Greer was a goddess of sovereignty, not a beauty title. Garson herself played along, reinforcing the fantasy in interviews. In a 1941 photoplay feature, she wistfully recalled summers spent escaping back to Ireland for heavenly long visits. The implication, deep Irish roots. The reality, there's little evidence she spent much time there at all. But the deception worked. Hollywood audiences embraced her as the dignified British heroine, and her Oscar-winning role in Mrs. Miniver, 1942, cemented her status as the face of wartime resilience. Even as whispers of her true birthplace surfaced later in her career, she never publicly corrected the record. Her birth certificate, confirming her London origins, only became widely known after she passed away in 1996. Was this all MGM's doing? Or did Garson knowingly shape her own myth? Either way, by the time the truth came out, it didn't matter. She had already secured her legacy as one of the Golden Age's most distinguished stars. Tab Hunter. Tab Hunter was the ultimate Hollywood heartthrob, blonde, blue-eyed, and every studio executive's dream. But his all-American image was completely manufactured. Born Arthur Andrew Kelm in 1931, he was a quiet, artistic kid who loved figure skating more than football. That didn't fit the rugged leading man mold, so his agent Henry Wilson, the same person who sculpted Rock Hudson's career, gave him a new name and a new persona. Suddenly, he was Tab Hunter, the idealized picture of 1950s masculinity. But the reinvention didn't stop there. Warner Brothers carefully orchestrated his public life, pairing him with starlets like Natalie Wood and Debbie Reynolds for high-profile romances that existed only in the pages of gossip magazines. Behind the scenes, Hunter lived in fear. In an era where being outed could end a career overnight, he had to play the part both on and off screen. Then came Confidential magazine, a tabloid notorious for exposing Hollywood's deepest secrets. They had dirt on Hunter, and rumors suggest Warner Brothers struck a deal to keep it buried. Whether that's true or not, the damage was done. His career cooled, and by the late 1950s, he was being edged out by a new generation of stars. Decades later, Hunter took back his story. In 2005, he released his autobiography, Tab Hunter Confidential, where he finally spoke openly about his life and the industry's suffocating expectations. His story wasn't just about reinvention, it was about survival in a Hollywood that demanded its stars be anything but themselves. Paul Mooney didn't just act. He vanished into his roles. But before he became Hollywood's master of transformation, he had to reinvent himself. Born Mechelem Meyer-Weisenfreund in what's now Ukraine, Mooney faced an industry that favored assimilation, so he reshaped his identity, adopting the stage name Paul Mooney and letting studios present him as a Chicago-born, classically trained actor, despite his true roots in Yiddish theater. Back then, Jewish performers often downplayed their heritage to land leading roles, and Mooney was no exception. His obsession with transformation extended beyond his personal story. He meticulously studied dialects, altered his physicality, and applied elaborate makeup to disappear into characters. Sometimes Hollywood found his dedication frustrating. Studio executives grumbled that he was unrecognizable from one role to the next, but that commitment paid off. In 1936, he won an Oscar for The Story of Louis Pasteur, a role he personally fought for, proving he had the power to defy studio expectations. Despite his Hollywood reinvention, Mooney never fully abandoned his theatrical roots. In 1955, he returned to the stage and won a Tony for Inherit the Wind, a nod to the world where he first honed his craft. His story is a testament to the sacrifices actors made to fit into Hollywood's golden age and the lengths they went to in order to stand out. These 19 stars remind us that Hollywood's golden age was built on more than just talent. It was built on transformation, reinvention, and sometimes heartbreaking deception. While we celebrate their performances today, we should also remember the personal costs of conforming to an industry that demanded perfection at any price. If you enjoyed uncovering these hidden histories, please give this video a like and subscribe for more stories from Hollywood's past. And remember, behind every legend, there's always a human story waiting to be told. Thanks for watching. They were America's favorite couple on screen, but off camera, Lucille Ball was desperately trying to save a marriage that was being destroyed by booze and betrayal. This isn't the Lucy story you know. This is the real one. And trust me, it's way more tragic than anything they ever put on television. Her dad passed away when she was just 3 years old. All right, so Lucy was born on August 6, 1911 in Western New York. Her parents were Desiree Hunt and Henry Ball, and right from the jump, life wasn't exactly a cakewalk. The family was constantly on the move, you know. First they packed up for Montana, where her dad worked fixing telephone lines. Then they headed to Michigan, when little Lucy was about 3 years old. Money? Ha! Forget about it. They could barely scrape together enough for pencils for school, let alone anything extra. But here's the thing that gets me. In her autobiography, Love Lucy, She absolutely couldn't stop gushing about how amazing her father was. Her mom always said Henry was the one who gave Lucy that incredible sense of humor that we all fell in love with. Picture this, okay? He'd literally throw little Lucy way up in the air and catch her at the very last second. That thrill-seeking, adrenaline junkie stuff? That's probably where her whole love for physical comedy came from. "I'm known among comedians as a stunt girl who will do anything," she wrote later. And man, did she absolutely adore her dad. But then 1915 rolled around. The same year they moved to Michigan, and everything changed. Henry caught the flu, and instead of doing what any normal person would do and rest up, this guy goes and climbs telephone poles in a brutal ice storm trying to fix downed wires. He's burning up with fever, working in freezing sleet and snow. I mean, can you imagine? The flu turned into typhoid fever real quick. On February 28, 1915, Henry passed away. Lucy was just 3 years old. Can you even wrap your head around that? This little girl who absolutely worshipped her father suddenly lost him forever. But here's the beautiful part. She carried his memory and that incredible sense of humor he gave her for the rest of her life. Every laugh she got, every pratfall she took, it was like a little tribute to the dad she barely got to know. A freak accident with a gun destroyed her family's entire life. After losing her father, Lucy's mom eventually found love again with this guy, Ed Peterson, who worked as a metal polisher. The whole gang, Lucy, her mom, her new stepdad, and her grandparents, all moved into this modest little 3-bedroom house in Kelleron, New York. They didn't have much cash, but Lucy later wrote that her grandparents somehow made it feel like a real home, you know? Then when Lucy hit about 16, everything went completely sideways again. Her grandfather Fred Hunt came home one day with a surprise, a .22 rifle all wrapped up in brown paper. Lucy's little brother Freddie was bouncing off the walls and couldn't wait to start shooting. So Ed sets up some tin cans in the backyard for target practice. The neighborhood kids, Cleo, Johanna, and Warner Erickson, all came over to join in on the fun. Now here's where it gets absolutely tragic. Johanna picks up the gun just as Warner's mom yells for him to come home for dinner. That sudden shout? It startled Johanna, and boom, the gun goes off. The bullet hits Warner. At the hospital, doctors discovered the worst possible news. It had gone straight through his spine, completely damaging his spinal cord. Ed immediately offered to pay all the medical bills, every single penny, but Warner's family, they sued, and they won everything. They took our house, the furnishings that Lucille's mother, Dee Dee, had bought so laboriously on time, week after week, the insurance, everything, Lucy remembered years later. Her grandfather, the poor guy never worked another day in his life. The heart went out of him. It ruined Kelleron for us. It destroyed our life together there. This accident? It left Ball absolutely terrified of guns for the rest of her life. Throughout her entire legendary TV career, she flat out refused to allow firearms on any of her sets, no exceptions, ever. The childhood trauma that messed with her head forever. Okay, so losing your dad at 3 is already rough enough, right? But Lucy's childhood had even more dark moments that would seriously mess with her head for years, even after she became Hollywood royalty. In her memoir, she shared this absolutely gut-wrenching memory from when her mom was pregnant with her brother Freddie. So get this, her dad was sick with the flu at the exact same time, which meant her mom was completely and utterly overwhelmed. You know what she did to keep little Lucy from wandering off and getting into trouble? She literally tied her up in the backyard with a dog leash. A dog leash. Every time somebody would pass by on the sidewalk, I'd beg to be released, Lucy wrote. Can you imagine being that little kid? But wait, it actually gets worse. Biographer Charles Hyam dug up even darker stuff when he was researching her life. After her father got diagnosed with typhoid fever, the entire family was put under quarantine. Think about that for a second. This tiny kid, already losing her dad, now completely isolated from the rest of the world. Hayworth said this forced isolation and rejection really messed with her head, giving her lifelong paranoia, and this absolutely desperate need to be loved and accepted. Makes total sense why she threw herself so hard into making people laugh, doesn't it? Like she was constantly trying to earn that love she missed out on as a kid. She was literally told to give up on her dreams. Look, we all know Lucy as this comedy genius, right? Golden Globes, Lifetime Achievement Awards, the whole 9 yards. She literally changed television forever. But get this, she almost quit showbiz completely. Like, totally walked away from it all. At 15, this kid had massive Broadway dreams. Her drama teacher basically looked her in the eye and told her to pack it up and go home. Did she listen? Hell no. She dropped out of school and kept pushing forward, enrolling at the John Murray Anderson Dramatic School in New York. Then at 17, boom, rheumatoid arthritis hits while she's trying to make it as a model. For nearly 2 years, she couldn't even get out of bed. The doctors? They straight up told her she might never walk again. Ever. The pain was absolutely insane. Endless injections, treatments that seemed to go absolutely nowhere. She managed to snag a few chorus line gigs on Broadway, but it was modeling where things finally started to click. Suddenly, her face was everywhere. Billboards, magazines, drugstore windows. You couldn't walk down the street without seeing Lucy's face. By 1933, she had her sights firmly set on Hollywood. But those harsh words from her teacher? Man, they stuck with her. In 1983, she told Rolling Stone something that absolutely breaks my heart. I am not funny. My writers were funny. My directors were funny. The situations were funny. What I am is brave. After everything she went through, yeah, I'd say brave is putting it pretty damn lightly. The marriage that looked perfect on TV was actually a complete nightmare. When I Love Lucy hit CBS in October 1951, America fell head over heels for Lucy and Ricky Ricardo. The magic ingredient? Lucille Ball and Desi Arnaz were actually married in real life. For Lucy, it was the real deal from day one. It was, at least for me, true love from the start, she said in an interview years later. But behind all that incredible on-screen chemistry, their marriage was absolutely falling apart at the seams. Here's the truth. They created I Love Lucy, partly to try and save their relationship. Desi had a serious problem with drinking and cheating, and it was destroying absolutely everything. Keith Thibodeau, who played Little Ricky on the show, spilled all the tea to People magazine. Desi was a great guy when he wasn't drinking, but as kids, we'd definitely stay away from him when he was drunk. Lucy's best friend, Ann Sothern, saw firsthand how much she suffered. Like all great comics, she had a sad streak. When Desi was drinking a lot, she'd call me in the middle of the night and say, "Get the priest, do something." After 20 years of this absolute nightmare, Lucy finally filed for divorce in 1960. Her take on it was brutally, painfully honest. He was like Jekyll and Hyde. It was always the same. Booze and broads. Can you imagine living with that for 2 decades while pretending everything was perfect for the cameras? The heartbreaking baby loss nobody knew about. On TV, Lucy and Ricky were absolutely perfect together. In real life, Desi's drinking and constant cheating were completely destroying Lucy emotionally. Some people think the stress even contributed to her absolutely heartbreaking miscarriages. So why would she stay in such a toxic marriage? Her friend, Rita Lee, told Closer Weekly the brutal truth. Lucy always wanted to please him. I found it surprising because she was such a strong, independent lady. But when it came to Desi, She was very old-fashioned. It's wild, right? This powerhouse woman who ran her own studio. And yet, even the strongest person has their limits, though. In 1944, after just 4 years married, Lucy briefly left Desi. But they got back together, deciding to work on more projects together. Thinking maybe, just maybe, mixing business with their personal life would somehow help. I Love Lucy premiered in 1951 and became this bright, shining spot in their otherwise messy marriage. Just before the show started, they welcomed their daughter Lucy on July 17, 1951. Their son DC Jr. came along January 19, 1953. In a 1980 People interview, Lucy said something that really hits different. Having my first baby at 40? That's got to be the biggest. Her proudest accomplishment wasn't the fame or the awards, it was becoming a mom. After everything she'd lost, she finally had a family of her own. Her final movie was such a disaster it ended her career. You Guys, I Love Lucy was absolutely huge. The LA Times reported that it basically shut down the entire country every Monday night from 9 to 9:30. Department stores literally closed their doors and put up signs saying, "We love Lucy too." Can you even imagine a show having that kind of power today? The show wrapped in 1957, but Lucy wasn't ready to let go of her beloved character. In 1968, she launched Here's Lucy with her kids, hoping to jumpstart their careers and give them a leg up in the business. Once they were established and could stand on their own, she finally decided to retire Lucy for good in 1974. Her reason? The Lucy character is too old to run around like an idiot. Ouch, but also fair. That same year, she took on what would be her last movie role in Mame. Oh man, the reviews were absolutely brutal. Jerry Herman, who wrote the original Broadway show, later admitted to the Miami Herald that he was super disappointed with her performance. He didn't hold back at all. But Mom wasn't her only flop. In 1986, at 75 years old, she tried one more TV show, Life with Lucy. It was a total, complete disaster. Her former publicist Thomas Watson really nailed it. It was a terrible burden. They were still writing for that former Lucy instead of creating a character more suited to her later years, something like the Golden Girls. They just couldn't let Lucy grow up, you know? Her son followed in his father's troubled footsteps. Lucy's son, Desi Jr., was born in 1953, and unfortunately, he got way more than just his dad's name. He inherited that whole playboy reputation, too. In a 1978 People interview, he laid it all out there. Years ago, I was a playboy. From the time I was 13, I thought I was in love. And the kid wasn't kidding around. He literally fathered a child at 15 years old. 15! But the womanizing wasn't even close to being his only issue. Desi Jr. battled serious substance abuse problems, and it absolutely tore Lucy apart. Her friend Lillian Briggs Winternitz said, Lucille had a lot of problems with Desi Jr. because of dope and everything. She never gave up on him. Never. Not once. Desi Jr. later recognized just how hard his parents tried to help him through it all. During the days I was doing drugs, they tried to help me. My father had a drinking problem. My mother was a person just like anybody else. When I went through drug and alcohol recovery 7 years ago, they went through it with me. When he finally got treatment, his parents were right there by his side. Both my mother and my father were invited to come with me, and they did, he said in 2020. They were very supportive, and I think they were helped tremendously by what happened to me. Sometimes hitting rock bottom is what saves a whole family, you know? The divorce that changed everything about Lucy. By 1960, Lucy had absolutely had it with Desi's constant cheating and drinking. 20 years of this was more than enough. She'd had a lousy situation with Desi's carousing and drinking for 20 years. Her friend Lillian Briggs Winternitz explained. She wanted out of Hollywood because everyone was always saying, poor Lucy. She wasn't just done with the marriage. She was completely done with everyone's pity. And that exhaustion? Oh man. It showed at work. Richard Burton, never one to mince words, didn't pull any punches in his diaries. She is a monster of staggering charmlessness. She is a tired old woman and lives entirely on that weekly show. I loathe her today, but now I also pity her. Damn, Richard. Tell us how you really feel. Keith Thibodeau remembered the tension on set. You had to walk softly around her sometimes. If she wasn't feeling well that day or something, there would be a tenseness in the air. She had a temper. And honestly, can you blame her? But here's the thing. After the divorce, Lucy found this whole new purpose. Actor Charles Pomerantz said she became like a mentor to other actresses going through breakups. She actually counseled a number of actresses when they got their divorces. Her biggest piece of advice? If you're in the public eye, the greatest problem you're going to have is that the men you attract are going to feel castrated. Lucy didn't sugarcoat anything. Desi's passing broke Lucy's heart. All over again. What happens when love just isn't enough anymore? For Lucy and Desi, divorce was literally the only answer left. I think they had come to the point of divorcing and there was just no turning back, said Keith Thibodeau, who knew them both well. On March 4th, 1960, after 20 long years, Hollywood's golden couple officially called it quits. But here's the absolutely wild part. Their relationship actually got better after the divorce. I know, right? Their daughter, Lucy Arnaz, explained it perfectly. The best thing that ever happened to them was getting divorced. Their relationship even got more passionate and more friendly after they were not married to each other anymore. They both remarried, Lucy to Gary Morton, Desi to Edith Mack Hirsch. But everyone who knew them could see the truth. They never, ever stopped loving each other. According to their daughter, Desi's last words to Lucy before he passed were, "I love you too, honey. Good luck with your show." And when Lucy passed away years later, her second husband, Gary, seemed to really get it. His friend Paula Stewart remembered him saying after she passed, "I guess she's happy now. She's with Desi." Sometimes your first love really is your forever love, even if you can't make it work in this life. Her final days were more tragic than anyone knew. In April 1989, Lucy suffered a dissecting aortic aneurysm at 77 years old and went through over 7 hours of open heart surgery. Can you imagine? Her surgeon said her condition was guarded but optimistic. Everyone was holding on to hope. Bob Hope captured what we were all feeling. There's only one Lucy. Like the rest of the world, my wife Dolores and I are praying everything will be all right. The hospital switchboards were going absolutely crazy, completely jammed with calls from fans and reporters. Everyone was pulling for her, sending love and prayers. But just a week after being admitted to Cedars-Sinai, she passed away on April 26, 1989, from a ruptured abdominal aortic aneurysm. It happened so fast. There was nothing to indicate this would happen. The hospital spokesperson said, still in shock. Her friend Michael Stern shared something that still gives me chills. Her private nurse said that she went to bed that Tuesday night feeling good, knowing that the world loved her. God gave her that extra time, so she would know she was still loved. I think she needed that. Even now, decades later, we still love Lucy. We always will. The messy battle over Lucy's $40 million fortune. So what was Lucy actually like as a mom? Her daughter Lucy doesn't sugarcoat it. Both parents worked absolutely crazy hours at the studio, leaving the kids with everything money could buy, except actual time with their parents. Lucy had her kids late, at 40 and 42, and honestly struggled hard to connect with them. In a KCRW interview, Lucy revealed her mom was constantly calling up friends like Debbie Reynolds for parenting advice. She just didn't know what she was doing. Having lost her own dad at 3 and growing up with a working mom who was never around, Lucy was basically flying blind when it came to raising kids. Lucy told W Top that despite all the wealth and privilege, what she and Desi Jr. really wanted was just more time with their parents. Isn't that always the way? Home life was absolutely chaotic, especially with Daisy's alcoholism, causing constant fights. But Lucy insists that despite everything, her parents loved each other deeply and were creative geniuses who just couldn't make it work. When Lucy passed on April 26, 1989, at 77, her $40 million estate, that's about $80 million in today's money, was split between her kids and second husband Gary Morton. 7 years later, Gary married a golfer named Susie McAllister, but he passed in 1999. McAllister inherited what was left of Lucy's stuff. And here's where it gets really, really messy. In 2010, McAllister decided to auction off Lucy's personal items, jewelry, awards, love letters, even a Rolls Royce. She claimed she was just remodeling her house. Lucy was absolutely furious about her mom's memorabilia being sold off like garage sale junk and threatened legal action. McAllister? She sued right back. The judge said the sale would only stop if Lucy posted a $250,000 bond, money she didn't have. So they worked out this deal. Lucy managed to save her mom's awards and donated them to a museum where they belonged, while McAllister sold the rest. The auction brought in over $230,000. Can you imagine your mom's love letters being sold to strangers? The Beverly Hills mansion, where Lucy's ghost still lives. While TV Lucy and Ricky lived in that tiny New York apartment we all remember, the real Lucy and Desi had this absolutely gorgeous Beverly Hills mansion. Lucy's journey started back in the 1930s as a model and Broadway chorus girl. But comedy? That's where she found her true calling. At RKO Pictures, while taking these small film roles nobody remembers, she met this incredibly charismatic Cuban bandleader named Desi Arnaz. They fell hard and fast, eloped like crazy kids, and eventually created I Love Lucy, the show that made them absolute legends. They got married in 1940 and had Lucy and Desi Jr. in the early 50s. Despite being super famous, Lucy never, ever forgot where she came from. She quietly gave large, anonymous donations to children's charities and helped struggling families. No one knew about it because she never wanted credit. Behind the scenes, she mentored younger comedians, especially Carol Burnett, who she lovingly called Kid. When Burnett was just starting out in 1959, Lucy took her under her wing for the next 30 years. She even ran these workshops for female performers, knowing firsthand just how tough Hollywood was for women back then. By 1954, the family had moved into their absolutely stunning Beverly Hills home at 1000 North Roxbury Drive. Even after divorcing Desi in 1960, Lucy stayed in that house for nearly 3 more decades until she passed in 1989. And here's something super cool that most people don't know. In 1962, she became the very first woman to run a major TV studio when she took over Desilu Productions. Total trailblazer, right? But okay, here's where it gets spooky. Some people say she never really left that house. People report all kinds of crazy stuff happening. Windows breaking for absolutely no reason. Shouting coming from the empty attic. Furniture moving by itself when nobody's home. Some of Lucy's close friends literally swear they've seen her ghost walking through the halls. And honestly, it makes total sense she'd want to come back. The old photos show such a warm, happy family home filled with laughter. Her neighbors were absolute legends too. Jack Benny lived next door. Jimmy Stewart would pop by with fresh veggies from his garden. It was like this little comedy commune in Beverly Hills. The starter home that almost ruined Lucy's career. Lucy's very first Hollywood pad was this adorable little craftsman bungalow at 1344 North Ogden Drive in West Hollywood. Picture this. In 1933, at just 22 years old, she moved in after landing her first real contract with RKO and scoring a role in Roman Scandals. She started out living with just her brother, but pretty soon she brought the whole family out from New York. They were paying $85 a month in rent. I mean, can you even imagine? That wouldn't even buy you a parking spot in LA today. The house is 1,874 square feet, sitting on a decent-sized lot with 2 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms. When it hit the market in 2016, they were asking $1.75 million. It's probably worth way, way more now. It's fun to think about young Lucy living there, you know? Just this kid from New York, chasing her crazy Hollywood dreams. Built in 1919, it's still got some of that original craftsman charm, despite all the updates over the years. But here's where it gets absolutely wild. Lucy's 1936 voter registration card lists this exact address and shows she was registered as a communist. Yeah, you heard that right. A communist. Her grandfather, who lived there with them, apparently hosted Communist Party meetings right there in the house. Can you imagine? In 1953, the House Un-American Activities Committee dragged her in for questioning over it. Lucy insisted she was just young and completely clueless about politics back then. She said she only registered that way to make her grandfather happy. But it turned into this whole massive scandal that almost destroyed her career. Lucy lived in this little house for a few years before finally getting her own apartment, leaving her family to stay in the house. While renovations have definitely changed things over the decades, some original features still remain. Those gorgeous multi-paned windows, French doors letting in all that beautiful California sunshine, and this nice flow between the dining area, breakfast nook, and kitchen. It's been decades since the Ball family lived there. But this humble little house, this is where Lucy's entire Hollywood story really began. You know what gets me about Lucy's story? She spent her whole life making other people happy while dealing with so much pain herself. Lost her dad, had her dreams crushed, married a man who couldn't stay faithful, struggled to connect with her own kids, and through it all, she kept making us laugh. Even now, people say her ghost haunts that Beverly Hills mansion. Maybe she's still trying to make sure everyone's okay. If this story hits you like it hit me, drop a comment below. What surprised you most about Lucy's real life? And don't forget to subscribe. I've got more old Hollywood stories that'll blow your mind. The truth is always more interesting than what they show us on screen. Throughout Hollywood's history, many stars faced crushing pressure behind the scenes. The Golden Age dazzled with iconic films and celebrities, but concealed personal battles that drove some to tragic ends. Stay with us as we explore notable actors from this era who took their own lives amid various struggles. Join us in honoring their legacies by revealing their stories, the challenges they confronted, and their enduring impact on cinema. Ross Alexander. Ross Alexander rose to prominence in the early 1930s as a promising American stage and film actor. Born in Brooklyn, he began on Broadway before Hollywood beckoned, leading to a Warner Brothers contract and appearances alongside Errol Flynn in Captain Blood and in A Midsummer Night's Dream. Behind his professional rise, Alexander battled devastating personal demons. His first wife, actress Aleda Friel, died by suicide in 1935, plunging him into grief. He also struggled with his sexuality when homosexuality faced severe stigma and prejudice. Drowning in debt with his career faltering, Alexander grew increasingly despondent. On January 2, 1937, at just 29, he ended his life with a gun in the barn behind his Los Angeles home. His death, fueled by personal loss, financial ruin, and career uncertainty, exposed the crushing pressures actors faced beneath Hollywood's glittering facade. George Reeves. George Reeves captured America's imagination as Superman in the 1950s television series Adventures of Superman. The Iowa-born actor first appeared on screen in Gone with the Wind as one of Scarlett O'Hara's suitors. but found his defining role as the Man of Steel. On June 16, 1959, at 45, Reeves was discovered dead from a gun wound at his Benedict Canyon home. Though officially ruled suicide, the circumstances sparked enduring controversy. His fiancée Leonore Lemon and guests were present, with inconsistent statements, missing forensic tests, and rumored romantic entanglements, feeding speculation of foul play. Friends reported Reeves felt trapped by his Superman persona and struggled to land serious roles. His mysterious death inspired books and films, including 2006's Hollywoodland, exploring various theories. His story remains one of Hollywood's most haunting enigmas, revealing the dark undercurrents beneath stardom. James Whale. James Whale revolutionized horror cinema during Hollywood's golden age with his distinctive British sensibility. Born in Dudley, England, he crafted genre-defining classics, including Frankenstein, The Old Dark House, The Invisible Man, and Bride of Frankenstein, celebrated for their atmospheric brilliance and storytelling innovation. Later years brought Whale painful decline as his career faded and strokes damaged his health. Openly gay, when society broadly condemned homosexuality, he faced additional pressures few contemporaries could understand. On May 29, 1957, at 67, Whale drowned himself in his Pacific Palisades swimming pool, leaving a note expressing his despair and longing for peace. His death highlighted the isolation confronting artists grappling with identity and mental health issues in an unforgiving era. Today, his groundbreaking films continue influencing horror directors and cementing his place as a visionary filmmaker. Don Red Barry. Don Red Barry blazed across screens as a Western film and serial star with his distinctive red hair and lightning-fast draw. The Texas-born actor earned fame in Adventures of Red Ryder and dominated B-Westerns throughout the 1940s, playing tough, sharpshooting heroes that captivated audiences. Despite early triumphs, Barry's career dimmed in the 1950s as he battled alcoholism and tumultuous relationships. On July 17, 1980, at 68, he shot himself in his North Hollywood home after police had responded to a domestic dispute with his estranged wife, Barbara. Barry's tragic end underscored how fading fame and difficulty adapting to Hollywood's evolving landscape could devastate once celebrated performers. His contributions to Western films, capturing the grit and spirit of the American frontier, remain an indelible part of cinema history. Gig Young. Gig Young charmed audiences with his sophisticated screen presence and nuanced performances. Born Byron Ellsworth Barr in Minnesota, he adopted the stage name Gig Young after a character he played in The Gay Sisters, eventually winning an Academy Award for his riveting performance in They Shoot Horses, Don't They? Behind the accolades, Young fought personal battles, including alcoholism and a string of failed marriages. On October 19, 1978, at 64, he and his new bride, 31-year-old Kim Schmidt, were found dead in their Manhattan apartment. Young had shot his wife before taking his own life just 3 weeks after their wedding. The murder suit stunned Hollywood, with many pointing to Young's deteriorating mental health, addiction issues, and frustration with his career trajectory. His tragic final act stands in stark contrast to his charming screen persona, revealing the profound gulf between public image and private torment. Philip Loeb. Philip Loeb brought warmth and authenticity to his role as Jake Goldberg in the pioneering television sitcom The Goldbergs. The Philadelphia-born actor also championed performers' rights as a devoted member of the Actors Equity Association, fighting for fair treatment in the industry. During the McCarthy era, Loeb's career crumbled under the weight of the Hollywood blacklist. Branded a communist sympathizer, he was forced to resign from the Goldbergs and found himself virtually unemployable in an industry paralyzed by fear. On September 1st, 1955, at 64, Loeb took an overdose of sleeping pills in New York's Taft Hotel, a direct casualty of political persecution. His story represents one of the most shameful chapters in entertainment history, when careers and lives were destroyed by unfounded accusations. Loeb's experience later inspired the character Hecky Brown in the film The Front, preserving his story for future generations. Carl Dane. Carl Dane captivated silent film audiences with his towering presence and comedic gifts. The Danish-American actor, born Rasmus Carl Thøgersen Gottlieb in Copenhagen, found Hollywood fame in classics like The Big Parade and The Son of the Sheik, his lanky figure and expressive face making him instantly recognizable. When talkies revolutionized cinema, Dane's thick accent abruptly derailed his career. Once a star, commanding top billing, he fell into poverty and humiliation, eventually selling hot dogs near the very studio gates where he once entered as a celebrated actor. On April 14, 1934, at 47, Dane shot himself in his modest Los Angeles apartment. His death stands as a stark reminder of how quickly technological shifts can devastate artists' lives. Dane's tragic fall from stardom to obscurity illustrates the brutal impermanence of fame and the human cost of an industry in constant reinvention. John Bowers. John Bowers embodied silent film heroism in over 90 productions, including the acclaimed Lorna Doone and alongside Douglas Fairbanks in Robin Hood. Born John E. Bowersox in Indiana, his handsome features and dramatic presence made him a natural star during cinema's silent era. As talking pictures transformed Hollywood, Bowers found himself increasingly sidelined, his once promising career evaporating with each passing year. On November 17, 1936, at 50, he sailed a small boat into the Pacific from Santa Monica. Days later, his body washed ashore, his apparent suicide, a final desperate act. Hollywood lore suggests Bowers inspired the character Norman Maine in A Star is Born, the fading actor unable to adapt as the industry evolved beyond him. His story epitomizes the heartbreaking reality many silent stars faced when unable to transition to sound, their talents suddenly rendered obsolete. Paul Byrne. Paul Byrne earned respect as a refined MGM director, screenwriter, and producer behind Hollywood's glittering Facade. Born Paul Levy in Hamburg, Germany, he built a reputation for artistic sensitivity before marrying platinum blonde bombshell Jean Harlow in July 1932, creating a seemingly ideal union of talent and beauty. Just 2 months later, on September 5th, at 42, Byrne was found dead from a gut wound in their Beverly Hills home, with a cryptic note nearby. Though officially ruled suicide, the circumstances spawned endless speculation. MGM executives scrambled to contain the scandal, fueling theories ranging from accident to murder, possibly involving Byrne's previous common-law wife, Dorothy Millette. The mystery surrounding Byrne's death revealed the extreme measures studios would take to shield their stars and investments from scandal. While the truth remains elusive, the incident cast a shadow over Jean Harlow's life and exposed the carefully constructed illusions of Hollywood's dream factory. Max Linder. Max Linder pioneered cinematic comedy as one of film's first international superstars. Born Gabriel Maximilien Lovielle in France, he created the sophisticated Max character, whose elegant misadventures influenced comedy giants like Charlie Chaplin, who openly acknowledged Linder as his master. World War I devastated Linder physically and mentally. Gas exposure and combat trauma triggered depression, that haunted him despite his attempts to rebuild his career in America and France. On October 31st, 1925, at 41, Linder and his young wife, Helene Peters, enacted a suicide pact in a Paris hotel, taking barbiturates and slashing their wrists, leaving their 15-month-old daughter an orphan. Linder's death robbed cinema of a groundbreaking talent whose refined comedy style bridged vaudeville and modern screen humor. His tragic end highlights how the invisible wounds of war and mental illness claimed even those who brought laughter to millions. George Sanders. George Sanders captivated audiences with his sophisticated cynicism and velvet voice. Russian-born to British parents, Sanders fled the Revolution and later defined urbane villainy in classics like Rebecca and All About Eve, winning an Academy Award for the latter. His cultured sneers and sardonic delivery made him inimitable. On April 25, 1972, at 65, Sanders took his life in a Spanish hotel room, leaving behind perhaps the most literary suicide note in Hollywood history. "Dear world, I am leaving because I am bored." Suffering from dementia and declining health, his final act reflected the detached wit that defined his screen persona. Sanders' death brought attention to the particular cruelties of aging for those whose identity centered on intellectual sharpness and sophistication. His legacy lives on in performances that elevated screen villainy to an art form, his characters remaining the gold standard for elegant malevolence in cinema. Charles Boyer. Charles Boyer embodied continental romance with his smoldering intensity and French accent. From humble beginnings in Figeac, France, he conquered Hollywood in classics like Algiers, Gaslight, and Love Affair, earning 4 Academy Award nominations and setting the standard for European leading men. On August 26, 1978, just 2 days after his beloved wife of 44 years, British actress Pat Patterson, died from cancer, Boyer took a fatal dose of barbiturates at his Phoenix home. He died 2 days shy of his 79th birthday, unable to face life without his lifelong companion. Boyer's suicide stands as a testament to a love that transcended Hollywood's typically fleeting relationships. Their 4-decade marriage remained a rarity in an industry known for disposable unions. His final act, while tragic, reflected a devotion seldom seen among the glitterati of his era. Pete Duell. Pete Duell connected with television audiences through his charismatic portrayal of outlaw Hannibal Hayes in Alias Smith and Jones. The New York-born actor began in theater before finding his niche on the small screen, where his rugged charm and natural talent quickly made him a rising star. On December 31st, 1971, while his hit series was at its peak, 31-year-old Duell shot himself in his Hollywood Hills home with his girlfriend, Diane Ray, asleep in another room. His struggles with depression and alcoholism had intensified following a DUI arrest, creating a devastating personal spiral despite professional success. His death shocked fans accustomed to his carefree television persona. Though producers replaced him and continued the series, audiences never fully embraced the change. Duell's tragic end highlighted the disconnect between public perception and private battles, foreshadowing later conversations about mental health in entertainment. Brian Keith. Brian Keith brought gruff warmth to screens across 6 decades in Hollywood. Born to acting parents in New Jersey, Keith created memorable characters in films like The Parent Trap and as the beloved Uncle Bill in TV's Family Affair. His distinctive gravelly voice and natural presence making him instantly recognizable. On June 24, 1997, at 75, Keith shot himself at his Malibu home while battling terminal lung cancer and emphysema. His suffering was compounded by overwhelming grief. His daughter Daisy had taken her life just months earlier, creating an unbearable double tragedy. Keith's decision to end his life came from physical agony and emotional devastation that became simply too much to bear. His passing underscored the plight of those facing both terminal illness and profound personal loss. Fans remember him for the warmth and authenticity he brought to every role across his remarkable career. Richard Farnsworth. Richard Farnsworth embodied authentic American ruggedness, honed through decades as a stuntman before emerging as an acclaimed actor. His weathered face and natural dignity earned him Academy Award nominations for Comes a Horseman and The Straight Story, the latter at age 79, making him the oldest Best Actor nominee at that time. On October 6, 2000, at 80, Farnsworth ended his battle with terminal metastatic prostate cancer by shooting himself at his New Mexico ranch. The disease had left him in excruciating pain and increasingly immobile, robbing him of the physical freedom that defined his life. Farnsworth's decision reflected his lifelong independence and desire to face death on his own terms. His passing sparked conversations about dignity in terminal illness. Fans remember his unaffected performances that brought quiet strength and genuine frontier spirit to his roles, qualities increasingly rare in modern cinema. John Hall. John Hall dominated adventure films of the 1930s and 40s with his rugged physique and daring on-screen exploits. Born Charles Felix Locker in California, he swam through typhoons in the hurricane and navigated exotic landscapes in Arabian Nights, embodying a physical dynamism that thrilled Depression-era audiences. On December 13, 1979, at 64, Hall shot himself at his North Hollywood home after receiving a diagnosis of incurable bladder cancer. Facing increasing pain and the certainty of further suffering, he chose to end his life rather than endure a prolonged decline. Hall's decision reflected a desire for control when his body was failing him. Though his career had faded decades before his death, his powerful presence in Technicolor adventures preserved a vision of heroic vitality that contrasted poignantly with his final act. His films remain vibrant reminders of classic Hollywood escapism at its most physically impressive. Thanks for watching Part 1 of our Golden Age of Hollywood series. In Part 2, we'll explore 10 more iconic stars who met tragic ends behind the glamour. If you found these stories compelling, please like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to catch Part 2 when it drops. Your support helps us continue sharing these important Hollywood histories. What if I told you that Scotty from Star Trek stormed the beaches of Normandy on D-Day and was hit 6 times? Or that the King of Hollywood himself flew combat missions, anticipating he may not come home? These aren't movie plots. These are the incredible true stories of stars who left fame behind to serve their country. A comprehensive look at Hollywood's biggest stars who left fame behind to serve their country in World War II and beyond, including their incredible stories of courage, sacrifice, and the battles that changed them forever. These accounts are shared to provide historical education about the military service of Hollywood personalities and to honor their sacrifices. All information is based on historical records and documented accounts. Paul Newman. You know Paul Newman from Cool Hand Luke and Butch Cassidy. But here's what most people don't know. He almost passed away in World War II. At 19, Newman enlisted in the Navy, hoping to become a pilot. One problem, he was colorblind. So instead, he became a radio man and rear gunner on torpedo bombers in the Pacific. Newman was stationed on the USS Bunker Hill when fate stepped in. His pilot came down with an ear infection right before they were supposed to join the brutal Okinawa campaign. That illness kept them grounded. On May 11, 1945, while Newman watched from shore, 2 kamikaze planes slammed into the Bunker Hill. 393 sailors passed away that day. If his pilot hadn't gotten sick, Newman would have been on that ship. Newman earned 3 medals and was discharged in 1946. But he never forgot watching that black smoke pour from the carrier, knowing his squadron buddies were trapped inside. That survivor's guilt haunted him his entire life and drove him to give away hundreds of millions to charity. Those famous blue eyes that made him a movie star, they almost cost him his naval career because of colorblindness. Funny how life works out. Tony Curtis lit up the screen in Some Like It Hot. But at 17, he was just a kid from the Bronx who lied his way into the Navy after Pearl Harbor. Curtis served on the USS Proteus, a submarine tender in the Pacific. His job? Managing ship-to-ship communications with signal flags and Morse code. Pretty tough when English wasn't even his first language. Growing up speaking Hungarian, Curtis struggled with the technical English needed for his signalman duties. The cramped submarine conditions reminded him of his childhood poverty, but it also toughened him up. Then came September 2nd, 1945. From the deck of the Proteus in Tokyo Bay, Curtis had a front-row seat to history, Japan's formal surrender on the USS Missouri. After the war, Curtis used the GI Bill to study acting in New York. That military discipline he learned, it helped him channel his rebellious energy into performances instead of trouble. Not bad for a poor kid who could barely speak English when he enlisted. Charles Bronson's tough guy roles weren't acting. They came from real experience. Born Charles Bukinski, the 11th of 15 kids to a Lithuanian coal miner, Bronson knew hardship before he ever saw a movie set. In 1943, he enlisted as an aerial gunner on B-29 bombers, flying 25 missions over Japan. Those cramped bomber flights triggered the same claustrophobia he'd felt working in coal mines with his father. On one mission, enemy fire tore through his plane, and he was seriously wounded by shrapnel. He earned a Purple Heart, but the real wounds were psychological. Watching fellow airmen pass away, dealing with constant terror, it changed him. After the war, Bronson couldn't adjust to civilian life. Acting became his outlet for all that inner turmoil. That quiet, steely determination you see in his movies? That wasn't Hollywood magic. That was forged in the skies over Japan. Jimmy Stewart was already a huge star when he decided to enlist in 1941. Coming from a military family, both grandfathers fought in the Civil War, he felt duty-bound to serve. One problem, at 6 feet 3 inches, he was too skinny. So Stewart did what any determined guy would do. He stuffed himself with spaghetti, steak, and milkshakes until he made weight. Stewart started as a private, but quickly rose through the ranks. He commanded B-24 bomber squadrons in England, flying 20 combat missions over Germany. But here's what Hollywood never told you. Stewart came home broken. The psychological trauma from combat left him unable to sleep and experiencing severe nightmares about planes exploding and fellow airmen falling. In one mission alone, his unit lost 13 planes and 130 men. Stewart suffered from what we now understand as PTSD, losing so much weight from trauma that he appeared gaunt when he returned to Hollywood. When Frank Capra directed him in It's a Wonderful Life, he noticed Stewart's haunted look and worked it into George Bailey's character. Like many veterans of his generation, Stewart never spoke publicly about his trauma. He carried those psychological wounds silently for the rest of his life, demonstrating the need for better mental health support for returning servicemen. Sterling Hayden had it all. A $250,000 contract with Paramount and leading Man Looks. But when America entered the war, this 6 feet 5 inches sailor-turned-actor walked away from Hollywood without a second thought. He joined the Marines under a fake name to avoid publicity, then got recruited by the OSS, the precursor to the CIA. As an OSS agent, Hayden ran guns to Yugoslav partisans fighting the Nazis. He navigated dangerous waters in the Adriatic, coordinated with resistance fighters behind enemy lines, and earned a Silver Star for gallantry. This wasn't movie heroics. This was the real deal. After the war, Hayden found Hollywood superficial and meaningless. In his autobiography, he wrote, "The war, for all its death and misery and terror, had been the one great experience of my life. To hell with the movies, to hell with Hollywood." He briefly joined the Communist Party in 1946, a decision he later regretted during the McCarthy hearings. That world weariness you see in his performances in The Asphalt Jungle and The Godfather, it came from someone who'd seen too much. Alec Guinness, before Obi-Wan Kenobi and his Oscar-winning performance in The Bridge on the River Kwai, Alec Guinness was commanding a landing craft under enemy fire. As a Royal Navy officer, he participated in some of the war's biggest operations: Sicily, D-Day, and dangerous missions to Yugoslav partisans. In July 1943, Guinness commanded Landing Craft Infantry 380 during the Sicily invasion, ferrying British troops to the beaches under heavy fire. A year later, he was back at it for D-Day, again landing troops at Normandy amid intense combat. His most dangerous mission came in 1944, when he was sent to Yugoslavia to supply arms to partisans. His landing craft survived multiple attacks from German patrol boats and aircraft, plus a brutal storm that nearly sank them. Guinness rarely discussed his war service, preferring to focus on acting. But those leadership skills and those intense high-stakes experiences, they gave weight to his military roles, especially his Academy Award-winning Colonel Nicholson. You can't fake that kind of authenticity. Christopher Lee had the most mysterious war service of any actor. In 1939, he volunteered to fight for Finland against the Soviets, though British volunteers were kept from actual combat. When Britain entered the war, he joined RAF intelligence, despite vision problems that initially grounded him. Lee served with the Long Range Desert Group in North Africa and later worked with the Special Operations Executive, Britain's Ministry of Ungentlemanly Warfare. Fluent in multiple languages, he became invaluable for reconnaissance and planning operations against Axis forces. But here's the thing. Lee rarely talked about what he did, citing the Official Secrets Act. At times, Lee spoke of knowing the harsh realities of close-quarters combat. His work hunting Nazi war criminals after the war left him with nightmares that lasted his entire life. That aristocratic bearing and cultured demeanor, it masked someone who'd witnessed some of the war's darkest moments, which he channeled into his legendary villain portrayals. Kirk Douglas, born Isur Danielovich to poor Russian Jewish immigrants, enlisted in the Navy right after Pearl Harbor. Commissioned as an ensign, he served on the USSPC 1139, a patrol craft hunting German U-boats in the Atlantic. His job was communications officer, keeping crucial contact during those nerve-wracking convoy missions. In 1944, Douglas was honorably discharged after sustaining abdominal injuries when a depth charge exploded prematurely during an anti-submarine patrol. That painful experience influenced how he approached acting, especially in war films, where he insisted on showing combat's psychological cost alongside the physical dangers. Douglas learned something valuable in the Navy. Fear is useless. Either you do something about the situation, or you accept it. That determination served him well when he became an independent producer, pioneering the path for actor-producers in Hollywood. Mel Brooks. Mel Brooks was just 17 when he was drafted, and the Army made him a combat engineer. You know, the guy who defuses landmines. As Brooks joked later, "The two things I hate most are combat and engineering." But his humor masks serious heroism. This Brooklyn kid saved countless lives by defusing bombs with steady hands while enemy fire crackled around him. Brooks served with the 1,104th Engineer Combat Battalion during the Battle of the Bulge. In one surreal moment that perfectly captures his spirit, he confronted German soldiers across battle lines by singing "Toot Toot Tootsie Goodbye" through a megaphone. The surprised Germans actually sang harmonies back. This musical exchange in the middle of a battlefield became vintage Mel Brooks, finding humor in the darkest situations. As the son of Jewish-Russian parents, Brooks was fighting the regime's systematic persecution of Jewish people. That weight, combined with the daily terror of defusing explosives, shaped his later comedy style of confronting life's absurdities with laughter. Clark Gable was the king of Hollywood, but in 1942, he was just a heartbroken man. When his wife Carol Lombard passed away in a plane crash returning from a war bond tour, friends say Gable was consumed by grief and enlisted while devastated by his loss. At 41, he was older than most recruits, but overwhelming sorrow drove him to train as an aerial gunner and fly combat missions over Europe. Gable helped produce Combat America to support the war effort, but his real focus was on dangerous missions. Reports suggest Hitler himself was a fan and allegedly offered $5,000 to any German soldier who could capture the actor alive. Gable's commanding officers, knowing about this threat, tried to keep him from combat operations. He insisted on participating anyway. When Gable returned to Hollywood, colleagues noticed he'd aged dramatically. Premature gray hair and a haunted expression that changed his screen presence forever. The carefree romantic lead was gone, replaced by a more somber, introspective actor who'd lost the love of his life and seen too much war. Charlton Heston. Before playing Moses and Ben-Hur, Charlton Heston was freezing his butt off in Alaska. In 1944, at 21, he enlisted in the Army Air Forces and trained as a radio operator and aerial gunner on B-25 bombers. He was assigned to the 77th Bombardment Squadron in the Aleutian Islands, basically the middle of nowhere, where extreme cold, fog, and winds made flying a nightmare. The Aleutian campaign involved reconnaissance and anti-submarine patrols in the North Pacific, guarding against potential Japanese advances. Being a radio operator and gunner required technical skill and nerves of steel. You had to maintain communications while defending against enemy fighters. After his 1946 discharge, Heston used the GI Bill to study drama at Northwestern University. That military discipline and ability to stay calm under pressure, it served him well when he was commanding chariot races and parting the Red Sea on movie sets. Walter Matthau's grumpy old man persona came from real experience. He'd seen the worst humanity had to offer. Enlisting in 1942 at 22, Matthau served as a radio man gunner on B-24 bombers with the 8th Air Force in England. The mortality rate was brutal. Nearly 50% of airmen didn't make it back home. During a mission over Germany, enemy fire completely destroyed Matthau's B-24. 2 engines knocked out, losing altitude fast, the pilot ordered everyone to prepare to bail out. At the last second, he managed to stabilize the crippled bomber and limp back to England. The high possibility of almost not making it back really shifted Matthau's whole perspective on life. Later, Matthau transferred to Armed Forces Radio, where he developed the timing and vocal skills that made him famous. After 6 bombing missions, he earned the Air Medal. That blend of toughness, vulnerability, and gallows humor in his performances, it came from someone who'd faced leaving this earth too soon and lived to crack jokes about it. James Garner was lying about his age before he was lying about being a private investigator. At 16, he fibbed his way into the Merchant Marine during the final years of World War II, enduring grueling work and chronic seasickness. After the war, he joined the California National Guard, then got called up for Korea with the 24th Infantry Division. Serving as a rifleman on the front lines, Garner was wounded twice. First, he was hit by friendly fire when U.S. fighter jets mistakenly strafed his unit. The second injury came from either a landmine or shrapnel. Accounts vary. But here's the amazing part. Garner's extraordinary sense of smell once saved his entire platoon. During a night patrol, he detected garlic, commonly eaten by Korean and Chinese troops, and signaled his men to take cover just as an enemy patrol passed by. Garner earned 2 Purple Hearts, though bureaucratic red tape meant he didn't get his second medal until 1983, 32 years after the war. His combat experiences left him with a lifelong hatred of war and a healthy skepticism of authority that you can see in every role he played. Tony Bennett's smooth voice and sophisticated style mask, a combat veteran who witnessed some of the war's worst horrors. Drafted at 18, he served with the 63rd Infantry Division, facing intense combat in France and Germany during the war's brutal final months. A pivotal moment came on Thanksgiving 1945 when Bennett invited his black high school friend Frank Smith to dine with him. An Army officer discovered them together, launched into a hate-filled tirade, and demoted Bennett from corporal to private for defying segregation policies. This injustice solidified Bennett's lifelong stance as a civil rights advocate. As part of the historical liberation efforts, Bennett participated in the liberation of Landsberg concentration camp, witnessing the systematic atrocities committed by the Nazi regime, an experience he described as a profound and disturbing horror. These traumatic wartime experiences, including witnessing the terrible atrocities of the Holocaust, made him completely opposed to violence in any form, and drove his later activism, including marching with Martin Luther King Jr. from Selma to Montgomery in 1965. Henry Fonda was already a prominent actor when he enlisted in the Navy at 37. Despite his fame, he insisted on no special treatment, starting as an ordinary seaman before earning his commission. Serving first on the destroyer, USS Satterlee, in the Atlantic, he later became an intelligence officer in the Pacific Theater. Fonda's Bronze Star was awarded for his work planning and coordinating complex airstrikes during the campaigns at Iwo Jima and Okinawa. The citation praised his untiring energy in repelling Japanese forces. Though he rarely spoke about his wartime experiences, they profoundly influenced his military portrayals, particularly in Mr. Roberts, which drew on his naval service. After filming battle scenes for that movie, Fonda was observed sitting alone, visibly moved by memories of his actual time at sea during combat. His first-hand understanding of military discipline brought authenticity that resonated with fellow veterans. Lee Marvin's hard edge wasn't acting. It was earned on the beaches of Saipan. Enlisting in the Marines at 18, he served with the 4th Marine Division in the Pacific Theater. During the 1944 Battle of Saipan, due to Japanese machine gun fire, he suffered a severe injury to his sciatic nerve and damaged several vertebrae, leaving him in constant pain for life. Most of Marvin's unit, I Company, 3rd Battalion, 24th Marines, suffered devastating losses. He watched fellow Marines fall around him before he was hit. The injuries were so severe, he spent 13 months in naval hospitals, battling both physical pain and psychological trauma. That genuine toughness you see in The Dirty Dozen and Point Blank. Director Samuel Fuller noted that Marvin knew how men behaved under fire in a way that couldn't be taught. His military experience gave him unique insight into portraying soldiers authentically because he'd been there. Gene Autry was making over $600,000 a year, millions in today's money, when he walked away from it all to serve his country. The singing